Humorous, fantasy, slightly suspenseful, adventure, urban setting, no female lead. Investigate a murder case from over a decade ago. Battling wits with a deranged serial killer. Traverse treacherous, primeval jungles, searching for the bodies of those who perished in sinkholes. Enter a mysterious village nestled in the mountains, searching for a little girl. What led a recent college graduate down this path of no return? It all began in a haunted house, with a female ghost crawling into her bed. Chapter 1. The Ghost in the Bed. In a happy community, before the door of room 404. Rent is $200. I want $1,000. At most, I can offer you $500. It cannot exceed that. $800. Otherwise, you can find someone else. Fine. The landlady, clad in retro denim, produced a contract. Signed the contract. Lower it. Though Xiao Mushing wore an expression of discontent, he ultimately affixed his signature to the document. The landlady scanned his WeChat and transferred him 800 yuan, handing over the key to the room, before hastily departing, as if fleeing from some perilous situation. This 800 yuan was essentially a concession from the landlady, and the reason behind it was that this room was notoriously known as a haunted house, and no one who had stayed here could endure even a single night. Thus, the landlady was willing to subsidize the rent, hoping to find a spirited young man to suppress the malevolent aura within. Recently graduated from university and yet to secure employment, Xiao Mushing had spotted the rental notice and rushed over without hesitation. As for ghosts, he was already unafraid of poverty. How could he fear phantoms? Recalling his childhood, he remembered playing hide and seek with the village children, hiding in a collapsed tomb until past 1 a.m. The adults had searched frantically, calling his name, but he remained silent. Only when his friends finally conceded did he emerge, raising a hand from the grave to proclaim his presence. He recalled that day vividly, with many elders nearly causing a village-wide feast due to his antics. Afterward, he found himself suspended from a tree until dawn, his body marked with the stripes of bamboo whips. Looking back now, those were remnants of his lost childhood. Wiping away non-existent tears from his eyes, he refocused and unlocked the door. The room was designed in a minimalist style, featuring 2 bedrooms, a living area, a kitchen, and a bathroom, along with a sealed balcony spanning over 90 square meters. Essential amenities such as a refrigerator, air conditioner, and water heater were all present. Xiao Mushing chose the largest bedroom for his rest and began to arrange his belongings. He then proceeded to knock around, listen closely, and sniff the air, primarily due to the rumors of haunting. He wondered if there might be hidden corpses. Although the landlady claimed no murders had occurred within these walls, one could never be too cautious. After a thorough inspection, he found no concealed compartments and detected no foul odors. Everything seemed normal. Xiao Mushing glanced at himself in the mirror, tracing the sharp contours of his jawline. How am I so handsome? He then turned off the light and exited the bathroom. However, just as he turned away and closed the bathroom door, the light flickered ominously. It was now 5 p.m. Xiao Mushing opened the food delivery app, selecting a restaurant that appeared promising. Noticing the distance was merely 2 meters, he thought, 2 meters is not far at all. He stepped out, deciding to walk there, believing it would aid in both physical exercise and digestion. Upon returning that evening, he browsed job recruitment apps, discovering replies to his previously submitted resumes. Must be from a prestigious university. Must possess national-level awards. In this day and age, even a mere typing clerk had such stringent requirements. Glancing at a message from an electronics factory, he noted, only female candidates. Xiao Mushing sighed. I'll have to look elsewhere tomorrow. With that thought, he switched to scrolling through short videos on his phone. After a while, he headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Returning, he lay on his bed, turned off the light, and closed his eyes. After several minutes, he picked up his phone again. Insomnia plagued him, compelling him to continue watching short videos. However, as he scrolled, he noticed a shadow beside his bed, illuminated by the dim light of his phone. At that moment, he ceased his mindless chuckling at the screen. With the windows shut and the front door locked, there was no conceivable way for anyone to enter. Moreover, even a thief would not dare to approach a bedroom knowing someone was inside. The figure beside his bed appeared somewhat ethereal. Xiao Mushing pondered a certain possibility. Instead of screaming, he quietly slipped his hand beneath the covers, pulling the blanket up, curling himself within. Exhibiting fear and shouting would only hasten his demise. Yet, as he huddled beneath the covers, he lifted his head and beheld a delicate, beautiful face. With an oval visage, smooth and pale, Dark circles and bags under her eyes made the ghost appear somewhat haggard. Had this not been a room where he was alone, the scene might have seemed rather cozy. Xiao Mushing switched off his phone, closed his eyes, and finally drifted into sleep. After a considerable time, there was no movement. Xiao Mushing thought to himself that as long as he pretended not to see her and displayed no fear, he would be safe, for he had learned that while the room was haunted, no one had perished because of it. However, just when he believed he could evade danger that night, a soft voice whispered in his ear, "You can see me, right?" The voice was close, as if someone were leaning in to converse with him. In an instant, Xiao Mushing felt as tense as a taut string, frozen in place, afraid to react. Any sudden movement could spell disaster. The ghost had yet to harm him, indicating that he was currently safe. "Hey, are you really asleep?" The ghost's voice continued to echo in his ear, but Xiao Mushing feigned ignorance. After realizing this approach was ineffective, the ghost made the lights in the living room flicker erratically. Xiao Mushing remained unresponsive until a full minute passed, at which point the ghost turned off the lights, leaving behind an eerie silence. Gradually, Xiao Mushing's apprehension began to ease as the clock struck midnight. He felt a twinge of discomfort in his bladder. Getting up for a bathroom break shouldn't be a problem. If I encounter her, I'll just pretend not to see, he reasoned. Thus, he rose and turned on the bedroom light, taking a cautious glance around, relieved to find the ghost absent. He approached the bathroom door and switched on a light, just as he was about to close the door. Beside the toilet stood a spectral figure clad in a blue school uniform, adorned with a small badge reading Jin Yong, First High School. I could see that moment. The figure was stroking its chin, admiring Xiao Mushing's hand resting on his waistband and the area below it. Xiao Mushing. Given his handsome features, he had been subject to teasing from various individuals, including aunts, sisters, and roommates. Yet this was the first time he was being scrutinized by a ghost. While pondering this, his hands remained in motion, feigning a flustered demeanor as he tied a firm knot in his waistband. Just as he pretended to continue loosening his belt, preparing to exit the bathroom, darkness suddenly enveloped him. The lights went out. Fumbling to turn the lights back on, he found a face mere centimeters from his own, causing him to instinctively jerk his head back. In that fleeting moment, panic surged within Xiao Mushing. This is it. Chapter 2. The serial murder case in Jinyang City. The visage of the ghostly woman gradually revealed a triumphant smile. "Indeed, you can see me. Why pretend otherwise?" Xiao Mushing had already placed his hand on the bathroom doorknob when he heard these words, halting his actions. Based on his initial assumptions, he expected her to lunge at him. However, her demeanor and tone suggested no intention to harm him. "Why are you so certain I can see you?" he inquired. "Many others have entered this house before, and despite my attempts to manipulate the lights and television, they could not see me. Yet you are different," she replied. "Thank you." Xiao Mushing expressed his heartfelt gratitude, realizing that without her, he would never have stumbled upon such a bargain of an 800 yuan rental from the landlord. "Not at all. But you still haven't answered my question. Why pretend you cannot see me?" The ghost, though unsure why he thanked her, responded politely before returning to the previous topic with renewed curiosity. Xiao Mushing simply extended his hands, gesturing towards her form with a few movements. He said nothing, yet conveyed everything. The atmosphere fell into a contemplative silence, which he broke. "My name is Xiao Mushing. And you?" "Luo Yao," she responded. Upon hearing the name, Xiao Mushing raised an eyebrow. It sounded familiar, as if he had encountered it before. "How did you die? Was it murder or suicide?" "Murder," Luo Yao answered, taken aback that he would ask so directly. Jinyang City, High School Number 1, time of death, October 29, 2009. The Jinyang City serial murder case. Before she could finish, Xiao Mushing interjected, "How do you know?" Luo Yao had heard whispers about the case in life, but never imagined she would become a part of it. Xiao Mushing pondered before replying, "I came across it online." He immediately retrieved his phone, eager to confirm something. Typing Jinyang City serial murder case into the search bar, he scrolled until he found a page displaying a police reward notice, a bounty of 500,000 yuan for information leading to the capture of the murderer. Although the notice was issued over a decade ago, it remained valid, explaining Xiao Mushing's excitement. He recalled watching a video discussing whether the case involved 6 or 7 victims. During that tumultuous period, a senior student named Luo Yao had gone missing, leading to conflicting accounts regarding the number of victims. Now, standing before him was one of those victims, an opportunity to claim the reward. "Do you wish for revenge? Tell me who the murderer is, and I shall assist you in avenging your death." Luo Yao hesitated at his fervent inquiry. Sensing her reluctance, Xiao Mushing braced himself for the words he dreaded to hear. "I don't know who they are. I never saw their faces. They were wearing masks. The sound of shattered hopes echoed in Xiao Mushing's mind, revealing the unpredictability of life. While I too long for vengeance, if that is not possible, please just ensure my body is recovered and returned to my parents, she added. Xiao Mushing's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Do you know where your body is hidden? Yes, she replied. And his hopes swelled further as he began to devise a plan. Just then, she continued, didn't you mention there were two of them? The ones who killed me? Luo Yao's revelation was shocking. Until now, only one suspect had been considered in this unsolved case. Xiao Mushing realized the complexity had increased. Confronting a single perpetrator was far simpler than facing two deranged killers. Though it may reopen old wounds, could you recount the events of that fateful night? He asked. Surprisingly, Luo Yao felt no sorrow at the prospect. The more details she recalled, the sooner those two scoundrels would join her, and there was a certain satisfaction in that. All right. She consented. Xiao Mushing gestured for her to follow him. The bathroom was not an appropriate venue for such a discussion. They moved to the living room. But just as they stepped out, he retreated to close the door. As he prepared to remove his trousers, a spectral figure emerged halfway through the tightly shut door. What are you doing? Just using the bathroom, sis. Xiao Mushing's voice pitched higher, urgency evident as his bladder threatened to burst. Luo Yao quickly shielded her eyes and stepped outside, and soon the sound of running water echoed from the restroom. After a brief moment, Xiao Mushing emerged, feeling refreshed, ready to hear Luo Yao recount the events of that night. Once she finished, Xiao Mushing began refining his earlier thoughts. He knew he could not simply rush to the police with her revelations. They would surely dismiss him as a lunatic. However, being labeled as such might not be entirely disadvantageous. He pulled out his phone and purchased a train ticket from Shanxing to Jinyang City, taking a screenshot. Then, he opened his computer, downloaded a video editing software, and crafted a short video before posting it online. He also bought some advertisement space targeted at Jinyang City. Luo Yao observed his actions intently. What are you doing? I'm broadcasting my investigation, he replied. Isn't that a bit reckless? You're alerting the suspects. Precisely, he said with a knowing smile. Oh, she hesitated before understanding his strategy. By the way, can you leave this house? I couldn't before, but since meeting you, I feel a sense of hope, as if you could help me escape. Xiao Mushing felt a surge of confidence. Who could confront him with a ghost by his side? Oh, and once I leave this house, I want to be able to do the things I could here, like control the electrical devices. How do you know that? Have you tried? It's just a feeling, she replied. Xiao Mushing. He couldn't argue with a ghost's intuition. After all, that was all she had left. Chapter 3. Midnight Terror. The next day, aboard the crowded subway, most passengers stood on tiptoes to create space for a solitary individual engaged in self-dialogue. Xiao Mushing occupied a spot kindly vacated for him by a considerate stranger, conversing with Luo Yao, who floated above, avoiding the suffocating crowd. I'm beginning to think I've acted rashly, he confessed. Initially, he harbored some hope that her peculiar abilities would not completely vanish outside the house. However, this morning's experiment proved otherwise. Aside from his phone, she could manipulate nothing else. Luo Yao, resting her chin on her hand, floated above, remarking, I find your actions quite reckless. You're speaking to me in the subway. Surrounding passengers regarded Xiao Mushing as if he were unhinged. In life, the opinions of strangers are inconsequential. What truly matters is my perspective of myself. By the way, is there a deeper meaning behind your name chosen by your parents? Yao in ancient times referred to beautiful jade, symbolizing grace, elegance, and purity. What about you? A fortune teller once remarked that my 5 elements were lacking in fire, suggesting I add a character associated with wood to my name, as wood generates fire. Following this, the two engaged in a casual conversation. Upon reaching the north station of the mountain city, a voice echoed through the train compartment's intercom. Xiao Mushing shouldered his backpack and disembarked. At the station, he glanced at the video he had posted the previous night and opened the comments section. The first few remarks that caught his eye were, foolish one, thinking you can ride the wave of this case's popularity. There are clowns every year, but this year, they are particularly plentiful. If you truly uncover any useful leads, I will livestream myself devouring old 8's secret mini burgers. Another comment read, these fools clearly haven't watched the police briefing. There are only 6 victims. How can they pretend to be detectives online? Luo Yao emerged from his chest, peering at the comments on his phone. The online community seems to harbor such animosity. Xiao Mushing remained silent, diligently noting down these usernames for future reference. In Jinyang City, an elderly man, while waiting for the vendor at a breakfast stall tucked away in an alley, opened a popular short video app. The first video he encountered was a screenshot of an online train ticket, accompanied by the caption, while scrolling through short videos, I stumbled upon the Jinyang serial murder case. I believe I have discovered some clues that might lead to the missing seventh victim. I am purchasing a ticket now. If I find a body, I shall live stream the revelation. The old man furrowed his brows slightly, finding it improbable, yet he clicked the follow button. Inside a one-bedroom apartment. A table in the living room was adorned with a map, a compass, and a climbing backpack. In the corner, a military-grade multifunction shovel lay resting. Beside the bed in the bedroom, a pair of tactical shoes and a set of combat clothing were neatly arranged. Just then, a hand, as white as a lotus root, emerged from under the covers and retrieved a phone from the bedside table, pulling it back beneath the blankets. The phone's owner, upon glancing at the time, instinctively launched the short video app. I will never accept assignments to desolate areas again. Not only are there few people, but the signal is terrible. Zhou Haihong had returned exhausted after completing her assignment the previous night and had gone straight to sleep. Now, she could only scroll through short videos to pass the time. After chuckling at a few clips, one particular video, consisting solely of an image, piqued her interest, primarily due to its caption. Sitting up in bed, she contemplated sending a direct message. May I inquire about your discovery? As the clock struck 12:30 a.m., Zaya Mushing glanced at the now inoperative subway before turning to exit the station. He summoned a ride on his phone. When the vehicle arrived, Luo Yao slipped inside from the roof. Zaya Mushing entered the car with decorum. The vehicle made a brief stop at a hardware store that was still open. Typically, such shops would be closed at this hour, yet inside, the owner was engaged in a game of mahjong with a few others. Zaya Mushing alighted to purchase a spade and then returned to the vehicle, adjusting the destination on his ride-sharing app. Driver, I need to change the location. Although the driver found it peculiar, he did not question it, as the alteration extended the route, thereby increasing his fare. As they drove on, Luo Yao inquired, "Are you not a bit hasty in seeking my body? Shouldn't you rest for a while?" Originally, Zaya Mushing had planned to wait until the morrow. However, the unexpected opening of the hardware store prompted him to forego a night at the internet cafe. Once he located her remains, he would still have a place to rest, and it would be free. Luo Yao, momentarily baffled, finally grasped his intent. At the police station, the driver, previously fatigued, suddenly appeared invigorated. "Who are you talking to at this late hour?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. "I'm conversing with a friend," Zaya Mushing replied. The driver, still somewhat apprehensive, responded, "I hope the location you mentioned hasn't undergone any significant changes that could complicate matters." Zaya Mushing mused, "I can't be certain. I only entered that house a short while ago, and it's been over a decade since my last visit. I'm unaware of any changes." He glanced at the driver, who, noticing Zaya Mushing's gaze through the rearview mirror, nervously swallowed and gripped the steering wheel with newfound tension. "Is there any significant alteration at the old water plant?" Zaya Mushing pressed. "No, that place was abandoned years ago. I haven't heard of any plans for demolition or modifications." Zaya Mushing nodded, turning to Luo Yao. "There should be no major issues. Your remains are most likely still there." In silence, the driver accelerated, internally urging, "Drive faster." A moment later, Zaya Mushing asked, "Have you heard of the Jinyang City serial murder case from 2009? The driver thought, "Is this where it begins?" "Please, no." How should I respond? Have I heard of it or not? He hesitated, fearing that his response might lead to Zaya Mushing recounting the tale. Not receiving an answer, Zaya Mushing continued, "Judging by your accent, you must be a local. You've undoubtedly heard of it." The driver, his mind racing, forced a smile. "I'm driving and can't engage too much in conversation. It distracts me." "Oh, my apologies, please continue." Luo Yao, suspicious, remarked, "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Zaya Mushing merely nodded slightly. He required a witness. Chapter 4, Robbery? "No, we are here for lust." The old water plant, according to the navigation, was an hour's drive away, yet the driver managed to reach it in only 40 minutes. Upon disembarking, the driver accelerated away from the scene. Zaya Mushing waved goodbye, murmuring, "Mountains and rivers shall meet again." He then turned to Luo Yao with a smile. "Let us proceed. Lead the way." The moon was half obscured by clouds as Zaya Mushing activated the flashlight on his phone to illuminate the path ahead. Midway through their journey, Luo Yao suddenly halted. "There are two people ahead." Zaya Mushing's eyes brightened. He could hardly contain his excitement. "I see you hidden among the bushes. It is time for you to reveal yourselves." Upon hearing this, Luo Yao widened her eyes at Zaya Mushing, astonished by his audacity to provoke danger. "Are you insane?" As a ghost, she was powerless to pull Zaya Mushing away. Zaya Mushing gestured for her to be quiet. From the left thicket, a figure stealthily moved behind Zaya Mushing, and two figures emerged, one in front and one behind. Zaya Mushing, using his phone's flashlight, discerned a blond fellow in front and a rough-looking one behind, adorned with tattoos of a green dragon on his left arm and a white tiger on his right. Both wielded weapons. One brandished a metal rod, while the other clutched a stone. The only downside was that their ages seemed mismatched. The two individuals are remarkably youthful. Had it been 15 years prior, they would have merely been children under the age of 10. It is implausible that they possessed the ability to orchestrate such a crime. Indeed, those capable of committing serial murders are unlikely to be easily provoked by a mere video. It appears I have encountered a pair of misguided youths. With their discovery, my companions and I shall cease our concealment. The blonde youth brandished a flashlight, momentarily illuminating Xiao Muxing's face before licking his lips. Xiao Muxing, unperturbed, raised a hand to shield himself and chuckled lightly, saying, "Gentlemen, robbery is a serious offense. It could lead to sentences of 3 or even 7 years. And should you cause harm during the act, you might face decades in prison. I advise you to reconsider your course of action." The blonde youth scrutinized Xiao Muxing's physique. Does robbery with intent to assault carry a sentence as well? Xiao Muxing observed the previously panicked Luo Yao covering her mouth with her hands. Despite the inappropriateness and immorality of the situation, a peculiar smile flickered between her brows. Xiao Muxing was indeed rather handsome, though not in the conventional masculine sense. Rather, there was an alluring quality to his features. These two ruffians had ventured to the vicinity of the old water plant, hoping to unearth valuables to sell for a little profit, only to stumble upon Xiao Muxing, who turned out to be quite attractive. Coincidentally, their peculiar tastes led them to entertain some unsavory intentions, believing that in this isolated wilderness, they could act without fear of repercussions or being reported. As they began to approach him, revealing their weapons, it seemed to yield a modicum of success, for he stood frozen in place. Just as the blonde youth swung his stick toward Xiao Muxing, the latter swiftly grasped it, yanking it toward himself. The blonde, drawn closer, received a swift kick to his groin, contorting his body in a manner reminiscent of a cooked shrimp. Observing this, the other thug felt a surge of malevolence and hurled a rock at the back of Xiao Muxing's head. Reacting with agility, Xiao Muxing dodged, the stone grazing his cheek and leaving a crimson mark. He retaliated by throwing the stick, striking the assailant squarely in the face and sending him sprawling to the ground. Luo Yao, witnessing the scene, was momentarily taken aback. "Are you this formidable? Without some skill, how could I dare to entertain the notion of a 500,000 deal?" Xiao Muxing recalled two elderly gentlemen from his childhood village, one a master of Baguazhang and the other a veteran from the battlefield, with whom he had forged a close relationship and learned a few techniques. However, opportunities to apply his skills had been scarce. The last occasion was when a male patron had provoked him while he was selling liquor, resulting in a confrontation that led him to abandon that line of work due to the inherent risks. What should we do with these two? Let them toil as laborers. After they regained their composure, the ruffians attempted to rise and resist, only to receive a stern lesson in social conduct from Xiao Muxing's fists. "Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare us. We won't dare again." The two thugs, now prone on the ground, began to plead for mercy, initially suspecting they had been ambushed. It took a beating for them to realize they had encountered someone formidable. Xiao Muxing delivered each of them a kick. "Stop feigning death. Accompany me to attend to some business." The two, unable to voice their anger, complied begrudgingly. They journeyed to a small grove. Xiao Muxing retrieved a spade from his bag. "Dig here." The blonde youth, bewildered, asked, "What are we digging for, big brother?" "For a corpse." In the stillness of the night, Xiao Muxing's soft voice felt like a chilling wind, sending shivers down their spines. They trembled in fear. They were merely thugs with peculiar interests, not hardened criminals. The other thug was visibly unsteady. "Big brother, at this hour, perhaps we should." Xiao Muxing smiled as he cracked his knuckles. "Do you think you have a choice?" With tears brimming in their eyes, they began to dig in turn, recalling the old adage, "A knife hangs over the head of lust." They never anticipated this would come to fruition. At that moment, Xiao Muxing initiated a live stream. "Welcome to my broadcast. As mentioned in my previous video, I have located the remains of the 7th victim through some leads, and we are now excavating." The ominous atmosphere, coupled with the two injured thugs and a smiling young man with blood on his face, rendered the live stream eerily captivating. As the broadcast commenced, the viewer count grew from a mere handful to several hundred. Although the number wasn't vast, the discussions grew fervent. After all, watching such a stream in the dead of night was quite the thrill. Incredible. 3 men are engaged in such activities in a small grove. What happened to the streamer's face? It appears to be another case of a fraudulent influencer. Streamer, a friendly warning. Fabricating such tales for views could lead to serious consequences. In light of these suspicions, Xiao Muxing merely chuckled, a little wear and tear, nothing more. The truth would ultimately be revealed in due course. At that moment, Luo Yao crouched beside a half-dug pit. As the subject of this excavation, Witnessing the unearthing of her own remains was an oddly novel experience. With the knowledge acquired in high school, she could envision the excavation yielding a pile of bones, likely unkempt. She had never pondered what her demise would entail. At that youthful age, she had not envisioned the opportunity to witness her own exhumation. Xiao Mushing observed Luo Yao at the edge of the pit, adjusted his phone on its stand, and approached her. What does it feel like to be on the verge of being unearthed? It's quite novel. It feels strange. How should I put it? Regret takes precedence. Regret? Yes, I once aspired to enroll in the Capital University of Foreign Languages. To become a diplomat or a translator traveling the world, or perhaps a foreign language teacher. Alas, none of it came to fruition, and it has all slipped away. Are you proficient in languages? Aside from English and my native tongue, I am fluent in 5 other languages. Xiao Mushing inhaled sharply. How impressive. Indeed. Not all high school experiences are alike. Back in my day, my English skills were so poor that even stepping on the answer sheet would yield better results than my earnest efforts. Had I not learned a foreign language in my senior year, I might not have even passed the undergraduate threshold. Meanwhile, the two digging in the pit exchanged fearful glances. As Xiao Mushing had not been speaking to them. Who, then, was he conversing with in this desolate wilderness? They glanced at the pit they were excavating. Could it be? Chapter 5. Suspected mental instability. The beam of the flashlight flickered more erratically, and the spade felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. The two exchanged terrified glances, recognizing the dread mirrored in each other's eyes. Stop dawdling. Dig faster, so we can finish and rest, Xiao Mushing urged. His words resembling whispers from a demon, compelling them to continue without pause. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in the live stream surged past 1,000. What could the streamer be discussing? Most likely, he was engaged in conversation with the two digging in the pit. It is evident that the situation is contrived, with the participants feigning hardship for the sake of entertainment, aiming to garner attention through live streaming. Amidst the skepticism, one might wonder if there could be an element of truth in their claims. Observers in the live stream are quick to jest, dismissing the apparent fear of two individuals who flee in terror, believing it merely enhances the show's dramatic effect. Xiao Mushing, unfazed by their escape, understands that even if they run, law enforcement will inevitably track them down for questioning. As time passes, a sudden sound signals the discovery of something beneath the earth. As Xiao Mushing swiftly descends to investigate, he takes the shovel from Huang Mao and the flashlight from the other individual, exposing a segment of white bone. The tension in the air dissipates as the two flee in panic, fearing the supernatural. The audience, however, finds amusement in their fright, interpreting it as mere theatrics. Xiao Mushing, recognizing the significance of the bone fragments, discovers remnants of a school uniform, reminiscent of what Luo Yao currently wears. Concluding that further excavation could jeopardize vital evidence, he refrains from digging deeper, satisfied with the confirmation of its presence. After emerging from the pit, he resolves to contact the authorities, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. He ends the live stream in front of over 1,000 viewers, directing them to follow the news for updates. As he turns, he notices the ethereal figure of Luo Yao has vanished. Approaching the pit's edge, he sees her pointing at her own skeletal remains, yet no soul enters the body. Rather, her spectral fingers pass through the bones, creating a haunting image. Seated nearby, Xiao Mushing contemplates the existence of opportunity after death. Luo Yao, with a hint of confusion, wonders what such an opportunity might entail, as her memories are fragmented, having only recently awakened in a confined space unseen by others except him. Just then, the sound of sirens pierces the air, indicating that someone from the live stream has alerted the authorities, a swift response suggesting their seriousness. Luo Yao ascends from the pit, while Xiao Mushing stands with a subtle smile, marking the end of this act. Meanwhile, Zhou Haihong watches the absurd live stream with a furrowed brow. Feeling disgruntled by the lack of substance, she wonders if the whole affair is merely a ploy for attention. Deciding to investigate further, she retrieves her car keys, recalling the location as an old water plant. In a dimly lit living room within an aging residential building, an elderly man and a middle-aged man sit in silence, grappling with the implications of the now black-screened phone. The middle-aged man lights a cigarette, taking a deep drag, his mind racing with concern about whether the truth will come to light. 15 years ago, 6 bodies were never identified. What difference would it make if the last one was found now? His apprehension lies in how this young man managed to uncover the location of the remains. Time has a way of erasing traces, yet someone from afar has unearthed what was long concealed. The thought of this stranger arriving locally raises alarm bells. For who knows what else he might uncover, or if he will bring authorities to their doorstep. The elderly man, calm yet with a predatory glint in his eyes, voices the concern, while the middle-aged man silently acknowledges the fear of being forced to act again if necessary. The following morning, a doorbell rings, and a middle-aged woman answers to find two police officers awaiting her. They inquire about Mr. Chen Hao, and she, oblivious to the unfolding drama, heads to rouse her husband. However, he appears in the living room, already present when the officers arrive. The officers produce a photograph, revealing that the individual had been deceased before midnight, yet had been seen entering their vehicle afterward. The inquiries commence, probing into details of the guest's visit, his actions, and words while in the car. As the officers prepare to depart, Mr. Chen hastily inquires about the implications of the visit, learning that the deceased had unearthed a body connected to a significant case, hinting at possible mental instability. 3 days later, Xiao Mushing exits the police station, not empty-handed, but rather with a banner of commendation, a monetary reward of 20,000 yuan, and a diagnosis for schizophrenia. His initial statement was recorded on the first day, while the subsequent days involved observation at a psychiatric facility, though he did not meet the criteria for long-term admission. Outside the station, two elderly figures await him. The parents of Luo Yao, Luo Tianxian, a university professor, and He Roqing, a high school teacher. The discovery of their daughter's remains is a devastating blow, as they had clung to hope of her being merely missing. Though the news is grim, they express gratitude to Xiao Mushing for allowing them to reclaim their daughter's remains during their lifetimes. Once again, Luo Yao beheld her parents, her heart undoubtedly a tumultuous mix of emotions. Previously, at the police station, she had encountered them once, witnessing them gazing at her lifeless body while she observed them from the sidelines. Regret, sorrow, exhilaration, and a hint of relief intertwined within her. She felt fortunate to have departed before her parents, thereby evading the grief of losing them. Yet, upon reflecting, she chastised herself for her selfishness, for forcing them to endure the pain of outliving their child. At this moment, Xiao Mushing paid no heed to the dazed Luo Yao. He descended the staircase and approached the elderly couple. "Dear sir and madam, I appreciate your kindness during this time. Had it not been for your assistance in locating Yao Yao, it is likely we would never have reunited in this lifetime. We are immensely grateful, and the inconvenience of staying at your home for a short while is negligible, especially considering it aids in the investigation to bring her murderer to justice." Luo Tianxian replied first, his tone warm and friendly. The suggestion to reside in the couple's home originated with Xiao Mushing, who cited two reasons: the lack of accommodation and the pursuit of leads. As he considered these points, Xiao Mushing cast a glance at Luo Yao, still standing on the stairs. She ought to return home. In the police station's lobby, Officer Long, in his 40s, reflected on his brief conversation with Xiao Mushing before he departed. With the clues currently at his disposal, could they locate the perpetrator? One could only hope. What if the assailant struck again? There would be no escaping justice. Understood, he replied succinctly. Regaining his focus, Officer Long re-entered the precinct. "Xiaoli, arrange for surveillance on Xiao Mushing's phone location around the clock. Report any anomalies immediately," he instructed. After issuing his orders, he massaged his temples, uncertain if it was appropriate to interpret the words of a mentally unstable individual in such a manner. Nevertheless, his instincts as a police officer urged him to take action. Upon arriving at Luo Yao's residence, a spacious apartment consisting of 4 rooms, 2 living areas, a kitchen, and 3 bathrooms, he was led by He Roqing to one of the large bedrooms, which was adorned in soft pink tones. "Since Yao Yao's departure, I have maintained her room daily, but I have not altered its arrangement, including her hidden little secrets. Even if I found them, I would return them to their rightful place," she lamented. Suddenly, Luo Yao, who had been quietly mourning, felt a jolt at these words. Xiao Mushing inquired, "What little secrets?" He Roqing pondered for a moment before crouching down. Luo Yao instinctively reached out to stop her, but passed through her hand. He Roqing reached under the bed, activated a hidden mechanism, and withdrew several concealed compartments, revealing a few books. Disregarding Luo Yao's protests, Xiao Mushing casually picked up a couple of volumes, discovering covers featuring 2 men. The overbearing prince usurps the emperor, gentle senior beneath the osmanthus tree, and the sensitive CEO and his doctor friend. He Roqing chuckled at the titles. "It's normal for a high school student to have unique interests. I used to think our Yao Yao was perfect, much like a child from someone else's family. But one day, I stumbled upon these books in her room. She needn't have hidden them. Her father and I would never have judged her. During my time as a homeroom teacher, I encountered many such books and understood the thrill and excitement young people feel when exploring the peculiarities of the world." Xiao Mushing silently returned the books to their hidden compartments. Although he had read a variety of literature in his youth, he found it difficult to engage with such narratives, as he could not endure the emotional turmoil of any character's plight. Noticing Luo Yao's impending breakdown, he deemed it necessary to pose a question she might find pertinent. Are many people aware of these books? Aside from us, only the investigating officers and a few close relatives, perhaps a dozen or 20, she responded. Why do you ask? Is there a new discovery? Just a casual inquiry, he replied solemnly. At that moment, Luo Yao crouched in a corner of the room, her back to the others, experiencing her second death 15 years after her first. Social death. Subsequently, Hiroching left, allowing Xiao Mushing the solitude to reflect and search for clues. However, before departing, she seemed hesitant but said nothing. Xiao Mushing discerned her unspoken thoughts and reassured her there will not be significant changes to the room's arrangement. Hearing this, Hiroching nodded with a smile. This room was one of the few remnants of her daughter, and gazing at this space, identical to how it was 15 years ago, sometimes allowed her to momentarily believe that Luo Yao was still present. Xiao Mushing observed Luo Yao in the corner, but chose not to disturb her. She required this time for introspection. Approaching the writing desk, he retrieved his laptop and opened the live stream playback records, preparing to create his next short video. Meanwhile, he accessed his social media profile, noting that a previously modestly received video had skyrocketed to over 1.02 million likes within 3 days, with his follower count surpassing 80,000, a number that continued to rise, likely harboring the killer among them. It was time to bait the hook. However, before proceeding, Xiao Mushing opened the comments section, jotting down several usernames and tagging them one by one. The Monkey of August, with the reddest bottom, come forth, detective. The golden staff wrapped around my waist. I watch you live stream as you devour the secret burgers of Laoba. Be a rogue, greedy and lustful, continue to call for me. My face is described as handsome. Let the clowns speak. After tagging these individuals, Xiao Mushing finally set his phone down. He was not one to easily forgive or forget. Chapter 7. I haven't worked in this field for a long time. Nightfall enveloped the surroundings. Hiroching knocked on the door. Mushing, dinner is ready. Xiao Mushing shut his laptop and exited the room with Luo Yao, entering the dining area where a lavish spread awaited them. Luo Yao surveyed the dishes, exclaiming, sweet and sour shrimp balls, braised carp, minced eggplant. These were all my favorite dishes. She swallowed hard at the sight. Xiao Mushing approached the table, picked up chopsticks, and casually inserted them into his bowl, slightly shielding it with his body. Luo Yao shook her head. That won't work. Luo Tianxin, assisting his wife with the dishes, caught sight of this exchange but refrained from commenting. The elderly couple warmly described the unique features of each dish, eagerly serving Xiao Mushing. He reciprocated by enjoying the meal thoroughly, leaving only fish bones, a hint of sauce from the shrimp balls, and traces of oil from the eggplant, with the rice cooker emptied of its last grain. Following dinner, Hiroching led Xiao Mushing to another guest room for rest, while Luo Tianxin remained in the study, scrutinizing a document on his computer screen entitled Diagnostic Records. As he perused the content, he noted food preferences of the patient's imagined second personality, sweet and sour shrimp balls, braised carp, minced eggplant. With each line he read, he rhythmically tapped his finger on the desk. Behind him floated an invisible, ethereal figure he could not see. The following morning, after bidding farewell to the elderly couple, Xiao Mushing stepped outside. No sooner had he left the community than a jeep halted before him, and the window rolled down. She is a strikingly attractive woman with short hair, appearing to be in her 30s. Hey there, do you have a moment? Since that fateful night when Zhou Haihong arrived at the old water plant and witnessed several police cars and the establishment of a cordon, she had completely placed her trust in Xiao Mushing. However, for the past few days, he had been under police supervision, leaving her without the opportunity to communicate with him. Finally, she learned that he had been released from the police station, so she decided to wait for him here. Yet, seeing his current frown, it seemed he was displeased. Could he possibly think she intended to compete with him for the bounty? I have long since left that line of work. If you have needs, perhaps you should visit another nightclub tonight and stop bothering me. Zhou Haihong felt a momentary lapse in her thoughts. What had she just heard? Was his profession not what she had assumed? Were they not in the same line of work? After clearing her mind, she managed to utter a few words. Were you previously in that profession? Please do not use such harsh words. It is referred to as providing emotional value. I only sell drinks, not my body. Xiao Mushing corrected her with a righteous tone. Ever since that terrifying incident, he had withdrawn from that world, although he occasionally encountered former clients who persistently pursued him, even offering to support him financially. He had firmly declined all such propositions, knowing that to be kept meant complete dependence on another person. He had heard tales of those who ventured down that path, only to end up barely surviving. In a sense, being kept was a morally questionable act. Accepting such a lifestyle meant gambling on whether the other party was a decent person or a deviant. Should one gamble incorrectly, It could spell the end of their life. Yet, considering that the other party was engaged in such morally dubious behavior, how likely was it that they could be deemed normal? Although Xiao Mushing felt a lack of personal integrity, he refused to subject himself to mistreatment. After stating this, he prepared to walk away, but Zhou Haihong hurriedly interjected. I am not here to patronize you. I wish to discuss the case you are currently investigating. As soon as she spoke, she noticed Xiao Mushing scrutinizing her with a penetrating gaze. Do not misunderstand. I have a friend who was also a victim back then. I am neither the murderer nor am I after your bounty. I fear you might inadvertently increase the reward for the perpetrator. Hearing this, Zhou Haihong exhaled in relief and added, I am a level 5 bounty hunter, well equipped with the necessary combat skills. Bounty hunter? Is that truly the case? Xiao Mushing inquired. What do you think? If you are not a bounty hunter, how could you dare to investigate such a case? Zhou Haihong responded in astonishment. 500,000. That sum is sufficient to dispel any fear. Xiao Mushing extended 5 fingers. That is true. For wealth, men perish, and birds die for food, Zhou Haihong replied, resonating with his sentiment, as she was currently engaged in a similar line of work. What is this talk of bounty hunters and ranks? She asked. There exists a bounty hunter forum. Upon registration, you become a bounty hunter. You can upload your skill certifications and proof of completed tasks, such as police rewards or other civilian bounties, to elevate your bounty hunter rank. Of course, you can also accept tasks directly from the forum, which does not require task proof, allowing for rank advancement. The higher the rank, the more significant the tasks you can undertake, and correspondingly, the greater the bounty. Oh, that seems to have little to do with me. I only engage in such risky endeavors once. Zhou Haihong gazed into Xiao Mushing's eyes. I have encountered many bounty hunters, and in your eyes, I see the same characteristic as those others, a restless heart. Xiao Mushing smirked slightly, choosing not to forcibly explain. If he were to engage in such risky endeavors again, it would be sheer madness. Let us not dwell on that. However, if you seek to extract information about the progress of the case from me, I will not divulge it. Yet, if you wish to accompany me in the investigation, I do not mind adding you to the team, provided you follow my lead throughout. Zhou Haihong contemplated this. Accompanying him in the investigation would grant her insights into the case's developments. Her true motive was not the bounty, but to ensure the perpetrator met justice. If joining the investigation could expedite that process, she would gladly agree. Very well. Wait a moment. Xiao Mushing suddenly interrupted and turned to the side to ask Luo Yao. I forgot to seek your opinion. What do you think? Luo Yao nodded, expressing her willingness to find the murderer, indifferent to the means. All settled then, Xiao Mushing replied. Turning back, Zhou Haihong felt a pang of regret at her hasty agreement. This man did not seem entirely sane. Chapter 8. Restoring the first crime scene. A man and a woman retraced their steps along the route to the school gate. Jinyang-no. One high school was not far from Luo Yao's home, and on that particular night, her parents happened to be engaged elsewhere, unable to pick her up. Thus, it was only on that night that she returned home alone, and that singular occurrence brought about her misfortune. After parting ways with her classmates, she never returned home again. Everyone, I have just exited the police station. I trust you all saw the video I posted last night. We are now departing from Jinyang-no, one high school, to recreate the crime scene, Xiao Mushing announced as he began a live stream. Host, I admit your skills are impressive, but it has been 15 years. Restaging the crime scene now seems a bit outdated. Be cautious, everyone. This host has a vindictive streak, and he has taken note of anyone who mocked him in the first video. Just finding the body is already quite an achievement. By the way, host, do you really believe you can uncover the truth behind the case? Don't be naive. If no one has solved it in 15 years, how could it be so easily unraveled? One can never be too sure. What if the host actually figures it out? While some expressed skepticism, others displayed faith. Xiao Mushing had indeed discovered a body that had remained hidden for 15 years, thus garnering a significant following, with some defending him in the comments. If we make progress in the investigation, I kindly ask you all to send gifts and show your support, Xiao Mushing said, his demeanor revealing a desire for donations. If you truly make progress, I will definitely support you. Count on it, host. Zhou Haihong furrowed her brow in deep concern. Conducting an investigation while live streaming seemed an inappropriate way to seek funds, especially during a case inquiry. The more she observed, the more she felt she had made a grave error in judgment. They soon entered a narrow alley. Suddenly, Xiao Mushing's voice rang out, "Stop!" The two viewers watching the live stream froze, their familiarity with the area evident. Zhou Haihong turned to him. "What is it?" "This is where Luo Yao was attacked," she replied, glancing at the alley that led to another street. "Why here?" Xiao Mushing longed to reveal that this was what the victim had told him, but swallowed his words, knowing that such a statement would only lead others to believe he was losing his sanity. Instead, he provided a logical analysis based on the evidence. Before this junction, she had already parted ways with her classmates, and she traversed this section alone. Moreover, this area lacked surveillance cameras 15 years ago. Additionally, several alleys lead out to other streets, making it an ideal location for someone to incapacitate and abduct her. Why incapacitate and abduct? Why not simply kill her here? Zhou Haihong posed the question that resonated with the majority of viewers in the live stream. Murder is a source of delight for a psychopath, yet he has already taken several lives, some of which have been discovered. Thus, it would be unwise for him to commit murder here. Not only would he be deprived of the thrill of the act, but he also risks being caught. This may very well be his last opportunity to kill, as future chances are likely to be scarce. To him, this is a rare feast, and he must take his time to savor it in a secluded location, rather than hastily ending a life. After Xiao Muxing's explanation, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful for his quick thinking that had nearly faltered. At this moment, an elderly man and a middle-aged individual before the phone screen swallowed hard, their thoughts aligning perfectly with his. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhou Haihong no longer voiced any objections. The reenactment of the incident commenced, with Zhou Haihong portraying Luo Yao and Xiao Muxing embodying the murderer. Throughout this process, Zhou Haihong was repeatedly interrupted by Xiao Muxing. You are a high school senior, just finishing your evening study session, fatigued and preoccupied, with no time to be alert or scrutinize the alley around you. All you desire is to hurry home and rest comfortably in bed. Therefore, you must appear weary. With vacant eyes, when I spring from the alley to ambush you, you must exhibit panic and disarray, flailing your arms and legs. The scene played out time and again. Yet Xiao Muxing remained dissatisfied, shaking his head in disapproval. Zhou Haihong, exhausted, sat on the ground. What could possibly be amiss? Sweat drenched his clothes, clinging to his skin. Though Zhou appeared to be in his 30s, he was well preserved, his physique well managed, prompting a shift in the atmosphere of the live stream. The host looks quite tired holding the phone. Why not let the sister beside you take it for a while? I agree. Don't let the phone hinder the host's thought process. Host, hand the phone to that sister, and I will immediately send you gifts. Xiao Muxing disregarded the comments on his phone, feigning deep contemplation. He recognized the flaw. There were two assailants, yet he could not state this outright. He needed to establish a narrative before revealing the conclusion. With the process in place, it was time to present the answer. Xiao Muxing raised his gaze, surveying the buildings flanking the alley. Suddenly, he stood up. I know what is wrong. A high school student, even a girl, should not be easily subdued and taken away. There would inevitably be traces left behind at the scene. However, according to police investigations from 15 years ago, no such traces were found, indicating a clean disposal of evidence, leading to the conclusion of a disappearance. Yet, for a murderer to efficiently incapacitate a girl without leaving any traces, not even a personal belonging, is exceedingly difficult, unless two individuals collaborated in the crime. Xiao Muxing's final statement ignited a tempest of reactions within the live stream. Stop making wild guesses. What if it's true? The barrage of comments grew, yet some viewers could no longer contain themselves. The elderly man felt a tremor of anxiety. Isn't this something that can be reported? Report him and get him banned. The middle-aged man vehemently disagreed. Reporting will leave traces. If the live stream is shut down due to a report, the reporter may become a suspect themselves. That would be akin to confessing. The two men found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. Despite Xiao Muxing's reenactment seeming dubious to others, to them, it felt as though divine providence had witnessed their every misdeed and orchestrated a reenactment before them. The horror and dread struck at their very souls, as if the next moment, he would declare, I have found you. Chapter 9. Is this a trap? Do they dare to gamble? At the police station, Officer Long observed the live stream, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. The insights drawn from the first crime scene and the number of assailants indeed sparked significant inspiration. Yet, the rationale and investigative methods presented felt fundamentally flawed. This reminded him of a case he had previously solved, where the perpetrator masqueraded as a witness. In that juvenile murder case, when the investigation had hit a deadlock, the so-called witness provided numerous hints and even showcased a knack for detective work. However, he soon realized something was amiss. This witness was too clever by half. As the investigation deepened, it became apparent that this alleged witness was, in fact, the instigator of the juvenile crime. Everything had been meticulously orchestrated. Of course, he would never suspect that Xiao Muxing was connected to the case from 15 years ago. The child was merely a few years old at the time, and the 7 victims could have easily overpowered him. Nevertheless, the investigative approach employed now evoked a sense of déjà vu regarding this case. He couldn't help but recall the diagnostic report associated with the individual in question. Suddenly, Clarity dawned upon him. This was not merely a figment of his imagination narrating events. Rather, he did not believe that all this could have been deduced solely by him. Thus, he had recounted the information as relayed by the imagined character. If that were the case, everything fell into place. Officer Long shook his head at the thought. What a promising talent, only to have succumbed to madness. In the livestream, Xiao Mushing addressed the camera. What you see are my initial reconstructions of the crime scene based on the clues I have gathered. I will continue to investigate and collect evidence until a complete chain of evidence is formed, which I shall present to the police. So, dear viewers, I bid you farewell until the next live stream, and do not forget to show your support. After concluding his broadcast, Xiao Mushing turned off the live stream. Meanwhile, the bystander scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful as he turned to Zhou Haihong. Could I get your contact information? Though Zhou was in her 30s, her graceful demeanor and mature charm were captivating, appealing even to those who were not typically attracted to men. She did not refuse. Instead, she scanned his friend code. It was not that she was genuinely interested, but rather that she felt it would be impolite to dismiss someone after they had spent an entire morning helping her. Besides, she was usually too busy with her affairs that even adding friends would naturally lead some to drift away. Afterward, the bystander parted ways with Xiao Mushing. Returning to Zhou Haihong's jeep, she lit a cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke, saying, "Are you trying to bait that murderer out?" Initially, she assumed that Xiao Mushing was merely a mercenary seeking profit. However, as the morning unfolded, she abruptly recognized a perspective she had previously overlooked. Such a conspicuous investigation might indeed provoke the perpetrator into evasion. She found it hard to believe that someone capable of locating a body buried for 15 years would overlook this possibility. Thus, another scenario emerged. Perhaps the individual intended to incite action from the murderer through this very method. Xiao Mushing did not respond directly, but instead posed a counter-question. "Could you tell me about the friend you mentioned?" Zhou Haihong fell silent for a moment, until she finished her cigarette, before finally speaking. "Among the victims, one was my sister, Li Huqing. At that time, she was in her final year of high school. While I was in my second year, we shared no blood relation. Both of us emerged from an orphanage. We supported each other, balancing work and studies. Life was far more arduous than it is now, yet we found joy in it. I often thought that it would suffice for just the two of us to live out our lives together. When I learned of her death, it was several days later, and the police came to inform me. I remember hesitating for a long time at the morgue, unable to lift the white sheet. I thought that if I didn't uncover it, perhaps there was still a chance she might be alive. Yet ultimately, I did unveil that sheet myself, for I feared that if I did not, I might never have the opportunity to see her one last time." Xiao Mushing and Luo Yao listened quietly. Xiao Mushing had harbored some doubts about Zhou Haihong, yet he was willing to keep her close, considering the possibility of her connection to the two murderers. He thought that today's performance would surely reveal her true colors, but she displayed no signs of panic, only a hint of skepticism toward him. This left him somewhat disheartened, as it meant losing an opportunity to apprehend the killer. "I have answered your question. Now it is your turn to respond," he stated. "Perhaps," Xiao Mushing replied calmly, without betraying any alarm at being seen through. He had anticipated that the plan might be discovered. The question remained, was he willing to take the risk? And would the murderer? Once the live stream ended, both regained their composure. "Do you think he might be deceiving us?" The middle-aged man pondered amidst a haze of smoke. "It's possible, yet it's equally possible that it's not. We cannot place our lives in the hands of others." The elderly man in the kitchen, cutting meat with an uncharacteristic unevenness and heavy-handedness, responded in a flat tone. Each slice left deep gashes on the cutting board. They dared not gamble, nor could they afford to, for it was evident that the other party possessed crucial evidence, perhaps even close to discovering their whereabouts. This is a trap, yet it presents us with an opportunity. They might not wish to waste time, hence the risk, he mused. If they do not want to be found, we must act swiftly, before they complete their evidence collection and before certain items reach the police. At a five-star restaurant, Xiao Mushing arrived in Zhou Haihong's vehicle. As he surveyed the establishment, a brow arched in contemplation. "Dining here might cost me a fortune. I'll treat," she declared, her simple yet grand statement prompting Xiao Mushing to step forward, bowing slightly as he opened the door. "After you, sister." Luo Yao could not resist a playful jab at his expense. "You truly are a mercenary at heart." Xiao Mushing raised his head proudly. "Please refer to me as Junjie." Zhou Haihong strode confidently inside, with Xiao Mushing trailing closely behind. The waiter, having observed the scene from within, approached Zhou Haihong. "Madam, do you have a reservation?" Zhou Haihong produced a dark gold card. The waiter, speaking softly into his collar microphone, announced, "A dark gold VIP client has arrived." He then led them to a private room. Witnessing this, Xiao Mushing's curiosity was piqued. Are bounty hunters truly this affluent? Upon entering the spacious private room, the waiter exited, leaving Xiao mushing to comment. Is such a vast space necessary just for a meal? Are we to dance afterward? Would you like to see a dance? I can arrange that, Zhou Haihong replied casually, expanding Xiao mushing's understanding of the world. How much can you earn to afford such lavish dining? Zhou Haihong revealed the card once more. I didn't spend a dime. This card was a gift from a client during a previous assignment. Dining at my establishments is complimentary. Oh, might I inquire about joining the Bounty Hunter Forum? Xiao Mushing found himself intrigued by the forum once again. The monetary aspects were secondary. What truly captivated him was the allure of a life filled with adventure. Chapter 10. Patronage. A stroke of luck. Zhou Haihong added Xiao Mushing to her chat contacts and sent a message. Click this link, register your identity, and upload your professional qualifications and previous bounties outside the forum to receive a rating. However, I suggest you wait until your current matter is resolved before registering, as it will enhance your initial rating and spare you from having to provide evidence for a promotion afterward. Are tasks still categorized by levels? Certainly. New entrants to the Bounty Hunter Forum typically handle mundane tasks like finding lost pets or, at most, catching a spouse's mistress. More perilous assignments require higher qualifications, and those with lower ratings only have one chance per month to apply. If a higher-rated hunter takes the task, their application is rendered void, quite troublesome. Xiao Mushing nodded, recognizing that he was in no rush to pursue this now. Soon after, the dishes began to arrive. He evaluated them with 3 descriptors: scarce, delectable, and expensive. Once the meal concluded, Zhou Haihong inquired, "Do you have any other destinations, or can I take my leave?" Given her intent to bait a killer, it would be prudent to act alone. I plan to visit several key universities in Jinyang to discern the differences between these prominent institutions and private third-rate schools. You need not accompany me. Hand me your phone. Xiao Mushing hesitated before reluctantly passing it to her. Zhou Haihong found herself in the chat app, changing her name before handing it back. Upon glancing at the screen, Xiao Mushing noted the new name, Baby. He uttered the words with uncertainty. From now on, you are my pampered companion, to be kept after a single meal. Even if you wish to support me, could you at least consult my opinion? I am still an unblemished youth. After all, moreover, I am not some easily swayed man. If you intend to keep me, one meal is hardly sufficient. You'll need to offer more. As he feigned a coy demeanor, a transfer alert chimed through the chat app. An amount of 1314 was followed by a 0, and 520 was accompanied by 2 additional zeros, along with a message. Promise me, there will be monthly installments, and it will double. Luo Yao playfully patted Xiao Mushing's shoulder from behind, exclaiming, "Congratulations, young man. You've sidestepped 20 years of hardship, being kept." Xiao Mushing disregarded Luo Yao's teasing, instead absorbing the reality of the situation. Do you wish to know my whereabouts? Zhou Haihong nodded slightly. It is quite ordinary for a wealthy woman to maintain contact with her younger partner. Should there be a prolonged silence or troubling responses, Zhou Haihong would immediately sense something amiss. Xiao Mushing picked up his phone, slowly rotating it twice, and remarked, "You need not go to such lengths. My phone is likely being tracked." Given the circumstances of that day, Officer Long would undoubtedly take action. Furthermore, he had observed today, and there appeared to be no signs of being followed. Thus, the phone was most likely indeed being monitored. According to the laws of Longhua, individuals who act bravely to thwart violent crimes, such as murder, and inadvertently cause the assailant's death are not deemed to have acted excessively in self-defense. Xiao Mushing silently gave a thumbs up. Impressive. However, whether it would succeed depends solely on one's reaction speed. The two then finalized details for their communication via messaging apps, and Xiao Mushing departed the restaurant alone. Upon exiting, he took a deep breath and exhaled, turning to look at Luo Yao. "From now on, you shall be my eyes." Luo Yao mimicked the gesture of Sun Wukong, unleashing his fiery eyes, declaring, "Rest assured, no one can escape my gaze." Luo Yao was an advanced artificial intelligence surveillance camera, capable of traversing walls and soaring through the air, undetectable by any instruments. This was Xiao Mushing's greatest reliance. Apart from him, no one in this world would believe in the existence of ghosts, nor would anyone else perceive them. Regrettably, they had not crossed paths during their school days. Had he had such a comrade then, he could hardly fathom how splendid it might have been. Later that afternoon, Xiao Mushing mapped out his route, delineating his actions for the day, targeting prominent universities within Jinyang City. A middle-aged man, trembling as he scrolled through a video on his phone, noted that its location was Jinyang Foreign Language University, and it had been posted by a student. The content revealed, "The detective investigating the murder case has come to our school." I approached to greet him, inquiring if he was here to search for the murderer, to which he replied he was merely visiting. Whether this is true, I cannot ascertain, but I feel a bit anxious now. The middle-aged man opened the comments section, bemused by the excuse of a university visit amidst a murder investigation. Surely the murderer cannot have emerged from this institution. Brother, treat your fellow students kindly these days. If the killer is indeed at your school, be wary of being implicated. At that moment, the man felt his heart racing, not merely beating but rather thrumming with agitation, as if it wished to escape this body. All this turmoil stemmed from the fact that he was an alumnus of that very school. How could they possibly know? The elderly man observed his son's distress and swiftly seized the phone from his hands. After watching the video, his expression turned menacing. Stop sitting around, rise and prepare. We must act swiftly, ensuring he departs quietly within the next day or two. In another university campus, Luo Yao soared 10 meters into the air, scanning for any suspicious figures but found none before descending again. If you wish to show me around universities, Jinyang Foreign Language University is sufficient. Why venture to so many others? Xiao Mushing plucked a leaf from a nearby tree, idly toying with it. I'm merely hoping for a stroke of luck. What kind of luck? Luo Yao inquired. As you mentioned earlier, although you cannot discern the faces of those two individuals by their voices and figures, one may be middle-aged while the other appears youthful. This implies that one of them might still be of school age. To execute such a flawless crime, this individual must possess considerable intelligence, and it is highly probable that the youth has enrolled in a prestigious university. Moreover, local candidates tend to favor schools within the area, so it stands to reason that they may have studied at one of Jinyang's esteemed institutions. Yet, there remains a significant chance they have not. Indeed. Hence the pursuit of luck, Xiao Mushing replied. He had merely intended to take a chance. Success or failure was all in fate's hands. Just then, another student approached him. Hello, may I take your picture? Xiao Mushing smiled and nodded. University campuses are bustling with students eager to capture moments and share them online. Coupled with big data categorization and local networking, if a murderer were keeping tabs, they might well receive related video notifications, especially if they had once attended that school. As afternoon gave way to evening, the clock struck 5:30 p.m. when a call came through. Mushing, will you be home for dinner tonight? Hirawatching's voice carried a palpable urgency, as if she longed for his return. Xiao Mushing glanced at Luo Yao from the corner of his eye. I should be home around 6:30. Upon arriving at Luo Yao's home, both Luo Tianxian and Hirawatching awaited him at the dining table, where steaming dishes filled the spread. Every dish was one that Luo Yao adored, and Xiao Mushing too had a fondness for, save for one category, anything unpalatable. However, as they sat down, Xiao Mushing sensed an oddly tense atmosphere, primarily due to Hirawatching's gaze, which seemed tinged with a mixture of affection and anticipation. After dinner, Xiao Mushing did not rush to his room, nor did the elderly couple. He had begun to realize certain truths. Luo Tianxian set aside a book he could not focus on and spoke first. May I have a word with my daughter? Xiao Mushing remained silent, merely nodding. To voice such a request suggested a long internal struggle. A man in his 60s, well-educated, and possessing a steadfast worldview, certain notions would likely be impervious to his beliefs. Yet now, he resembled one ensnared in love, fully aware that another did not reciprocate, yet still clinging to the delusion of affection. Yao Yao, are you there? His voice quivered slightly. Xiao Mushing adjusted his demeanor and spoke in a low tone. Yao Yao, are you there? Luo Yao retorted. If you continue to speak to me in my father's tone, I will share your browsing history with all your friends. Goodness. I wondered why my mobile provider had been sending me messages warning about potential phishing sites, advising me not to transfer money to unknown accounts, and to safeguard my passwords. I haven't even opened my browser these past few days. It turns out you've been the one browsing. Xiao Mushing feigned realization, then pulled out his phone, opened the browser history, and discovered an alarming number of entries. Indeed, you have been browsing. What on earth were you looking at? Luo Yao gazed up at the white ceiling, pondering, why is the ceiling so remarkably white? Luo Tianxian and Hirawatching, having anticipated a moment of emotional tension, suddenly found their sentiments dissipating, leaving them uncertain of how to proceed. As Xiao Mushing examined the browser history, he encountered various entries, including terms like male, domineering CEO, and innocent male student, European and American blonde heartthrob, and athletic dark-skinned student. He scrolled a few more times before closing the phone. For further exploration would lead to his own past searches. However, with the screen facing him, Luo Tianxian and Hirawatching could not see the contents displayed. Yet, it was likely they could infer some insights. Xiao Mushing tucked his phone back into his pocket, feigning nonchalance as he spoke. Continue, Uncle Luo, Aunt He. Feel free to say whatever you wish. She can hear you, and I will relay her words later. Luo Tianxian opened his mouth. Wife, you go ahead. Hirawatching pondered for a moment before inquiring. If the concept of reincarnation truly exists, Yao Yao, is your prolonged presence due to unfulfilled wishes? One desire is to see the murderer confess and face justice. Another is, Mom, please destroy those books in my room and inform the relatives who are aware of this matter that your previous statements were false. Xiao Mushing recounted these words in real time. All right, He Roaching responded gently. Also, don't exhaust yourself at school. Avoid always taking the graduating classes. Allow yourself some rest, and the same goes for your father. When I returned home yesterday, I noticed the medication in your room. You've toiled for most of your lives. There's no need to continue this way. He Roaching softly acknowledged. I am uncertain why I have become like this. If reincarnation is indeed real, perhaps once I have avenged my grievances, I may be able to be reborn. The ensuing dialogue was filled with parental remorse and the solace offered by a child's concern and a parent's reluctance. As a messenger of these sentiments, Xiao Mushing's thoughts drifted back to the past. His parents had once shown him similar kindness. When he was 10, his mother succumbed to cancer. At that time, his father displayed no visible sorrow, leading Xiao Mushing to believe that his father did not love his mother. It was only after he completed his college entrance examination at 18, upon receiving the school's acceptance letter, that he discovered a suicide note and a bank card at home. It was then that he understood why his father had not shed a tear when his mother passed. He knew they would reunite eventually. The reason for the 8-year wait was encapsulated in his mother's final words, raise Mushing well. Now that everything had been completed, his father departed, leaving this as his final lesson. Before taking his own life, his father had arranged everything, ensuring that the funeral would not burden Xiao Mushing, as he had already made the necessary arrangements. Thus, rather than mourning his father's suicide, Xiao Mushing felt a sense of blessing. If reincarnation truly exists, he wished for their reunion in the next life. The night stretched long as the two, one living, one spirit, conversed for hours, until the clock struck 3. This long-awaited reunion, 15 years in the making, came to a close. Xiao Mushing awoke around noon, drew back the curtains, blinked to adjust to the sunlight, and gazed outside, hoping for more days of splendid weather. He entered the living room to find his parents already busy in the kitchen. He Roaching peeked out. I didn't wake you because I saw you were sleeping. Xiao Mushing reflected on the industriousness of his parents, feeling a sense of gratitude. Having parents is truly wonderful. After finishing their meal, he addressed them. From now on, you need not wait for me to return in the evenings. Luo Tianxian and He Roaching set down their utensils. After a brief silence, Luo Tianxian finally spoke. Be safe, and try to return early. We will keep your meal warm for you. Luo Tianxian had gathered information about Xiao Mushing's family situation well in advance. They were both aware of each other's forthcoming endeavors. As they followed the live streams and videos, they understood that investigating such a murder case was fraught with complexities, inevitably leading to unforeseen dangers. Luo Tianxian even began to suspect some of Xiao Mushing's perilous intentions, uncertain whether they stemmed from a desire for fame or the lure of a reward of 500,000. For a fresh university graduate to reach this point was indeed commendable. Chapter 12. Xiao Mushing disappears. I have someone behind me. Xiao Mushing continued the course of his afternoon from the previous day. Venturing to a university he had yet to explore. Before that, he posted a short video, a montage from his earlier live stream, accompanied by a caption. Tonight, I will delve into the alley where the incident occurred yesterday afternoon. Since the crime transpired at night, returning to explore might reveal different insights. Perhaps uncovering the murderer's route with the victim to the old water plant or their path of arrival. A middle-aged man set down his phone, placing a device into his backpack. An elderly man rummaged beneath his bed, pulling out a small wooden box containing an object wrapped in cloth, vaguely triangular in shape. He did not unveil the cloth but cradled it as one would a precious treasure, tucking it into his bosom. Do not rush. First ensure there are no police nearby. Once confirmed, we can proceed. The middle-aged man nodded, adding a similarly wrapped elongated object into his bag. In the waning light of the sunset, Xiao Mushing arrived at the familiar alley, a lollipop clenched between his teeth. Sweet treats can alleviate anxiety to a degree. Though he held a measure of confidence in his physical prowess, he had never taken a life, and his adversaries were not only a murderer, but two individuals. It was possible that they might strike tonight, or perhaps the night after, or the one following. As these thoughts coursed through him, he felt a slight tremor, not quite fear, but something indescribable. He then followed the route Luo Yao had advised, pulling out a map and feigning an investigative demeanor. In that moment, he truly resembled a detective. The sun's last rays faded, and darkness began to envelop the city. Two figures commenced their movements, the night serving as their staunchest ally. Having lived in this city for years, they meticulously memorized the surveillance cameras and points of congregation that common folk would overlook, driven by a relentless thirst for blood. Xiao Mushing traversed various streets, marking his path on the map with a marker. Suddenly, he halted, as a hunched figure donned in a hood appeared before him. From the shadows behind Xiao Mushing, another figure emerged, brandishing a cleaver. Luo Yao had forewarned him of such encounters. Xiao Mushing quietly reached into his pocket, where a collapsible baton lay hidden. Against one elderly assailant, his chances of victory were considerably high. There was no imperative for him to fight desperately. He merely needed to buy time. This was an end that had long been anticipated. Just as he prepared to act, he caught sight of a dark gun barrel. Goodness! At the police station, an officer sat before a computer, rubbing his neck, boredom enveloping him as he monitored a tracking signal. After a day of vigilance, there had been no anomalies. Suddenly, the signal dot on the map vanished. The officer's fatigue lifted slightly as he returned his hands to the keyboard. Poor signal, no disconnection, full signal strength, and no system malfunctions. The tracking signal has disappeared. Officer Long, the tracking signal for Xiao Mushing has vanished. Quickly send the nearest colleague to the point where the signal was last detected. I'm on my way. Officer Long's anxious voice echoed through the earpiece. Finally, it has come. After 15 years, this opportunity had finally presented itself. They approached the street where the signal had most recently disappeared. Officer Long urgently inquired, "What is the situation?" The officer who arrived here first shook his head. There were no bloodstains or signs of struggle. Immediately expand the search area, paying particular attention to abandoned construction sites and dumps. Retrieve the surveillance footage, Officer Long said thoughtfully. Bring in the police dogs. At the same time, I need my colleagues to exercise caution. We are dealing with ruthless criminals. Our priority must be the protection of the public and our own safety. If necessary, we may use our firearms. In an abandoned construction site, Xiao Muxing was bound to a pillar, surrounded by an unpleasant odor, as a garbage dump lay nearby. Xiao Muxing never anticipated that his own games would lead him to such a predicament. He looked at the hunched figure in front of him, a masked and gloved murderer, who was wiping a bizarre-looking handgun. Where did you get that gun? In ordinary circumstances, one might mistake such a weapon for a toy. But in the face of such an improvised, unrecognizable firearm, caution was paramount, as it was likely real in Longhua. I cobbled it together from trash. I feared that one day the police might come looking for me, and I might still take one or two with me. I never expected it would be used against you. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man was rifling through Xiao Muxing's phone, having just unlocked it with the latter's fingerprint. They had refrained from killing each other immediately, as they sought to destroy any evidence the other held. Unbeknownst to them, the other party had already made significant progress in their investigation, and there was a risk that any evidence they prepared could be submitted to the police through some means, potentially leading to their own arrest when they believed they had succeeded. After examining the phone, the middle-aged man found information about a wealthy woman and discovered various strange browsing records involving different sexual orientations. He concluded that this young detective led a rather chaotic private life. After failing to find anything else, the assailant looked up and asked, "Where have you hidden the evidence you found?" "Your question suggests that revealing it would grant me a chance at survival," Xiao Muxing replied, feigning nonchalance. The middle-aged man set down his backpack and unzipped it, revealing a device. "Don't think of stalling. The moment I got close to you, your phone's location signal was blocked. The police won't be able to find this place. We have ample time to play with you. If you cooperate, we can grant you a swift end. With your capabilities, if you wanted to kill, you should be abroad as mercenaries. Your skills are too impressive." Xiao Muxing smirked, recalling countless detective stories, yet never encountering a scenario quite like this. Fortunately, the two men likely wouldn't kill him immediately. He still had a chance. Though escaping from the ropes was another matter altogether. "We just want to be wolves among the sheep, not venture into the den of wolves." The hunched elder frankly expressed his thoughts, shifting the conversation. "Honestly, you are quite astute. Every deduction you make is correct. Every time I watch your live streams solving cases, I wonder if you were watching us when we made our move." "Thank you. My teacher said the same, that I am clever, just not applying myself to my studies." Xiao Muxing replied with a hint of pride. At that moment, the middle-aged man punched him in the stomach, and Xiao Muxing's phone was inadvertently placed next to the signal jammer. "You seem rather proud," the middle-aged man remarked as Xiao Muxing bowed his head in pain. Meanwhile, two unseen specters approached the phone, silencing all sounds before dialing emergency services. After delivering the blow, the middle-aged man inquired, "Tell me how you discovered this information and where you concealed the evidence." They believed their plan was flawless. How had the other party uncovered their actions? Noticing the urgency in their demeanor, Xiao Muxing realized his previous investigative methods had intimidated them. If that were the case, he would escalate his response. Raising his head, he spoke earnestly. If I told you that none of this information was uncovered by me, would you believe it? The middle-aged man assumed Xiao Muxing was merely toying with them and prepared to strike again. However, the elder suddenly stopped him. Wait, are you suggesting there is someone behind you? The elder was the first to grasp the implication, observing the youth's eyes, realizing he was not lying. Do you really think I would travel thousands of miles to solve a case in Jinyang simply for fun? Someone informed me of everything and instructed me to follow their orders, promising a reward of 500,000 once the case is solved. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come. Upon hearing this, both men were taken aback, realizing there was indeed someone else involved. Xiao Muxing was merely baiting them. The middle-aged man quickly countered. But I found no such messages on your phone. You wouldn't find them because we didn't communicate electronically. According to her, you shouldn't act so hastily. I was supposed to go live again at midnight, but before I could, you jumped out with guns and dragged me to this filthy, wretched abandoned site. Xiao Muxing expressed his disdain for the place. At that moment, the middle-aged man and the elder exchanged glances, recognizing the fear reflected in each other's eyes. Chapter 13. The escape from the abandoned building. The two glanced back at Xiao Muxing before stepping aside to converse quietly. The middle-aged man spoke first. Dad, how much of what this kid said do you think is true? He might genuinely have someone behind him, but he is certainly not as useless as he claims. Remember when we found him? He was still drawing a map. The elder pulled out the map Xiao Muxing had sketched. Although incomplete, the initial section matched the route they had taken 15 years prior during their crime spree. However, if he truly has someone backing him, our situation could become quite precarious. We might already be ensnared in a trap. Should we just? The middle-aged man gestured to his throat, mimicking a cutting motion. The elder pondered for a moment. No. We must first extract the identity of this mastermind from him. That person might be right beside us. We cannot leave such a significant threat unaddressed. Originally, they were the ones in the shadows, but now the situation had reversed. Someone lurked in the depths of darkness, watching them. How could they remain at ease? After a brief contemplation, the middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Indeed, we can only proceed this way for now. When they turned back to Xiao Muxing, they found only an empty pillar and the rope beneath it. They immediately looked towards the stairwell, where a youth was stealthily descending half his body, waving at them. Hey! Xiao Muxing called out before swiftly racing down the stairs. The two men, witnessing this, felt their hearts nearly stop and immediately gave chase. As the middle-aged man ran, he grabbed the bag, needing to ensure Xiao Muxing's phone remained within the jammer's range. A chase ensued in the dilapidated building. Stop! Don't run, or I'll shoot. Luo Yao was right behind Xiao Muxing. How did you manage to get free from the ropes? Just moments before, she had been manipulating her phone when a hand suddenly reached out, startling her into hanging up and preparing to delete the call log. The individual holding the phone was Xiao Muxing, who had unknowingly managed to untie himself at some point. Due to my father's habit of suspending me by a rope when I was younger, I had learned to untie such knots before I turned 10. As a child, Xiao Muxing was quite mischievous and often found himself suspended by his father for entire days. Restless by nature, he devised ways to free himself from the bindings. And each time his father secured him, he would escape again. This cycle continued, with his father honing his tying skills while Xiao Muxing refined his ability to untie. It can be said that few knots could bind him now. He had once considered this a useless skill, believing that in the context of normal life, such an ability would rarely be of any use. Little did he expect to employ it today. He vowed to pay homage to his father upon returning home this year. As he pondered, he leaped and spun, taking advantage of the abandoned construction site, which lacked fencing, allowing him to jump between the staircases. Meanwhile, the two assailants pursued him relentlessly, the elder man aiming his gun several times, but never finding a clear shot due to Xiao Muxing's erratic movements. After traversing 4 floors, he finally reached the ground level, just as he spotted a familiar figure, Zhou Haihong. She had somehow managed to track him down. But there was no time for conversation or sentimental exchanges. Xiao Muxing shouted, "Run!" Zhou Haihong, perplexed, doubted their ability to subdue the two killers together. Before she could voice her concern, a gunshot rang out, a bullet striking the metal nearby and sparking a shower of light. Without hesitation, Zhou Haihong turned and fled, her instincts taking over. As she ran, she exclaimed, "How could they have guns?" Clearly, she had not anticipated that the murderers would be armed. The previous 7 victims had mostly sustained blunt force and stab wounds, and given Longwa's stringent gun control laws, it was reasonable to assume the assailants were unarmed. "They made them themselves," Xiao Muxing replied, nearly shouting. If they hadn't been armed, he would have already taken them down. They dashed out of the corridor and sprinted towards an adjacent unfinished building, which offered several columns for cover and was devoid of light, an ideal hiding spot. Once inside, they concealed themselves behind one of the pillars. Zhou Haihong's chest heaved as she reached for her phone to call for help, but Xiao Mushing quickly restrained her. For the two killers had entered the structure. The darkness enveloped them. Illuminating her phone would certainly betray their position, as light would stand out starkly against the night. At this moment, Zhou Haihong felt a surge of anxiety. With her combat skills and Xiao Mushing's robust physique, they should have been able to defeat their adversaries. However, the advantage lay with the enemies. Xiao Mushing leaned closer to Zhou Haihong's ear, whispering a few words. Upon hearing him, she looked at him in shock and whispered back, "You intend to confront the one with the gun?" He nodded, recalling that if he had known his opponent was armed, he wouldn't have surrendered so easily. Now, the greatest threat to them was that very gun. Xiao Mushing was reluctant to make this choice, but given the caution exhibited by the two killers, he surmised they would not remain undetected for long, with a single bullet potentially incapacitating them. It was better to take the initiative rather than allow the assailants to play cat and mouse. In the darkness, his vision was superior to theirs. Zhou Haihong gritted her teeth. After years as a bounty hunter, it was rare for her to feel such trepidation. This was her first encounter with someone wielding a gun. However, her task was not to confront the gunman, but to deal with the burly man armed with a knife. Should Xiao Mushing fail, she would be left with no choice but to face the gunman, which would likely lead to a grim fate. Chapter 14. The Gift. The elder man and the middle-aged man stepped into the pitch-black, unfinished building, each wielding a flashlight. They exchanged a glance and decided to split up. The middle-aged man then produced a long object wrapped in cloth from his bag. As the cloth fell away, a gleaming watermelon knife was revealed. The elder man held a makeshift handgun, and they cautiously advanced in separate directions. In that moment, both felt a thrill. They understood that if their quarry escaped, their own fates would be sealed. Yet, the exhilaration of playing cat and mouse, of holding another's life in their hands, was a sensation they had not savored for far too long. The power to toy with life from a position of dominance, a feeling that had eluded them for 15 years. Though the elder man was aged, he felt no fear, for he wielded a weapon that could easily fell any opponent, regardless of their prowess or physique. Even a young man was merely prey to him. He even began to whistle leisurely, intending to instill psychological pressure on any hidden adversaries. The sound of his whistling would deepen their dread. He recalled how, 15 years ago, he had used this very tactic to toy with many young girls. Vividly remembering the terror and despair on their faces when he suddenly appeared before them, the moment his whistling ceased. Regrettably, he had not possessed a firearm then. But now he relished the thought of bullying a younger, stronger opponent, eagerly anticipating the fear that would grace their features upon discovery. As he searched, his peripheral vision caught a glimmer of light behind a cement column. The elder man extended his hand to shield the flashlight's beam, continuing to whistle as he moved further away. He then ceased his whistling and stealthily approached the source of the light. As he drew nearer, he could discern faint sounds. "We have located your position and will soon arrive. If you are unable to respond, do not panic. Prioritize your safety." Upon hearing the voice on the phone, a sinister smile crept across the elder man's face. Suddenly, he spun around, illuminating the area with his flashlight, only to find the space before the pillar empty, save for a phone lying on the ground. A shock coursed through him as he turned back, only to find nothing behind him as well. They've escaped. Just as confusion set in, a foot shot out from the side, sending his gun flying into the air. A second kick struck him hard in the back, propelling him like a discarded toy against the concrete pillar. Hearing the commotion, the middle-aged man sensed trouble. The absence of gunfire was a warning. As he prepared to investigate, a long leg emerged from the darkness. He dodged just in time, armed only with a watermelon knife, requiring him to remain vigilant. After evading, he swung the knife, creating a shower of sparks as it clashed with an unseen force. The flashlight illuminated the area, temporarily blinding Zhou Haihong. The middle-aged man took advantage of her disorientation, kicking her down before rushing toward the source of the noise. "The firearm rests with the elderly gentleman. Should anything untoward occur, our most formidable weapon will fall into the hands of others." As for the previous opportunity to strike with a knife, the darkness renders accurate targeting uncertain. A careless move could result in the weapon becoming ensnared by the opponent's bone, thus losing it entirely. Presently, in the encompassing darkness, a skirmish unfolds. It is unlikely that the adversary will acquire the gun in such a swift manner. He can still make it there in under 10 seconds. In the shadows, under Luo Yao's guidance, Xiao Mushing reaches for the gun. Having played with many toy firearms, it is his first encounter with a real weapon. The metallic heft conveys a palpable weight, still warm from prior grasp. Just then, Luo Yao, vigilantly standing behind him, suddenly cries out, "Be careful." Instinctively, Xiao Mushing grabs the nearest weapon, mimicking his childhood play with toys, aims at the target, and pulls the trigger. A flash ignites the night. The bullet, akin to Luo Yao's own shot, pierces the middle-aged man's throat, blood gushing forth. The man clutches his throat, his eyes filled with resentment. Luo Yao perceives this scene with unparalleled clarity. The emotional turmoil she has harbored within her heart finds release at this moment. Simultaneously, outside the dilapidated building, the wail of police sirens fills the air. Officers armed with real weapons storm into the structure. Zhou Haihong drops her iron rod. The opportunity is lost. Perhaps there was a chance, but her own strength proved insufficient. The killer is more formidable than she had imagined. Xiao Mushing sets the gun down on the ground beneath the glare of the officer's lights. Once more, he glimpses Luo Yao's ethereal figure, though now she appears even more insubstantial. "I must depart," Luo Yao states with ease. Xiao Mushing had anticipated this, having diligently played the role of messenger the previous night without interruption. He only ceased when the elders decided to conclude. "What about the last one? Aren't you going to see how it ends before you leave?" "I wish I could, but I already foresee the outcome. He cannot escape." This implies she comprehends the fate awaiting the last remaining individual, and at this moment, her thoughts are clear, devoid of obsession. Even if there were words she wished to convey to her parents, she had already expressed them all the previous night. Xiao Mushing scratches his head. "To be honest, I was rather looking forward to it. I thought you would remain by my side. You may have this assumption, but it certainly does not exceed 50%. Xiao Mushing refrains from responding, as it is indeed true, yet the likelihood is rather low. 50% would be a doubling of expectations. He contemplates, what if I were to loudly declare those things you cherish? Luo Yao's expression darkens as she approaches, her gaze brimming with murderous intent. Then I shall expose your browser history, ensuring you cannot survive in this society. Xiao Mushing chuckles, raising his hands in mock surrender. Look at how you speak. Am I really that kind of person? A bit, but not excessively. At that moment, Luo Yao's nearly transparent form begins to dissolve into particles of light. I have no time to argue with you. Though I am reluctant, your efforts, albeit minimal, deserve a token of appreciation. With a regal air, Luo Yao, on the verge of complete dissolution, sends a particle of light into Xiao Mushing's hand, merging with his palm before vanishing. Xiao Mushing feels a profound sense of loss. Their time together was brief, yet meaningful. Nearby, two officers observe. Has he had a breakdown? Most likely. Let him stabilize before taking him away. What a good person. The trauma he endured was considerable. Thankfully, he has finally resolved this 15-year-old cold case. But will his condition be treatable? Xiao Mushing. Chapter 15. New roommate. Half a month later, Xiao Mushing boards a fast train back to Shanxing, clutching a ceremonial flag and a chilling sum of 1 million in his account. The bounty of 500,000 was intended for one individual. But upon deducing that the perpetrator may involve two, the reward was adjusted accordingly. As for the two killers, the elderly gentleman is Zhou Dong, and the middle-aged man is Zhou Jian. Their motive for murder was straightforward, to experience the thrill of wielding life and death. With the middle-aged man dead, Xiao Mushing's actions are deemed justifiable self-defense, as the assailant had already lunged at him with a knife. Regarding the elderly gentleman, the police subsequently searched their residence, uncovering the room where he manufactured firearms, along with incriminating evidence from their heinous acts 15 years prior. They documented the torment inflicted on those girls, retaining the photographs for their own morbid enjoyment, thus securing undeniable proof. Kidnapping, armed assault, coupled with the bloodshed from 15 years ago, would result in a myriad of charges, with the death penalty being the starting point. Even divine intervention could not save him. Within the precinct, an officer sorting through documents notices something peculiar in an initial statement. When Xiao Mushing made the first emergency call, he was bound, as his phone was with Zhou Jian. This raises a troubling question. Who initiated that emergency call? However, he does not dwell on it for long, as the prevailing tension and Zhou Dong's advanced age may have led to a misremembering of events. As Xiao Mushing exits the elevator, he spots a suspiciously beautiful figure lurking by the door of room 404. It is the enigmatic landlord. She is hesitantly holding a key, afraid to enter, merely eavesdropping on the sounds from within. What are you doing? The sudden question startles her. Turning around, she realizes it is Xiao Mushing who has returned. The great detective is back. Congratulations. His exploits have made the news, and she has seen the updates on his social media, noting his return today. Thank you. Surviving is indeed worthy of celebration. Xiao Mushing approaches the door, inquiring, Did you come for something specific? Not particularly. I merely wanted to check if you were settling in well. In truth, she hopes to ascertain if the haunting has ceased. considering he has yet to express a desire to vacate and has faced off against a murderer in Jin Yang. I'm quite comfortable. My roommate is rather amiable. The landlord is taken aback. Upon opening the door, the dim afternoon light reveals a somewhat gloomy room. To test a suspicion brewing in his mind, Xiao Mushing instinctively calls out, "Could you turn on a light?" The landlord swallows hard, her expression grave as she glances at him. Click. A faint sound echoes loudly in the silence of the room. The landlord's heart skips a beat. As the room brightens, it appears ominously foreboding to her, as if a hand might reach out from within to pull her in. She has no time to analyze the situation. She is acutely aware that this house does not have motion-activated lights. Preparing to flee, she is suddenly seized by a hand, collapsing helplessly to the floor. "Please. I'm still young. I have yet to fully enjoy my life of collecting rent and hiring male models. I do not wish to meet an early demise." Xiao Mushing, having previously known of the landlord's joyful existence, is surprised by the extent of her merriment. "It's me." Upon hearing that familiar voice, the seated landlord raises her head, her tone laden with sorrow. "What do you want? Did you come all this way just to sit down? I have a few matters to discuss." No. My grandmother's full moon celebration is approaching, and I shall return to partake in the festivities. I won't be entering now. We can discuss matters later." As she spoke, she gently brushed aside Xiao Mushing's hand and fled in a manner reminiscent of her first escape, as if her life depended on it. From the doorway, Xiao Mushing observed a figure in the living room, not the familiar sight of someone in a school uniform, but rather a middle-aged man clad in a black tactical jacket. Initially, he intended to inquire with the landlord about purchasing the property, but given the man's demeanor, he decided against it, resolving to wait for a more opportune moment to inquire elsewhere. Xiao Mushing walked inside, closed the door, and tossed his bag onto a corner of the sofa before reclining on it, scrutinizing the man standing in the living room. The man, in turn, appraised Xiao Mushing. "You can see me," he remarked. "What else would I be gazing at? Empty air?" The man chuckled in explanation. "No. I mean, it surprises me that you are not afraid." "You are not the first," the man replied, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. "So, you are a ghostly messenger?" "No, merely a recent graduate yet to secure employment, but with a cool $1 million resting in my bank account," he replied nonchalantly. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment before responding. "Boasting about wealth to a ghost is simply unheard of. Why not choose someone else? Like that girl at the door who was on the verge of tears? She is wealthier than I. Flaunting my riches in front of her would only serve to diminish my status. Then why not seek out a friend? That won't do. After boasting, they might come asking to borrow money," Xiao Mushing reasoned. "That makes sense," the man conceded. Once Xiao Mushing's need for bragging was satisfied, he smiled and inquired, "What is your name? Is there something I can assist you with?" Xiao Mushing had resolved to abandon the notion of laboring tirelessly for meager earnings. Being a bounty hunter had its appeal. He had yet to join the forum, but in the first month alone, he could earn a staggering sum. "My name is Han Li, and I wish for you to retrieve my corpse from Chiga Mountain," the man stated. Just as Xiao Mushing was dreaming of future prospects, he suddenly sat upright upon hearing the request. "Are you referring to the Chiga Mountain in Yin Province? The one rumored to be haunted by female ghosts, wild men, and enormous carnivorous plants?" Han Li patiently clarified. "Yes, that is indeed the Chiga Mountain in Yun Province, but your descriptions are exaggerated. The place is not as terrifying as you suggest. It possesses a complicated terrain but is, in truth, beautiful, mysterious, and vibrant. Could you elucidate your situation?" Xiao Mushing pressed. Han Li found himself momentarily speechless, as his current state served as the most compelling evidence of his predicament. Chapter 16. Bounty Hunter Level Assessment. Noticing Han Li's inability to respond, Xiao Mushing refrained from pressing further, opting instead to wait for the man to gather his thoughts. After a brief repose, he retrieved his laptop from his bag and logged into a chat application, clicking on a link sent by Zhou Haihong 2 weeks prior. The link redirected him to a browser interface that displayed, LV5 Bounty Hunter Hongyue invites user 725 for 321 to join the Bounty Hunter forum. Please change your username. After some contemplation, Xiao Mushing typed, Ultimate Tyrannosaurus Rex. Username already exists. Dark Tyrannosaurus, he tried again. User already exists. Ghostly Messenger. Username successfully created. Please complete your profile to determine your Bounty Hunter level. Xiao Mushing began filling out the personal information form. Name, age, gender, education, skills, and past achievements. As he scrolled down, he encountered a field for medical history. After a moment of thought, he decided to upload a screenshot of his psychiatric diagnosis, accompanied by a note addressed to the Bounty Hunter Official Assessment Department. An assessor was currently reviewing the new submissions for level evaluation. Private undergraduate, management major, useless. 4-level certificate in the island language. No English certification, so English is out, too. This won't even qualify for LV1. Orphaned, no family ties, some potential there. Let's see about past achievements. Cracked a 15-year-old cold case. Confronted 2 murderers, 1 armed, 2 against 1, a counterattack. Ah, so that's who he is. This should qualify him for LV4. However, reaching LV5 might be a stretch given the singular achievement, somewhat monotonous. Never in over a year has a bounty hunter directly reached LV4 under my purview. I'll settle for having a LV4. The assessor continued scrolling through the data until he reached the medical history section, which contained a psychiatric diagnosis certificate. Without hesitation, he marked the level evaluation as LV5 and submitted it for higher review. Orphaned, impressive past achievements, yet a psychiatric patient, an abundance of advantages. Naturally suited for a bounty hunter's life. Nonetheless, LV5 is a significant threshold, in addition to this preliminary assessment. It must undergo scrutiny by a higher review team before final approval from headquarters. Once this level is reached, a bounty hunter's privileges expand, and the tasks available at this level often carry life-threatening risks. Insufficient strength could indeed lead to fatal consequences. Now, tell me, how did you meet your demise? Xiao Mushing inquired while ordering takeout. He felt compelled to ask, lest the man, even in his ghostly form, would seize the opportunity to pull his hair out in frustration. Upon hearing this, Han Li pushed aside his tumultuous thoughts, releasing his grip on his head as he stood up and began to organize his recollections. My 2 colleagues and I entered Chiga Mountain for a geological survey. Suddenly, the weather changed, and a thunderstorm rolled in. Our temporary camp was near a riverbank, and as the water levels rose, we deduced that a flood was imminent upstream, prompting us to leave quickly. However, the rain made the ground treacherous, forcing us to change our route multiple times. We eventually lost our way in the forest, and as night approached, we had no choice but to set up camp. Later that night, I heard some noises and stepped outside to investigate. Just then, a thunderous crack echoed, and I lost my footing, falling into a sinkhole. After hearing this, Xiao Musheng pressed further. Can you guide me to your corpse? I can, Han Li answered with unwavering certainty. Had it not been for the complex terrain and the extreme weather at Chiga Mountain, he and his colleagues would not have lost their way. Now, retracing their steps, he was confident he could find it. Moreover, he felt a peculiar connection to his own body. Given the current situation, he sensed that Xiao Musheng was inclined to assist him, which bolstered his confidence in his response. Having asked these questions, Xiao Musheng felt a sense of clarity. He planned to explore the Bounty Hunter Forum for corresponding tasks once the level assessment was complete. After his experience with Luo Yao, he suspected that fulfilling these spirits' wishes and aiding them in departing would yield rewards, much like the gift Luo Yao had given him, an understanding of 6 languages he had never learned, including English. This realization struck him when he inadvertently encountered an English phrase he could read and comprehend, awakening him to the notion that perhaps this was the gift Luo Yao had mentioned before her departure. This gift has seamlessly integrated into his being, so much so that he scarcely noticed it at first. Thus, even in the absence of a bounty, he resolved to offer assistance. For such a gift cannot be purchased with money. He waited until midnight, yet the final review results had not arrived. Consequently, Xiao Musheng had to brief Han Li on certain precautions. He forbade him from indiscriminately flicking the light switches at night, from secretly checking his browser history, and from abruptly bursting through walls while he was in the restroom. Aside from these stipulations, Han Li was free to do as he pleased, whether watching television or surfing the internet, as long as he did not disturb Xiao Musheng's rest. Han Li nodded in agreement, neither urging nor inquiring why Xiao Musheng did not act more swiftly. He had been deceased for some time, his body lingering in the sinkhole, and it was already a rare kindness that someone was willing to assist. Sooner or later, his body would be retrieved. Conversely, pressing too insistently would only breed annoyance and dissuade others from helping. The following day at noon, Xiao Musheng indulged in a lengthy slumber before finally rising from his bed. Upon doing so, he received a text message. Greetings, Hunter. As of noon today, your bounty hunter level has been confirmed at provisional level 5. Please complete a level 5 task within 1 year to finalize your ranking. Xiao Musheng was somewhat taken aback by the message. He had anticipated an initial evaluation of level 2 or level 3, yet here he was, provisionally, at level 5. Upon completing one corresponding task, he would be on par with Zhou Haihan. After a brief wash, he retrieved a bread roll from his backpack and began to nibble on it. Sitting on the sofa, he powered on his computer and logged into the Bounty Hunter Forum, where he could now view available tasks. The tasks were categorized into 5 levels based on danger and complexity, with some tasks remaining hidden from him. Aside from a few special assignments, Most tasks offered higher bounties with increased levels. Xiao Mushing perused several intriguing tasks. Task posted: help me locate my runaway boyfriend, bounty of 20,000. This task appeared quite ordinary, yet the gender of the task poster was male. Xiao Mushing found this detail perhaps elucidated the reason behind the boyfriend's departure. Task posted: help me find a fishing spot with fish over 50 pounds nearby, bounty of 3,000. Fishermen truly have substantial resources. After a few more bites of bread, he casually browsed through several tasks before clicking on a specific category. He typed in Chiga Mountain. A level 5 task marked in red promptly appeared. Chiga Mountain Search and Rescue. Locate 3 survey team members missing for 6 months in Chiga Mountain, bounty of 400,000. Note: this is a team task. Currently, 34 members have joined. Upon seeing this, Xiao Mushing quickly clicked to select the task. With confirmation of his successful enrollment, he breathed a sigh of relief. Narrowly avoiding the loss of a significant opportunity, he then delved into the task details, which predominantly described the perils of Chiga Mountain, safety precautions, and some formal language regarding team tasks. Contemplating his next step, he reached for his phone to contact Zhou Haihong, an experienced veteran in this field, to inquire about the task, particularly regarding any unwritten rules or precautions that newcomers might overlook. Chapter 17. Preparations before departure. At that moment, Zhou Haihong, perusing the forum, suddenly received a message. Upon glancing at her phone, she saw it was from Xiao Mushing. Are there any precautions for team tasks? Zhou Haihong's expression froze momentarily before she quickly responded. You've taken on an outdoor task. Typically, tasks within the city are mostly solo endeavors and do not require a team. However, most outdoor tasks necessitate collaboration. In the desolate wilderness, having a teammate significantly enhances one's risk management capacity. Should an unavoidable danger arise, sustaining an injury would not leave one stranded alone, waiting for demise. Xiao Mushing thought to himself, as expected of a seasoned veteran. She discerned my situation with just a single sentence. Yes, and what of it? You have outdoor survival experience. Does watching documentaries count as experience? Zhou Haihong retorted. Listening to a math teacher lecture without solving problems won't help you pass. Even after solving problems, I still fail. Xiao Mushing lamented. Yet he insisted that it was done, irrespective of how it was accomplished. Zhou Haihong pressed her forehead, considering the necessity of finding Xiao Mushing a competent psychiatrist. Are you not afraid to take on such a task? Isn't it a bit late for that? Even if I lack personal experience, I have made a new friend with extensive outdoor survival knowledge and practical experience, who has even faced death in the wilderness. One could say he is seasoned and reliable. After sending this message, Xiao Mushing's chat displayed editing, and he remained silent for some time. Zhou Haihong felt the urge to scold him, but recalling that he was a patient, she recognized that in his mind, this friend was indeed real. During her time at the police station to take a statement, she had learned of Xiao Mushing's condition. Although she had sensed something was amiss during their interactions, she had not realized he had been diagnosed. What task have you accepted? Chiga Mountain Search and Rescue. Zhou Haihong gasped sharply. She had seen this task before. However, she would not dare to take it on due to its perilous nature and the inadequate bounty offered for such a high-risk endeavor. The treacherous wildlife, unpredictable weather, swamp miasma, and unique magnetic field structures rendered certain areas of the mountain uncharted territory for compasses. The audacity of this newcomer to undertake such a dangerous task was unfathomable. However, after some contemplation, she reconsidered. Perhaps this task could serve as a trial for him. The other 3 bounty hunters might not be entirely focused on the task itself. There exists a common practice among hunters on the Bounty Hunter Forum, especially those inclined towards outdoor tasks, to check for related tasks when planning an expedition to a specific location. If a task is available, they might accept it casually, gauging their ability to complete it. If not, they would not take undue risks. In such a perilous locale, it was likely that the other 3 bounty hunters would not venture too deeply. After all, everyone understands the value of life over money. Having pondered this, Zhou Haihong suddenly realized another concern. She recalled that this task seemed to require level 5 to engage. And here was Xiao Mushing, with an initial assessment equal to hers. You're level 5? It states provisional. Upon completing this task, it should be confirmed. Zhou Haihong mused. It took me several years. Taking a moment to steady her emotions, she typed again. You may attempt it, but you must stay with the team. Do not act recklessly. Also, ensure you have warm clothing and changeable attire. If possible, prepare some antidote for snake venom. Furthermore, establish a good rapport with your teammates. But do not reveal too much about yourself. Some unscrupulous individuals may take advantage of such information. Upon reading Zhou Haihong's response, Xiao Mushing deduced that the task was not overly hazardous. Moreover, when he had initially expressed his desire to undertake an outdoor task, she had strongly advised against it. Yet now, upon hearing the task's name, she seemed in agreement. The perceived danger of this task appears minimal. The exaggerated tales surrounding Chiga Mountain seem to stem merely from the exuberance of netizens. As for the final remark, it may well reflect the experiences of a party member who had encountered unfriendly teammates in the past. Given this context, the procurement of equipment commenced. Xiao Mushing was about to inquire with Zhou Haihong regarding the necessary gear when he suddenly recalled Han Li, who was half emerging from beneath the sofa. "Do you have any outdoor equipment?" he asked. Han Li, an expert in this realm due to his frequent outdoor excursions, became animated at the mention. He was exceedingly familiar with the merits of various items, having curated a selection that included protective clothing, waterproof gear, inflatable tents, multifunctional shovels, portable lighting, and safety ropes. After making his recommendations, he left the purchasing decision to Xiao Mushing. Just as Xiao Mushing was poised to finalize the payment, he hesitated upon seeing the 5-digit total, 12,345. What on earth had he purchased to warrant such an expense? You have nothing. Everything must be acquired. Moreover, the temperature fluctuations at Chiga Mountain are significant, posing numerous dangers, necessitating a comprehensive array of safety gear, Han Li explained. I have ensured to select the most cost-effective options for you. Upon entering the room, Han Li had noted the absence of any outdoor equipment, not even a simple windbreaker or hiking boots. It wouldn't suffice to simply don a pair of sneakers and a jacket while carrying a backpack into the wilderness, especially not in the uncharted territories of Chiga Mountain. Xiao Mushing scratched his head, ultimately proceeding with the purchase. Though he was no longer financially constrained, his ingrained spending habits lingered, and seeing such a substantial sum leave his account left him feeling a tad uneasy. Subsequently, he logged onto the Bounty Hunter forum and sent private messages to 3 of his teammates. In a 5-star hotel, a robust man with a gruesome scar across his neck emerged from the shower, clad in a bathrobe. Upon logging into the Bounty Hunter forum, he discovered that the team mission he had previously joined was now underway, and found a new private message. "Insha, bring a rope." A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Was this a climbing expedition? Who was this Inchao? His voice was deep and hoarse. While safety ropes were indeed sometimes necessary for outdoor tasks, such reminders seemed superfluous, especially among seasoned participants. Additionally, as a level 5 bounty hunter who frequented the forum, he had never encountered this ID before. Had they recently ascended from level 4? Similar uncertainty echoed in 2 other locations. Chapter 18. The feast at Mute Village. An open-top tricycle, an old sly, traversed the muddy roads. Xiao Musheng, dressed in a windbreaker, sat atop a bag of fertilizer, gripping the nearby railing tightly, with a hefty backpack strapped to his back. After traveling by train from the mountain city to the flower market in Yun Province, then taking a transfer to the town, he found an elderly man transporting fertilizer and rode with him to Mute Village, the designated meeting point. This was where the 3 surveying team members had initially entered Chiga Mountain, and now they too would embark on their quest from here. After a bumpy ride, they finally reached the village. Xiao Mushing disembarked and expressed his gratitude to the old man. "You city kids are far too polite," the elder remarked. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Mushing savored the natural aroma. "How delightful is this scent," Han Li said, relishing the fragrance. He particularly enjoyed the scent each time he entered the forest, a reason he chose to become a geological surveyor, despite familial opposition since the profession had been in his family for generations. Xiao Mushing remained silent, following the scent forward. Having already caught a whiff while on the vehicle, he arrived at a bustling area where, on a patch of bluestone, a makeshift shelter had been erected with plastic sheets. The space was adorned with colorful decorations, and a large speaker blared music. On the opposite side, a platform draped in flowers hosted a couple clad in wedding attire. Exchanging vows, Xiao Mushing stood there, lost in thought. Han Li, puzzled, followed him to the scene, gazing at the couple with a hint of nostalgia. "I remember my wedding day, surrounded by friends and family. My wife and I exchanged vows and rings under their witness," he reminisced. "If you feel envious, you could always find a girlfriend." "Hey, where did he go?" Han Li turned to find Xiao Mushing had approached a small table where an elderly man sat, a red booklet resting atop it. Xiao Mushing was seen scanning the elder's phone. "Wang Fugui, donation of 200, Han Li overheard. After the old man completed the record, he urged, "Hurry, or you'll have to wait for the second round." Han Li was taken aback and quickly hurried after Xiao Mushing. "Do you know the bride and groom?" he asked. "No," Xiao Mushing replied quietly. "Then are you from this village?" "Not really." "So, do you know anyone here?" "No." "Then why are you giving gifts?" Xiao Mushing replied matter-of-factly, "To eat, of course." Han Li stood frozen, momentarily speechless. After Xiao Muxing's response, he began scanning the tables. One table was overcrowded with children, too busy eating to engage, thus unsuitable. Another table was occupied by women, seasoned in the art of packing leftovers. Definitely not a good choice. His gaze fell upon a table of middle-aged men engaged in scattered conversations, seemingly unfamiliar with one another. This table appeared ideal. As long as he abstained from the peanuts typically served as snacks, he would likely remain undetected. Having arrived at the gathering already famished and enticed by the delightful aromas, Xiao Muxing had little inclination to munch on his compressed biscuits. He contemplated how much money to contribute. Once seated, he began distributing red envelopes, candies, and cigarettes, with a significant portion of the beverages landing before him, as the others preferred alcohol. Soon, dishes began to arrive, and only Xiao Muxing sat diligently consuming his meal, while others indulged in drinks and idle chatter. Hanli stood outside the feast, observing Xiao Muxing devour his food, and he couldn't help but chuckle. The youth of today. Meanwhile, 3 off-road vehicles entered the village, halting at the village committee's entrance. 2 men and a woman disembarked. The robust man with the scar introduced himself first. "Hello, my bounty hunter ID is Dead Man." A second man, clad in a camouflaged windbreaker with a scruffy beard and a slight paunch, added, "My ID is Fat Fish." The woman, sporting a high ponytail and sun-kissed skin, exuded a wild aura. "My ID is Mirror Flower." Dead Man expressed anticipation. "It seems Insha has yet to arrive." Fat Fish glanced in a certain direction. "Here he comes." The other 2 followed his gaze to see a young man approaching, carrying 2 red bags. As Xiao Muxing drew near, he placed the bags on the hood of a vehicle, opened one, and distributed a drink and a few candies to each person present. Then he opened another pocket, revealing several disposable bowls, each containing a different dish, neatly packaged in small white plastic bags. Inside were braised pork knuckles, cold pig head meat, pig ears, roasted duck, and steamed pork. Fat Fish asked in mild surprise, "Where did you get all this?" "There are no restaurants around here. Someone in the village is getting married, and I went to the banquet," replied Mirror Flower, glancing at the food. "So, you're from the village?" "I'm not from this village. I only met the bride and groom today," he answered. Mirror Flower silently gave a thumbs up to Fat Fish. "You truly don't sweat the small stuff." After saying this, Fat Fish grabbed a pair of disposable chopsticks from the red bag and began to eat a piece of steamed pork. Being outdoors, they couldn't possibly prepare such food. It was all portable rations. They shouldn't expect gourmet meals. Having this feast before heading into the mountains was already a stroke of luck. Moreover, it was brought specifically by a teammate, so they shouldn't disregard their goodwill. Dead Man inquired with interest, "You messaged me earlier about bringing a rope. What did that mean?" Upon hearing this, the other 2 cast inquisitive glances, having received the same message. "It was merely a hypothesis. We are seeking 3 well-versed surveyors, and I believe you 3 have an inkling. The fact that these 3 have not returned for so long suggests they may have encountered misfortune. Perhaps they are already." He hesitated. "I surmise they might face dangers such as wild animal attacks, hypothermia, or falling into a ravine. I lean towards the latter, hence my mention of it." Upon hearing this, the 3 furrowed their brows. The reasoning felt somewhat tenuous, more of an instinct than a deduction. Dead Man didn't linger on this and asked, "Brother, what missions have you executed before? I don't recall seeing you on the Bounty Hunter Forum." "This is my first task on the Bounty Hunter Forum. I just joined this line of work, a complete novice," Xiao Muxing said, revealing a shy smile. Fat Fish took a sip of his drink, chewing his food. "A level 5 rookie? You might fool those greenhorns, but do you really think you can deceive us? To say this is your first time in this game is hard to believe." At that moment, Mirror Flower suddenly inquired, "You mentioned this is your first bounty task. Have you done anything before?" "The Jinyang City murder case," he stated, merely dropping the name of the case without details. The 3 were taken aback, re-evaluating their teammate. They had all heard a bit about this incident. 2 armed murderers killed a live-streaming detective and a well-meaning citizen, only to be thwarted when the detective fought back. The danger and complexity of this case were something bounty hunters could comprehend better than most. Not only did they need to solve the case and find the culprit, but they also had to contend with the threat of armed pursuit. The first point alone had stumped countless individuals over the past 15 years, let alone the act of fighting back. However, despite his formidable abilities, the previous conversation suggested he genuinely wanted to find the missing individuals. This was indeed Chiga Mountain, covering over 10,000 square kilometers. Searching for someone here was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. They approached this endeavor with a mindset of trial and error. Chapter 19, The Bet. Having confidence was a positive trait, not necessarily a negative one. Dead Man then spoke with a smile. "If that's the case, given your situation, this should be your first outdoor mission. You can accompany us to gain experience. I've undertaken no fewer than 5 outdoor missions myself. If no one has objections, I can take the lead. Of course, if anyone has more experience, I'm willing to step aside. At this moment, Xiao Mushing raised a hand. Can I lead? The three turned their gaze toward him once more, with Deadman looking particularly skeptical. Fat Fish advised, brother, if you have a penchant for showing off, I can understand. But in these wild jungles, it can be deadly. We should prioritize our safety and not act impulsively. Mirror Flower coldly questioned, you can lead. But give me a compelling reason to support you. Deadman chose not to elaborate further, understanding the sentiments of the other two, who shared the same stance. He doubted that a person as astute as Xiao Mushing would lack such basic judgment. What if I claim I have over a 90% certainty of finding them? Xiao Mushing declared confidently, raising a finger. The three leaned against the vehicle, momentarily refraining from questioning him, exchanging glances instead. 2.5 minutes passed. Deadman approached Xiao Mushing. We won't inquire as to why you're so confident, nor will we ask how you derived that probability. However, we cannot simply entrust our safety to you without assurance, especially since you have no outdoor mission experience. Therefore, let us make a wager. If you fail to find them, then, without violating moral or legal boundaries, we will require your assistance on a bounty task in the future, and you must comply, each of us once. Xiao Mushing may have lacked outdoor experience, but they all understood his investigative abilities surpassed their own. If they received a case that was particularly challenging yet high-paying, they could rely on Xiao Mushing's expertise. Since it's a bet, what do I stand to gain? You propose it, as long as we find it equitable. We'll agree, Deadman replied, with the other two not opposing, as they were equally keen on the wager. Xiao Mushing tilted his head, glancing at the 3 off-road vehicles behind them, colored black, gray, and army green. I want your vehicles. Deadman extended his palm. The bet is on. The other two did likewise, as they anticipated a lucrative outcome. Xiao Mushing wasted no time, extending his hand to finalize the agreement. Meanwhile, Han Li, who had been watching from the sidelines, shielded his eyes, not daring to witness the confident expressions of the three. With him involved, it was certain they would lose, for he was an ace up their sleeve. Just then, an elderly gentleman with a slight flush approached leisurely. Fuguei Air, what brings you here? Who are these three? It was Grandpa Zhang, who had helped pack the food earlier. Grandpa Zhang, these are my friends who plan to explore the mountains with me. We'll park the vehicles at the village committee for a few days. Could you inform the committee on our behalf? I'm part of the village committee. You can park here, but the mountains are dangerous. There are bears and wild boars, plus all sorts of terrifying beasts. Grandpa Zhang hiccuped, slightly inebriated. No worries. You can rest easy. My friends here are quite capable. Those wild beasts and supernatural entities won't harm us. All right, just keep your wits about you. I'll head back for a nap. You can leave the vehicles here. Fat Fish then raised a question. Aren't you unfamiliar with the villagers? We all shared a table for a meal, so I know them well enough. After the three parked their vehicles, they followed Xiao Mushing into the mountains. Xiao Mushing walked behind Han Li. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, Deadman, trailing behind Xiao Mushing, sensed something was amiss. Clearing the path and choosing the route, the ease with which he navigated and the judicious selection of pathways suggested he was far from an outdoor novice. Brother, how is it that you navigate so adeptly? He inquired. I hail from a rural background and spent much of my childhood foraging for firewood in the mountains. To find the best kind, I often had to venture into the more desolate areas, replied Xiao Mushing as he forged ahead. Suddenly, Xiao Mushing came to an abrupt halt. For Han Li was returning from ahead. We shall take another route, he declared, and they proceeded in a different direction. However, at the rear of the group, Fei Yu felt a twinge of curiosity and took a few steps back along the previous path to peer ahead. His countenance paled, and he quickly retreated to rejoin the others. Jing Zonghua, walking just ahead of Fei Yu, inquired, what did you see? Your expression is quite alarming. There is a snake den up ahead, and they are all venomous, Fei Yu disclosed, his voice trembling. Earlier, he had glimpsed a mass of elongated creatures entangled with one another, their sharp heads occasionally visible. For someone with a fear of clusters, merely catching sight of them could induce fainting. The most harrowing revelation for Fei Yu was that a snake had slithered right beneath his feet. Had he taken a few more steps, he could have easily stepped on it. While his trousers offered a degree of protection, it was merely a semblance of safety. Should a fanged serpent pierce his skin, injecting venom into his bloodstream in this remote wilderness, it could indeed prove fatal. Upon hearing this, Jing Zonghua cast a glance at Xiao Mushing, who was leading the group. I hope our vehicle remains safe, she thought, shaking her head slightly to dismiss the notion. After all, it was still early in their journey. Discovering a snake den was nothing extraordinary. Those knowledgeable or specialized in such matters could discern signs from several meters away and deduce the presence of snakes ahead. As they continued their trek, the four encountered a remarkably smooth path. They did not stumble upon a treacherous route only to find themselves ensnared by dense underbrush or a sudden cliff, necessitating a retreat. Along the way, they observed several warning signs indicating the presence of bears, wolves, or wild boars, yet they had yet to encounter any, which they deemed fortunate. As time elapsed, the sky gradually darkened. Hanli selected a location for the night, not far from a small stream, elevated, open, and dry. They began to set up tents and kindle a fire. Deadman calculated their journey thus far, discovering they had traversed nearly 20 kilometers since departing around noon. Though it was summer and twilight lingered longer, they were navigating rugged terrain. In flat landscapes, one might cover 40 kilometers in a day. Yet in the complexity of dense forests, that distance could dwindle to a mere 10 to 20 kilometers, factoring in the challenges of wildlife encounters and the need for detours. Remarkably, they had encountered none of these obstacles thus far. With a clear objective and a well-defined route, it was as if Xiao Mushing had walked this path before. Chapter 20. Night watched. The crackling of flames consumed the wood as the four sat encircled around the fire, partaking of their provisions. Feiyu struggled to swallow a compressed biscuit, thirsting for the sumptuous meal they had enjoyed earlier that day. Observing the silence among his companions, he suddenly proposed, "How about we share some ghost stories?" His suggestion elicited an unexpected ripple of laughter, drawing his gaze to Xiao Mushing, who, while munching on his rations, stared into the empty space beside him, seemingly amused by an invisible companion. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them, prompting a shared chuckle that stirred something within Feiyu. Deadman spoke up. "Your suggestion aligns perfectly with the tropes of most horror films. A desolate setting, the stillness of night, and a group huddled around a fire sharing frightful tales." Jingzhonghua added, "I too advise against stirring trouble. In such an environment, we must remain calm. You may tell light-hearted jokes, but steering clear of horror stories is wise, as they can invoke unnecessary fears." With 2 out of the 4 opposing the notion, Feiyu refrained from pursuing the topic further, though he sensed something peculiar about Xiao Mushing, who appeared hesitant to engage in conversation. After finishing his meal and preparing to rest, Xiao Mushing was interrupted by Deadman, who inquired, "Shall we not arrange a rotating night watch?" Xiao Mushing contemplated suggesting a watch schedule, but, upon glancing at the others, decided against it, fearing it would prevent them from sleeping soundly. "I'm not well versed in this. You take charge," he conceded. Deadman refrained from expressing any reproach, recognizing that the newcomer had performed admirably thus far, and such oversights were to be expected. He retrieved a small black box from his pack. "This is an alarm device. The person on watch must hold it at all times. Should any unexpected situation arise, you must press it immediately." The others regarded the device with confusion, deeming it somewhat superfluous. However, Hanli nodded thoughtfully. Noticing their bewilderment, Deadman explained, "If a large predator were to ambush you, it would likely seize your throat before you could scream or breathe. In such a dire moment, this device would be your only means of alerting your companions and possibly saving your life." As he spoke, he unconsciously touched the scar on his neck, a remnant of a near-fatal encounter that had prompted him to change his identity thereafter. Subsequently, they organized their shifts. Jingzhonghua would take the first watch, followed by Deadman. Then Xiao Musheng, with Feiyu assigned to the last. That night, the first 2 watches passed uneventfully until Xiao Musheng was roused from a deep slumber. Sitting beside the fire, leaning against a large tree, he squinted, preparing to drift back into sleep. Hanli remarked, "You are not very professional in your watchkeeping." In truth, Hanli had been quite talkative during the first 2 watches, though they could not hear him. "You are here. You are more experienced than I. If anything occurs, just wake me. I fear you may sleep so soundly that I cannot rouse you. Rest assured, my sleep is quite light. A mere call will awaken me." "You mean that time at 11 in the morning when I had the television blaring at maximum volume and still failed to wake you? I had only fallen asleep at 9 that morning. How could I possibly rouse myself at 11? By the way, be cautious. There are wild boars nearby." "Oh." Xiao Mushing's eyes flew open, and he sat upright. "You should have mentioned that earlier. Fortunately, they are nearly 10 meters away and not approaching us. However, there is a snake behind you, slithering in your direction. It appears to be a cobra, quite long, approximately 3 meters. Xiao Mushing abruptly seized a flaming stick and a multifunctional military shovel nearby. The cobra, approximately 3 meters in length, is the only serpent that could fulfill these criteria. Known scientifically as the king cobra, Han Li was undoubtedly familiar with it, yet he chose to describe it in such a manner intentionally. Xiao Mushing's night vision was not particularly acute. "Don't be so anxious. It has turned away, likely deterred by the heat of the campfire, sensing danger and keeping its distance. Damn it, you've made me unable to sleep now. Hey, let us not speak so ambiguously. We are two grown men here. We are more than just two men. We are one living and one spectral, transcending life and death. Is there any noise around us? Speak up quickly. At that moment, Xiao Mushing truly felt reluctant to sleep. If his companion remained silent, he would remain oblivious to the surrounding perils. Beyond the illumination of the campfire, he could see nothing. While there was no immediate danger, some mildly venomous creatures lurked nearby, but most shy away from the fire, and no large predators were present. Xiao Mushing exhaled in relief. Yet he remained oblivious to a tent that had cracked open slightly, revealing an eye that scrutinized the outside before retreating stealthily. Fat Fish, hidden within the tent, meticulously fastened his clothing and swallowed hard, reflecting on the peculiar behaviors exhibited by his companion. He could not shake off the eerie images from horror tales that surged in his mind. None were distinctly clear, yet all felt nebulous and unsettling. It should be fine. Perhaps he is just mentally unstable. Yet, this notion was hardly reassuring. In some respects, it might be even more frightening. As time ticked away, Xiao Mushing was about to call out to Fat Fish when he noticed his companion emerging from the tent precisely on cue, patting his chest and declaring, "Brother, you've worked hard. Leave the last stretch to me." Xiao Mushing mused, a level 5 bounty hunter is indeed reliable. After yawning, he crawled back into the tent to rest. Fat Fish wiped the perspiration from his forehead after watching his companion enter the tent, relieved that no unforeseen events had transpired. Han Li overheard this whisper, realizing their conversation had been detected. However, he soon concluded it was inconsequential, as he had previously taken a picture of a medical certificate confirming Xiao Mushing's diagnosis of schizophrenia when registering on the Bounty Hunter Forum. Chapter 21. Unexpected Encounter at the Foot of Death Slope, Grizzly Bear. The following day, the four of them packed their gear and, after breakfast, resumed their journey. However, at the rear, Fat Fish gently tapped Mirror Flower on the shoulder and whispered, "Last night." Mirror Flower raised a finger to her lips. "Shoo." Fat Fish's pupils dilated. Mirror Flower said nothing but nodded. How could one sleep soundly during an outdoor mission? They were a makeshift team, and as the only woman among them, her vigilance surpassed that of the other three. How many bounty hunters at our level are truly sane? To a large extent, this job involves flirting with death. Even if they start off normal, they will eventually become unhinged. Sane individuals have long since fled. Their experiences and daily lives have diverged greatly from those of ordinary people. Although Xiao Mushing had a slight ailment, it did not hinder his ability to work. Moreover, it indicated that his condition was not severe. If it were particularly grave, he would likely be confined to a psychiatric hospital. Nevertheless, such matters were trivial, as his affliction did not impede their tasks, and there would be no difficulties in daily communication. In fact, it could even provide significant assistance. To them, he was more useful than a typical sane individual, rendering any minor ailments insignificant, and she could not be bothered to inquire further to avoid discord within the team. Fat Fish decided to maintain his silence, as the others had no objections, and thus he felt no need to voice anything. As they ventured deeper, the morning transitioned into noon. After a brief rest, they continued onward. Upon reaching a particular spot, Xiao Mushing specifically instructed, "We will soon traverse a slope. Everyone must tread carefully on the upper path, steady your steps, and do not fall, otherwise it could cost you your life." The others did not question him, but instead committed his words to memory, following closely behind. When they arrived at the slope, the other three finally understood why Xiao Mushing had issued such a warning. At the base of the slope lay a multitude of animal skeletons, resembling a makeshift graveyard within the jungle, the stench of decay assaulting their nostrils. Mirror Flower grimaced, knowing it was not the time to ask questions, yet she could not refrain from inquiring, "What is the meaning of this?" Xiao Mushing, leading the way, patiently explained, "The carbon dioxide concentration is excessive at the bottom of this slope." The trailing Fat Fish expressed his astonishment. How can such a place form in this forest? The primeval forest is a natural oxygen haven. Trees absorb carbon dioxide, so logically, this should not occur. Xiao Mushing reiterated Han Li's explanation. The terrain here is lower. Carbon dioxide, being denser than air, settles down. Coupled with the lack of ventilation, carbon dioxide accumulates here, and the decomposition of numerous carcasses continually generates more of it, leading to the high concentration at the bottom of this slope. Impressive. Such profound knowledge. Xiao Mushing merely smiled awkwardly, as this was a question he could not adequately answer. Even if he had once studied it, for years at university had wiped it from his memory. At this moment, Han Li's confidence soared. As a geological surveyor, He often worked in the wilderness, spending the most time with just a few teammates, and they understood these principles well. Thus, such opportunities for flattery were rare. Afterward, they all successfully traversed the slope. None of them were novices, fully aware of the dangers that awaited at the bottom, so no foolish accidents occurred. Once they crossed the slope, they entered a relatively open area of the woods, no longer needing to walk in a single file. It was a rare stretch for the group to relax and stroll. However, after only a few steps, all four suddenly halted in unison. Indeed, a stroke of fortune often heralds a significant threat. Xiao Mushing inquired, "How confident are we in taking it down together?" A fully grown grizzly bear possesses a striking paw strength of up to 1,600 kilograms, implying that if they stood in a line, a single swipe could send all four of them flying. The dead man, tightened his grip on his machete, feeling the weight of his words. Although he said this, it was not without merit to give it a try. Additionally, an adult grizzly bear typically weighs between 200 to 300 kilograms, capable of running at speeds exceeding 50 kilometers per hour. Furthermore, they possess climbing abilities, which, although diminished in adulthood, still remain. Mirrorflower added, sharing the gravity of the situation. Yet she knew they could not flee. If they did, the bear would perceive them as no threat, and that would spell their doom. Fat Fish grimaced and said, "This is not the moment for introductions to strength. We need to think of a solution." Just as everyone hesitated to make a move, Xiao Mushing suddenly stepped forward, wielding the multifunctional military shovel. Fat Fish internally shouted, "Brother, are you really going to take it on?" At this moment, the brown bear, which had been foraging on the ground, stood upright, discerning for beings ahead. Suddenly, it turned and bolted away, even tumbling and rolling down in its haste. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Mushing waved his hand, urging, "Run slowly, we mean you no harm." The other three turned to look, taken aback by the spectacle. This was indeed a remarkable sight. Subsequently, the brown bear vanished into the depths of the jungle, leaving no trace behind. Fei Yu let out a sigh of relief, grateful for the bear's timid nature. However, Han Li, who had been anxiously observing from the side, furrowed his brow. This was unexpected, even if the brown bear had never encountered humans. As one of the apex predators in the forest, it would typically approach to investigate or observe from a distance, or simply go about its own business. Why had it fled so swiftly, as if terrified of humans? The four of them had not made any sudden movements or loud noises. Xiao Mushing had merely taken a step forward. It seemed unlikely that they had frightened it so easily. At that moment, Xiao Mushing approached Han Li, interrupting his contemplation. Unable to grasp the situation fully, he suggested, "Expand your reconnaissance range to prevent a recurrence of this incident." Han Li's previous scouting had not extended far, as he needed to provide timely feedback, resulting in their unfortunate encounter with the bear. To avert further unforeseen events, the four decided to rest momentarily. Han Li would first widen the scouting perimeter, ensuring the bear had truly departed before they proceeded. He recalled from wildlife documentaries that bears are intelligent creatures. Regarding Han Li's earlier remarks, he remained cautious. He had indeed intended to scare off the bear, but he had not yet acted. Before long, Xiao Mushing's thoughts shifted to another matter. Leaving a corpse in the forest, coupled with the passage of time leading to decay, would likely mean they could only return with bones. However, this would lighten their load. Yet, where had Han Li's two teammates gone? Han Li only knew the location of his own demise. He was unaware of his companions' fates. Given the time elapsed, it seemed grim for them. Thus, finding the two would depend solely on luck. Chapter 22. Discovering remains in the abyss. On the night of the second day, the group gathered once more around the campfire. "How long do you think it will take us to find them?" the dead man suddenly inquired. "Tomorrow," Xiao Mushing replied succinctly yet confidently. Fei Yu and Mirrorflower exchanged surprised glances at this declaration. The dead man continued, "Very well, let it be tomorrow. If we do not find them by then, we shall turn back." Unable to contain himself, Fei Yu asked, "Why?" "For reasons unknown. I feel an unsettling premonition. It is the instinct of a bounty hunter that has saved my life on numerous occasions." Upon hearing this explanation, Fei Yu ceased his inquiries, recognizing that intuition can be quite enigmatic. For some, it is remarkably accurate, while for others, it is not. For instance, when selecting answers during exams, his intuition had never proven reliable. And you? How can you be certain we will find them tomorrow? If there were already clues discovered, he might believe such a statement. But given that they had not yet found even a trace, how could one assert such confidence? "Intuition," came the response. "Are you copying answers here? Did your friend tell you this?" Mirrorflower's abrupt interjection drew Xiao Mushing's gaze towards her. "You can see it too?" Han Li interjected, waving his hand. "I cannot see it, but I know that lonely individuals often have a close confidant." Mirror Flower was reluctant to admit to her own affliction, particularly being identified as akin to a madman, a notion that was unpleasant as it made it challenging to resonate with another. Yet, the other would often engage her in conversation due to their condition, which proved to be quite tormenting. Xiao Mushing said little more, merely nodding. After receiving her answer, Mirror Flower retreated to her tent to rest. The other two had no further queries, understanding that this was a matter of mental health, and they were not professionals in that field. The night watch would proceed as per the previous evening's arrangement. At dawn, the four set off again, this time with considerably greater speed, as Han Li's memory of the surrounding area became increasingly clear. However, midway through their journey, the dead man suddenly halted beside a tree. "Everyone, we have a situation." The other three approached and discovered a fresh chop mark on the tree. This could indicate they were nearby. Perhaps they are still alive. Fei Yu speculated, a mix of excitement and disappointment coloring his tone. The mark appeared relatively new, suggesting it had been made recently. Yet, his observation was met with silence from the others. Initially feeling awkward, Fei Yu quickly recognized the implications. If the three surveyors were indeed alive, their expertise would preclude them from being trapped here for 6 months without escape. These individuals possessed survival and navigation skills far superior to theirs. Over the past 6 months, other rescue teams had also ventured in search of them, only to yield no results before the bounty was posted on the Bounty Hunters Forum. Even if various mishaps had hindered their escape, they would still understand how to signal for help. It was inconceivable that 6 months of searching would yield nothing. Thus, it was highly likely that this was the work of others, but the issue lay in the fact that this was an undeveloped area. The previous 3 surveyors and the bounty hunters conducting the search had obtained permission to enter. Typically, individuals who trespass could face a fine of 5,000 yuan. And given the dangers present, it was unlikely anyone would venture here without purpose. The dead man spoke soberly. "It seems we must remain vigilant on the road ahead. Encountering others in the wilderness can sometimes spell trouble." Continuing onward, Xiao Mushing led the way as they delved deeper, discovering increasingly more signs of human activity along their path. By noon, they finally arrived at the abyss. "This must be the place. The surveyors should be down there," Xiao Mushing indicated at the vast chasm below. The other 3 exchanged glances, uncertain of how to articulate their thoughts. While they had indeed found some traces nearby, those marks were relatively new and did not strongly suggest that someone had fallen in. However, they had come this far. Fei Yu assessed the abyss, estimating its depth to be around 100 meters. "It's not that deep. It's about 98 meters. Give or take a meter," Xiao Mushing provided, offering a precise estimation. Han Li had just measured this, and it was indeed accurate. Fei Yu appeared skeptical, having encountered many individuals overly confident in their estimations. A snake 1 meter long might be claimed to be 3 or 4 meters long. Fei Yu refrained from further comment and turned to the others. "Who will go down?" Mirror Flower stepped forward. "I will go with Incha." She was chosen for her lighter weight, while Xiao Mushing felt it necessary to descend since this was his find. Fei Yu rubbed his hands together. "Brother, don't forget our wager. Don't become impatient later." Xiao Mushing smiled. "I'll definitely step on the gas in your beloved vehicle." With that, he grasped the rope and began his descent. During their earlier conversation, he had not been idle, simultaneously securing the rope. Jing Zonghua followed closely behind. Han Li had already arrived below and wandered through the dense forest surrounding the sinkhole. However, upon completing his exploration, his demeanor shifted to one of despondency, perhaps tinged with sorrow. Xiao Mushing and Jing Zonghua soon reached the bottom of the pit. Jing Zonghua proposed, "This place is quite spacious. Shall we search separately?" "No. Let's wait for a moment," Xiao Mushing replied, as Han Li was already searching for his own remains, and he chose to wait for him here. Jing Zonghua gazed into Xiao Mushing's eyes, refraining from voicing any objections. As long as he was certain she was not deceiving him, it was likely that she merely intended to gather information nearby. Within a few minutes, Han Li returned, though his expression was far from joyful. Observing the shift, Xiao Mushing quickly discerned what had transpired and quietly urged, "Lead the way." Han Li floated ahead, with the two following closely behind. After a brief walk, they discovered the nearest corpse. The remains were devoid of flesh, reduced to a mere pile of bones. This was anticipated. The corpse bore a backpack, and they began to empty its contents, intending to store the bones within. However, as they cleared the bag, they noticed it had 2 gaping holes. Jing Zonghua and Xiao Mushing also spotted a similar hole in the back of the clothing covering the bones. Upon this discovery, they exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them. It was evident that these 3 holes were inflicted by the same weapon. Moreover, it was not a knife. It could only be one thing: gunfire. They uttered the word in unison, their eyes wide with shock. Chapter 23. Surveillance. Upon hearing this word, Han Li's mind erupted like thunder. For this was indeed his own corpse, and within the recesses of his memory, he recalled that day shrouded in darkness. A sudden clap of thunder had erupted from the sky, causing him to stumble and plummet to the pit's depths. During that fall, he had felt a forceful impact, yet he had not experienced any immediate pain. It seemed that the sensation of pain did not manifest until later. By then, he had already fallen into the abyss, teetering on the brink of death. Hence, his demise was not merely an accident, nor were the deaths of his two colleagues the result of his being lost and subsequently searched for. They had been murdered. At this moment, Xiao Mushing roused the dazed Han Li. What about them? Lead us to their location. We must leave at once. Xiao Mushing was unconcerned about Jing Zonghua. Perceiving him as gravely ill, the pressing matter was to locate all the remains and depart without delay. This was a gun murder. Yet another shooting. How could they encounter such occurrences twice? Each time, their adversaries maintained a ruthless edge. Although Han Li was enraged, he quickly regained his composure. Based on previous traces, it was possible that those individuals were still in the vicinity. While these four were formidable, they were not invincible against firearms. Xiao Mushing had achieved a notable victory, but that was only due to Luo Yao providing him with an advantageous position, catching their opponent off guard. Han Li promptly led Xiao Mushing and Jing Zonghua to locate the remains of the other two individuals. They discovered similar holes in the clothing of the other two corpses, which cast a pall over Xiao Mushing's countenance. Jing Zonghua could not restrain his outrage, exclaiming, "For heaven's sake, can we not show some respect for human life?" Throughout their journey, Jing Zonghua had maintained an air of tranquility, as if nothing in the world could shatter his composure. Yet now, he could not help but vent his frustration. This task had become perilously convoluted, resulting in a dire situation. 3 lives had been lost. If it had been an accident, one could accept the randomness of fate. But the grim reality was murder. 3 lives, 3 families, all obliterated. At this moment, 2 individuals were keeping watch at the edge of the pit. Fei Yu was still pondering the wager. Do you really think he can find it? I actually quite like that vehicle. Losing it would be quite painful. His irritation stemmed from the last words spoken by the other party, implying that he should simply get up and step on the gas. Deadman did not respond, instead scanning their surroundings incessantly. An unsettling feeling enveloped him, as if a predatory beast lurked in the nearby woods, poised to leap forth. Suddenly, without much warning, Fei Yu seized Deadman's hand. Don't move, pretend we're chatting. We're being watched. How do you know? Deadman inquired in a hushed tone, pulling his gaze from the surroundings. He had seen no one while keeping watch. So how had Fei Yu discerned their presence? When I used to sit in the back row playing on my phone, teachers would often come to check on me, and I would feel a chill run down my spine each time. It was always spot on. After a brief moment, nothing transpired. The sensation of being observed dissipated. The intruders had departed. The 2 exhaled in relief. In this desolate wilderness, they wished to avoid any conflict with either humans or animals. Just then, the rope below began to sway, prompting them to start pulling it up. After several minutes, Xiao Mushing and Jing Zonghua emerged, carrying 3 tattered and filthy bags. Upon their arrival, Xiao Mushing uttered words that sent shivers down Deadman and Fei Yu's spines. We must leave quickly. These 3 explorers were shot dead, and their assailants may still be nearby. Fei Yu responded with a bitter smile. I felt someone watching us just now. They were probably hesitating. He trailed off, extending his index finger and thumb. So why didn't they act? Jing Zonghua questioned, echoing the curiosity of the others. Deadman urged, we don't have time to ponder this. Let us move. He then added, as if struck by a thought, Insha, you dealt with a gun-wielding murderer during the Jinyang serial killings, managing to retaliate without injury. If we encounter armed foes again, what are your chances? The other 2 turned their attention towards him, suddenly recalling the formidable presence of this figure. 2 armed murderers, one unharmed, the other lightly injured. Xiao Mushing's pupils widened in disbelief. What are you all thinking? Do you perceive me as a superhero? Is such a feat replicable by mere mortals? Jing Zonghua, is it impossible? Fei Yu, can it be done? Deadman, it cannot be replicated. Xiao Mushing exhaled, feeling exasperated with the other bounty hunters. Were they delusional, or was it he who was unwell? How absurdly optimistic could they be? A dark, grimy figure rushed into a camp. Within this camp were animal hides laid out to dry, and some small cages containing creatures unseen by ordinary folk. To witness such beings, one would likely need to visit a zoo or see them on television. The figure approached a burly man, sunbathing a bare hide, his skin equally tanned, with a scar on his arm resembling a centipede. In a non-standard dialect, he reported, I saw 2 individuals near the sinkhole. It seems someone has descended. The burly man abruptly turned, questioning in the same tongue. What? Another group has arrived and found the sinkhole. Did they bring anything up from below? I didn't have time to check. I rushed to report. The burly man, upon hearing this, delivered a swift kick. Is the gun in your hand merely for show? Don't you know to give them 2 shots? The burly man, after finishing his beratement, bellowed, half of you stay here, the other half, follow me. He then lifted the man who had fallen to the ground. Lead the way. Chapter 24. Jungle Pursuit. The stout man, accompanied by 4 subordinates, traversed a path that bore the marks of human intervention. Each individual was adorned in camouflage, emanating an unpleasant odor, while they muttered amongst themselves in hushed tones. Once the 5 had moved a distance away, 4 figures emerged cautiously from the thicket nearby. Fat Fish marveled at the enigmatic nature of Xiao Mushing. How had the adversaries detected their presence beforehand? Mirror Flower inquired, her comprehension faltering. She wished to ascertain whether the other 3 understood the language they had just spoken. What dialect had they employed, and what was its significance? Xiao Mushing continued to guide them forward while articulating. They spoke in the enemy's language. Their words conveyed that the 3 individuals they had previously eliminated had caused a 6-month hiatus in their operations. Now that the storm had somewhat abated, if these newcomers were to uncover anything and relay that information, there would be no further opportunities to hunt in this area. We cannot allow them to escape. Thus, we must hasten our retreat. These men are poachers, intimately familiar with this forest, and their agility in navigating it surpasses ours. Upon hearing this, Dead Man produced a satellite phone and promptly alerted the authorities. The arrival time of the police was secondary in this situation. It was imperative to disseminate the information swiftly to avert any unforeseen incidents. Fat Fish expressed his astonishment. I never imagined you were proficient in animes. Yet, from just a few words, you gleaned so much meaning. Xiao Musheng, without pausing or glancing back, responded nonchalantly, a friend taught me. The essence of the adversary's remarks was not as intricate as it seemed. More so, it was a recounting based on what Han Li had overheard. At that moment, the previously sprinting burly man abruptly halted. His 4 subordinates skidded to a stop, colliding into one another. The burly man crouched to inspect the direction of the underbrush. In his haste, he had overlooked a detail or 2, but now, with a mere glance, he discerned the truth. They are no longer in that direction. Let us retrace our steps and observe the traces they left behind. After uttering these words, the 4 men behind him donned fierce expressions, gripping their hunting rifles tightly as they began to search along their original path. Should they spot their quarry, a bullet would surely be fired. Before long, they stumbled upon the very thicket where Xiao Mushing and his companions had concealed themselves. Evidently, this prey was no ordinary game. It played a clever game of hide and seek. Continue the search for the 4 targets. Ensure you do not let a single one escape. Based on the remnants left behind, he surmised their exact number. This recollection transported him back to that rain-soaked night half a year prior, where he had disposed of 3 individuals with little excitement. Yet these 4 might provide a distinctly different experience. As Xiao Musheng propelled forward with his companions, Han Li suddenly returned with grim news. Someone is pursuing us. Xiao Musheng instructed Han Li to ascend to a higher vantage point to assess their route. It was then, in an area devoid of dense foliage, that they caught sight of a fleeting shadow. Xiao Musheng thought to himself, just as I suspected, the pursuers were poachers, and they possessed a keen sensitivity to the signs within the forest. Time was of the essence. They had no opportunity to disguise their tracks, and even if they attempted to do so, it was unlikely to deceive the adversaries. The other 3, as bounty hunters, had indeed acquired some outdoor skills and knowledge. However, against individuals who had spent extensive time in the woods engaged in poaching, their ability to survive and track was inferior. Everyone, we must lighten our load and accelerate. Those fellows are closing in. They had observed that, aside from their firearms, the poachers carried little else. In contrast, they bore 3 bags containing bones alongside their outdoor gear, significantly hampering their speed. Hence, aside from essential provisions and defensive tools, they discarded all unnecessary items. Now that the bones had been found, they only needed to return. With Xiao Mushing serving as a human radar, the likelihood of them losing their way was minimal. This chase persisted until nightfall. The 4 collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Fat Fish voiced his complaints. How can these people run so relentlessly? It's been hours without a break. When will rescue arrive? Although he had yet to lay eyes on the pursuers, their presence was firmly believed based on Xiao Mushing's accounts, which had proven unfailingly accurate thus far. Moreover, they wished to avoid encountering the 5 men, as doing so would mean the adversaries could strike them with their firearms. Thus, Fat Fish, could only vent his frustrations about the unseen pursuers. Deadman took a sip of water and remarked, "It will likely take time. After all, helicopters cannot penetrate this area. They must send personnel for the search, and we are still on the move, lacking Xiao Muxing's guidance." Deadman raised his gaze towards the sky, now heavy with ominous clouds, flickering lightning, and the trees swaying violently in the gusts. If a helicopter were to attempt entry, it might very well crash before locating them. In this complex environment, their ability to navigate freely was largely due to Xiao Muxing's expertise. At this juncture, Fat Fish expressed his indignation. How can there be so many people in such a perilous place? Do those poachers not fear for their lives? Fear? If they were unafraid, they would not pursue us so relentlessly. Mirrorflower quipped. They fear, and the ones behind them fear even more. Meanwhile, the original group of 5 had dwindled to 4. One had perished during the chase, and as they fled, their route led them through a marsh. One of their number inadvertently stepped into the mire. Had it been merely that, they could have pulled him out. However, a venomous snake bit him on the back of the head. In their haste, they had not brought any antivenom, and even if they had, it would likely be of little use. In addition to this, they encountered various other misfortunes, all seemingly orchestrated to lead them astray. A single lapse in attention could spell disaster. Once, he had nearly fallen victim himself. He could not fathom the purpose of these 4 individuals, feeling as though they were more familiar with the forest than he was. As this thought consumed him, a fierce flame ignited in his eyes. Yet, upon glancing up at the encroaching darkness of the sky, a cruel smile crept across his face. He did not believe these individuals would dare to roam the primordial forest under the cover of night, for most predators hunted at dusk. Without firearms, they would be prey in the wilderness. Chapter 25. The counterattack commences as darkness enveloped the landscape. Fat Fish remarked, "Now that night has fallen, we should be able to rest." Gazing at the pitch-black sky, he sighed, utterly exhausted from the day's exertions and yearning for respite. Just as Xiao Muxing entertained a similar notion, a light emerged from within the forest, drawing closer to their position. Xiao Muxing turned in surprise to see Han Li, who had just descended from the heavens. Were they truly that brave? Despite his thoughts, a smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth. In the night, with Han Li by their side, this situation has led to a peculiar dynamic, with the tides of offense and defense shifting. Xiao Muxing clapped his hands. "Ladies and gentlemen, it seems we may not have the opportunity to rest tonight. Those individuals are approaching. It appears they cannot find solace until we are eliminated." Upon hearing this, the 3 companions felt a surge of panic, instinctively preparing to gather their belongings in haste. However, Mirrorflower was the first to notice the subtle change in Xiao Muxing's expression, which bore no trace of alarm or urgency, but rather an air of confidence akin to having victory assured. The other 2, noticing their comrade's calm demeanor, gradually began to reassess the situation. Deadman crossed his arms. "It seems you have some thoughts on this." "Indeed, I do, but I wonder if you all possess the courage to act?" Fat Fish, observing their expressions, had begun to piece together the gravity of the moment. He grinned. "Take it easy. Let's not endanger our lives unnecessarily. After all these years of hard work and the wealth I've accumulated, I have yet to spend a dime." Fat Fish, still confused by the sequence of numbers Xiao Muxing had recited, inquired, "Is that a coordinate?" Mirrorflower interjected with an explanation. "He provided you with his card number. Any unspent funds can be transferred to him." Fat Fish responded, "Before the money is transferred, he may still have a chance at survival. Once the transfer is made, it's a done deal. Enough joking, let us discuss our strategy." The 4 huddled together, whispering conspiratorially, occasionally breaking into soft laughter. The burly man gradually dimmed the flashlight's beam, meticulously searching for traces of movement within the thicket. He needed to ascertain the approximate time these signs had been made, hoping to determine the location of their pursuers, who were likely hiding in a concealed corner to rest. However, it was improbable they would all be resting. Surely, someone would be keeping watch. Moreover, they would not light a fire, so discovering their position before they could spot any light was crucial. He intended to extinguish his own flashlight and encircle the group, eliminating them amidst the chaos and subsequently incinerating their remains. Initially, he had believed that disposing of the bodies in the sinkhole would suffice, but it was clear that a more thorough approach was necessary to erase all traces of their existence. In this area, a few individuals disappearing was not unusual. Suddenly, as he scrutinized the signs, his gaze was drawn to an oddly shaped object. The moment he recognized it, he sprang to his feet and kicked it away. But it was too late. The hornet's speed was astonishing. "To the swamp," the burly man exclaimed, racing back the way he had come, having spotted a mud pit nearby. Though they had coated themselves in a special herbal mixture to ward off snakes and insects, it proved inadequate against the wrath of the hornets. As a seasoned hunter accustomed to the forest, he knew well the terror posed by hornets. Their stings could be lethal. Deep within the thicket, Mirror Flower found her delicate features caked in mud, rendering her face swollen, as though stuffed with dumplings. Beside her, Dead Man fared little better. While the mud could indeed offer some protection against hornets, it was not foolproof. The four plunged into the swamp, splashing mud into the air, effectively hindering the hornets' flight. However, mere moments after coating themselves in the sludge, as the hornets continued to hover above, they began to feel an unbearable itch. The burly man, aided by the flashlight's glow, discerned that the swamp was thick with nettle leaves, an insidious plant that caused intense itching upon contact. The widespread presence of this plant suggested it had been deliberately placed there. He recalled that an antidote could be found within 10 steps, familiar with the appearance of the counteracting herb. Yet, the dilemma remained: how to deal with the hornets. To remedy the poison, he would need to wash off the mud and apply the herb's juice to his skin, but without the mud, he would lose his only defense against the hornets. Amidst the cries of his remaining 3 companions, the burly man bellowed, "Endure it. Cover yourselves in mud. We need to drive these hornets away, and I'll lead you to the antidote." Just as he spoke, a hornet flew into his mouth, brushing against his tongue. Nevertheless, he persisted in his efforts to wield the mud. As he moved, a swarm of hornets surged towards him. However, once their wings became mired in the mud, they lost their ability to fly, some plummeting directly into the muck. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. From the darkness emerged several elongated creatures. Seizing the opportunity, the burly man grabbed a nearby firearm and fired into the shadows. "Damn it!" A pained cry echoed as he managed to shoot the snake that was about to strike him. At that moment, his fury reached an unprecedented zenith. After years of hunting, he had never been subjected to such humiliation. His adrenaline surged as the pain from the hornet stings and the nettles itch momentarily subsided. He charged toward the darkness, convinced that his shot had found its mark, with 2 of his companions close behind, while the third struggled to fend off the chaos. The unfortunate individual had just flung aside a snake when 2 more landed upon him. As for how those snakes appeared, that was a question for his dear comrades, who were too preoccupied battling the hornets and the nettles' torment to respond. Fat Fish, covered in muck and clutching his bleeding shoulder, lamented, "What bad luck to get shot." Chapter 26. They absolutely cannot escape. Despite his complaints, worry creased Fat Fish's brow. That kid better not die. The burly man, clearing the mud obscuring his vision, spotted a glimmer of light in the darkness. Without hesitation, he fired a shot. His 2 companions followed suit, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Xiao Musheng, already lying prone on the ground, felt the bullets was overhead. He promptly extinguished his flashlight, plunging into darkness. Just as he prepared to rise and flee, another shot rang out. Xiao Musheng crawled a short distance before regaining his footing to sprint ahead. Calmly, Hanli urged, "Jump with all your might." He leapt over an unseen pit in the darkness without incident, then veered left before pivoting back. Xiao Musheng dared not switch on his flashlight again. Doing so would illuminate his position for the poachers, just as before, resulting in a hail of bullets. Thus, in the enveloping night, he relied upon Han Li to navigate the obstacles. Meanwhile, the trio pursuing them was growing impatient, fueled by rage. The relentless itching and the persistent hornets added to their discomfort. The individuals they were chasing had only illuminated their path briefly with a flashlight, leaving no further traces of light. As a result, they could only surmise the general direction of their quarry and trace their movements through the remnants left behind. Utterly unaware of where the bullets might be aimed, their previous attempts to shoot had yielded no results. Before long, the 3 individuals arrived at the edge of a slope, where they observed a distinct scratch trailing downward. An exhilarating anticipation of capturing their quarry filled their eyes. The adversary had not employed any illumination throughout their pursuit, which suggested they had likely rolled down to the bottom of the slope. Given the circumstances, they would most likely be disoriented from the fall. Even if they had not sustained any fractures, they would certainly be in a state of discomfort. It was plausible that they would be unprepared for an ambush at this moment, allowing for an easy capture. The burly leader leapt down with fervor, exclaiming his intent to skin the prey for a pair of shoes. The other 2, equally exhilarated, followed suit, harboring resentment towards those responsible for their plight. They remained oblivious to the absence of the wasps that had previously been entangling them. No sooner had they descended than they began to experience severe headaches, dizziness, and difficulty breathing. 2 of them collapsed in quick succession, while the burly man sensed something was amiss. Yet, he was powerless, and soon found himself sprawled on the ground. the beam of a flashlight illuminating the slope's summit. There, a figure was laboriously climbing to the top. Upon reaching the pinnacle, the individual yanked off the cloth covering his face, inhaling a copious amount of fresh air as if he were a bellows. The cloth had prevented the intake of oxygen while allowing carbon dioxide to accumulate in his lungs. Xiao Musheng had ascended the opposite slope while holding his breath, nearly suffocating from the exertion. He soon noticed the flashlight's beam directed at him. Raising his own flashlight, he illuminated the burly man, whose eyes widened in anger as he stared intently at Xiao Musheng. He reached for the gun that had fallen from his grasp, but found himself unable to lift it. In a fit of rage, he roared in defiance, acutely aware of death's imminent approach, yet his mind grew increasingly foggy, and he lacked the strength to even steady the flashlight. The proximity of death was so palpable that he could almost see the specter behind Xiao Musheng, a figure clad in a black windbreaker. For some inexplicable reason, this grim reaper seemed familiar to him, though he couldn't place why. Ultimately, under the indifferent gaze of Xiao Musheng and the specter's watchful eye, he succumbed to darkness, unable to keep his eyes open in death. Xiao Musheng recalled all his previous strategies, realizing that each action had one singular aim: to incite fury in these men, causing them to lose their rationality. It would have been exceedingly difficult to vanquish them merely through those tactics. This place was destined to be their final resting ground. Turning to Hanli, Xiao Musheng gestured with his hand. Hanli turned back, confused, remarking that there was no one behind him. "Who are you greeting? Are you able to see something I cannot?" Xiao Musheng slowly withdrew his hand, pondering why Hanli showed no signs of fading. Must I deliver his remains to his family for him to depart? Seeing Xiao Musheng's silence unnerved Hanli for reasons he could not comprehend. Could it be that a legendary specter is here to escort me away? You think too much. It was merely a mosquito beside me earlier. Xiao Musheng activated his flashlight and began to retrace his steps, only to pause as a thought struck him. Why are there only 3? One seems to have collapsed in the mud pit, likely incapacitated by the venom. He exhaled in relief and proceeded to their previously agreed rendezvous point. Upon arrival, he found Dead Man tending to Fat Fish's wounds, while Mirror Flower had tied a half-dead man, bitten by a venomous snake, to a tree, interrogating him. However, neither party could comprehend the other's words amidst the struggle for breath, resulting in a lack of significant information. As Mirror Flower noticed Xiao Musheng's arrival, his swollen face spoke in a muffled tone. "How did it go? Is it resolved?" "It is resolved," Xiao Musheng affirmed. Mirror Flower nodded. "Then you should ask him. Only you can understand his words." Xiao Musheng approached the bound individual, leaning in to listen as he murmured, "Return to the camp and have Jika administer the medicine." "Camp? Are there still people at your camp?" The moment those words were uttered, a tense silence enveloped the other 3. "Hurry, save me." Under the assault of venom, the man's will had shattered, leaving him desperate for rescue, uttering whatever came to mind. "How many others are there?" 66. "Hurry, save me." Upon hearing this, Xiao Musheng turned to the others, his expression grave. There are still 6 people in their camp. The 3 exchanged worried glances. As bounty hunters, they could easily make enemies. While ordinary grievances could be managed with caution, facing a group of desperate men armed with firearms posed a severe threat. One could never know when a casual outing could lead to a fatal encounter. Therefore, those 6 individuals could not be allowed to escape, nor could they be permitted to flee easily. Without the need for dialogue, they reached a consensus and spoke in unison. They must not be allowed to escape. Chapter 27. The Countdown of Life and Freedom. Upon hearing this, Xiao Musheng was poised to ask further questions when he noticed the man had fainted. He retrieved an anti-venom serum from the first aid kit lying on the ground, which belonged to Dead Man, as he could not procure such medicine himself. Just as he was about to use it, Dead Man swiftly snatched the serum from Xiao Musheng's hands, rummaging through the first aid kit for another vial. "You shouldn't use this. It's too expensive." "No, this one might have a higher success rate." "Cost is irrelevant. The issue is that he was bitten by 2 different snakes, and the serum I have is only effective against one. There's no guarantee it will work on the other." Xiao Musheng was not concerned with saving the man's life, but rather ensuring he disclosed the location of the camp. After Dead Man administered the anti-venom serum, the 4 began to discuss their next course of action. Xiao Musheng proposed, "I have a suggestion. You 3 should take these 3 bags of remains back to the police. I will track down that camp and keep watch over them." He had no intention of confronting them directly. After all, there were still 6 fully capable hunters armed with guns. His aim was merely to observe those 6 individuals until the authorities arrived. With charges of poaching, illegal possession of firearms, and intentional homicide, the cumulative offenses would warrant severe penalties. Even if the police arrived, It was unlikely that these individuals would surrender without a fight. His decision stemmed from their current circumstances. Fat Fish had been shot, making it impractical for him to accompany them, and it was equally unwise to allow Fat Fish to operate alone. Moreover, they had 3 bags of remains. This was their mission, and he could not jeopardize it. Thus, it was best for him to act alone. With Hanley by his side, he would merely need to maintain a distance, allowing him to monitor the situation, as a solitary target was less conspicuous. However, his suggestion was met with vehement opposition from the others. Mirrorflower retorted passionately, "Have you lost your mind? Going alone is tantamount to seeking death. If you sustain even the slightest injury, you will have no one to assist you. And there are still 6 armed individuals." Fat Fish pointed to his wound. "They shot at me in the dark and hit me. If I were alone, an untreated wound could easily become infected." At that moment, Deadman suggested, "I will accompany you. The other 2 can take the remains to find the police." Seeing that the other 2 did not voice any objections, Xiao Mushing consented. "All right, but remember to follow my commands. When have I ever contradicted you?" Deadman said with a sidelong glance. Since entering Chiga Mountain, they had been listening to each other. Just earlier, Xiao Mushing finished speaking and turned around, delivering a sharp slap to the person behind him, jolting them from unconsciousness. He then demanded in the Anon language, "Tell me where your camp is. If you refuse to speak, I will feed you to the army ants." The antidote from earlier seemed to have taken effect. As the individual appeared to recover somewhat, their thoughts clearer and their speech no longer as fragmented as before. Without much effort, he extracted the location and configuration of their camp. "We need to hurry there tonight," Xiao Mushing said, rising and brushing off the dust and dirt from his clothes. Deadman rubbed his neck and stood up alongside him. "This mission is over. I need to get a good night's sleep." In the early morning, within the poacher's camp, Lita opened his mouth, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, and spat. He gazed in the direction where the head had departed, but saw no sign of their return. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed behind him. "What are you looking at, Lita?" An Anon voice called out after slapping his backside. Lita turned around and kicked the individual to the ground. The Anon man, instead of getting angry, laughed cheerfully. If it weren't for the fact that Lida was relying on these individuals to make money, he would have relished the thought of eliminating them. As the only Dragon Kingdom citizen in the group, and the most striking figure among them, he had been cooped up in this desolate jungle for far too long. His companions had developed various thoughts about him over time. Such teasing was not a first occurrence. Fortunately, they had yet to cross any lines. As they were bound by their leader's orders to obey Lida, these Anon individuals were brought in by Lida solely for profit. However, he had not anticipated that a fatal incident would occur 6 months prior. Since then, Lida understood that there was no turning back. He had originally sought wealth, but now bore the weight of a life lost. So when news arrived yesterday, he was in a state of panic, much like the leader. He remained behind to oversee the camp, knowing that someone had to maintain control. As for those who had perished, there was little he could do. He merely wished to strike it rich, yet those individuals had chosen that moment to venture into the mountains. It was simply fate. In such a perilous place as Chiga Mountain, where humans were rarely seen, it was uncanny that they arrived just as others had. After a long period of calm, new arrivals had emerged, and now the leader had been gone into the night without a trace. It was not that he feared for the leader's safety, but rather he was concerned that those individuals might escape. If they managed to flee and report their findings, what if they had already alerted the authorities during their escape? Although this remote wilderness lacked cell service, satellite phones existed, and the leader had been absent for far too long. He turned to the Anon man, who was still sniffing his hands, and instructed, "Tell the others to pack up. If the leader hasn't returned in 2 hours, we are relocating." As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, he was well aware of the speed at which the police operated. Even in the depths of the jungle, with no helicopters able to reach them, they could potentially arrive swiftly. He had once doubted such notions until some of his companions had gone missing. Meanwhile, perched on a branch overlooking the camp smoke, 2 figures remained vigilant. "Are you certain we can monitor from this distance without issue?" one inquired. "Absolutely. The real threat lies in getting too close. There may be traps surrounding the camp, and we risk alarming them if we draw near. From here, we can still see their smoke," replied Xiao Mushing, stifling a yawn before closing his eyes. Deadman observed Xiao Mushing's serene visage, realizing that only now could he calmly reflect on the events of the previous night. If their prior movements could be attributed to the opponent's experience and keen observation, leading to the discovery of the 3 missing individuals through Xiao Mushing's extensive research and deductions, then what transpired yesterday was perplexing. Could this kid possess some sort of special ability? "If he can see me, wouldn't that count as a special ability?" Hanley remarked uncertainly. Deadman shook his head and continued to watch the distant smoke. Han Li then left the branch, flying toward the source of the smoke. His gaze growing increasingly cold. A monkey curled up at the edge of its cage, eyes filled with terror. A hedgehog lay flat on the ground, stripped of its quills, exhaling faint breaths of life. The hide of a prime predator, a brown bear, hung like a blanket. The countdown for the remaining 6 poachers' freedom and lives had already commenced. 2 hours later, no one from the previous day had returned. Lita shouted at the others, "Everyone, pack up and change locations." Yet, his command did not spur immediate action. Rather, the individuals moved sluggishly and dispersed. Lita raised his gun and fired a shot into the air. "Do not forget what the leader said. I know this land better than you do. If you want to get rich, follow my lead. We are here to make money. And anyone who tries to hinder their brother's fortunes will find themselves kicked aside, allowing everyone else to share the spoils." Lita understood that he could not afford to be lenient with these individuals. A kind demeanor would only be perceived as weakness. These Anan men, desperate for food, would not hesitate to turn on anyone. His threats succeeded in galvanizing their enthusiasm. They were eager for someone to be cast out, as long as it wasn't themselves. They moved forward with their belongings along the designated safe route. However, after a short distance, Lita noticed that with just 2 more steps, he would be treading on a trap. Which fool placed a trap on this path? How many times have I said that the safe route must remain clear of traps? Are you all brainless? As he spoke, he picked up a nearby stick, preparing to trigger the trap ahead. Snap! The black animal trap snapped shut, blood dripping from its iron teeth as his forearm contorted painfully. Lita's face turned ashen. "What are you all staring at? Come help me." The other 5 immediately dropped their belongings and rushed forward. 3 more traps were triggered in quick succession. Those who had not yet fallen victim felt their skin crawl, suddenly realizing that the easily spotted trap was merely a ruse, while the real ones were cunningly concealed. The enemy had anticipated their discovery of the trap and had likely set it up to ensnare those who came to assist. It became clear that these traps were designed for humans, not beasts, indicating that someone was actively hunting them. While we were busy cutting bamboo, Xiao Mushing listened to the reports from Han Li, incredulously stating, "Are these 6 individuals from the same group that pursued us yesterday? They fell for the second trap. How foolish can they be?" Reflecting upon the series of misdirections he orchestrated yesterday, ranging from the daytime pursuit through the marshes, crossing snake dens, and navigating the thickets concealing the cliffs, only one unfortunate soul fell prey to his traps. Yet, even so, he failed to shake off the others. Later that night, capitalizing on the advantage of darkness, he counterattacked. Ultimately, he sacrificed his own safety to lead them into his snares, successfully neutralizing them all. Astonishingly, these individuals did not perceive the evident ruse. They were ensnared by the very first trap. Just as he closed his eyes, Han Li whispered in his ear that the adversaries were preparing to flee, jolting him awake from a deep slumber. Hastily, he dragged the corpse to this location to devise traps, not necessarily to ensnare the enemy, but primarily to impede their progress. It appeared he had overestimated their capabilities. Though he hoped they would not meet their demise, apart from the initial trap, several others awaited them. These had all been set by the 2 of them and the ghost. Most of the materials for the traps had been repurposed from the enemy's original setups, including those few animal traps. He fervently hoped they could escape unscathed. The corpse approached after burying some sharp spikes in the fallen leaves. "Don't slack off. I believe we can pause for a moment to observe their movements before proceeding," Xiao Mushing suggested. The corpse pondered this reasoning, acknowledging that they had already set numerous traps, albeit rather hastily due to time constraints. With a little attentiveness, one could discover their presence. Thus, they created some decoys and intricate designs, hoping this modicum of cleverness would stall their adversaries. After extracting his hand from the animal trap, Lida received treatment from Jika, the only other uninjured member in the group. The pain was excruciating, as his hand had been broken. "Lida, we've been set up," Jika remarked while tending to his wounds. Lida had come to the same realization. However, this also indicated that something had certainly gone awry at the front. Perhaps these ruffians had split their forces, drawing the leader away to catch them off guard. Observing the 3 injured companions, 2 were in a similar predicament to his, while the third fared better, with no broken bones. Yet, in a 6-member team, 4 were now injured. With so many items to carry, which represented a significant monetary value, they could not simply abandon them. But what were they to do with their injuries? It was unrealistic to wait for help, as it was evident someone was watching them. Let us take only the most valuable items and retrace our path, dismantling the traps we set along the way. Now, it seemed the route he had once deemed safe was no longer so. They would have to traverse the perilous path instead, as they remembered the locations of most traps. Walking cautiously through, they would be safer than sticking to the prior route. Yet, His words did not galvanize action among the group. Instead, one of the injured retorted, "If it weren't for your reckless guiding, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Now you want us to traverse a path riddled with traps. I refuse to follow you. I will wait for the leader to return." Seeing the defiance in his demeanor, Lita drew his gun, pointing it at him. However, soon after, two other guns were aimed at his head, causing his heart to sink, cursing inwardly at the foolishness of these individuals. "Have you lost your minds? This is clearly a trap set by someone else. Remaining here will only heighten our dangers." It was precisely because he recognized this as a deliberate trap that he insisted on taking the path they had laid, rather than continuing to tread into danger. "I don't trust your words, Dragon Countryman. Who knows if you aim to lead us all to our doom and escape with our spoils?" This statement only further unsettled the others, who, after all, were not bound to Lida but were merely cooperating. In their line of work, betrayal was not uncommon. Lida was seething with anger. These people were not merely foolish but also deeply prejudiced against him. Even if his words bore truth, they would refuse to acknowledge it. Chapter 29. The four departing very well. "If you choose not to move, I shall go," Lida declared. "Jika, will you follow them or accompany me?" After considering the group of four and then glancing at Lida, Jika ultimately decided to side with him. His hunting skills were the weakest in the team, often relegated to carrying items or assisting in dressing wounds. Being bullied and looked down upon had become the norm for him, yet compared to his former teammates, Lida was undeniably a vast improvement. Among the group, he felt the closest affinity to Lida. Upon witnessing Jika's decision, three of the remaining four expressed their contempt with the most disparaging remarks. Lida merely cast a cold glance at the remaining four fools, shouldered his backpack, and departed with his weapon in hand. After the two had left, several minutes passed. "Zam, are we heading back to the camp now?" asked the one who had clashed with Lida and was the least injured among the three enemies. "We're not returning to the camp. We will take a different route to leave this place." The others looked at Zam in astonishment. "We've already been targeted. Remaining here means we are merely awaiting death." "Then why didn't you say so earlier? How do you think our safe route was discovered?" "That Dragon Country man betrayed us." "Possibly, but not definitively. If he were the only one injured, I would not suspect him. However, given that he was hurt and we were not, I find it hard to trust him. Had we not gone to assist him, the three of us would not have fallen into this predicament. Then why not simply eliminate him? Killing him would only complicate matters when the leader returns. We are already being monitored. Slaying him does not resolve the issue. Allowing him to leave eliminates a potential threat while serving as bait to divert attention." Zam glanced around, sensing an odd discomfort in the camp. It was an inexplicable feeling that lingered until just moments ago, prompting him to clarify his thoughts to the others. Meanwhile, on an alternate path, Xiao Mushing and his companion lay concealed on a slope, observing two figures, one of whom was tending to their wounds. "How did you ascertain that the route we set traps on was safe? Do you have any tricks? Teach me." The corpse regarded the injured individual with curiosity. "It's a guess. One person standing in a direction for nearly an hour is a dead giveaway. Even a child could deduce it." Seeing Xiao Mushing's reluctance to divulge further, the corpse refrained from pressing. "But what of these two? Our traps seem ineffective now." Xiao Mushing realized that while he had initially underestimated the intelligence of these individuals, they were merely cautious in the face of impending danger. Once they recognized the threat, their crude traps lost their efficacy. "What is your shooting skill like?" "I advise against firing. It might alert others," the corpse replied, shaking his head. They had brought two guns from the poachers last night for emergencies, but now they were too close to the camp. Xiao Mushing contemplated the two individuals with their weapons slung over their shoulders, one still nursing an injury. "Perhaps we should move in closer." This suggestion prompted a shared glance and a knowing smile between the two. Lida was weaving through the dense forest, occupied not only with the act of walking but also with a swirl of thoughts. He pondered what he would do if trouble were to arise up ahead. Should he proceed directly to the predetermined rendezvous point? However, if something had indeed gone awry, and if his companions had been captured, venturing there might lead him into a trap. Given the current circumstances, he had to contemplate the worst-case scenario. Yet, his musings were abruptly interrupted. Jika was suddenly knocked to the ground by a shadowy figure. As Lida reached for the gun strapped to his back to assist, a powerful hand grasped the firearm, and a fist struck his broken wrist, rendering him temporarily powerless. The gun was swiftly seized from him. After being toppled, Jika was preparing to retaliate when a dark muzzle was pressed against his forehead, accompanied by the bright, cheerful smile of a large boy. In a dialect of Anan, the boy greeted, "Hello. At last, I have the opportunity to aim a gun at someone." Lida lifted his gaze to the gun pointed at him, instantly realizing he had fallen into a grave predicament. Subsequently, Xiao Mushing bound the two with rope. Drawing from his prior experiences of being tied up, he secured them so tightly that even a finger could not move. Xiao Mushing regarded Li Da, inquiring, "Are you from Longhua?" Li Da, observing the two men, offered a conciliatory smile. "Brothers, no need for such sternness among family." Xiao Mushing retorted, "Family? Don't pretend you don't know the men who chased us with guns yesterday." Li Da contemplated for a moment before responding, "Brother, do you have any idea how much the contents of my bag could fetch? You know the prison time for what's in your bag? At least 400,000 US dollars, Li Da thought, fully aware that he needed to stoke their greed. Otherwise, the equivalent in Longhua currency could amount to 2 or 3 million, sufficient to purchase a home in the inner rings of first-tier cities. Perhaps there would even be leftover funds for a car, thus alleviating two of life's most burdensome concerns. This was merely the price of one item. "Brother, if you join me, your later years will be free of financial worry. Indeed, a life devoid of such concerns, provided one is imprisoned with meals and lodging included." Li Da continued, "But if you succeed, the future will be a life of indulgence and luxury, fraught with fear and sleepless nights." Xiao Mushing interjected, completing his thought. Seeing that the allure of benefits did not sway them, Li Da shifted to a more coercive tone. "But did you know? Our leader is known for his ruthless nature. He has hunted not just bears and tigers, but has also taken lives." Xiao Mushing remained silent, merely fixing his gaze on Li Da, his weapon raised silently. Li Da's voice trailed off as he sensed the gravity of the situation. "4 of them died, and one was left barely alive when I departed. I witnessed your leader perish, and he died with great resentment. He must be the leader you speak of." His light-hearted words silenced Li Da completely. He had begun to piece together the truth, speculating that these two men had narrowly escaped the leader's wrath and were now plotting to turn against him. Within the camp, only 4 cowardly individuals remained, 2 frightened to act, 3 of whom were injured. With the leader deceased, what could they possibly do? At that moment, Han Li navigated through the branches with urgency, arriving before Xiao Mushing. Noting Han Li's anxious demeanor, Xiao Mushing suspected he bore grim news. "The 4 are not at the camp." Before Xiao Mushing could respond, sporadic gunfire erupted nearby. Dead Man immediately sprang into action at the sound. Dashing towards the source of the shots, Xiao Mushing and Dead Man followed swiftly, leaving Jika and Li Da, bound and bewildered, in their wake, quickly transitioning to panic. They were ensnared in the primordial forest, rendered defenseless. Not daring to approach too closely, Xiao Mushing gestured to Dead Man to halt. Dead Man looked back at him, and together they ascended a nearby tree. From their vantage point atop the branches, they observed a clearing where chaos unfolded. "What shall we do, Zam?" One voice kept vigilant for movement within the dense underbrush, back to back with Zam, as sweat dripped uncontrollably from their brows. At their feet lay the corpse of a comrade, his clothing shredded and marked by numerous bite wounds, with the most severe being a large chunk of flesh missing from his throat. Blood flowed, gradually cooling. By the time they had discovered him, he was already in this condition, and another companion had become separated during their search. They had heard the man's screams moments ago, but now silence prevailed, likely heralding a similar fate. Though Zam's bones were unbroken, he could not run swiftly. The companion who had questioned him was also injured. With a broken left leg, relying on a makeshift crutch to move laboriously, he understood the nature of the creatures lurking in the underbrush. The only unscathed companion, burdened with the most valuable animal skins and teeth, had paid the ultimate price. They had caught their fellow off guard, and the wolves had overpowered him, dragging him deep into the thicket. This was not a sudden ambush, but a premeditated hunt. Wolves had not been on their list of prey, but when they could find no other quarry, they stumbled upon a den of pups. For a time, they had coexisted without incident, outnumbered and armed. However, this time, they were injured, and the scent of blood signaled to the wolves that it was an opportune moment for revenge. Consequently, the wolves targeted the uninjured first, as the injured could retaliate and offer assistance. "Let us back away slowly, moving away from this grassland, and then climb the trees," they whispered to one another. The rustling of wolves traversing the grassland filled the air, making it impossible for them to pinpoint their locations, let alone aim their rifles. Their firearms were bolt action, capable of firing only one bullet at a time. If they missed, the wolves would seize the moment to attack, sinking their teeth into their necks, while others would follow suit, biting their legs and hands, a common tactic among wolves when hunting. Just as they limped away slowly, Zam heard a rustle in the grass beside him. He turned his gun and squeezed the trigger. The bullet struck its target, but at that moment, another gray figure lunged from the underbrush, emerging after he had fired, its gaping maw sinking into his neck before he could even chamber another round. The companion at his back turned to assist, but felt a chill creep down his spine. As he attempted to turn, it was already too late. The wolf's fangs pierced his skin, embedding into the nape of his neck. Simultaneously, the grass parted as a throng of wolves surged forth, tearing the two apart. From his perch in the tree, Xiao Mushing muttered, "Are wolves truly this formidable? It is not uncommon for hunters to fall prey to wolves, even while armed. Those individuals can only be said to have encountered a stroke of misfortune. The grass, towering to their height, nearly obscured their line of sight. And all three bore injuries along with a considerable burden. Had the setting been in a forest or an open area, they might not have found themselves in such a predicament. Yet, they inadvertently ventured into this thicket. Moreover, it seemed that the wolves bore a grudge against them, suggesting a premeditated ambush. Let us entertain a hypothesis. If we were perched upon a tree, with wolves already fixated on us, how might we effect our escape? Presently, we possess a hunting rifle, which would suffice should they reveal themselves. However, if they remain concealed, waiting for us to descend, our situation would become perilous. For wolves are renowned for their patience. At this juncture, I suddenly realized something amiss. Why have you posed this question? Xiao Mushing merely maintained a smile as he gazed at me. My expression stiffened, and I pressed on. You are merely speaking hypothetically, correct? Xiao Mushing remained silent, continuing to observe me intently. I raised a hand to shield my eyes and retrieved a satellite phone from my other hand. After conveying our circumstances, I hung up and said, "Let us await rescue. They claim assistance is on the way. Surely the rescue team will not encounter trouble, will they? The ones coming to our aid are armed police, equipped with assault rifles." Xiao Mushing grasped a branch, descending to a wider fork in the tree. "I shall rest for a moment. Do remember to call me when the rescue team arrives. At this moment, you still have the luxury of sleep? Are you not concerned that you might turn in your slumber and find wolves at your side?" Xiao Mushing produced a length of rope, tossing it behind him in an arc that looped around a branch and returned to him. After several turns, he tied a knot and closed his eyes. Observing this, I contemplated and retrieved a rope from my own pack. Chapter 31 concludes as the intruder enters the dwelling. The two were roused by gunfire. Their rescuers had arrived. Rather than directly engaging the pack of wolves, they resorted to gunfire to frighten them away. Xiao Mushing and his companion descended from the tree, returning with the rescue team. Meanwhile, Jika and Lita narrowly escaped being devoured by wolves, fortunate to have their lives spared by the timely arrival of the rescue team. Though their futures were now irrevocably altered, the campsite abandoned by the poachers was photographed and temporarily secured, serving as crucial evidence of their crimes. On their journey back, they encountered the figures of mirrored flowers and fat fish, who had not left the forest but had awaited their return. The four ultimately returned to their starting point, Yashing Village, where a crowd had gathered, comprising police, villagers, and mourners, all engulfed in sorrow and tears. The unease and foreboding that had plagued their hearts had transformed into a stark reality before their eyes. 3 lifeless bodies lay before them, leaving an elderly man with white hair and a weary woman in despair, as if trapped in a vacuum, unable to breathe or weep. Hanli knelt before the 3 corpses, while the elderly man and the woman sat beside the remains. The juxtaposition of life and death, the 4 knelt in reverence. Separated by the realms of existence, Hanli offered no words of comfort, only an expression of remorse. As a seasoned geologist accustomed to the perils of the wild, he understood the inherent risks of his profession, a truth well known to his family. His lineage had been entrenched in geological surveying since his grandfather's time. His father had hoped he would choose a different path. Yet, his affection for the mountains and rivers had been ingrained in him from a young age. Aware of the hardships and dangers involved, he had always ensured that he left no unresolved matters before venturing forth. Gazing upon the visage of his beloved wife, so near yet forever out of reach, Hanli extended his hand. In this life, he cherished 2 things above all, the mountains and her. Gradually, his presence began to fade, content in having seen his family and loved ones one last time, and knowing that their remains would be returned to them. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Mushing felt a swell of emotion. Hanli turned back, smiling, and mouthed 2 words. Though the sound was too faint to discern, Xiao Mushing could read his lips. As the golden particles dissipated, the mountainous terrain transformed before Xiao Mushing's eyes. The towering green peaks became more than mere mountains. They embodied the movements of tectonic plates, the sediment of time, the budding of trees, and the passage of wind and snow. Each element left an indelible mark upon the landscape, shaping the mountains as he now perceived them. "So, this is the vista that captivates your heart," Xiao Mushing murmured. Having never quite understood the allure of mere mountains and streams, why did Hanli extol their beauty with such fervor? At that moment, Fat Fish approached his side. Upon returning, I suspect my bounty hunter rank will increase, he remarked. The others remained silent, yet nodded slightly in agreement. As a quartet of bounty hunters, they had faced 11 armed hunters, an endeavor that had undoubtedly exceeded their expected level of challenge. Xiao Mushing remained contemplative. He had accepted this task primarily to elevate his own ranking, shedding the provisional title, though he anticipated his advancement would not mirror that of the others. Subsequently, they followed the familiar protocol: testimonies, identifications, and the awarding of commendations and bounties. Given the cross-border nature of the criminal organization, they received an additional sum of compensation. Concurrently, the Bounty Hunter Forum deposited 400,000 into each of their accounts, a considerable sum indeed. Xiao Mushing also acquired 3 vehicles, a point of contention among the others. For such vehicles were not inexpensive, each costing tens of thousands. During the journey back, Xiao Mushing began to reflect on the shared characteristics of the 2 ghosts that had emerged from the haunted house. Both were victims of homicide, bound by their obsessions. Upon returning home, he pondered whether a new neighbor might arise from this ordeal. Meanwhile, at the entrance to room 404, a timid figure appeared. He approached the door, glancing around cautiously. From his pocket, he extracted a small leather bag. The lock must be yearning for attention. Let me test my skills, he thought. Prior to his arrival, he had gathered information regarding the notorious reputation of room 404, noting the scarcity of residents on the same floor. Naturally, he dismissed such superstitions, for he frequently entered others' homes under the cover of darkness. He had also learned that this particular room had an occupant, albeit one who was often absent, presenting him with a prime opportunity, especially given the inadequate surveillance in the area. With a click, the lock yielded. The thief's face broke into a victorious smile as he sidled into the room and closed the door behind him. Fumbling along the wall, he found the switch and turned on the light, then began to search for lightweight, valuable items. He stumbled upon several delivery boxes, inspecting them to discover a military multifunctional shovel, climbing boots, and a gas mask. What peculiar items have been purchased here? And where are the rest? Everything seems to be empty. Finally, he entered the bedroom and spotted a laptop on the table. His eyes lighting up as he snatched it and tucked it into his bag. He continued to rummage through the room, opening a cabinet to uncover a commendation banner for bravery, successfully capturing a psychopathic killer. The thief furrowed his brow and continued his search, unearthing a medical record. Gold City Mental Hospital Diagnosis Report. Patient symptoms: claims to see ghosts, believes they are constantly around him and can communicate with them. As he read this, a shiver ran down his spine, and he felt a chill envelop him. The rumors surrounding this room suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Turning around nervously, he saw nothing amiss. Then, darkness enveloped him. The thief jumped in alarm. Did the power just trip? However, the bedroom light remained illuminated. The thief reached out and turned on the bedside lamp, only to find that nothing sprang forth unexpectedly, allowing him to exhale in relief. Suddenly, the same sound echoed once more, grating against the stillness of the room. The bedroom light persisted in its glow, leaving the thief perplexed, prompting him to glance towards the door. In that moment, his fear magnified exponentially. The living room light had extinguished, plunging it into darkness, as if something awaited him there. The thief hesitated, reluctant to move. This was abnormal. Prior to his arrival, he had observed that the room's lights were merely ordinary fixtures. There were no surveillance cameras present, making it improbable that it was a smart home system. Yet, before he could steady his nerves, something in the living room flickered to life. "Hello everyone, I am Peppa, and this is my little brother." The television blared. How had the television turned on? Who was responsible for this? The childish banter emanating from the screen was chilling. Chapter 32, Li Yishou and the little girl. In the next moment, the sound of the door being pushed open reached him. The homeowner had returned. The thief glanced around, swiftly diving into the wardrobe, as if that were the only place that could offer him solace. Xiao Mushing trudged wearily to the door, hearing the commotion within. It appeared a new roommate had arrived, albeit one with a rather juvenile disposition, still watching cartoons, such childish cartoons at that. Upon opening the door and surveying the bedroom, he spotted a small figure curled up on the sofa. It was a girl of 7 or 8, clad in a lovely floral dress, her short hair reaching her neck. Initially taken aback, Xiao Mushing's heart tightened at the sight. From his previous encounters, he had deduced a pattern. Those who came here as spirits had all met their demise at the hands of others. He set down his backpack and donned a gentle smile, approaching the sofa. "Little one, do you enjoy watching Peppa Pig?" The girl gazed at him, noticing his black jacket and fatigued demeanor, yet finding him kind. "Are you a handsome big sister?" Xiao Mushing smiled wider. "I'm merely a bit good looking, but I'm still a boy." Sensing a special bond, the girl shifted closer. "Brother, let me tell you, there's a thief in that room." But he can't see me, so I turn on the TV to scare him. He still hasn't come out. The 7 or 8-year-old girl had already grasped much, exhibiting a keen sensitivity to certain behaviors. Xiao Mushing followed her pointed finger towards the bedroom. Had someone snuck in? Who could it be? The landlord? No. She was too timid for that. A thief? But what sort of thief would venture into a haunted house? Residents from the same complex avoided him, knowing he was in 404. Inside the wardrobe, the thief Li Yishou clutched a screwdriver, his body trembling slightly. Upon hearing the homeowner speaking after the door opened, he realized he had only heard one voice, an individual's soliloquy. The diagnosis report from the mental hospital and the rumors surrounding the house flooded his mind, along with scenes from horror films he had previously watched. Children shouldn't watch too much television at night. It's best to rest early. I'm off to bed now. Following this statement, the sound of footsteps headed towards the bedroom drew closer. Such mischief, leaving the bedroom light on, came the voice, followed by the rustling of clothes, and then the sound of someone lying down. Just as Li Yishou thought the homeowner was about to fall asleep, he heard the sound of short videos playing outside. For the first time, he loathed short videos, silently praying that the homeowner wouldn't notice his missing computer. Half an hour passed, the sound of videos ceased, and the living room light was extinguished, replaced by the rhythmic sound of breathing. Li Yishou sighed with relief. Sensing that the homeowner remained oblivious to his stolen computer, he decided to wait another 10 minutes, allowing the homeowner to sink deeper into slumber before making his exit. He slowly opened a crack in the wardrobe, glancing at the blankets rise on the bed. Then he gently eased the wardrobe door open, stepping out cautiously. Just as he prepared to leave the bedroom, he caught sight of the empty bedside table. Yet, as soon as he stepped out, an alarming realization struck him. Where was his phone? Did he not place it on the bedside table before sleeping? His question was abruptly answered by a large foot, followed by a dislocated hand and a swollen, bruised face. Li Yishou lay sprawled on the living room floor, a picture of confusion and pain. Xiao Mushing clapped his hands and, after doing so, proceeded to search him. He could have acted more aggressively, but he feared the other might possess some unpredictable weaponry. Past experiences had taught him caution. There were always rumors of individuals capable of crafting weapons out of mere items. Big brother, I was wrong. I have an 80-year-old girlfriend to support. My lifestyle is erratic. I often engage in mischief. HIV, syphilis, leukemia, lung cancer, tumors, heart pain. Li Yishou was thoroughly terrified. This was a mentally unstable individual, and a particularly formidable one at that, while he, Li Yishou, was merely a burglar. Should he be killed? The perpetrator might evade prison altogether. Yet, the most horrifying aspect was when this man searched him, uttering the phrase, "Little one, could you help me turn on a light?" And the light flickered to life. He feared that his demise would lead the police to merely report him missing, while he lay quietly in a freezer, portions of him being removed daily to be placed in a frying pan, feeling the searing heat from the bottom. Thus, he could only blurt out anything to provoke disdain. Xiao Mushing cleared his ears. Don't speak of such frivolities. If I don't reattach your arms within half an hour, they will perish. An amputation will be your only recourse. So, whatever I ask next, you shall answer. Of course, you may choose to lie, and I too may make my own choices. Li Yishou nodded rapidly, akin to fingers dancing in a rhythm game, his brain nearly muddled. What is your name? Li Yishou. Your profession? A societal material to general equivalent conversion engineer. Have you received an education? How did you end up like this? Xiao Mushing inquired with keen interest. I didn't study much. I just remembered this point and then dropped out. Where are you from? Li Yishou was taken aback by the specificity of the question. Yun Village, Shay County, Tianwu Province. At that moment, the little girl who had been sitting on the sofa leapt up, rushing towards Li Yishou with anger and tears. Her tiny fists rained down upon him like a storm. Xiao Mushing quickly pressed. What's wrong? Is he connected to your death? Upon hearing this, Li Yishou felt an urgent need to relieve himself. Big brother, I've never killed anyone. I only engage in petty theft, but I still have a conscience. I don't steal from the young or the old, nor from those who are struggling or ill. I primarily take items, seldom cash. And even when I do steal phones, I only take from those who have too. I've never had anything to do with murder. Silence. You're disturbing me. Li Yishou was immediately struck mute, as if frozen in fear. Xiao Mushing patiently listened to the little girl recount her harrowing tale. In this village, they bound me and placed a particularly foul-smelling hood over my head. They forced me before an ugly stone statue and struck at me with an exceptionally long knife. It hurt so much, terribly so. They slashed at my hands and feet, then plunged the knife into my chest, carving me open. Each of them wore a mask, and they laughed while they inflicted this pain upon me. Listening to the girl vividly narrate her ordeal, Xiao Mushing's gaze at Li Yishou turned colder. At that moment, Li Yishuo was unaware of what was transpiring, as he could neither hear nor see anything. Yet, he sensed that he was on the brink of meeting his great-grandmother. Chapter 33, Then I Shall Be Your Slave. Could you enlighten me about the development of your village? Xiao Mushing soon regained his composure. Although he held no affection for the thief, given the latter's demeanor, he deemed it improbable that he was involved in murder. He had encountered perverse killers before, and their eyes bore a distinct look unlike ordinary individuals, something he could confirm by glancing in a mirror. I recall, about 5 or 6 years ago when I left the village, the new village head had only recently taken office and sought to transform the village's plight. He planted fruit trees, yet after a year or two, there was little to show for it. The village head persisted, while others could no longer endure. I believed that following him would yield no changes. I had no desire to remain in the village, nor did I wish to pursue education. After a fierce argument with my father, I fled to the city and worked for several years, managing to save a bit of money. And how did you come to resort to thievery? Xiao Mushing's question struck a nerve with Li Yishuo, causing a mix of frustration, regret, and helplessness to wash over his face. Because I ventured into entrepreneurship. At this confession, Xiao Mushing's eyes closed in sympathetic understanding. These past 2 years of entrepreneurship have been nothing short of a lament. Xiao Mushing squatted down to reset Li Yishuo's dislocated hand, realizing that if left unattended, it would become permanently incapacitated. How much do you owe? 100,000 yuan. What's the matter? I propose a business deal. You take me back to your village. And not only will your thieving incident from tonight be forgiven, but I will also assist in settling your debt. Upon hearing this, Li Yishuo initially beamed with joy, a smile brightening his face. But then, his expression froze in sudden apprehension. The psychiatric records, the villagers, he would have to bring them back. The burning village, the wailing villagers, wielding knives and laughing maniacally amidst the flames, and the anger and regret he felt as he lay on the ground. There is no such thing as a free lunch. This was a life lesson imparted to him during his ill-fated entrepreneurial journey. Of course, you may decline. However, the little girl perched atop your head will enter your village without your company. Li Yishuo nearly forgot that besides this ancestor, there was another terrifying presence in the room that he could not see. What to do? To agree or not to agree? If he declined, the unseen entity would go alone, which could lead to disaster. But if he agreed, what if he became the villain? As Li Yishuo wrestled with his dilemma, Xiao Mushing pulled out his phone and opened the bounty hunter forum. The tag, Inchai, was marked with an LV5 emblem, and the temporary label had vanished. Alongside it, a new upgrade option appeared. The public chat channel was buzzing, his name mentioned multiple times by those seeking to form a team with him. Apart from himself, there were also the dead men, whose recent achievements shone brightly. Xiao Mushing noted that the dead men had been awarded a gold medal for their bounty hunter ranking. Amidst the flattery, some comments were less than favorable, but he paid them no mind. He instead typed the keyword Yangyun Village, which prompted an investigative task. Some villagers in Yangyun seemed to harbor secrets. Please assist in the investigation. It was accompanied by a note. A month ago, a LV3 bounty hunter accepted this task, but has since gone missing. This task is now elevated in priority. Hunters willing to accept it should prepare for unexpected developments. After clicking to accept, he turned to Li Yishuo. By the way, what is your name? Li Yishuo. Didn't you just ask that? Li Yishuo scratched his head in curiosity. But then he hesitated, realizing that the other party had not inquired further. Xiao Mushing entered another name into the forum, Chen Nanxian, and discovered another bounty. Missing person task. Locate 8-year-old girl Chen Nanxian. Last seen near Yida Plaza on Luquan Street, Binhai City. Reward 200,000 yuan. In addition to this task, several similar ones popped up alongside it. Many LV5 tasks were of this nature, yet their completion rates were notoriously low. The world can sometimes feel small, leaving no room for an individual, while at other times, it is vast enough that one could spend a lifetime searching for another. Xiao Mushing silently accepted the task. He intended to visit Yangyun Village, though he was unfamiliar with the area and could not rely solely on the 8-year-old girl. Thus, he focused on this local person, who at least provided him with a reasonable justification for entering the village. It would depend on whether the other party would cooperate. If they did not, he would have to find another way. However, this fellow would undoubtedly need to spend a couple of days in custody. Li Yishuo contemplated for a long time, realizing he must accompany Xiao Mushing, for he could not allow a few rotten apples to spoil the entire village. If it came to pass that they intended to commit harm, he would stand in their way, even at the cost of his own life. With this thought, Li Yishuo felt an aura of nobility enveloping him. I will agree, but remember, grievances have their origins, and debts their debtors. You must not harm the innocent. Xiao Mushing squinted, pondering what Li Yishuo was truly contemplating. I never kill. Can you tell me why the little girl you mentioned wishes to go to my village? Chen Nanxian, perched on Li Yixuo's head, waved her small hands and declared, "You wicked villains, watch me use my magical starlight fist to defeat you." Xiao Mushing interjected, "There are people in your village who buy others." "Impossible." Li Yixuo jumped up in protest. "With how impoverished we are. Our village's dogs cry when they enter our toilets. We lack even the means to eat. So how could we afford to buy people? If I were to accompany you back to your village and uncover the truth, what would you say?" "If it's true, I'll call you father," Li Yixuo proclaimed, pointing at the ceiling with conviction. "I have no son as useless as you," Xiao Mushing retorted disdainfully. Chen Nanxian, hearing this exchange, wore a puzzled expression. At 8 years old and in the 3rd grade, she often heard boys in her class making similar bets. She could not comprehend why boys were so eager to acknowledge others as their fathers. "Then I shall be your slave." Xiao Mushing was taken aback. "Is this how wild society has become?" That's not what I meant. I mean," Li Yixuo seemed to realize he had overstepped. Yet, he had nothing else to wager. Chen Nanxian found the adult world incomprehensible, bewildered that someone would willingly offer to become a slave. Chapter 34. Purchasing a house no need. Just ensure you don't collapse when the time comes. Xiao Mushing observed that Li Yixuo's words reflected an extreme confidence in the people of his village. He firmly believes that the people in his village would never resort to such despicable acts, even when faced with dire poverty and starvation. Despite being a thief himself, he maintains a moral confidence regarding his village. It is akin to a person trapped in a quagmire, yet harboring a glimmer of light within. And that village represents the beacon of hope in his heart. It is a home he once yearned to flee from, yet now longs for, though he dares not return. He feels he has yet to achieve success or amass wealth. Accepting the consequences of a bet, he declares that if he loses, he will serve as a subordinate. The term slave seems excessively harsh, and he decides to rephrase it as subordinate. He is convinced that the villagers would not allow him to lose. There must be some misunderstanding in this situation. "In that case, stay with me for now, and in a few days, we will visit Yanyun village," he suggests. "Aren't we setting off tomorrow? Why delay for a few days?" Li Yixuo had just experienced a moment of panic, but now felt an eagerness building within him. For if he could escort the other party, his debts would be resolved. "I have some matters to attend to," he replied, initially uncertain of what those matters entailed. It wasn't until the following day, when he accompanied Xiao Mushing to the vehicle management office, that he saw 3 large SUVs being delivered by a truck, all registered under Xiao Mushing's name. "Brother, what business are you in? You seem quite wealthy," Li Yixuo remarked, puzzled as to why someone so affluent would reside in a haunted house, especially given the room's furnishings and decor that hardly suggested wealth. "3 reckless fellows, much like you, dared to wager with me, and they ended up losing their vehicles," Xiao Mushing explained. "There are indeed a lot of foolishly rich people these days. Indeed, so many fools." Xiao Mushing echoed meaningfully. "I'm not one of them," Li Yixuo promptly retorted. "A madman never admits to being mad, just as a murderer never acknowledges their deeds. Similarly, a fool won't admit their folly. So are you mad?" Li Yixuo countered. "Of course I am. Haven't you seen my medical records?" Xiao Mushing replied. Before making a video call, the contact displayed cowardly landlord. Once the connection was established, a sleepy, disheveled woman appeared on the screen. "What do you want?" she asked. "I'm interested in purchasing your property. Does it come with a parking space?" The video momentarily froze, not due to poor connectivity, but because the landlord was taken aback. "Where did you get the money? Why would you buy a haunted house? As for the money, that's none of your concern. I prefer living in this haunted house because it alleviates my loneliness. It's a bit livelier here," he replied. The landlord hissed through the screen like a rattlesnake, her astonishment lingering. She had encountered many courageous individuals, but few matched this level of audacity. "Let's meet this afternoon. I'll bring the contract. We can meet anywhere. Just not at that house." "Oh, I recall there's a coffee shop nearby." Chen Nanxian pointed to a flyer on the ground. "You can't eat it anyway." Chen Nanxian remained silent, simply gazing at Xiao Mushing with her bright, big eyes. Seeing the adorable girl, Xiao Mushing's heart softened. "There's a McDonald's nearby. Let us meet there this afternoon." After hanging up, Xiao Mushing turned to Li Yixuo. "Can you drive? Help me park these 3 vehicles in the public parking area of the community." Originally, Xiao Mushing intended to sell 2 of the cars, but reconsidered, sensing they might become consumables in the future. Given the nature of his current residence, he anticipated that most of his future tasks would involve life and death situations, entwined with complicated relationships and fierce confrontations, circumstances he could hardly evade. Of course, he could choose to cease his activities, but the reality was that his current earnings were insufficient for future retirement, and stepping back would mean returning to a life of labor, either as a 9 9-to-5 worker or an around-the-clock employee, constantly bowing before a boss. The thought of job hunting seemed futile. He might not even find a factory willing to hire him. Ultimately, maintaining the status quo appeared quite appealing. No need to demean himself before others. The individuals he encountered were generally straightforward, either wishing to eliminate him or be eliminated themselves. Moreover, he could acquire skills more swiftly than others, needing only a brief brush with danger rather than prolonged study. Xiao Mushing felt an exhilarating rush of adrenaline and shivered at the thought. Could it be that I truly have an issue? Why does contemplating this thrill me so? In the afternoon, the landlord arrived, donned in sunglasses and a denim jacket, carrying a bag. She took a seat at the agreed location. Xiao Mushing ordered 2 coffees, 2 colas, a box of fried chicken, and a serving of fries, waiting there. Li Yishou accompanied him, and although Chun Nanxian couldn't partake, Xiao Mushing ordered something for her as well. He and Ti intended to order food. They were there to discuss the contract. But he couldn't deny the little girl her desires. The landlord retrieved a contract from her bag. You are aware of the house's condition. I won't charge you a high price, 400,000. If you're interested, just sign the contract. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing did not attempt to negotiate further, as properties in the vicinity typically ranged above 2 million. This house's price was relatively reasonable, especially considering that haunted houses usually sold at steep discounts. The offer was quite sincere, practically a bargain. Furthermore, he wasn't in dire need of cash, having over $1 million in his account. After deducting the purchase price, he would still have around $1.5 million left, essentially just spending the bounty on those poachers. He had recently received 2 payments, one from the Bounty Hunter Forum and an additional official reward. Xiao Mushing felt as if he were dreaming, having achieved his goals for the next 30 to 40 years in such a short span. While signing the contract, he happened to notice the landlord's name, Su Donghua. During their previous hurried signing, he hadn't caught it, only remembering her surname. Tomorrow, I'll take you for the property transfer. But acquiring the deed will likely take about a month, she informed him. Once the paperwork is complete, you will need to wait. Xiao Mushing had no objections, as he had already researched the correct procedures before coming. Su Donghua then took a sip of the cola on the table. Finally, I can rid myself of this major headache. Just as she took a sip, she noticed Xiao Mushing hesitating. You're not having second thoughts, are you? Xiao Mushing remained silent. Li Yishou quietly interjected. You're drinking someone else's. It's not ours. Su Donghua glanced at the table, observing 2 coffees and 2 colas. Yet, there were only 3 people at the table. Who could the third be? She felt tears welling up. They were already out in the open. Chapter 35. The Transfer. Arrangements. Chun Nanxian stared with wide eyes, her first encounter witnessing adults stealing a child's drink and crying. Su Donghua's frightened demeanor drew curious glances from others in the cafe, both adults and children, along with the staff. Strictly speaking, their assembly seemed somewhat peculiar. Moreover, having just signed a contract, it inadvertently led some to speculate. A few even discreetly pulled out their phones, ready to call the authorities should anything go awry. Xiao Mushing recognized this shift in the atmosphere. Out here, it's not a big deal. Nothing will happen. Su Donghua trembled as she spoke. Really? Really? That house has left me with significant psychological trauma. At this moment, Li Yishou wished to interject, but a mere glance from Xiao Mushing silenced him. Reluctantly, Li Yishou sealed his lips. Then why were you outside? Su Donghua took a moment before uttering the question. Because they attached themselves to me, Xiao Mushing replied candidly. As nearly everyone who entered this house had formed a connection with him. I apologize, I never anticipated it would come to this. I merely intended to suppress the malevolent energy of that house, Su Donghua expressed, guilt nearly overflowing. She had not foreseen the severity of the situation. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. The path I chose is my own responsibility. If you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I know some acquaintances who handle funerals. Li Yishou almost spewed his coffee at this remark. Seizing the moment, Xiao Mushing added, we could certainly get acquainted. Is transportation included? Given his current endeavors, it might prove beneficial, either for himself or for others. Yes, but I haven't finished my statement. My friend knows several Taoist priests, Su Donghua began. Then abruptly fell silent, realizing that those priests had failed to resolve her issues with the house, rendering their past visits seemingly futile. As for the priests, let us forget them. There are too many charlatans these days. It's hard enough for everyone to make a living without falling for such foolishness. Su Donghua felt as though she had been chastised. Let us leave it at that for today. We shall complete the transfer tomorrow. I have to leave for a trip in a few days. Where are you going? To help them ease their grievances and sever their obsessions. So that is why you feel remorse. Yet, she suddenly grasped a crucial keyword. They. Xiao Mushing remained silent, merely nodding slightly. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating Su Donghua. Yet, she felt no warmth. Instead, she sensed an overwhelming presence surrounding her, with each figure casting a gaze filled with resentment. All right, we shall meet again tomorrow. Goodbye. She then grabbed her bag and turned to leave, her movements stiff, as if both her limbs were moving in unison. Li Yishuo was rendered speechless by the astonishment. Brother, you can't possibly be a Taoist descending from the mountain, can you? Who wouldn't he be unnerved by such supernatural matters? Observing the calm demeanor of this elder brother, combined with his display of prowess the previous night and his nonchalant attitude towards the unseen, Li Yishuo's imagination ran wild. Reminiscent of the tropes from urban fantasy novels where one encounters either a master descending from the mountain or a reclusive sage. Reality, however, had a way of slapping such fantasies back. The next day, at the property transfer agency, Su Donghua and Xiao Mushing maintained a respectful distance, her face still displaying fear. The staff member addressing Su Donghua whispered, "Do you need me to call the police?" Su Donghua looked up in confusion. "What would I report?" From the staff's gaze, she perceived sympathy and pity. "You misunderstand. I have no relation to him," she hurriedly clarified. The staff member exhibited an understanding look, along with a firm, supportive demeanor. "Fear not. I will protect you. He cannot harm you here." "He hasn't harmed me," Su Donghua replied, attempting to mitigate the situation. "He purchased a haunted house from me, and now he is entangled with it." The staff member's expression shifted from pity to shock, then to a hint of disdain. "It's not that I harbor malice. He knew it was a haunted house and still chose to buy it." The staff member displayed skepticism. "Who buys a haunted house?" At that moment, Xiao Mushing stepped forward. "What she says is true. Haunted houses are inexpensive. I have not made a poor investment." Their conversation had grown a bit loud, catching the staff's attention. Su Donghua cast a grateful glance towards him. He was genuinely kind. Upon hearing this, the staff member ceased to question further, swiftly completing the necessary procedures. Once everything was finalized, Su Donghua stated, "It will take at least 20 days for the property certificate to be ready. I will deliver it to you then." "That works," she responded, darting away like a little sparrow. Xiao Mushing merely shook his head at the sight. He then retrieved his phone, searched for the contact Zhou Haihong, and made a call. "Are you busy lately?" "Oh, is that not the illustrious Incha? Are you bringing me along for a team mission?" The discussions on the bounty forum were quite evident to her. "Enough of that. Let us discuss serious matters. I've taken on 2 tasks. One involves investigating Yanyun village, and the other is to locate a little girl named Chun Nanxian. These 2 tasks are interconnected." Zhou Haihong immediately grasped the implication. Bounty hunters typically do not undertake unrelated tasks, nor would they accept missions they cannot fulfill. Thus, Xiao Mushing must have uncovered something significant or felt confident in completing both tasks. "Feel free to speak. I'm willing to assist." Zhou Haihong was eager to help Xiao Mushing, as it would create a reciprocal favor for future complex tasks. This is what one might call mutual benefit. "I've discovered some leads and will investigate the village. However, I trust you understand the potential implications if these 2 tasks are linked. Should any unforeseen issues arise, I may not be able to exit the village or even relay any information. So, I wanted to forewarn you. If I lose contact, remember to alert the authorities. I will do my utmost to leave clues behind and send you any findings in advance. Currently, I am accompanied by Li Yishuo." Xiao Mushing explained his circumstances and preparations. "Take care," Zhou Haihong advised, fully aware of the harrowing implications of human trafficking tied to a village. The potential for collusion and protection among villagers is alarming. Those who enter may not truly return. This is not mere sensationalism, but a reality that has transpired. After concluding the call, Xiao Mushing realized he could not share this matter with his ordinary friends. They led mundane lives and were ill-equipped to handle such situations. There was no need to involve them. And as for alerting the authorities, he currently lacked evidence and clues, which could easily trigger unwanted attention. Chapter 36. Is this called a poor village? Autumn Festival. In the jeep, Xiao Mushing gazed down the road ahead. "Are you sure your village is impoverished?" "I'm not entirely certain. The changes around here seem quite significant." It was understandable why Xiao Mushing posed this question. As the saying goes, to become prosperous, one must first repair the roads. They were currently traversing a village road, yet it was a well-maintained, 2-way paved road, broad and devoid of debris. Typically, village roads are not this wide, nor do they often feature distinctly marked lanes. Furthermore, built against the mountains, it is common to find large stones and moss. Yet this road appeared immaculate. Along their journey, they observed numerous orange trees, most laden with fruit. More importantly, they spotted a vehicle approaching, adorned with several circles. Upon arriving at the village entrance, Li Yishuo's mouth fell agape at the sight. The entire village was filled with 2- or 3-story villas. Moreover, in front of many of these villas, 1 or 2 vehicles were parked, a sedan and a convertible truck. How do you define poverty? This is a place where you wouldn't even find scraps to eat. How would I know? I haven't returned in 6 or 7 years. How did the village change so drastically? In the span of 6 or 7 years, have you not once called your father? I have. However, every time we speak, it devolves into an argument. I boast of my fortunes abroad, while he claims prosperity in the village, exchanging jabs with one another. At that moment, near the entrance of the village, an elderly gentleman with grizzled hair and beard reclines in a chair, basking in the sun while perusing short videos on his phone, all featuring lively performances. Upon noticing the newcomers, he rises leisurely and switches off his device. As he approaches, he recognizes them. Oh, is that not the child from the Oldley family? Finally decided to return, and with a friend no less. Come, let us sit at my home. Uncle Joe, what has transpired in the village? They inquire. Let us discuss this at my house. Uncle Joe opens his gate and presents them with 2 large oranges, cheerily exclaiming, "You simply missed the right moment. The year after you left, the fruit trees bore fruit, and the oranges were exceptionally sweet. That year, the village chief guided us in selling them. Each household made at least 100 to 200,000. I recall your father confiding in me that he earned 190,000 that year." Just as Li Yishuo was about to extol the virtues of the orange he sampled, he was struck by this revelation. "You must be joking. Why would I deceive you? Ask your father, or better yet, check your family's bank account to verify the balance." Uncle Joe replied. By the 3rd year of selling, the village chief proposed some high-end cultivation method, restricting each tree to no more than 10 oranges and forbidding pesticides. At the time, the villagers were baffled. Wouldn't more fruit mean more profit? Yet guess what? Those oranges fetched the highest prices. The village chief somehow found foreign buyers who purchased them for export. And how much did they sell for? Li Yishuo cautiously inquired. 2,000 each, Uncle Joe declared proudly. Why not rob a bank at that price? 2,000. Are foreign tycoons truly that naive? Consider this. I heard that in some places, an apple can sell for 10,000. We are quite reasonable by comparison. Do you know how much those foreigners sell the oranges for once they take them from us? How much? Li Yishuo asked, his curiosity piqued. 2,000. That's no profit at all. In US dollars. That's utterly outrageous. Li Yishuo clenched his teeth, now determined to compete with the wealthy. Just how delectable could a $2,000 orange be? Uncle Joe glanced at the oranges in their hands. What you are eating right now are precisely those. The realization hit them simultaneously, nearly causing the oranges to tumble from their grasp. Though Xiao Mushing had amassed considerable wealth, the distinction between earning and spending was significant. He had yet to indulge in luxuries. How could you offer me such expensive oranges? I feel unworthy. Li Yishuo was genuinely taken aback by Uncle Joe's generosity after so many years apart. Do not overthink it. The recent heavy rains caused several oranges to fall from the king fruit tree, which the buyers do not want. The oranges exported must be freshly picked and sent out the same day. They are selected for size and quality. Any that are too small or misshapen are discarded. The good ones must be hastily sent to the city and flown out, or else they become undesirable. Li Yishuo gazed at the fruit trees outside, contemplating the hardships he had endured during those 6 or 7 years. Yet, just as he was overcome with melancholy, Xiao Mushing pointed at a mask hanging on the wall. Uncle Joe, what purpose does that mask serve? Li Yishuo followed Xiao Mushing's finger to a mask adorned with feathers on one side and grains on the other, resembling a bird's beak. It is a tradition in our village. During the autumn harvest, each household sends a representative adorned with this mask, carrying the first batch of harvested rice. A grand bonfire is lit, and the rice is offered to our ancestors, seeking their blessings for favorable weather and continued abundance. We call this the Autumn Festival. Though Xiao Mushing's expression remained unchanged, a weight settled in his heart. He recalled that the individuals who had attempted to harm him wore similar masks. From what he learned from Xiao Qian, aside from the traffickers she encountered, those who purchased her were always masked, binding her hands and feet. It was only during peculiar rituals that her blindfold was removed and a hood was placed upon her, coinciding with the Autumn Festival. Yet, this village possessed a school with educated individuals and teachers. How could such ignorance persist? Moreover, Li Yishuo's account suggested that the Autumn Festival did not involve any violent acts, implying honesty on his part. How about it? Young man, do you fancy this? If you like, I shall gift it to you, Uncle Joe said, interrupting Xiao Mushing's contemplation as he removed the mask from the wall and offered it to him. Primarily, I found it reminiscent of a mask from a certain anime, piquing my curiosity. But I must admit, it is indeed exquisitely crafted. Just a simple creation, quite rough. Not as refined as you suggest, Uncle Zhou humbly replied. Xiao Mushing accepted the mask without refusal. Some things required further examination to uncover additional clues. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. And what is your name, young man? Xiaomu. A fine name indeed. What business do you engage in outside? That vehicle you drove back is quite an expense. Uncle Zhou remarked, nodding toward the car outside. Xiao Mushing continued. Oh, we are involved in short videos, the kind featuring dancers or family dramas that you often see online, which we orchestrate behind the scenes. I have heard of that. Quite profitable. It seems you've had your share of success, Uncle Zhou responded, patting Li Yishou on the shoulder with his bony hand. Feeling somewhat awkward, Li Yishou chuckled and stood up. I should take my leave for now, but I shall return to visit in a few days. Indeed, it has been 6 or 7 years since your last visit. Your father has missed you dearly. Uncle Zhou agreed. This struck a chord with Li Yishou, stirring emotions within him. Despite their past disagreements, he had missed his father during these years. They exited the house and returned to their vehicle, driving further into the village. Uncle Zhou watched as Xiao Mushing's figure receded. Sensing that the young man was not entirely truthful, there was something familiar about his silhouette. He recalled glimpsing him in a short video before, vaguely associated with an official report regarding a case involving a young, beautiful victim. Could it be? In a small courtyard, 2 elderly men gathered around a tea stove. Oldly, let me tell you. The child from the Zhao family to the west was just sent away by his father shortly after returning. Isn't that rather harsh? It's not as if he didn't bring a girlfriend. You must have been away on deliveries and missed the details. It is not that he lacked a girlfriend. Rather, he returned with a boyfriend. Old Wang, you mustn't speak so recklessly, or else be wary of old Zhao's wrath, Oldly remarked incredulously. This was common knowledge among many villagers, yet seldom discussed, for fear of provoking old Zhao's ire. You just returned yesterday, and I thought it best to vent my frustrations to you. Also, your son has been away for 6 or 7 years without returning. I've heard that the children in the city indulge extravagantly. One day, he might bring home a man. Get lost. As for my son, I know him well. There was a time when I hung him from the crooked tree at the village entrance for a reason. Wasn't it for lifting girl skirts at school? No matter how disappointing he may be, he would never bring home a man. That's uncertain, Old Wang replied, just as a jeep came to a halt before them. He scrutinized the vehicle, unable to recall anyone in the village owning such a car. At that moment, 2 individuals emerged from the front seats. One of whom was Li Yishou, Old Li's son, who had been away for 6 or 7 years. Upon seeing the other person, Old Li's expression darkened. Xiao Mushing possessed a somewhat feminine beauty, and combined with the prior conversation, each word echoed in Old Li's mind. His hands clenched tightly. Old Wang hastily inquired, "Who is this?" "This is a business associate of mine," Old Li replied. Upon hearing this, he felt a slight relief, then spoke with a sardonic tone. "Finally decided to come back, have you?" Li Yishou's fists tightened upon hearing those words. He realized he ought not to harbor any illusions. Old Wang attempted to ease the tension, saying, "Old Li, it's rare for the child to return, and he has brought a friend along." Xiao Mushing approached the car's trunk, opening it to reveal several large bags of gifts. "Hello, uncle. I've heard so much about you from Yishou. He says you are strict but fair-minded and possess great foresight. Many challenges we faced in business were resolved using the methods you taught him. However, as you know, he can be quite stubborn and rarely says kind words in person." Old Li struggled to suppress a smile and feigned indifference as he asked, "Is that so?" Li Yishou wanted to refute this, but met Xiao Mushing's gaze and felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Thus, he could only nod slightly. Old Li, noticing this gesture, felt a surge of joy and invited Xiao Mushing into the house. Xiao Mushing had prepared for this encounter, knowing that the father-son relationship had become so strained that it led to estrangement. He had brought gifts and devised some statements to avoid an awkward standoff that might prevent him from entering. Upon entering, Xiao Mushing noticed identical masks adorning the walls, albeit with slight variations due to different craftsmen. He had also instructed Xiao Qian to roam the 2-story villa to check for hidden rooms or basements. But nothing unusual was found. It resembled old Tuesday's home, just an ordinary villa. While Uncle Li was preparing the meal, Li Yishou commented, "Brother, given the current situation in our village, it seems even less likely for anyone to purchase a bride. Everyone is quite affluent now. I spoke with my father about some of my old acquaintances, and they've all married. Every household has cars and homes, and a sustainable income. What kind of bride could they not find? Are you overlooking something?" "I'm referring to young girls. I understand, but to be honest, our village has a tendency to favor sons over daughters. If someone were to buy a girl, it would likely be to raise her as a child bride. Otherwise, there is no reason for it. In a village that prioritizes sons, why would they buy young girls? This must be a misunderstanding." Li Yishou still found it hard to believe Xiao Muxing's assertions. This was his hometown, and he knew the people well. You've been away from the village for 6 or 7 years. Sometimes, changes occur in an instant, and that duration is ample for many such moments to unfold. Then we shall see. Xiao Muxing smiled. He refrained from sharing the more brutal aspects Xiao Qian had mentioned, leaving Li Yishou unaware of the true purpose behind a village purchasing young girls. After dinner, the sun had not yet fully set. Uncle Li, the village has improved remarkably. I would like to take Li Yishou out for a stroll. Go ahead, but remember to return early. Xiao Muxing nodded with a smile. Once outside, although he claimed to be wandering, he was actually following Xiao Qian's lead. She sensed the presence of her remains in multiple directions, indicating that after her dismemberment, her body had been buried in various locations. Li Yishou, you don't believe this is a misunderstanding, do you? Let me show you some evidence, Xiao Muxing declared confidently. Li Yishou felt a chill at Xiao Muxing's unwavering tone. Chapter 38. Your only 8. The last rays of the sun disappeared completely. The streetlights along the village road flickered to life. 2 figures weaved through the orchards, avoiding crowds and the surveillance cameras of various households, journeying deeper into the grove. Here it is, let us dig, Li Yishou said with a skeptical expression, as he began to excavate with a small shovel beneath a tree bearing only 9 fruits. Are you joking? You're suggesting that there are remains buried here? After digging nearly 10 centimeters down, he found nothing. This is ridiculous, Li Yishou complained. Is that how deep you bury a body? Xiao Muxing retorted before urging him to continue. Hurry up, if you unearth animal bones. You can't claim they're human remains. Li Yishou pondered the possibility of animal bones being used as fertilizer for crops, a common practice that could explain the absence of human remains. As he dug deeper, reaching over 30 centimeters, he unearthed something. Xiao Muxing joined in to assist, carefully laying the bones they uncovered in an orderly manner. During this process, Li Yishou's face turned pale. Xiao Muxing pointed to a section of a hand bone they had revealed. Do you think this belongs to a chicken, duck, fish, or a pig, cow, or sheep? There are no finger bones in pigs or cows, but the chicken leg bone is not as long as this white bone we've just uncovered. All of this indicated to Li Yishou that they had indeed uncovered a piece of human bone. Call the police, quickly. Xiao Muxing slapped him across the face, shaking him from his panic. Do you know who did this? Do you know how many people were involved? If you call the police now, you need not fear retaliation. What about your father? What should I do? Li Yishou stammered, utterly unprepared for such a situation, and genuine fear washed over him. First, rebury this. Over the next few days, search the village for clues. We must find everyone involved. Xiao Muxing originally did not intend to disturb the remains so soon. His primary goal was to awaken this young man to the gravity of the situation and to draw him onto his path. According to Xiao Qian's account, those involved were not just 1 or 2 people, but a whole group. If he reported this too hastily, the police might uncover something, yet not apprehend everyone responsible, leading to a situation where one individual might take the fall for many. Thus, if they were to act, they must do so decisively, leaving no one unaccounted for. Li Yishou grasped the seriousness of the situation. If a murderer lurked in the village, it would no longer be a safe haven. However, now that they had finally prospered, who would willingly leave? The best course of action was to identify the killer, ensuring his own safety from retaliation while restoring security to the village. Then the 2 individuals carefully reburied the unearthed bones, filling the excavated earth back into its original place. Xiao Muxing meticulously covered the area with a piece of soil he had set aside before digging to conceal the evidence of their disturbance. Meanwhile, inside a household, 4 individuals sat around a table. The autumn festival was fast approaching. Were preparations in order? We have already made contact. They will deliver the items the day after tomorrow, at the usual location. Good. This time we must ensure everything is done meticulously. Last month, a man was apprehended while investigating this matter, and suspicions about our village have begun to arise. This time, there will be no issues. Let us proceed this way. However, I must reiterate, this is the key to our village's prosperity, so do not let it falter or be mishandled. I believe everyone here desires to avoid the hardships of the past. This was a voice aged and somber, belonging to the last speaker, carrying an air of undeniable authority, as if elevated above the other 3. The others nodded in unison and replied, understood. Then the lights went out, and the 4 dispersed. Back at Li Yishou's home, Uncle Li awaited their return at the door, approaching them warmly upon their arrival. Tired from play, are you? Go wash up in the house. As they brushed past him, Uncle Li twitched his nose, and once they entered the house, he sighed in relief. Thankfully, there was no strange odor lingering. He had not detected anything unusual. Upon entering, Xiao Muxing listened to Xiao Qian's recounting and mused. The thoughts of the villagers indeed seem rather intense. He then proceeded to take a bath and later rested in his room. The small Western-style house had several rooms, allowing the three men to avoid crowding. Xiao Mushing, however, found it difficult to sleep. He instructed Xiao Qian to inspect every room in the small Western-style house, searching for the idol used in their rituals and any places that could have been used for confinement. After half the night passed, Xiao Qian returned empty-handed, unable to find the peculiar idol, the secret chamber for imprisoning individuals, or any other captives bound in chains. Not even the spot where they had initially harmed her could be located within the village. Xiao Mushing, upon hearing Xiao Qian's account, felt a flicker of disbelief. He even questioned whether she had overlooked or misinterpreted something. Yet, she was merely an 8-year-old child. He felt it unreasonable to expect more from her. However, the locations and characteristics she described were indisputable, even for a child. It was improbable that they had mistaken the place. Could there be another village named Yangyan? But Xiao Qian's remains were indeed buried within the nearby orchard. Was it possible that the eerie ceremony had taken place elsewhere? Contemplating this, Xiao Mushing turned to Xiao Qian and said, "For now, you should scout the village, keeping an eye out for any suspicious characters who don't appear to be of good intent, particularly those who sneak out under the cover of night." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qian seemed to recall something. "I remember after inspecting one house, I saw a bare-chested man stealthily climbing through the back window, followed by some strange noises. Such matters are best left alone, no need to investigate. In the future, if you see a man and a woman in a room preparing to disrobe, you needn't look into it. Focus on other tasks instead." "Brother, isn't that called infidelity? How do you know that term at just 8 years old?" "Brother, didn't you understand such things at my age?" Yes, but not comprehensively. I only knew it was a bad thing. Let's not dwell on that. It's not pertinent to our current mission. Our task now is to find those wicked individuals who harmed you." Xiao Mushing finally grasped the sentiment his parents had when attempting to explain such words to him, often stopping short, leaving his father with no choice but to deliver a reprimanding kick. "I know you don't want me to encounter such unpleasant matters, but those undesirable things have already transpired in my life. For me now, what difference does it make if I encounter even worse things? I can't do anything. I can only speak with you, brother." Xiao Qian spoke these words with a calmness that belied her youth. "You know, without you, I wouldn't have the courage to come to this place." Xiao Mushing, unable to resist, reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Chapter 39. The village chief Xiao Mushing's words were indeed heartfelt. His willingness to engage in such perilous endeavors heavily relied on Xiao Qian's presence. "I understand, brother. What shall we do tomorrow?" "Tomorrow, I plan to visit the village chief. He should possess the deepest understanding of this village, and I hope to glean some useful information from him." Xiao Mushing lowered his voice as he spoke slowly. Xiao Qian fell into contemplation. "What is on your mind?" Xiao Mushing noticed her pensive expression. "Just before I nearly died, I remember hearing someone call for the village chief." Xiao Mushing narrowed his eyes slightly. "It seems a visit to the chief's residence has become imperative." With that thought, Xiao Mushing retrieved his phone, displaying a series of images, hunting rifles, homemade pistols, and similar items. "Let us confirm once more. You have never seen these items, correct?" Xiao Qian shook her head. "No, I have not seen those things." Receiving her affirmative response bolstered Xiao Mushing's confidence. As long as those items were absent, everything else could be managed. He then reclined comfortably, pulling a nearby blanket over himself. And just as he was about to close his eyes, he noticed a small figure lying beside him. He gently pulled back a corner of the blanket to cover her, though it offered little warmth. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why hadn't his parents considered having another daughter? He drifted into a hazy slumber, but amidst the fog, a vague memory flickered through his mind. What would it be like to have another mischievous child like this one? The following day, Xiao Mushing and Li Yishou stepped outside. "Next, I will head to the village chief's residence. You should reconnect with some of your old acquaintances and gather information. You've navigated the outside world for years. Your ability to extract information should still be sharp, right?" Li Yishou confidently patted his chest. "Although my entrepreneurial ventures have faltered, I still possess the requisite skills. It's merely a matter of misfortune." Seeing Li Yishou's assurance, Xiao Mushing decided not to prolong the conversation and made his way to the village chief's home, while Li Yishou took a separate path to visit his former friends. Xiao Mushing arrived at the most unassuming house, in contrast to the numerous 2- or 3-story Western-style buildings. This was merely a single-story bungalow with a walled courtyard. The front gate stood open, revealing an elderly man with graying hair, a scruffy beard, and gold-rimmed glasses, sitting in the courtyard enjoying a bowl of noodles, as if his previously confined heart had now opened. Upon noticing Xiao Mushing, the man pondered for a moment before speaking. "An outsider, I see. Yes, I am a friend of Li Yishuo's son. Have you had breakfast? Yes, I have. As Xiao Musheng replied, he stepped into the courtyard. Suddenly, the village chief's words halted him in his tracks. Are you a bounty hunter? A gust of wind swept through, causing the previously opened door to slam shut. Xiao Musheng understood he was not the first bounty hunter to visit this village. The last one had gone missing. The village chief continued eating his noodles. There is no need to be anxious. I posted that bounty on the bounty hunter forum. If you don't believe me, you can make a phone call to verify. A series of contact numbers were listed beneath that bounty. It was intended to contact the bounty hunter. Xiao Musheng stood with his hands in his pockets, displaying no overt actions. At that moment, the village chief's phone rang, and he retrieved it from his pocket, uttering a sequence of numbers, 193-9975. He then ended the call. The numbers provided by the other party were indeed Xiao Musheng's mobile number. Xiao Musheng was seated on the same step as the crouching figure before him. As the village chief, shouldn't you be well acquainted with the village? Why do you require assistance in your investigations? I once shared that belief. But it wasn't until half a year ago when I went for a medical examination and learned I had only a year to live that I began to take things easy, no longer running around as I used to. I then discovered that the village seemed to harbor secrets unknown to me, secrets capable of destroying everything I hold dear. I need to understand what some individuals are covertly doing behind my back. I refuse to let my decade-long efforts dissipate into nothingness after my demise. When the village chief spoke these words, a glint of resolute determination flashed in his eyes. In truth, you could opt to report this to the authorities. I have contemplated that, but I cannot ensure that the matter would be handled discreetly post-reporting. Human nature remains constant. People will mock your poverty and fear your wealth. As our village prospers, there will always be individuals from neighboring villages eager to see us return to destitution. Xiao Musheng did not dispute this. From your accent, it appears you are not a local. I came here after graduating from university. In those days, a university degree held considerable value. What made you decide to come here? Xiao Musheng was somewhat perplexed. Over a decade ago, university graduates were indeed highly valued, unlike today when even manual laborers look down on them. I grew up in a welfare institution, so before graduating, I resolved to tread the path taken by the teachers there, hence my choice to come here. It must have been arduous. A man merely in his 30s, with hair whiter than that of a man in his 60s, and calluses on his hands thicker than the soles of his shoes, now facing a short life. The oranges here are exceptionally sweet. Xiao Musheng had tasted them, and indeed, the village's oranges were delightful. Who else in this village aspires to be village chief? And who among the previous chiefs still lives? So soon, a lead has emerged. The village chief was taken aback. The last bounty hunter had vanished without a trace before he could even see his face. This one is swift. There are some leads, though not many. From the limited information I currently possess, this matter appears significant. I am uncertain if you can handle it. It involves lives. It extends beyond that. With a considerable number of participants anticipated, the village chief, holding an empty bowl, gazed at the clouds drifting above. Then let none escape. Some matters can be suppressed momentarily, but not indefinitely. He cannot feign ignorance, for certain events will inevitably erupt at some point, dragging the entire village into the abyss. After all, his time was limited. It was best to resolve everything at once. Only then did Xiao Musheng extend his hand. Greetings, I am Xiao Musheng. Bounty Hunter ID, Incha. I am Lu Jianxing. Lu Jianxing extended his hand, and they shook. Chapter 40. Li Yishuo bound meanwhile, in a rural household. Two young men lay drunkenly sprawled over a table. At that moment, three older gentlemen stood behind them. Take Li Yishuo away. The person who spoke gestured with a hand across his throat. They are all children of the same village. There is no need for such measures. Let him remain until the autumn festival. He can participate then. The two men nodded in agreement upon hearing this suggestion. At the village chief's home, Lu Jiancheng named those who wished to be village chief and mentioned the name of the previous village chief, Zhou Fu, who resides at the village entrance Shouldn't Li Yishuo refer to him as Uncle Zhou? Have you met him? Indeed, when entering the village, one must pass his house. However, I believe he is uninvolved. Since my tenure began, he has been my staunchest supporter. When I initially proposed planting fruit trees, it was he who assisted me in persuading other villagers to join. As he stated during the handover, he provided me with robust support, and he truly delivered. For an outsider to gain recognition in the village is exceedingly challenging. During this most arduous period, Zhou Fu's assistance has been invaluable. Xiao Musheng silently nodded upon hearing this. He resolved to focus his investigation on this individual. Are there any concealed gathering places near the village, such as empty caves or abandoned temples? Your inquiry brings to mind a location, albeit somewhat distant, and likely lacking proper access. What place? Xiao Mushing asked with intrigue. Old Yanyan Village. There is a second Yanyan Village. I also arrived here some years ago. The village elders spoke of how Yanyan Village was not situated where it is now a century ago, but rather deep within the mountains behind the village. An earthquake occurred, causing significant damage to homes and farmland, rendering the terrain unsuitable for cultivation. Consequently, the villagers began to migrate to their current location, clearing new land to take root. Xiao Mushing opened his phone's map. Please delineate a rough area for me. The grass there may well grow taller than you. Are you certain you wish to venture in? I am a bounty hunter. It is my profession to pursue any lead related to this matter. You are quite diligent. As Lu Jianqing spoke, he marked several points on the map. These should suffice. Despite the passage of over a century, some traces should remain. After Xiao Mushing further inquired about details, he took his leave. Enough play. It is time to depart. Noticing the little Qing flying about Lu Jianqing's head, Xiao Mushing urged him. Lu Jianqing. In his mind, he recalled Xiao Mushing's conversation, as if he were gazing at another person. Seeing the departing figure, he couldn't help but recall an incident from his past. During his junior year, while wandering the streets, he sat down to rest on a park bench and encountered an older gentleman. The man initiated a conversation, and they discussed various topics, including aspirations and worldviews. Their dialogue became increasingly animated, and he felt the man was quite insightful. After a while, a vehicle from a mental health facility arrived, taking the gentleman away, leaving him alone on the park bench in disarray. Now, he experienced a sense of déjà vu. Back at Li Yishuo's home, Xiao Mushing waited for lunch. But the other party did not return. Uncle Li grumbled as he set the dishes on the table. Where has that boy run off to now? Surely he hasn't gone to the city to fool around. Xiao Mushing furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous thought. He immediately stood and exited. Uncle, I'm going out to find him. Uncle Li watched Xiao Mushing dash out the door. That boy is always absent. There's no need to search. Let us eat first. Xiao Mushing arrived at the home of the friend mentioned by Li Yishuo, discovering a young man there, somewhat inebriated and swaying. Where's Li Yishuo? Xiao Mushing asked, pressing his hands on the young man's shoulders. Not here. Where is he? Did he run off after sobering up? The young man slurred. After a few years out, he has become such a coward. He just runs away when he can't hold his drink. Xiao Mushing fixed his gaze on the young man's bleary eyes, yet found no sign of deceit. Little Qing had already scoured the house from top to bottom, but had not discovered any trace of Li Yishuo. She shook her head at Xiao Mushing. Xiao Mushing understood that he had been overly careless. Li Yishuo was not one of those level 5 bounty hunters. He should not have placed his trust in Li Yishuo's abilities as if he were one of those hunters. The other party was merely an ordinary person who had failed in business. If they were not inside the house, where else could they be? The old Yanyan village. Xiao Mushing decided not to linger any longer and sought a location out of sight from the surveillance cameras. He instructed Xiao Qian, fly a bit higher and see if anyone has entered the mountains. He then proceeded to search behind the village. Upon exiting the village and entering the forest, it took Xiao Mushing little effort to discover a trail indicating someone had passed through. This was a gift from Han Li, a comprehensive package of outdoor geological knowledge that equipped him with all the experience and expertise of a geological explorer. After swiftly covering some distance, Xiao Qian descended from the sky. I see 3 individuals carrying a large cloth bag. Is there blood seeping from the bag? No, he replied. Keep an eye on them and report any unusual developments immediately. As Xiao Mushing sprinted ahead, he murmured to himself, Li Yishuo, you truly are a godsend. Through Xiao Qian's reports, Xiao Mushing maintained a considerable distance from the trio ahead. Since they were burdened with a person, their pace was not particularly swift. An hour and a half later, Xiao Mushing perched atop a tree, gazing down at the overgrown, dilapidated village. He was mentally mapping out the routes of this abandoned village. Finally, he discreetly took out his phone and snapped a photo. He had no choice. His memory was not reliable. Then he leaped down from the tree and began to infiltrate the village. At that moment, the 3 individuals had just reached the entrance of the abandoned village when someone emerged from within to greet them. What is this? Another one? Didn't we already send someone today? One of the helpers inquired. It's old Li's child. He discovered what we were doing. So, I brought him along to lend a hand, ensuring old Li gets involved too. We can't be the only ones working while he enjoys the benefits. Once his son is involved, let us see if he dares to spout any nonsense about feudal superstition. Chapter 41. Staging an accident? Who can't? Inside a yellow clay house, Li Yishuo shook his aching head, which only intensified the pain. Once he regained his composure, he fully opened his bleary eyes to survey his surroundings. It was an old yellow clay house, with grass reaching his knees and a dilapidated roof allowing a beam of light to fall upon his face. Wasn't I drinking? How did I end up here? As he prepared to stand, he realized his hands and feet were bound. At some point, he had been tied up. Li Yisho immediately snapped to attention. What the hell? Why am I tied up? Someone. Kidnapping. Help. He cried out. I'm just a poor wretch with no money. I beg you, let me go. Amid his frantic cries, an elderly man entered the room. Uncle Wong. Li Yisho exclaimed joyfully. Uncle Wong, I've been kidnapped. I'm the one who did it. The surprise on Li Yisho's face froze instantly, and he cautiously asked, You know about that time when I set off firecrackers while you were using the toilet? Uncle Wong's murky eyes widened like saucers. You were the one who made me explode with filth. Not that. Could it be about the rumors I spread with Aunt Wong about you peeking at Widow Wu while she bathed, causing Aunt Wong to beat you half to death and making you sleep on the ground for 2 months? Uncle Wong's waxy, wrinkled face resembled a dried red date. What else is there that I don't know? Uncle Wong seethed, enunciating each word. Observing the man's expression, Li Yisho sensed that he seemed oblivious to both incidents. Having revealed this information, he felt a sense of impending doom. In his next life, he should be more cautious, speak less, and be slower to divulge. You're not going to say anything? Just wait while I fetch something. Uncle Wong turned and exited the room, heading toward another space filled with various preserved meats and miscellaneous items. He selected an axe and made his way back outside. Meanwhile, the two individuals in the room pondered. Wasn't he old Wong watching Li Yisho? Why does he need an axe? After a brief silence, they bolted outside, intercepting old Wong just as he was about to enter the room with the axe. Don't stop me. I'm going to kill this little brat, old Wong exclaimed. We agreed not to harm anyone from the village. Besides, at your age, why get angry with a child? This little brat blew me up with firecrackers. P.S. Just a kid. It's normal for him to enjoy playing with firecrackers. I was squatting in the outhouse when he made me explode with filth. How many years has it been? Forgive and forget, he added. He even spread rumors that I peeked at Widow Wu while she bathed. Uncle Wong replied angrily. But the boy wasn't he lying, was he? Didn't he you peek? Hearing this, Uncle Wong paused his actions. Did I really do that? One of them asked. Didn't you mention it when you were drunk? You said you happened to pass by their yard and saw them bathing, peeking through a crack in the wall with old Li, but you couldn't see anything clearly. Old Wong put down the axe. So, I wasn't wrong by my wife after all. Forget my memory. I was just coming to see a person. This kid might be recruited. After a moment of contemplation, old Wong decided not to argue. After all, recruiting was never an easy task. Moreover, they had established a rule. They could harm outsiders, but not villagers, as everything they did was for the sake of the village. Old Qian, just be careful. This kid is infuriating. Old Wong and another elder departed. Old Qian entered the room, observing the terrified expression on Li Yisho's face. Rest assured, we elders will not harm you. But since you've caught wind of some matters, you must be involved as well. Initially, we didn't want to involve young people this early. You youngsters lack reverence for certain things and are often dismissive. However, it's fine now. You can lead the way. Uncle, what do you want me to do? Provide a sacrifice. Li Yisho recalled the white bones he had unearthed earlier. Is the sacrifice a human? Old Qian chuckled. You're not stupid, are you? When mealtime comes, we will feed you. For smaller matters, you can handle it yourself. We've got you covered with diapers. If it's a bigger issue, just shout louder. I'll step out for now. Not long after old Qian exited, from the large hole in the wall that Li Yisho was leaning against, a figure emerged. Xiao Mushin covered the other person's mouth and signaled for silence. Big brother, quickly untie me and get me out of here. They want me to kill someone. Li Yisho said, trembling. I can't save you now. I plan to capture them all during their autumn festival. If I take you out now, it might alert them, and they could come straight to your door. But killing is illegal. I don't want to kill anyone. Li Yisho was aware that he could not commit such an act. Rest assured, I won't let your hands be stained with blood. Trust me. If I can find this place, I can rescue you before that. After a long deliberation, Li Yisho finally nodded heavily. All right. Xiao Mushing patted Li Yisho's shoulder. A true man. He then crawled back through the hole he had entered. In another relatively intact, dilapidated house, 3 elders were gathered, Old Wong, Zhou Fu, and the elder who had brought Old Wong back. At this moment, the elder took the lead in questioning. Li Yisho has already been captured. But what about the friend he brought back? After some contemplation, Lao Wang suggested in a calm tone a rather ruthless proposition. Why not capture him as well? And make him a sacrificial offering? A person had come to our village and then vanished. Now a second one arrives. Do you think this explanation holds water? Zhou Fu retorted. So what should we do? Lao Wang asked, puzzled. You could stage an incident, make him feel unwelcome in the village, harass the elderly, particularly the village's seniors, and the villagers will surely come to despise him. Anyone who dares to loiter near the village will be met with stones. This would substantially alleviate our troubles. Of course, if he persists, he's already been expelled from the village. His disappearance will no longer be our concern. They would extort me. Are you sure? Yes, that is precisely what they said. They want to drive you out of the village. Xiaoqian nodded, her two braids bobbing as she did. Oh, staging an incident? Who can't do that? Let us open the villagers' eyes, Xiao Mushing said with a mischievous grin. Chapter 42. Counter-staging an incident. How is it? Have you found Isho? No. When I visited his childhood friend's house, they mentioned he might have wandered off after drinking too much. Xiao Mushing could only provide this vague response for now. Where could that rascal have gone? Could he have gone to the county to reunite with his former dubious companions? Uncle Li stroked his chin, pondering his son's disappearance. He wasn't overly concerned. After all, this wasn't the first time. The longest absence had lasted 6 or 7 years, and he had returned safe and sound. You should hurry home for dinner. You haven't eaten lunch. You must be quite hungry, Xiao Mushing observed Uncle Li, who had ceased to inquire further. He couldn't help but marvel at Li Yishu's father's unwavering confidence, seemingly unconcerned about his son's safety. All the arguments Xiao Mushing had prepared were rendered unnecessary. Following Uncle Li into the house, they began their meal. Halfway through, the village broadcast crackled to life. We request one representative from each household to come to the village square this afternoon for an announcement regarding this year's autumn festival. Upon hearing this, Uncle Li chuckled. If he had heard this broadcast 6 or 7 years ago, he might have cursed. But now, everyone eagerly anticipated the excitement. The autumn festival signified another bountiful harvest, bringing considerable income to the villagers. Xiaomu, why not join me to take a look? Uncle Li suggested. Xiao Mushing nodded. Perfect. I'm curious about your autumn festival. Let us go see. Arriving at the village square, they found a scattering of people already gathered. Uncle Li spotted an acquaintance and engaged in conversation, leaving Xiao Mushing to wander alone. Suddenly, a swift shadow collided with him, knocking him to the ground. As the figure came into view, it was none other than Lao Wang. Ouch! You little rascal! How could you? But before he could finish, a warm crimson liquid splattered across his face. Lao Wang frantically wiped his face, only to find it smeared with crimson. Pulling his hand away revealed a thick, scarlet substance. Recognizing it immediately, he looked up towards the source of the blood spray. Xiao Mushing, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, pointed an incredulous finger at Lao Wang before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud that echoed through the crowd. The village chief, who had been standing in the center of the square, rushed over. He slapped Xiao Mushing's cheeks and checked his eyelids, assessing his breathing. He then shouted, "Whose child is this? Lao Wang, what have you done?" Faced with the chief's accusations, Lao Wang was momentarily at a loss for words, as everything had transpired so suddenly. His original plan had been to feign an accident while no one was paying attention, to claim this young man had assaulted him. He never anticipated that such a minor collision would result in bloodshed. He had seen dramas where such incidents indicated internal injuries, possibly damaging vital organs. He hadn't foreseen it would escalate to this extent. He had participated in the autumn festival before, even taken a life, but this was different. This was before the watchful eyes of the public, and he was an anomaly. Everyone move aside. I'll take him to the hospital, the village chief shouted, lifting Xiao Mushing. As he rose, he nearly stumbled. The chief thought to himself, my health is declining. He then hurried to his vehicle and drove away from the village. Meanwhile, the surrounding neighbors began to murmur. How could this young man be so severely injured? City dwellers, cooped up in offices, eat takeout every day, and yet their health is worse than our village elders? What is going on with Lao Wang? Did he deliberately slam into that young man? I suppose he must have taken a dislike to him. What is wrong with him? Don't forget, he used to be a drunken layabout, always up to no good. Lao Wang, lying on the ground, listened to the villagers' discussions, bewildered by their scrutiny. He had acted for the good of the village, according to their plan. They were supposed to support him and drive the intruder away. Why had he become the villain? Had he known the young man was so frail, he wouldn't have resorted to such tactics. At that moment, Zhou Fu emerged from the crowd, attempting to diffuse the tension. Everyone disperse. Go about your business. We'll discuss other matters when the village chief returns. As he spoke, the crowd began to slowly disperse, though the murmurs did not cease. Once the crowd had thinned, Zhou Fu approached Lao Wang. What on earth happened? I told you to stage an incident, not to nearly kill him. Zhou Fu was genuinely concerned whether Lao Wang's actions might have resulted in a fatality. If that were the case, the police would surely come to investigate. Though they had dealt with fatalities before, it had never occurred in front of such a large crowd. Lao Wang felt dizzy. I don't know. I thought I barely touched him. I had no idea it would make him cough up blood. You call that a gentle touch? I suspect you might have ruptured his internal organs. Otherwise, how could he bleed so profusely and faint? So what now? What else can we do? We'll wait for the village chief to return and see what he says. At least the autumn festival should be fine. It's just the aftermath that might be troublesome, Zhou Fu replied, slightly agitated. Their autumn festival was not scheduled at the same time as the village's. They would hold theirs 2 days earlier. Xiao Musheng, lying in the back seat, rubbed his head and sat up. Ouch, that really hurts. Looks like you were right, Lu Jianxing remarked from the driver's seat. Before the incident, Xiao Musheng had approached him with a list of names and their intended actions. Initially, Lu Jianxing had been skeptical, but now he believed. Standing in the square, he had paid special attention to those individuals. When Lao Wang made his move, those people had focused their attention on Xiao Musheng. What is next? We'll continue our investigation in the village. Now that this incident has occurred, their actions may become more cautious, allowing me to gather more evidence and expose the rest of them. I can't comprehend why, even with the village flourishing, they would still resort to such underhanded deeds. Because they believed the village could prosper due to their actions. Xiao Musheng coldly remarked that in the old Yangyun village, he had witnessed and heard many things. An ancient tome, along with the villagers' thoughts. Chapter 43, The Autumn Festival Tomorrow Night. A tome inscribed with ancient sacrificial rites was revered by these villagers as a divine blessing. Xiao Musheng discovered this tome in a dilapidated house. He took out his phone and captured the contents of the tome. Now, he presented his phone to village chief Lu, who browsed through the album. The heads of pigs, cows, and sheep were depicted. However, these were not the primary offerings. The skins of the heads were to be removed, followed by the ears, noses, and horns of the animals. They would then be reassembled into a ceremonial headdress and placed upon the offerings. The limbs would be severed, their blood collected, and the innards extracted. The congregation would partake in a blood ritual. After the sacrifice, the village would be the body, with the limbs buried in the 4 cardinal directions to secure blessings from the 3 stars of wealth, prosperity, and longevity. The organs would be interred according to the 5 elements, ensuring enduring fortune. The skulls and torsos would be disassembled and repurposed as ritual vessels for future ceremonies, assuring continuous wealth and abundant incense. With each page village chief Lu turned, his grip tightened instinctively. Fury churned within him. Zhou Fu's promises of support were nothing but deception. How long had they been engaged in this? Since 7 years ago, the very year Li Yishou left the village. They had taken 7 lives, perhaps more, as they occasionally prepared additional offerings to express gratitude to the deities. How dare they? Lu trembled with rage. Perhaps in their first year, they were apprehensive. But after the harvest of the second year, they likely became convinced of their righteousness, oblivious to the consequences. Upon overhearing their discussions, Xiao Musheng was astonished, unable to fathom that such beliefs could persist in the modern age. Some killed to satiate their bloodlust, others for profit, but these villagers were driven by ignorance and madness. Now, they were beginning to recruit more villagers into their ranks. As village chief Lu contemplated this, a grim vision unfolded before him. After his demise, all villagers would descend into depravity, igniting bonfires in the very square where he once held the autumn festival, dismembering an innocent soul. The villagers would cheer and revel. Until one day, bullets would whistle through the air, and Yangyun village would resemble the desolate remnants of the old Yangyun village. Gazing into the rearview mirror, he faced the reflection of his inner self, a moment of resolve crystallizing within him. Do not take extremes. Your time is limited. Arrange for what comes next, and leave the rest to me. I am a person who gets things done for a price. I know how to handle certain matters with utmost professionalism. A calm voice interrupted his spiraling thoughts. I once encountered 11 armed poachers with my team, and only 3 survived, one barely clinging to life. On another occasion, I faced 2 armed psychopaths. One sustained minor injuries, the other perished, while I remained unscathed. Your words make you sound like a killer, village chief Lu remarked, half-jokingly. Do not jest. I am merely an ordinary bounty hunter, assisting others for a reward. Xiao Musheng displayed a polite, professional smile. The following day, Zhou Fu observed the road at the village entrance, still awaiting the return of the village chief. He began to reflect on the events of yesterday, initially contemplating the implications if the chief were to meet an untimely end, but soon sensed something amiss. Why was the chief alone? The autumn festival was scheduled for the following evening. Zhou Fu pondered, retrieving his phone and searching for the chief's number in his contacts, ready to dial, but hesitated and opted for a video call instead. The first attempt failed to connect. Anxiety surged within him as he tapped the table, contemplating a second attempt. This time, the video call finally connected, though the image was shaky and chaotic. Who is responsible for my son's condition? I demand justice. A middle-aged woman's voice erupted. The phone was abruptly tossed aside, and through the jarring visuals, Zhou Fu glimpsed a scene engulfed in white. Then came the cacophony of voices. "Please refrain from causing a disturbance outside the operating room," a young girl's voice interjected. "I will not rest until I hold those villagers accountable. My son went there healthy and returned in this state. You will face legal consequences." A middle-aged man's voice, steady yet furious, resonated. After a brief uproar, the phone was lifted again. Village Chief Lu appeared haggard, disheveled. "Zhou, we can discuss matters later. Let me first handle this situation." The call abruptly ended. Zhou Fu felt a wave of relief wash over him, reassured that the autumn festival would proceed without issue. In an immersive escape room themed "Who Killed My Son?", Village Chief Lu distributed 200 yuan to each participant. "Thank you for your assistance." "No need for thanks," they replied, feeling fortunate to earn such easy money for a few minutes of rehearsing. On the way, he parted ways with Xiao Musheng, who returned to the village to continue his covert investigations, while Lu headed to the city to bring back the police. However, before that, he asked Xiao Musheng to scout if there were similar immersive experience venues in the city, willing to spend some money to have them rehearse a scene. If they did not receive a video, he would initiate contact. This way, he could ensure the villagers felt secure in proceeding with their so-called autumn festival. At the village chief's residence, Xiao Musheng rose from the chief's bed, scavenging for food in the house. A pack of instant noodles and a cucumber. He had stealthily navigated through the orchard to rest at the chief's home the previous night. Yet, he still had to wait for tomorrow evening. At that moment, Xiao Qian rushed in, reporting on individuals who had not been recorded as having gone to the old Yanyan village. She didn't need to follow them closely. It sufficed to confirm they were heading in that direction. Xiao Musheng listened intently, formulating his own plans. Chapter 44. The Autumn Festival commences. That morning, several elderly men left the village for various reasons. However, shortly after departing, they veered off the main path and headed toward the back of the village. In the old Yanyan village, Li Yishou's heart raced. When would his brother arrive? Tomorrow marked the beginning, and he neither wished to die nor kill. Meanwhile, in another dilapidated courtyard, a disheveled man lay on the ground, exuding a foul odor. He was a level 3 bounty hunter, known by the ID, Werewolf, who had accepted a level 3 task a month prior. Under normal circumstances, such a task would pose little difficulty, involving an investigation into unusual occurrences in the village. However, upon his arrival, he was warmly welcomed by the villagers, only to be subsequently drugged. The villagers had laced his food with drugs, bringing him to this place. They cared for him for a month without taking his life, but this was not due to mercy. Rather, they were biding their time for the right moment, which was set to arrive tomorrow night. Faced with such peril, there was no despair in his eyes. Instead, a spark of defiance emerged, for he had already glimpsed a glimmer of hope. As time passed, the world remained tranquil, save for old Wang. Before long, it was the night of the second day. The villagers' discussions about him had not ceased. Everyone was aware that old Wang was in deep trouble. The young man from the city had been severely injured, and it was rumored that he was a businessman, perhaps involved in the internet. If news of this spread online, not only would old Wang lose face, but he could also face online harassment, potentially tarnishing the village's reputation. Old Wang could be considered the most discontented person during this period. He was perplexed, unable to comprehend how he had caused such damage with minimal force. Had his strength somehow increased? Despite these questions, he did not forget his purpose. With a mask in hand, he stealthily slipped out when no one was watching. The autumn festival was about to commence, and though his heart brimmed with doubts, he felt compelled to attend. He was accompanied by a few others who lived on the outskirts, where foot traffic was scarce. Even if someone came searching for them, they could easily provide cover for one another. After traversing several mountains, they finally arrived at Old Yanyan village. Standing atop the peak, old Wang gazed down at the village, where flames flickered in the night, and he was momentarily lost in reminiscence. The first time he had engaged in such activities was 7 years prior. At that time, when they had decided to embark on this venture, they were quite impoverished, and his life felt stifling. Their home was a mud hut, and his wife often berated him for his lack of capability, while his son also expressed disdain. Life felt suffocating, and he yearned to prove himself. Yet he was at a loss for how to do so. It was then that old Zhou approached him, inadvertently mentioning a long-ago tale of a master from Yanyan village who had conducted a grand ritual to attain wealth. However, the villagers discovered that the master had used them for the ceremony, resulting in his death at their hands. Following this, Yanyan village suffered a catastrophic earthquake, leading to the loss of half its population and the inability to cultivate crops for generations. Consequently, their descendants had been mired in poverty for a century. Hearing this tale filled him with anger, and after a few drinks, he unwittingly agreed to participate. Initially trembling with fear, he also felt a thrill. Yet, after completing the task, he worried about divine retribution, but little did he know that he was not alone. There were over 10 participants. To his astonishment, the village prospered the following year. Whenever he recalled this, Old Wong could not help but stand tall, acknowledging the contributions of his fellow elders. He then thought of those who gossiped about him in the village. These ingrates, without his efforts, would they enjoy such a good life? Beside him, an elderly man remarked, "Do not be angered. I once heard a saying in a short video. Heroes are often unrecognized and misunderstood. Think of General Yu in history. Wasn't he the same?" Upon hearing this, Old Wong's anger dissipated, and he lifted his head with pride. He decided not to dwell on their criticisms and urged, "Let us not delay any longer." A bonfire blazed at the center of Old Yangyun village, surrounded by a crowd. A sack filled with something and a bound werewolf were present, along with the masked Li Yishou, whose hands were tied as he was pushed forward by the crowd. Zhou Fu, wearing a newly crafted mask, addressed the assembly, proclaiming, "Tonight marks our 8th autumn festival, and unlike previous occasions, Li Yishou will join us. This is a monumental moment, as it signifies our ability to gradually involve others from the village in this endeavor that brings prosperity, while also passing the rituals of our autumn festival to the younger generation." Standing in the crowd, Old Wong rubbed his stomach, feeling an urgent need to relieve himself, a sensation that had grown stronger during the journey. He felt fatigued. Age was catching up with him. The elderly man beside him, similarly masked, stifled a yawn, only to realize he was still wearing his mask. This situation was not unique to them. Zhou Fu, speaking for a while, sensed something amiss among the others, contemplating that perhaps they were indeed aging and could no longer withstand such exertion. "I shall not prolong this. I will hand the opportunity to the youth. Li Yishou, it is now yours, as you promised me." With that, 2 individuals untied Li Yishou, who was handed a knife before being pushed forward. "Kill that outsider." With Zhou Fu's shout, a chorus erupted from the crowd. "Kill that outsider! Kill that outsider!" Their voices grew louder, and in that moment, the murky eyes of the onlookers glinted with a predatory gleam, some even shouting until their throats were raw. Old Wong felt his own voice rise, as if he were losing control. Li Yishou approached the werewolf, dragging him up from the ground. With a swift motion of the knife, he discreetly severed the bonds. Holding the knife aloft, he spoke in a hoarse voice, "Before I act, does anyone wish to speak?" Zhou Fu sensed something was amiss, yet the others, oblivious, urged him on. "Act quickly. The uncles are watching. Don't hesitate. Yishou, be a man and strike." With such fervent calls echoing around him, no one stepped forward to intervene. Realizing this, Li Yishou felt reassured. He swung the knife down decisively, cutting through the last of the werewolf's bindings. As the mask fell away, the true face of Xiao Mushing emerged. "It's you," Zhou Fu exclaimed sharply. "How are you here? Didn't I send you to the hospital?" Old Wong also stepped forward, and as the words left his lips, he immediately realized he had been deceived. The werewolf seized the nearby sack and bolted without hesitation. Some attempted to pursue, but were swiftly knocked down by Xiao Mushing's punch. Zhou Fu glared at the figure blocking their way, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "One person thinks he can stop us all. He is courting death." Xiao Mushing's lips curled into a slight smile. "Don't you all wish to sleep or relieve yourselves?" The previously manageable urge now became uncontrollable, triggered by Xiao Mushing's words. "What have you done?" A voice in the crowd questioned, unable to suppress the growing discomfort. "I added a touch of sleeping pills and laxatives to your meals." This was the truth. He had indeed only added a small amount, lest they be unable to make it this far. The expressions of the elderly men shifted dramatically. They had all eaten at home. How had he managed this? Old Wong erupted in anger. "No wonder I couldn't hold it in. You little brat." With his curse, some in the crowd charged forward, armed with knives and bricks. They needed to eliminate this menace before the effects of the drugs fully set in, as well as to capture Li Yishou and the child who had escaped. The first person to rush and wielding a knife was met with a spray of blood. The neck flowed like a fountain, ceaseless and unyielding. With another swift kick, Xiao Mushing sent the fountain crashing into the surging crowd. The number of those surging forward began to dwindle. The ensuing events could not be attributed to him, yet those armed with weapons sought his demise. As each assailant fell, the effects of the drug took hold, rendering others increasingly powerless. Zhou Fu grabbed Old Wong. "Let us go fetch that thing." Xiao Mushing felt a tremor coursing through his body. It was not fear, but excitement. Simultaneously, an aged voice echoed in his mind, accompanied by memories of his childhood training in martial arts. "If you had been born in an era of ancient warfare, you could have easily become a general. Alas, such is not the case now, as guns have taken precedence." While Xiao Mushing was engaged in battle, The surrounding crowd suddenly dispersed, retreating towards the opposite side. As he pondered this strange turn of events, he witnessed a scene that felt eerily familiar. This time, however, the entrance was large enough to accommodate his head. A group of elders had positioned an antiquated cannon aimed directly at him. Xiao Mushing turned to the ever-present Xiao Qian floating beside him. "Why didn't you mention the cannon? What exactly is a cannon?" Xiao Qian inquired, resting her chin on her hand, her expression innocent and endearing. In that moment, Xiao Mushing realized that she was merely 8 years old and her knowledge was limited. There was no time for further inquiries. He quickly dashed into a nearby building. Zhou Fu, manipulating the century-old artifact, flashed a grin revealing his yellowed teeth. In this day and age, what good is being able to shoot? This dilapidated structure cannot withstand a cannonball. As the fuse burned down, a victorious gleam appeared in Zhou Fu's eyes. Boom! The cannon exploded, shattering into fragments. And the surrounding walls collapsed entirely. Those closest to the cannon were flung away by the blast. Xiao Mushing cowered in a corner, narrowly avoiding the falling debris. He stood amidst the swirling dust. In their efforts to avoid collateral damage, everyone had taken cover behind the cannon, and thus, they all fell victim to the blast. Only a few groans of pain could be heard. The fates of the others remained uncertain. Xiao Mushing had thought his courage was commendable. Yet these elderly men displayed even greater valor. They had dared to employ an ancient relic that had not been maintained in years. How reckless! Xiao Qian, now grasping the true purpose of the cannon, understood why Xiao Mushing had been so alarmed. They weren't trying to take us down together. They simply wanted to blow me up. But the cannon was faulty and ended up destroying them instead. Xiao Qian remarked, "Will I be ridiculed by angels when I reach heaven?" She suddenly felt that dying at the hands of these men was something to be ashamed of. Xiao Mushing understood the implication behind her words. That is unlikely. After all, your death would not be due to your own folly, but rather the ignorance of others. Besides, as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, heaven might not be your destination. You may find yourself in the underworld instead. Then, brother, can you take me there? Xiao Qian gazed at him with wide eyes. That is not possible. I can avenge you, find your remains, and return them to your parents. But I cannot fulfill that request. After enduring over 20 years of hardship, Xiao Mushing had finally begun to taste a modicum of happiness and did not wish to descend prematurely. He dared not promise her anything, fearing it might invoke some extraordinary power that would drag him down with her. How would he explain that to the King of Hell? You haven't finished your life yet. Why have you come here? He could envision the king hurling the ledger of life and death at his face, cursing him for increasing his workload. So, must I go alone? Xiao Qian poked her fingers together, appearing somewhat forlorn. Not necessarily. Perhaps someone will come to escort you. Do you know them? She asked again with hopeful eyes. I cannot say I do. One can only know them after death. I see. Xiao Qian surveyed the chaos around her. The flames consuming everything. The last time she had seen such destruction, it had been filled with despair. Now, it brought her a sense of relief and liberation. When you meet your parents, is there anything you wish for me to convey? They want to be able to hear your words. Will I be able to be their child in my next life? Xiao Qian suddenly posed this profound question. Why do you ask that? Because my parents only have me as their child. If I am no longer here, they will be heartbroken, much like losing a beloved toy. Yet, one cannot remain in sorrow forever. I will have new toys, and my parents should have another child as well. But in doing so, they might forget me. And that thought makes me a bit sad. However, one cannot be selfish. So, I wonder if they have another child, could it be me again? The probability is quite high, especially since the birth rate in the Dragon Kingdom is so low. If they decide to try now, you might just make it. Really? Then you must tell them to hurry and have another child. Xiao Mushing pointed to himself. Would it not be rather insensitive to tell parents who have just learned of their child's demise to have another child right away? Chapter 46. The difference between hypocrisy and vanity. The violent explosion reverberated like thunder, awakening the inhabitants of Yanyun village. Some rose to open the second-floor windows and turn on the lights, only to behold rows of ominous black police vehicles. The word military was painted on the side, alongside officers patrolling, assault rifles in hand. Seeing this, those who had opened their windows silently closed them once more. They were not afraid of the officers, but rather of the formidable force they were preparing to confront. The earlier thunderous sound had likely not been a mere storm. Whispers of speculation filled the homes of some villagers. Could it be that terrorists have come to our village? What would terrorists want from us? To steal our citrus king. You must know that our citrus king sells for $2,000 abroad. Those foreigners are too barbaric. Can't they negotiate business without resorting to violence? Business is tough these days. I've heard that the city is rife with competition, and they might be looking to rob us out of desperation. Such conversations were not uncommon, and some noticed that their elderly relatives had gone missing. This sparked further speculation, as the elderly held onto their possessions tightly. Could they have stealthily sought out the terrorists to fight? Meanwhile, deep in the mountains, within an abandoned village, flames roared and bodies lay strewn about. A figure sat against a solitary wall, the firelight flickering across half his face. Lu Jiancheng, Li Yixio, the werewolf who had escaped with the child. And several police officers stood in stunned silence at this scene. The cultists conducting the terror ritual had dwindled to just a few, their groans echoing in the aftermath. Village Chief Lu swallowed hard. He had not anticipated that the situation could escalate to such an extent. Slowly, he approached Xiao Mushing, looking up at him, his throat dry. After moistening his lips, he spoke. What has happened here? I provided cover for that fellow as he escaped with the child. But they could not overcome me and resorted to cannon fire. That cannon, I do not even know how many years old it was, ended up exploding, resulting in this chaos. The others exchanged glances. Though the specifics of the details were not fully conveyed, they could imagine the peril that had ensued. A group of over a dozen unflinching cult members, armed with dangerous homemade weapons. Had anyone else been in their place, it would have been impossible to sit calmly against the wall. In the eyes of the werewolf, a glimmer of admiration emerged. This was the bounty hunter he aspired to be. With a serene demeanor, he surveyed the chaos below, leaving no trace behind. After the shock, swift action ensued. And those still alive were rushed for emergency care. There were procedures to follow, recording testimonies, trials, and then either serving time in prison or facing a bullet. Meanwhile, another group began gathering evidence, uncovering a plethora of human bone artifacts. 2 skulls were intricately joined together, forming a drum made of human skin. A hammer crafted from adult hand bones, bone bells fashioned from finger and skull bones, along with bone flags and various other decorative items made from human remains. Each artifact recounted the heinous acts committed by this group. The rescue operations and evidence collection persisted until dawn the next day. Gradually, the villagers became aware of the events that had transpired. Some broke down, others were bewildered, while a few angrily cursed, and a small portion felt a sense of relief, glad they would not have to support some elderly individuals anymore. The myriad expressions of humanity were on full display at that moment. As Xiao Mushing passed by with the officer, Xiao Qian observed the diverse emotions within the crowd. Why were some in tears of anger, while I felt a hint of happiness among them? Children sometimes possess an uncanny perception, yet they struggle to articulate their thoughts. Some individuals are inherently hypocritical, acutely aware of their dark thoughts that clash with mainstream moral values, feigning sorrow while their eyes betray a flicker of joy. Oh, so this is why you climbed the wall to act cool. No, that's called vanity, not hypocrisy. One pertains to a psychological state, the other to behavioral expression. Can you clarify the difference in terms I understand? It simply means I am slightly better than them. Xiao Qian raised her chin, adopting a learned expression. 3 pairs of eyes scanned Xiao Mushing up and down. Village Chief Lu spoke up, asking, "Did you forget your medication?" It was confirmed at the police station that Xiao Mushing suffered from a mental illness, specifically schizophrenia. He had resolved 2 cases, both becoming exemplary cases within the department. Naturally, some of his information circulated internally, including the fact that he had a mental disorder. Xiao Mushing replied, "Taking that stuff would impair my intelligence, so I skipped it. Sometimes you should adhere to medical advice. It's best to take a little," Village Chief Lu advised earnestly. He too was a patient and understood the importance of heeding a doctor's words. Schizophrenia cannot be cured, it can only be stabilized. And I am currently in a stable condition, so I do not require medication. Stable? Then who were you just talking to? By stable, I mean not causing harm or disturbance to those around me. By that measure, am I not quite stable? Lu Jianqing squinted, noting the additional condition of being around normal individuals. There were no further comments on the matter. The current outcome was favorable. There had been no significant uproar, no harm to the other villagers, and the children and abducted youths were safe and sound. He had eliminated the village's greatest menace, lifting a heavy burden from his shoulders. For the first time, he felt the warm, gentle sensation of sunlight upon him. Just as he contemplated leaning back in relief, a hand caught him. Speaking of which, you don't seem to have taken your medication, Xiao Mushing remarked, slightly annoyed. Lu Jianqing merely smiled nonchalantly. After providing his statement at the police station, Xiao Mushing accompanied Lu Jianqing back to the village. Since the remains had not been entirely recovered, he offered to assist in the task. Upon arriving at the village entrance, they spotted several unfamiliar vehicles and heard loud cries. Lu Jianqing understood that the families of the victims had arrived. It was time to face the music. However, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Mushing's unease. "Why are you fidgeting?" Xiao Qian bounced beside him. "My parents are here. I see them. You should go in and talk to them." Tell them to have another child. Hurry. Xiao Mushing replied. How do you suggest I phrase that? Upon hearing the village chief's inquiry, Xiao Mushing had a sudden flash of insight and retorted, do you have a way to tell those parents to have another child? Lu Jianxing fell silent for a moment. If you want to see me get beaten, just say so. Chapter 47. Others are guilty too. A pair of parents wept over a pile of bones. The remains were not entirely intact. Some skulls were ground down, while others had been removed from a two-sided drum, Xiao Qian's skull being one of them. In front of these grieving parents, a pair of sneakers suddenly appeared. Initially, they thought nothing of it, assuming it was just someone passing by. However, when the sneakers halted directly in front of them, showing no sign of movement, they looked up. A young man stood before them, holding a phone displaying a diagnostic record. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xiao Mushing, the middle-aged man began. We do not want insurance, thank you. That is not my intention. I am a bounty hunter. The reward was submitted alongside the bounty task to the forum, and upon completion, it will be automatically deposited into your account. This is a rule of the Bounty Hunter Forum to prevent individuals from recklessly posting tasks without the means to fund them. Generally, a bounty task requires prepayment. Once the task is completed, the bounty will be awarded to the hunter, and the publisher can withdraw the task with the funds returned. But that is not what I wish to convey. Confusion flickered in the bloodshot eyes of the man. Then what is your purpose? Primarily, this, you see. I have a diagnosis from a psychiatric hospital stating I have schizophrenia, but I do not share that belief. I merely perceive certain things that others cannot. Right now, I can see an 8-year-old girl who has a message for you both. Xiao Mushing's tone was patient, while the little girl beside him could hardly contain her urgency. Hearing this, the couple exchanged glances, and amidst their sorrow, they saw a glimmer of hope in each other's eyes. What does she wish to convey to us? Due to her untimely death, those who harmed her must receive their due punishment before she can be reincarnated. In other words, she is still lingering nearby. You two should hurry home and make an effort to conceive again. There is a significant chance that she may return to you. The couple's expressions transformed from confusion to skepticism, then to astonishment, and finally, to realization. As Xiao Mushing observed the couple contemplating, he turned to Xiao Qian and asked, by the way, in your next life, would you prefer to be a boy or a girl? Can I choose? I'm still young, don't trick me. Xiao Qian responded. Astonished. It seems you have no choice in the matter. That decision rests with your parents, Xiao Mushing realized. So, does that mean I have a chance of becoming a boy in my next life? It can only be said there is a possibility. Then, does that mean I won't have to wear clothes in summer? Which bold individual runs around naked in summer? Xiao Mushing was eager to meet such a person. Cut it out. Xiao Mushing genuinely thought someone might be that audacious. The middle-aged woman gazed at Xiao Mushing, who appeared to be conversing with thin air. May I speak with her? Speak. She can hear you, but what she says, you cannot hear. I can convey it. Thank you. Jianxian, how are you? Do you resent your mother for not protecting you well? It's all her fault. Sob, sob, sob. The woman had barely spoken a few words before she was overwhelmed with tears. The man reached out to embrace his wife, offering silent comfort. Since the child went missing, the wife had been consumed by guilt, even contemplating taking sleeping pills to end her life. She said she did not blame him. It was those wicked individuals who acted too swiftly, and at that moment, the child had simply let go of her mother's hand. Indeed, it was too swift. They had clearly been watching little Qian for some time. In the blink of an eye, in less than 10 seconds, 2 burly men had covered her mouth and whisked her away into a van, which then drove off. It happened so quickly that not even an adult woman would have reacted in time, let alone an 8-year-old girl. Qian's mother had done everything she could. But who could have anticipated that merely turning around for a moment, just a few seconds out of sight, would result in her child vanishing? The child's understanding words pierced the mother's heart like a dagger. Uncontrollable tears seemed to whisper, what a sensible child. How could I have lost her? Watching her mother weep so profusely left little Qian in a state of panic. She had thought her words would bring comfort, but instead, they deepened her mother's sorrow. All she could do was rush over and give her a gentle embrace. Mom, please don't cry anymore, okay? Xiao Mushing observed the scene and softly remarked. She ran into your arms, hoping you would stop crying. Upon hearing this, the woman reciprocated the embrace, and for a fleeting moment, it felt as though she could hold her daughter again. The man's other arm opened wide in a gesture of embrace, and for this brief instant, the family managed to unite. After uttering these words, Xiao Mushing chose not to intrude further, redirecting his attention elsewhere. He noticed a police officer nearby discreetly retracting his handcuffs and averting his gaze. Xiao Mushing understood that if his next words were related to money, or if he even suggested that the parents should pay, there was a high chance they would come and arrest him. Indeed, there are scammers in this world who prey on lonely elderly individuals, and those who have lost children, using their family's information as bait to draw them in. These victims often fall for the trap, holding on to a glimmer of hope. Even if they know there is a 99% chance it's false, they are willing to gamble on that one. Having understood all this, Xiao Mushing felt a sense of relief. He sat beside the flower bed where the village chief currently rested. You really are something. You can actually say such things. Xiao Mushing said nothing, merely pulling out 2 pieces of candy from his pocket. Do you want some? Lu Jianxing accepted the candy, surprised that Xiao Mushing enjoyed such things. Life is already bitter. Indulging in a bit of sweetness is not too much to ask. Lu Jianxing unwrapped the candy and popped it into his mouth. Not as sweet as the oranges I grow. After saying this, he inquired, can you really see? If you believe, then I can. This is random for me too. And so far, I've only seen those who died unjustly. Unless you are killed before dying a natural death, I might have a chance to see you. That is absurd. Don't those with yin-yang eyes see everything? Why do you have so many conditions? I am not one with yin-yang eyes. You're just not skilled enough. I do have a master, but he never taught me such things. You could consider it a gift. Isn't that just being delusional? Xiao Mushing almost continued the debate. But after a moment's reflection, he decided against it. After all, the other party had only half a year left. There was no need to argue over such matters. What do you plan to do about the other issues? Those parents may be crying now, but what happens after their tears dry? This incident, after all, was perpetrated by those from the village, and the sorrow of losing a child will inevitably lead some to lose their rationality. As for the 4 participants who are still alive, they are currently in the intensive care unit of the hospital. The village chief's face was filled with worry. As the village chief, even if he was not directly involved, he bore an inescapable responsibility. I can only do my best. I have an idea. You should post a bounty on the Bounty Hunter forum. I can help alleviate some of the pressure. I can just transfer it to you directly, saving on posting fees. Posting a bounty task on the Bounty Hunter forum requires a fee in addition to the reward. But first, you need to tell me the plan. Do you think the guilty parties are just those who participated in the ritual in the village? What do you mean? Those who brought these children to this village? Lu Jianxing exclaimed in surprise. Human traffickers. Do you have a way to find them? Chapter 48. Leaving the village if all goes as expected, they have likely succeeded. Xiao Mushing smiled confidently. In Sheikh County, within a small courtyard on the outskirts of the county town, 3 men were drinking. For them, evading capture was a necessity. Yet in this county, they felt comparatively secure. Here, they had loyal buyers, and nothing had occurred for several years. Thus, this place served as their temporary stronghold. In another room, 2 children were shackled with iron collars connected by a chain, tied to a nearby post. Unfortunately, we only sold one this time. Don't be disheartened. It's rare to find such stable buyers in the country, and they pay well. After saying this, one man took a hearty gulp of his drink. Delicious. Once I sell these 2, I'm heading to the city for some real fun. As he spoke, he chuckled lewdly, and the other 2 understood his meaning, laughing in agreement. Upon hearing the raucous laughter from outside, the 2 children in the room clung tightly to each other, curling up in fear, trembling. They did not cry out or scream. The scars on their bodies felt cold against the breeze, serving as a painful reminder of the horrors that awaited should they dare to make a sound. Suddenly, the laughter ceased abruptly, as if a television had been turned off. The door was kicked open. Don't move. Don't move. A heavy, justice-filled voice commanded. Cops. Quick. The sounds of a table being overturned, hurried footsteps, and bodies crashing to the ground followed. Then came a flurry of quick, yet orderly footsteps. The door swung open, light flooding into the dim room. The 2 children looked up to see reassuring uniforms. The emotions they had suppressed finally burst forth, and the 2 children began to cry. This time, they would not face fists and kicks. They could freely express their emotions and recount their fears. The chains were broken, the collars removed, and they lay safely in strong arms. Meanwhile, a police officer in the village received a call and relayed the news to the parents who were mourning in front of their children's remains. Upon hearing this news, the parents were invigorated, finding an outlet for their emotions, some even feeling a sense of impatience. Others gritted their teeth in anger. Lu Jianxing, witnessing the scene, approached a police officer. What happened? We caught the traffickers. Lu Jianxing turned in astonishment. How did you manage that? Shortly after Xiao Mushing spoke, the call came in. I contributed a bit, but not much, the officer explained. He had indeed found some clues through prior surveillance, but he could not pinpoint the trafficker's location. In undertaking such matters, both parties have maintained commendable confidentiality. However, as these individuals fell into the hands of the authorities, certain items were seized, coupled with the clues he provided. Within mere days, the police were able to pinpoint their location. Upon his return, he noted the internal personnel shifts within the precinct, leading him to surmise certain developments. Lu Jianxing opened his mouth, then merely sighed with a smile. Compared to those barely clinging to life in the intensive care unit, the capture of these principal offenders offered these parents a new outlet for their grievances. The burden on Lu Jianxing had considerably lightened. At that moment, a small figure darted before Xiao Mushing, her form becoming increasingly ethereal and dim. Please tell Mom and Dad. Meanwhile, the couple stood before an empty space, lamenting the fates of those apprehended. Xiao Mushing followed her to the couple. She communicated her understanding and expressed her departure, urging them to return and strive for their goals, hoping to be reunited. All right, the couple repeatedly affirmed. Little Qian leaned closer to Xiao Mushing's ear. I wish to gift my brother a present, but after much thought, I realized I have nothing to offer. However, everyone says my singing is beautiful, so I have decided to gift my voice to him. Xiao Mushing gazed at the vanishing little girl. Are you all right? Why would a 179-meter tall guy like me need the voice of a small girl? Brother, if you have my voice, I won't become mute. How should I put it? You will be able to speak with my voice. Little Qian struggled to articulate her thoughts, her vocabulary proving limited. So, what you mean is, if I need it, I can mimic your voice? Yes, exactly. Little Qian nodded vigorously, her braids swaying. Xiao Mushing stroked his chin, contemplating that this could facilitate online romance scams. He recalled a foolish roommate from university who had been duped out of 2,000 yuan, with 500 of it being his own. The thought pained him. He shook his head, pulling himself back to the present, observing little Qian as she transformed into particles of golden light, beginning to dissipate. Then, farewell. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. Little Qian's repeated farewells echoed like the parting words of students heading to and from school. Before Li Yishou's home, Xiao Mushing said, Uncle Li, you really don't need to be so courteous. My trunk is simply overflowing. As he spoke, he seized a box of tangerines from Li Yishou's hands. Upon hearing the refusal, Li Yishou prepared to set the box down. What is this? These are just small tokens. If it weren't for you, my boy would have strayed down a wrong path. This is the least I can do. As he spoke, he placed a bag of sausages into Xiao Mushing's trunk. Following this incident, the father-son duo had opened up to each other. Li Yishou decided against venturing out, choosing instead to remain in the village to cultivate tangerines alongside his father, as it proved to be quite profitable. As for the debts he owed, Xiao Mushing no longer needed to assist with their repayment. His father effortlessly settled them with a swipe of his bank card. As Xiao Mushing settled into the driver's seat, he called out to Li Yishou by the window. What's the matter, big brother? If the village chief ever needs anything, let me know. I will. Li Yishou was aware of the chief's condition. Were it not for the village, he wouldn't be leaving at such a young age. On the road, he waved goodbye to the village chief, whose complexion appeared increasingly pallid. After bidding farewell with a smile, Xiao Mushing drove away from the village. After covering some distance, his phone rang, the caller being Zhou Haihong. Chapter 49. Yu Xiao Mushing pulled over to the roadside and answered the call. What prompted you to call me suddenly? Shouldn't your business be wrapped up by now? Honestly, you're quite unlucky. Some bounty hunters might never encounter firearms. Yet you seem to stumble upon them with every task. How did you know? I don't recall mentioning this to you. The events in Yangyun village had yet to be reported in the news, as they involved human trafficking, with the police still extracting information from the 3 traffickers to identify other buyers and participants. After years of being a bounty hunter, I have my connections. Gathering some intel is not a challenge. Xiao Mushing reflected that given the explosion's magnitude that night, the news of firearms would inevitably spread. However, your call must pertain to more than just that, right? I've encountered a rather tricky situation here. Of course, I want to seek your help for free. If successful, I'll split the bounty with you. They could discuss other matters later, but she urged him to first explain the situation, so he could assess how he might assist her. Xiao Mushing was cautious. He understood that the success of his recent tasks was due to circumstances he was well aware of. He would not let success lead to arrogance, as it could very well result in peril the following day. After completing your task a few days ago, I received a similar assignment involving a search for a person. Based on some clues and deductions, I am fairly certain the individual is hidden within a certain villa. However, the problem lies in that when I reported it to the police, they found nothing, not even with the assistance of police dogs. If I were to request a second search, I'd be sued, leaving this task in limbo. Without further leads, I had to abandon it. Yet I know the person is indeed in that villa, and the inability to locate them frustrates me, prompting me to seek your help. Xiao Mushing pondered for a moment. I'm currently on the road and need to think it over. Once I reach home, I will provide you with a response. Zhou Haihong, upon hearing this, displayed neither anger nor disappointment. The bounty amount remained unmentioned, indicating her focus was solely on whether he could assist her in completing the task. If he agreed, it suggested a high probability of success. I await your good news. After hanging up, Xiao Mushing restarted the vehicle. Logically, given the trouble he had caused Zhou Haihong, he should have readily agreed. Yet, the issue at hand was that he lacked sufficient information. Zhou Haihong, having been a bounty hunter for so many years, faced challenges that he might not navigate effectively on his own. As for the house, he could not guarantee it would refresh without a hitch. Although 3 had refreshed so far, he remained uncertain about the process. What if it took 10 days, or half a month, or even 6 months to refresh? Thus, it was prudent to return home to ascertain that before making any commitments, lest he waste a trip and find himself in an awkward situation. In room 404, a figure clad in a black suit, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, materialized quietly. The apparition opened its eyes, surveying the surroundings, and reached out to stroke its chin. Has the underworld become so modernized? However, with the frequent burning of offerings above, such modernization was somewhat understandable. But where is the king of hell? Where are the Oxhead and Horseface? Calling out casually yielded no response. Attempting to touch the table, he discovered his hand passed through it. So this is what it's like to be dead. Glancing at the television, he extended his hand, finding he could control it, turning it on. This doesn't seem like the underworld. As he spoke, he began to inspect the layout of the room, passing through walls to enter the bedroom, where he discovered a college diploma, accolades, and a mental health diagnosis. From the diagnosis, he learned the name of the room's occupant. Gazing out the window, he longed to step outside, only to find the wall blocking his escape insurmountable. Trapped within this room, it seemed he could only await the return of the owner. Yet, would the owner even be able to see him? He burrowed back into the closet, casting a glance at the psychiatric evaluation. Perhaps he could be seen. He merely hoped it wouldn't exacerbate the owner's condition. Subsequently, he wandered into the living room, where memories of his own demise flickered through his mind, fragments of awareness as he heard the murmurs of onlookers. How could someone so impeccably dressed have chosen to leap to their death? What a pity. Surely, it was the burden of relentless work that drove him to such an end? These words echoed vividly in his mind. Suicide? Perhaps it was a form of retribution for his past deeds, a fitting conclusion to his actions. Despite these thoughts, he felt an unwillingness. Those individuals should share his fate in hell. The banners adorning the room came to mind. The owner seemed rather unyielding. However, those individuals would not be easily dealt with. In the following days, the man paced the room, exploring the limits of his existence, manipulating electrical devices until he ultimately broke the light bulb. One fateful afternoon, sounds emerged from beyond the door. He rose, adjusting his attire, and as he extended a hand for introduction, the door swung open to reveal a stack of boxes. The visitor strode past him, depositing items onto the coffee table. Turning his head, the young man announced, "I am Xiao Mushing. I presume you know who you are." "He Jingyu," came the reply. Xiao Mushing reclined on the sofa and opened a box, extracting a mandarin to indulge in, remarking that fruit should be fresh, for it loses its taste with time. "How did you meet your end?" he inquired. "I was set up and fell to my death from above." "What was your profession?" "Pyramid scheme fraud." Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing paused his chewing, refraining from immediate judgment. Instead, he approached the window, drawing back the curtains to let the light in. "I know I deserve my fate. I should have died. When I wished to repay my debts, heaven seemed unwilling to grant me that opportunity." He Jingyu chuckled self-deprecatingly, his tone laced with regret and a hint of bitterness. After Xiao Mushing had drawn the curtains, he returned to his seat. "How did you come to this line of work?" "A friend mentioned a promising construction venture, so I joined. Initially, I was among the deceived, struggling at the bottom. But as I improved, I was promoted to higher ranks, eventually seeing the reality of it all. From then on, I lived like a rat, constantly hiding in fear. Unlike those naive souls at the bottom, who faced only debts, I was both a victim and a perpetrator, unable to turn back." "So, what made you suddenly lose interest?" "In public, I appeared respectable, but behind closed doors, I felt like a dog cowering in its den. I watched as those captivated by my speeches were driven mad by their desire for wealth, persisting in the very things I once espoused, walking further into darkness. I could no longer endure it. I yearned for a reckless end, but alas, while the fish perished, the net remained unbroken." He Zhengyu recounted his past and his former thoughts in a calm tone. It was not that he believed it to be behind him, but rather that it remained indelibly etched in his heart, a memory he would carry until his dying breath. Xiao Mushing tilted his head, finishing the last of his mandarin. "Come with me tomorrow. I have matters to attend to." Chapter 50. Nothing new under the sun. He Zhengyu pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. "Very well." Just as Xiao Mushing rose to put some items in the refrigerator, He Jingyu reminded him. The light in your living room is broken. It needs repair. Xiao Mushing looked up, approached the switch, and pressed it, confirming the light was indeed out. What a shoddy light. I bought this entire house. And it starts having issues already. He Jingyu floated nonchalantly into another bedroom. Before nightfall, Xiao Mushing had repaired the light. The next day, after a full day of travel, they arrived in the city where Zhou Haihong resided, just before nightfall. Outside a hotel, Xiao Mushing spotted Zhou Haihong, clad in a black coat. He parked the car, and they strolled side by side along a deserted street. Now, tell me the specifics, Xiao Mushing urged. The villa's owner is surnamed Zhang. Named Zhang Feng, involved in real estate, though you are aware of the industry's current state. And who are you looking for? His son, or rather, his adopted son. Kidnapping the son? That's absurd, Xiao Mushing remarked, finding the notion peculiar. Zhang Feng had no biological children, only this one adopted son. However, a year prior, the biological parents of the adopted son had reappeared, and they too were wealthy, boasting assets in the hundreds of millions. A young master is a young master. No matter where, Xiao Mushing quipped. On the side, He Jingyu couldn't help but interject. Goodness, does this mean he no longer acknowledges his adoptive father? That kid is utterly heartless. It's more complicated than that. Based on the clues I currently possess, it appears this adopted son might actually be Zhang Feng's biological child. As this was shared, a peculiar image formed in the minds of the man and the ghost, a tuft of fur, with a cat scattering it into disarray. I have a feeling this narrative will take a melodramatic turn. You guessed right. The biological mother of this adopted son once had a relationship with Zhang Feng. Such familial disputes could fill an 80-episode drama. Don't interrupt, Xiao Mushing gestured, zipping his lips. From what I've gathered, this adopted son did not arrive at Zhang Feng's home by accident. It was a premeditated act. Zhang Feng acquired the infant shortly after birth. Why would he do such a thing? Perhaps as a means of revenge against the boy's mother. That is a possibility. Both man and ghost shook their heads in unison, uttering 4 words of disbelief. In that case, let us investigate near the villa. We should uncover something. I've searched the vicinity, but found nothing. That was you. I am different. He Zhengyu, having recognized the cue, understood it was his time to shine. The two drove to the vicinity of the villa, but did not enter directly. Zhou Haihong pointed to one of the villas, stating, that is Zhang Feng's residence. Xiao Mushing exchanged a glance with He Zhengyu, who then soared towards the opulent abode. Upon arrival, He Zhengyu was momentarily taken aback by the villa's lavishness. It was akin to the life of the wealthy he had often described. Yet witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Nearly 10 bedrooms, each with en-suite bathrooms, an underground garage, a garden, a living room, a tea room, a study, a game room, a cinema. He Zhengyu shook his head at each discovery, marveling at the stark contrast of the affluent lifestyle. Eventually, they entered the kitchen, where He Zhengyu passed through a wall and descended into the basement. Not long after, he stumbled upon a spacious area, not the dark, damp chamber he had envisioned, nor a youth bound within. Instead, it resembled a lavish bedroom, larger than most, equipped with a bed, sofa, study desk, books, and fitness equipment. A young man lounged languidly in a recliner, munching on snacks and sipping a drink, seemingly without a care, as there were no electronic devices in sight. He Zhengyu scrutinized the youth's demeanor and state, concluding that it did not resemble a kidnapping. Rather, it appeared akin to a vacation. Retracing his steps, he flew back to Xiao Mushing and recounted his findings. After hearing He Zhengyu's account, Xiao Mushing turned to Zhou Haihong. What is the situation with the biological parents of this adopted son? Why do you suddenly ask that? I feel that you may not have connected certain dots. Upon hearing this, Zhou Haihong pondered over the other clues she had gathered. Who was the employer for this task? As she contemplated, a sudden realization struck her. Her employer was currently lying in a hospital bed, while the other party was the biological father seeking his adopted son. If Zhang Feng were to seek retribution, he could opt for the path of custody battles, inflicting emotional turmoil upon the opposing party in the process. Moreover, after all these years, how did the adopted son's mother manage to locate him? Was there a paternity test confirming the child's lineage, and with whom was it conducted? Was it with the father or the mother? Had her employer ever undergone a paternity test with this child? It is crucial to note that Zhou Haihong had previously mentioned the possibility of the child being Zhang Feng's biological offspring, implying uncertainty. If her employer harbored similar suspicions, then the current objective of the other party must be to ascertain whether this child is indeed his flesh and blood, likely hoping to conduct a paternity test. However, there lies an inconsistency. As long as there are traces of life, DNA extractable items should exist, unless someone had assisted in erasing those traces. At Zhang Feng's residence, he could clean up such evidence, but in another household, It seemed only one person could accomplish this, the employer's wife, formerly Zhang Feng's lover. The motive became glaringly evident. It was all about the inheritance. Xiao Mushing observed that the other party had been in deep thought for a while. So, have you figured it out? He inquired. How did you come to this conclusion? Zhou Haihong was perplexed. There were still pieces of information she had yet to share. Yet he had already deduced so much. How absurd. Xiao Mushing silently popped a lollipop into his mouth, then took it out, pinching it between two fingers. In our village, such events have transpired before. Each time I return home for the holidays, the village aunties still bring it up, making it hard to forget. He Zheng, standing nearby, contemplated a saying, there is nothing new under the sun. Thus, it was clear how to handle the matter moving forward, and she understood entirely, as her involvement in subsequent events was no longer appropriate. All that remained was to inform her employer of the specific location where the other party was hiding within the villa and then extricate herself quickly. Entanglements in the feuds of the affluent were best avoided. So where exactly is it? Did you figure it out? There is a hidden chamber beneath the kitchen, but I can't discern the mechanism. Chapter 51. How to deceive a mentally ill person. Zhou Haihong found herself in a quandary upon hearing this. If it were indeed under the other party's kitchen, the dilemma remained. How to extract the person without knowing the mechanism? Surely, they could not have the employer dismantle the kitchen. Was there a way for the employer to pull the person out? After all, Zhang Feng was a wealthy man. What if we set a fire? Xiao Mushing blurted out a suggestion without much thought. The person might be drawn out, but we need to get inside. Zhou Haihong rolled her eyes at such a ludicrous idea. What do you mean we? The fire set by the employer has nothing to do with me. Xiao Mushing shrugged his shoulders. The reward for this task is 2 million. Let's devise a meticulous and detailed plan. Xiao Mushing immediately adopted a serious demeanor, abandoning his previous jovial expression. What plan? Keep watching. I refuse to believe no one has entered. But what use is it if someone enters the villa? We need to ascertain how they managed to do so. You aren't suggesting hacking into their surveillance cameras, are you? Zhou Haihong said in a hushed tone. Xiao Mushing merely smiled in silence. That's illegal, my friend. Well, sort of, but not exactly illegal. Or rather, they won't find any evidence. Zhou Haihong raised an eyebrow, her expression doubtful. You truly are just an ordinary university graduate, right? You weren't previously involved in the Middle East, were you? Retired and returned to the country. Adopting a false identity? This suspicion had lingered in her mind for quite some time. Many skills were acquired gradually. She had started as a bounty hunter, taking small steps, while Xiao Mushing seemed to have leaped directly to the end of her nearly decade-long journey. In the current war environment, where could one find a soldier king? Snipers faced overwhelming artillery fire, and individual combatants contended with swarms of drones. Don't speak of soldier kings. Even flying on a sword would get you shot down. Oh, so you weren't retired. You were eliminated, Zhou Haihong mused. Xiao Mushing explained that he intended to convey to her that her assumption about a soldier king was misguided. Modern warfare in the Middle East utilizes technology, eliminating the conditions for the emergence of such warriors. I feel we should relocate. If we continue to linger on this tree, the security might suspect we intend to kidnap the little master inside the villa. That shouldn't be the case. At most, they'd suspect we were rummaging through the trash. After all these years as a bounty hunter, you should know that in a villa area, the trash bins are, in some respects, akin to treasure chests, often yielding unexpected surprises. Thousands of clothes, watches worth 8 or 9,000, or even 10,000, but if they have minor issues, a bit of repair, and then resold. Voila, several months' worth of living expenses. How do you know this so well? Zhou Haihong exclaimed. I did a bit of odd work one weekend. It was just that once, when a classmate took me along to help collect garbage in a villa area because his uncle's co-worker was short-staffed. After graduation, I sought a similar job, only to discover that working in villa garbage collection requires connections. Ordinary people hardly have such opportunities. Life is unpredictable. Now, here I am in this line of work. Truth be told, being a bounty hunter isn't so bad. Aside from the occasional life-threatening situations, the rewards are considerable. In fact, bounty hunters don't necessarily face life or death circumstances. It primarily depends on the tasks one accepts. I don't mean to criticize you, but other bounty hunters might avoid dangerous assignments, opting for lighter tasks to recuperate. Yet you, on the other hand, seem to have taken on several perilous missions, none of which were easy. It's fortunate that you survived unscathed, without losing any limbs. The two then shifted their locations, as Xiao Mushing had indicated he possessed alternative methods to monitor the interior of the villa, rendering their perch in the tree unnecessary. They found themselves in a nearby cafe. Xiao Mushing, with a hint of mystery, posed a question. Have you ever dealt with bounty missions related to pyramid schemes? Zhou Haihong, sensing his eager gaze, adopted a serious demeanor. Do you know? 5 years ago, the Bounty Hunter Forum issued a warning to all bounty hunters. Do you know what it entailed? What was it? Beware of pyramid scheme scams, especially when executing bounty missions. Do not waver. The reason for issuing this warning was due to a level 5 bounty hunter who, upon completing one more level 5 task, would have accumulated enough points to achieve gold status. Yet, the last task he undertook involved a pyramid scheme scam. The outcome? He fell victim, losing everything. And in the process, he also harmed several bounty hunters of varying levels. Xiao Mushing expressed his astonishment. I've encountered some bounty hunters, and they don't seem foolish. Especially the level 5 ones. You must understand, in this world, no one is immune to deception. It merely depends on whether you encounter a scheme that suits you. Pyramid schemes ensnare individuals, where everyone engages in deception to the extent that they come to believe their own fabrications. In such a milieu, one's inner resolve may inevitably be swayed. Once a crack is formed, a deluge follows. These individuals thrive on this dynamic, mastering the art of persuasion, manipulating human emotions, and exploiting greed with profound comprehension and adept application. Consequently, those tasked with confronting such organizations typically locate their congregational hubs for reporting. However, this approach has its drawbacks, often resulting in insufficient evidence collection. In contrast, infiltrating the organization proves significantly safer. Thus, to accomplish this task effectively, immersion within the group is essential for gathering adequate proof. Zhou Haihong closed her eyes and leaned back in her chair. You ought to take your medication, she remarked, feeling that her words had been selectively ignored. Yet, I sense you need not be overly concerned. You must contemplate how they would deceive a person with mental illness through the lens of rationality and logic. Zhou Haihong, initially devoid of hope, wore a frozen expression as realization dawned upon her. How would a mentally ill person perpetrate fraud? Moreover, if that individual possessed a high intellect and formidable strength, their infiltration might yield a greater safety margin. Chapter 52. Successful interview. Do as you wish. But just don't call me to invest. Zhou Haihong propped her chin on one hand, expressing resignation. After all, previous speculations were merely possibilities, and the potential for greater deception loomed. Xiao Mushing felt the likelihood of being duped was minimal. He had previously engaged in a similar scheme of tricking others into buying liquor. Although it required a modicum of charm, he understood the intricacies. Furthermore, a ghost nearby was offering reminders. When one thinks of a ghost, one appears. He Zhenyu suddenly flew in from outside. Upon observing the mechanism, he explained that it was located 5 floors straight from the main entrance, followed by a right turn for 4 more floors, where the floor beneath their feet concealed the mechanism, which required a weight of over 150 kilograms to activate. Astonishingly, they had nearly 150 kilograms of weights concealed at home. Although the design was not particularly clever, as such weights could easily arouse suspicion. But their butler weighs 160 kilograms, he mused. My apologies, I should not doubt others' intelligence. In Zhou Haihong's view, Xiao Mushing began to exhibit signs of his condition again. He turned towards her and confirmed, I found the mechanism. It's a floor that requires a weight of 150 kilograms to trigger. Are you certain? He asked, glancing back at He Zhenyu. He Zhenyu nodded emphatically, and Xiao Mushing followed suit with a firm nod, thoroughly convinced. Zhou Haihong picked up her phone and made a call. We've located the target. It's in a secret room beneath the kitchen, Xiao Mushing interjected. Walk straight from the kitchen door for 5 floors, then turn right for 4 floors, and place a weight of over 150 kilograms on that floor to open the secret room. Zhou Haihong relayed this information. An elderly, hoarse voice responded on the other end. Are you certain of this location? Indeed. Although I previously sent a team to the villa, the second attempt may not be as straightforward. As long as the location is confirmed, once the individual is found, the payment will be transferred to your account. The call ended. Xiao Mushing, sitting across, listened intently. The payment would be directly transferred from the Bounty Hunter Forum, eliminating the need for the employer to process it. You didn't receive this task from the Bounty Hunter Forum, did you? Haven't I mentioned before? Bounty hunters can undertake various tasks, not merely those listed on the forum. This particular job is from an employer I previously knew. You can build connections while executing tasks. Wealthy employers often offer substantial rewards. Xiao Mushing nodded in acknowledgement. Thanks to you, the task was completed in less than a night. I've been stuck here for several days without progress. Once the payment arrives, I will transfer 1 million to you. You needn't thank me. Direct your gratitude towards our unseen friend. So, are you planning to introduce your hacker friend to me? Zhou Haihong expressed interest, eager to meet someone with unique skills. He's not merely a hacker, Xiao Mushing chuckled. If you're unwilling, that is fine. Zhou Haihong did not press further, recognizing the discretion inherent in the hacker profession. Days later, outside an office, a queue of 10 individuals awaited their interviews. Xiao Mushing donned black-framed glasses, carried a backpack, wore a suit, and clutched a resume. As the office called his name, he feigned caution while entering, placing his resume on the desk. "Good day, esteemed interviewer." The individual seated across from him picked up his resume. While perusing it, he discreetly sized up Xiao Mushing. A recent university graduate, wearing glasses, appeared naive yet earnest. The interviewer's gaze shifted to the resume, where the sections detailing gender, birth date, family status, and personal interests failed to pique his interest. However, the section on personal achievements caught his attention. Assisted the police in solving a serial murder case from over a decade ago. "Hello, I am Chun. You may call me Manager Chun. I briefly reviewed your resume and noticed your involvement in solving a serial murder case. You must have received a substantial reward. What brings you to interview with our company?" "Indeed, I received a reward of 1 million. Hearing this, Manager Chen's eyes flickered. However, considering current prices, purchasing a house far from the city would consume that sum, and over a lifetime, one must also find a partner, buy a car, and potentially marry and raise children. It is essential to have a stable job." Manager Chen nodded, perceiving him as a simpleton, skilled in solving cases yet oblivious to social nuances. Could one truly declare possession of 1 million during an interview? If dissatisfaction arose, one could leave at a moment's notice. What employer would want that? Yet he wanted him. This 1 million achievement was indeed enticing, far superior to those interviewed before him. The accomplishments listed in your resume align closely with our company's needs. However, I am uncertain whether you can commit long-term, especially since you mentioned having 1 million in savings. If you decide to leave one day, our progress may falter. Rest assured, I am an orphan, accustomed to hardship and perseverance. I would not abandon my post over trivial matters. A smirk appeared at the corner of Manager Chen's mouth. Recognizing youthful impulsiveness. "Very well, we will assess you for a time to determine your suitability for our company. Our projects are significant, backed by national support, demanding diligent and capable talent. If you pass the probationary period, your current 1 million could potentially double within a year or two." Xiao Mushing's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. "Really? Of course. Our company is involved in pension construction and efficient new energy development. These are promising ventures for the future, in stark contrast to other stagnant firms that will inevitably succumb to the tides of time. We aspire to become the next industry leader, ensuring our employees are well rewarded." Xiao Mushing stood up upon hearing those words and grasped Manager Chen's hand across the table. "Thank you for this opportunity, Manager." "No need to thank me," replied Manager Chen. "If our company didn't require talents like you in this field, I would not have dared to hire you. Please bring your ID and bank card tomorrow morning and come here. A bus will take you to our company." "Isn't this our company? This is merely a recruitment space for our subsidiary. Our company has a wide distribution, and the talents we recruit are assigned according to the needs of various branches." Xiao Mushing nodded repeatedly. "All right, I will definitely be here tomorrow morning." With a hint of joy, he exited. Observing his departing figure, Manager Chen bore a satisfied smile, unaware of the true source of Xiao Mushing's elation. Chapter 53, a dramatic continuation. "Are you greeting me?" Beneath a flower bed, Xiao Mushing removed his glasses. He recognized Manager Chen from earlier, noticing He Zheng's reaction upon seeing Chen, which was marked by surprise, regret, sighs, frustration, and an unspeakable sense of relief. "When I attempted to gather evidence against the organization to report them, I was cornered on a rooftop. I had always wondered why my actions, though flawed, were discovered so swiftly, especially when the organization's defenses were so meticulous. They even predetermined the manner of my demise. Upon seeing him, I understood everything." "He was a close brother of yours?" Xiao Mushing placed a lollipop into his mouth. "Not a brother, but I had advised him to leave before I got involved. He fell victim to my deception. His house was sold, and his parents' meager retirement savings were drained. Had he left then, he wouldn't have sunk deeper. The victim transformed into the perpetrator." Xiao Mushing shifted the candy from one side of his mouth to the other. "This is how the organization flourishes, by deceiving a multitude, promoting a select few with potential, and then expanding to continue the charade. And what of the others? They keep calling, deceiving relatives, friends, classmates, and once they exhaust those, they seek new acquaintances. Once they can no longer yield any profit, they are discarded, for they remain unaware of deeper truths. Initially, these individuals may search for us until they lose their minds. Some might even see reality and choose to end their lives. Others, more lucid, may continue to exist, but will find their homes irretrievable, becoming aimless drifters, swaying with the wind." "You truly are insightful," Xiao Mushing remarked candidly. "I recognize I am not a virtuous person, whatever suffering I endure. If I were to descend into the underworld, I would rightfully traverse the 18 layers of hell. However, it shouldn't be a solitary journey for me. Those who perpetrate such heinous acts should not be allowed to revel in the world above. As He uttered these words, a glimmer of harshness flickered in his eyes. Merely scamming isn't likely to incur a death sentence. Coupled with your involvement, it becomes even less likely. A pack of beasts gathered together. Do you think they limit themselves to scams? The depths of this matter are far more profound than you realize. You should be able to guess how I met my end. As long as we uncover their crimes, they will be held accountable. Oh, He responded, sensing an unsettling premonition about Xiao Mushing's potential entry into the organization. Suddenly, Xiao Mushing's phone buzzed with an incoming notification. He picked it up to find a series of cold, unadorned numbers. Reflecting on his recent endeavors, he mused that it might be time to indulge in some enjoyment. Such a sum of money shouldn't remain dormant. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Zhou Haihong. I've transferred the funds to you. What is the latest update? He leaned in, curiosity piqued. Zhou Haihong, slightly agitated, replied, You have no idea. The situation has escalated dramatically. I learned from previous employers that the child belongs to neither of the two wealthy men. That woman played them both. The child is actually the offspring of Zhang Feng's deceased father, and Zhang Feng is a brother to that child. Once these two wealthy men uncovered the truth, they were nearly driven to madness. Zhang Feng is even more furious, having spent over a decade planning his brother's inheritance and others, only to have it unravel like this. Ha! Zhou Haihong couldn't contain her laughter. As a bounty hunter, I usually refrain from laughter, but this situation is just too hilarious. Xiao Musheng could hear the mirth in her voice. By the way, in a few days, I might call you with some nuisance. As her laughter subsided, she continued. You really took on a task related to pyramid schemes. Isn't that how bounty hunters make a living? I've never encountered a bounty hunter who complicates their life like this, Zhou Haihong remarked with a hint of annoyance. The greatest fear in interpersonal relationships is encountering a stubborn person. Is it possible that the tasks I undertake are relatively easier for me, yet still yield significant economic benefits? After a prolonged silence, Zhou Haihong finally responded, All right, if you truly find yourself in need of funds, let us meet offline. She contemplated that if he were indeed brainwashed, she would gather a few people to knock some sense into him, providing an escape route before he sank too deep. Understood. After hanging up, Xiao Mushing often felt that conversing with Zhou Haihong resembled chatting with a sister. Early the next morning, Xiao Mushing, with a backpack and suitcase in tow, arrived at the interview location's entrance. A bus had already arrived before him, having reached at 6 in the morning. To facilitate observation, he had secured nearby lodging. The reason for his early rise was simple. The two neighbors next door were exceedingly noisy. Since arriving, they had made incessant noise, preventing him from sleeping. Through the walls, he could hear their conversations, revealing some unfamiliar terms, indicating how, with the passage of time, trends evolve. In contrast to his eavesdropping, He was even more shameless, having directly crossed the wall to witness the live spectacle. Is this behavior befitting a decent person? Such a lack of respect for privacy. At that moment, Manager Chen stood at the bus door, spotting Xiao Mushing and waving enthusiastically. Xiao Mushing approached, and Manager Chen patted his shoulder. You're quite punctual, young man. We appreciate young people like you who value time. Hop on. Xiao Mushing boarded the bus, choosing a random seat. Shortly thereafter, another individual entered the bus. Despite the abundance of available seats, this person opted to sit beside him. After placing their belongings in the upper compartment, they leaned in enthusiastically. Hello, I'm Yiming Qiu. But you can call me a Qiu. We'll be colleagues from now on. What is your name? Are people in society so familiar with one another nowadays? He asked, greeting me. How should I respond, brother? Yiming Qiu noticed the other person did not reply, but rather appeared anxious, speaking to the air before him. Just respond casually? How do I do that? There must be an opening statement, perhaps even a formula. Xiao Mushing exhibited signs of agitation, running his hands through his hair as if on the verge of losing his composure and hurling objects. Yiming Qiu instinctively retreated from his approach. This individual seemed somewhat different from what had been described earlier. Removing his trousers, binding his hands and feet, and then inserting his belt from behind. Would such actions truly leave a lasting impression? Alas, what a peculiar notion. Upon turning back, Xiao Mushing discovered that the other party had, unbeknownst to him, relocated to a different row. He approached, staring at the belt of the other individual, and inquired, Did you just greet me? Yiming Qiu, wide-eyed, shook his head stiffly. No, I have been sitting here all along. When did I greet you? Then what is your name? I am Wang Fuguwei. Ah, perhaps I misheard. My apologies. Xiao Mushing replied before returning to his seat. Yiming Qiu felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. internally lamenting. What kind of naive university student is this? He is clearly unhinged. I should never have believed that Chen's nonsensical claims about achieving merit. He is trying to ensnare me. Chapter 54. The beginning of the deception, an explanation beside him as the bus was about to depart. Manager Chen boarded, scanning the interior. He noticed the considerable distance between Yi Mingxiu and Xiao Mushing. The journey may be somewhat lengthy, he remarked while advancing deeper into the bus, simultaneously casting glances towards Yi Mingxiu. However, Yi Mingxiu shook his head in refusal. Typically, newcomers were accompanied by an elder to instill certain ideologies in them, preparing them for their arrival at the destination. Yi Mingxiu was perceived as a promising seed, earmarked for management development. How could he fail at such a simple task? Manager Chen, losing interest, decided to take matters into his own hands. He approached Xiao Mushing, just as he was about to sit down. What are you doing? The sudden outburst caught him off guard, drawing the attention of others. With a smile, Manager Chen addressed the onlookers. This new colleague may be a bit anxious. Please do not pay him too much mind. Hearing this, everyone returned their gaze. Manager Chen leaned on the armrest, adopting a gentle tone. What seems to be the issue? Have I offended you in some manner? My friend is sitting here, and if you sit down, you would be sitting on him. Manager Chen glanced at the empty chair. You mean there is a friend of yours here? Xiao Mushing nodded affirmatively. Yes, he is a new acquaintance of mine, dressed in a black suit with slicked back hair. However, he seems rather reluctant to converse with me. He appears to prefer engaging with you. He is currently face-to-face with you, gazing into your eyes. Upon hearing Xiao Mushing's description, Manager Chen was reminded of some unsettling memories. The descending silhouette clad in black, the contorted figure, and the blood that had splattered across his face. Still warm to the touch, Manager Chen scrutinized Xiao Mushing's eyes, realizing that the other party's gaze seemed to be following someone else, rather than focusing on him. Yet, he could discern no one else reflected in Xiao Mushing's pupils. Simultaneously, he recalled fragments of information he had uncovered the previous night. Certain livestream clips from the Jinyang City incident had indeed exhibited abnormal content. There were even comments speculating that Xiao Mushing suffered from severe mental illness. Manager Chen furrowed his brow. It was possible that the individual was having an episode. However, there was also the possibility that he had ulterior motives for his presence. Thus, he decided to probe further. Have you encountered any peculiar doctors? You know, those who speak in strange tongues? Are you referring to psychiatrists? I must emphasize that I am not mentally ill. Manager Chen concluded that this individual was indeed mentally unstable. Moreover, those doctors are unprofessional. They merely wish to swindle me into purchasing medication. I am not ill. I possess a superpower that allows me to perceive things invisible to you. Manager Chen nodded. Having superpowers is even better. Our psychiatric hospital does not require such talents. Our company needs individuals like you, those who think outside the box, unconfined by conventionality. You possess boundless potential and extraordinary insights. Others may deem you mentally ill, but that is simply because they fail to comprehend your exceptional intellect and thought processes. They remain stagnant, unable to witness the broader world. However, you are different. I see infinite possibilities in you, which may bring about unique transformations within our company. In turn, our company will reveal to you what is extraordinary, demonstrating that gold merely lies in misplaced locales. With this, Manager Chen launched into an unending stream of praise, elevating Xiao Mushing to a stature that was far from his own. This was a customary tactic employed by them, subtly infusing information amidst compliments, leading the individual to believe they were making their own decisions, solidifying their resolve. Such self-perceived decisions become impervious to the opinions of others, as they are intertwined with their intellect, dignity, and the height at which they believe they currently stand. Should others refute them, it would equate to a denial of everything they currently are. They would no longer be regarded as exceptional. They would be stripped of their elevated status and transformed into an ordinary individual, one indistinguishable within a crowd. No one relishes this sensation. Everyone yearns to be the protagonist. And as they immerse themselves in this feeling, it marks the inception of their disorientation. Even upon realizing they have been deceived, they would refuse to acknowledge it. For this encapsulates a weakness of human nature. Yet, Manager Chen remained oblivious. While he disseminated these notions, there was another person beside him dismantling the facade. He Zheng then elaborated. He praises your thought process because you are aware of your mental illness, yet in daily life, no one truly understands you. Thus, he exploits this aspect to flatter you, primarily because you harbor a faint idea within yourself, and he seeks to amplify that thought until it expands. It is akin to an individual gazing into a mirror, sometimes perceiving themselves as somewhat unappealing, and at other times, finding themselves somewhat handsome. At that moment, someone emerges and praises the features you deem attractive based on your own appearance. Consequently, you begin to believe this is true, gradually deepening and expanding until you ultimately perceive yourself as exceedingly handsome. Even if onlookers deny it, they are simply lacking in aesthetic appreciation. Upon hearing this explanation, Xiao Mushing nodded. Observing the other party unconsciously agreeing to his discourse, Manager Chen's spirits lifted. You see, after such commendation, he will likely proceed to extol your courage and vision. Subsequently, at the company, he will pitch various projects, illustrating how promising the development prospects are. If you invest, you shall become a shareholder, and when the project flourishes, you will reap substantial profits. Naturally, he would also provide a plausible explanation, such as stating that the project had originally secured investors, but due to unforeseen issues on their end, funding had been cut off, and the company urgently required capital, thus seeking employees to invest. If this opportunity is missed, it would result in a loss of several billion. Coupled with the earlier assertions of courage and vision, the moment one entertains the notion, they are likely to impulsively invest their funds. Accompanied by He Jingyou's explanation, Manager Chen indeed began to extol his unique insight, labeling him as a person of courage. Xiao Mushing nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the depth of the manipulation. The crux of this deception lies in the current identity of the victim. As a member of the company, it instills a sense of belonging. When such an opportunity is presented, it appears akin to an internal benefit, making it all the easier for individuals to fall prey. Chapter 55, Sports and Business. The vehicle arrived at a modest 5-story building on the outskirts. As a dozen individuals disembarked, Xiao Mushing estimated that only about 7 were genuine newcomers, with the rest being accomplices. Thanks to the groundwork laid by these accomplices, the newcomers, upon seeing the rather shabby structure, were somewhat mentally prepared, albeit with lingering doubts. After all, this was a far cry from the envisioned office building. In front of the dilapidated building, Manager Chen delivered yet another speech, presumably to deter any thoughts of fleeing once they entered. Let us proceed inside to familiarize ourselves with the environment and to welcome you all. In the afternoon, we shall organize a team-building event to discuss our corporate culture, core values, and future directions. After this address, he ushered everyone to carry their luggage into the building. No one ventured in alone. Each was accompanied by someone, though Xiao Mushing felt somewhat isolated. However, this solitude was short-lived as an individual claiming to be a veteran approached him. Hello, you can call me Old Lee. I am an employee of the Future Engineering Planning Department. You will be assigned to our department. Could you share with me the current work arrangements in our planning department? You've just arrived and must be weary from your journey. You should rest. Some matters can wait until you are adequately recuperated. Old Lee was fabricating. Their actual task was merely to welcome the newcomers. As for the newcomers' assignments, it entailed investing funds into projects. Xiao Mushing's previously amiable demeanor suddenly shifted to one of seriousness. Rest? There is no such thing as adequate rest for the living. The market's opportunities are finite. If you do not exert yourself, others will. If you do not aspire to be a boss and prosper, there are many who do. I am here to work, not to languish idly. Rest is for the dead. Old Lee, as a member of this company, I do not wish to hear the word rest from your lips again. What distinguishes you from the languid veterans of other enterprises? I believe that in a company with such a promising future, you should not embody this attitude. Now, lead me to observe your daily tasks, file reports, planning documents, and your CAD drawings. Let me witness your diligence and the company's potential. Xiao Mushing's words resonated with fervor and rhythm, filled with an indescribable authority, akin to a divine judge delivering a verdict from the heavens. Old Lee momentarily felt disoriented, perceiving not a newcomer, but rather a superior. However, he soon regained his composure. How could he allow a newcomer to intimidate him? It was commendable for the youth to possess such drive. He should maintain it. Old Lee initially intended to counter, but upon reflection, he chose to align with Xiao Mushing's sentiments. However, there are certain matters that cannot be hastily entrusted to you newcomers, as some content is confidential and requires further assessment of your capabilities. Additionally, you will need to undergo some training before officially taking on our projects, as these are significant undertakings for the company. Xiao Mushing squinted his eyes, trailing behind Old Lee while his words flowed uninterrupted. Phrases about striving for dreams and enduring temporary hardships for a lifetime of enjoyment emerged one after another. Working hard for the company is also working hard for oneself, he declared with zeal, until Old Lee escorted him to the resting room, a cramped 8-person dormitory. Upon turning away, Old Lee's previously cheerful expression fell. Such naive students. Do they truly believe that by toiling for the company, they will reap the rewards? Such fortune is unlikely to come their way. You can work overtime until you are hospitalized while the boss enjoys the company of young models in hotels. As Old Lee muttered to himself, he suddenly fell silent. Indeed, what was the point of his relentless efforts? He was not unaware of the company's true nature. Even this suburban building was rented, and the rent was modest, around 1,000 yuan a month. After all, it was situated in a desolate area with no foot traffic, requiring a kilometer walk to the nearest village shop for even a bottle of water. Inside, the paint was poorly applied, revealing raw cement walls, with windows covered by fabric. For so many years, had he not been deceiving himself? Yet, he had invested all his savings. The thought of withdrawing now filled him with reluctance. If he could only entice more individuals to invest, perhaps the project would eventually launch. Lost in thought, tears welled at the corners of Old Lee's eyes. Xiao Mushing surveyed the room, which was hardly more accommodating than a prisoner of war camp. The 8-person room was not furnished with bunk beds, but rather featured a communal sleeping area elevated by bricks, reminiscent of a large dormitory, with several individuals crammed into one space. He pointed at the sleeping arrangement and asked, "With such an environment, are you not afraid that people will simply leave?" He Jingyu met Xiao Mushing's gaze. As long as there is a chance to earn substantial wealth, who would care about the conditions? In fact, they may even engage in self-PUA, convincing themselves that great burdens must be borne for great responsibilities, and comfort is reserved for the dead. Moreover, among the 7 who came with you, have you seen any of them leave? The doors are wide open. Those at the bottom, deceived into joining, are subject to various strategies depending on the type of pyramid scheme. Some lean towards physicality, while others focus on business acumen. The physical approach may involve boxing, mixed martial arts, and unarmed combat, while the business approach relies entirely on exploiting human psychology and temptation. In truth, they incorporate elements of both, albeit divided into upper and lower tiers. The lower tier, with its limited intelligence, is harder to deceive and prone to causing issues. Thus they are often given choices initially. As their understanding is still superficial, reporting to authorities would yield little result. Moreover, the domestic environment is not conducive to a widespread physical approach, as it risks exposure, with many past instances serving as cautionary tales. Conversely, the upper tier, being more experienced, is aware of the wrongdoings and possesses ample incriminating evidence. If one among them were to experience a sudden attack of conscience, it could spell disaster for all. Consequently, their methods are increasingly physical, involving activities like cement mixing, feed grinding, and bungee challenges, activities that have become commonplace. The method he previously participated in was indeed a bungee challenge, one without safety harnesses, exceedingly perilous with low chances of survival. Chapter 56. A sense of disconnection before long. The sparsely populated dormitory was filled with 6 individuals. 3 bore bloodshot eyes, pallid complexions, and blue-tinged lips, their expressions devoid of emotion, yet heavy with a palpable weight. These were individuals who had burned their bridges. Another, previously encountered in the vehicle, Yimingqiu, was shoved back into the room, his eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation. The last individual, however, had a clear gaze, still uncomprehending of the current situation. However, there exists an unwavering hope for the future. In this individual, Xiao Mushing glimpses a reflection of himself. Much like how schools invite companies for recruitment, he initially scoffs at the first batch of enterprises, dismissing them with disdain, only to discover that the second batch pales in comparison to the first, and the subsequent ones continue to deteriorate. Consequently, he contemplates stepping out of campus life to seek a fulfilling job, only to realize that he has missed the prime hiring period, making even menial tasks elusive. One is either deceived or, like himself, finds oneself on a divergent path. There are many young individuals in society like him, brimming with ambition and ideals, yet lacking connections and background. Meanwhile, his classmates seamlessly transition into publicly listed companies upon graduation. Why? Because they selected a field of study that guarantees entry as soon as they graduate. In this world, certain opportunities can only be inherited through bloodlines. After encountering numerous setbacks, when a path that resembles a broad avenue presents itself, no one would turn it down. Even if there is hesitation, one would still embark on it. Previously, scams revolved around enticing investments or promising entrepreneurial ventures. Now, they lure individuals into employment with the promise of favorable treatment. As society progresses, so too do the methods of deception. Xiao Mushing feels a pang of melancholy, realizing that certain things in this world can only be offered through deceit. 6 individuals sit around a large bunk, engaging in self-introductions while discussing their futures and aspirations. Some seasoned employees are imparting their ideologies. For instance, a bright-eyed university student shares his dreams. My name is Yi Xiang. In the future, I hope to purchase a house in this city, and if finances allow. Perhaps a modest car, nothing extravagant, just something functional. Then I can bring my parents to live with me. They may not be accustomed to it, but I want them to know that I am thriving and capable of self-sufficiency. Their years of hard work have not been in vain. I can build a life in this big city. With some more effort and savings, I plan to marry my girlfriend. You should not be named Yi. You ought to be called Fantasy, for your dreams are rather beautiful. Xiao Mushing interjects with a tone that lacks enthusiasm. Yi Mingxiu, witnessing the interruption, swallows his words. This individual seems troubled. Perhaps it is best not to take any risks. Consequently, the other three rise to defend him. How can you speak to him that way? He has ambitions. With determination, he can achieve them, one middle-aged man asserts. Have you bought a house then? Not yet, but I certainly will tomorrow, comes the reply. Akin to a schoolchild promising to complete homework the next day. Will you really? Tomorrow the class resumes. Do you even have enough money for a burial plot? At this point, another person stands up. Young man, do not be so pessimistic. The present is not the future. But what if the future brings demise? Xiao Mushing shrugs. In today's societal climate, who can claim they will live to old age? Stress, sleepless nights, anxiety. Sir, had you not just introduced yourself as 40? I might have assumed you were 70. The already tense middle-aged man can no longer bear it. Just then, a third man rises, rolling up his sleeves to showcase his muscles. Unlike the previous two who relied on reason, he believes strength is paramount. Xiao Mushing leaps off the bunk, picking up a half-brick. The third man, alarmed, braces for impact, but Xiao Mushing merely places the brick against the wall and strikes it with his fist, splitting it in two. Yi Mingxiu thinks to himself, a lunatic, coupled with brute force. Ascending in this world is undoubtedly not simple. I am beginning to contemplate fleeing. The third man quietly lowers his sleeves. With more people around, it feels a bit warm, and he returns to his seat as if nothing occurred. Meanwhile, the university student named Yi Xiang observes this scene and muses. Is this the workplace? Indeed brutal. One must not only articulate well, but also possess formidable strength. Xiao Mushing watches the now subdued uncle sit back down before he too takes a seat, and the atmosphere falls silent, losing its previous liveliness, becoming somewhat awkward. This was one of Xiao Mushing's intentions. People are easily swept along by the group, and in such situations, their intellect diminishes. A book he once read mentioned that humans exhibit a blind conformity tendency. Often, the decisions made by the majority are unthinkingly followed, especially under conscious group influence. He wonders if this young man, Yi Xiang, will realize the discrepancies in this situation. Xiao Mushing then approaches Yi Mingxiu. Hello, we meet again. Yi Mingxiu ponders. Should the other party restrain him? How can he resist? How can he divert their attention? Engaging in conversation? Yet, their thought processes may not align, potentially leading him into a perilous situation. However, if he remains silent, might they perceive it as contempt? Then he might receive a harsh reprimand. Yi Mingxiu places his hand on his forehead, and suddenly an idea strikes him. Apologies, I feel a bit carsick. I need to rest for a moment. Just as he prepares to lie down, another hand rests upon his head, one that does not belong to him. Yi Mingxiu looks up. The shadow of an arm cast upon his face, revealing only half of the stranger's visage, accompanied by a half-smile. Carsick, huh? I happen to have a traditional remedy. Let me offer it to you for free. Yi Mingxiu exclaims in alarm. I think I need some fresh air. Yet, as he attempts to rise, a powerful hand pushes him back down. Not so fast. Let us remove your shoes first. No, no. Yi Mingxiu shakes his head vehemently, struggling against the hold. However, it is futile. His hands are bound by a belt. He manages to push open the door and escape, only to stumble and be dragged back by a firm grip. Meanwhile, others in the corridor witness this scene. Yi Mingxiu's face, filled with panic and tears, desperately pleads for help. Save me. Please, someone help me. Out in the world, no one dares to intervene lightly. The onlookers are taken aback, and some newcomers reconsider their choices. The previously instilled ideologies and fantasies are shattered in this moment. The dilapidated office building, combined with this scene, makes some realize that this may not be an ideal place for making money. Hizheng floats in midair, snapping his fingers. The sudden disruption creates a sense of disconnection, allowing sailors lured by the siren's song to perceive a hint of danger. This was once articulated by a speaker during the management training sessions. Chapter 57. Not doing too badly in the fourth-floor conference room of a 5-story building. With 2 floors designated for accommodation and 3 for office space, the first floor serves as a recreational area. However, the extent of this freedom is uncertain. In the conference room, a small platform holds several tables and chairs, with Manager Chen seated upon it. His gaze scans the crowd, landing on Xiao Mushing, and, not far away, the disheveled Yi Mingqiu, who resembles a deranged concubine from a forsaken palace, enduring inhumane torment, his eyes devoid of hope. He merely prays for the day when the emperor will grant him a length of white silk to end his suffering. Within a dormitory of 6 individuals. For our supposed allies, how did it come to this? Manager Chen shifts his gaze, searching for the other 3, only to find them huddled together, a mix of fear, confusion, and uncertainty clouding their expressions. It appears to be alive, yet perhaps it is not entirely unacceptable to be dead. At this moment, Manager Chen found himself somewhat perplexed. This should not be the case. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to another individual, Yi Xiang. This person had been brought in by others and was rumored to possess some modest assets. Even if Xiao Mushing were mentally unstable, one individual could hardly contend with 4 others. Something about Yi Xiang was undoubtedly amiss. Perhaps this fellow is the one instigating it all. However, there was no need to rush. There would be ample opportunities to deal with this individual later. For now, the focus was on delivering today's presentation. The corporate culture presentation must proceed without a hitch. The attendees had mostly arrived, and the 5 individuals began with self-introductions. Then, a rather attractive woman made her entrance amidst lively background music, delivering a dynamic speech that elicited waves of applause and cheers. Xiao Mushing observed with keen interest. After all, his perspective differed from that of others. In his view, there were not 5 individuals on stage, but 6. Hijin stood atop a table, his lower half facing the woman. Xiao Mushing even questioned whether, were it not for the garments he wore in death, Hijin might have removed his trousers. Hijin, to some extent, was capable of treating all alike. For instance, in terms of this invisible humiliation, a woman would receive 1 slap, while a man would receive 2. As for men like Manager Chen, seated in chairs, Hijin might even crouch down. He vividly illustrated what it meant to defecate on someone's shoulders, correcting himself with a jest that it was, in fact, upon their heads. Thus, in contrast to the agitated crowd below, Xiao Mushing did not exhibit flushed cheeks or an excited demeanor. Instead, he felt a suppressed mirth that he could hardly contain. The resentment of Hijin ran profoundly deep. Yet it could not harm these individuals. He could only enact visible retribution. Hence, when those around shouted good, a wave of uncontrollable laughter emanated from him. As those nearby prepared to join in the shout, this laughter struck them as somewhat absurd, leading to an awkward silence. Their hesitation in shouting created a ripple of discomfort among the agitated crowd, caught in a dilemma of whether to shout or remain silent. Meanwhile, the woman delivering the fervent speech quickly noticed this unfolding scene below. This was not her first encounter with such a situation. In our company, there are no superior or subordinate ranks, only brothers. Now, let us invite a few brothers to the stage to share their thoughts and aspirations. For this is not only your future, but the future of the entire company. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing turned to Yi Xiang and remarked, "Do you believe that among those invited, I will surely be included?" Yi Xiang was initially taken aback by the statement, then snapped to attention, displaying a look of disdain. Unwilling to associate with him, Xiao Mushing pondered, "Has this child misunderstood something? What expression is that? I disdain your reliance on backdoor connections." Yi Xiang, being forthright, felt that most individuals would seize the opportunity to cultivate connections, while he scorned such tactics, choosing instead to rely on his own abilities to succeed. Haven't you realized yet? Such a dismal environment, so far from the city. The conditions here are indeed a bit harsh, but it is understandable for a startup, he stated, stroking his chin. He then clenched his fist, rallying himself. Yet it is precisely this that affords us the space to exert our talents. Xiao Mushing narrowed his eyes, sensing something increasingly off about Yi Xiang. During the incident with Yi Mingqiu, Yi Xiang had remained unperturbed, merely adopting a demeanor of observation. To be sure, he did not harm Yi Mingqiu. He merely removed his socks and clothes, applying pressure to certain points on his body. Generally, those with robust physiques would not feel pain, but those with kidney weakness or poor digestive health would experience considerable discomfort. He even attempted to realign the other S-bones. Though his experience in this regard was insufficient, occasionally making errors that required correction, these were skills acquired through previous training. He had initially worked as a masseur before being recruited as a male model. Having spent only a few days in massage, the owner recognized his talent and transitioned him to modeling, as continued massage work would lead to financial ruin. His massage techniques were never complained about, primarily due to his appealing visage. As their conversation progressed, a voice resonated through the speakers. "Could these 2 brothers who are conversing please join us on stage?" Yi Xiang was taken aback by the invitation, made possible by this connection. Xiao Mushing was indifferent, walking up with confidence. Yi Xiang, though somewhat shy, was filled with assurance. Despite the advantage of this connection, he was determined to showcase his capabilities to the audience. Besides the two of them, two others were also invited to join. The female speaker, clad in small leather shoes, a black skirt, and a white shirt, her hair tied in a high ponytail, and her makeup understated yet elegant, exuded both vigor and approachability. Indeed, a con artist would never emblazon the word fraud upon their face. Instead, they often appeared quite amiable. The speaker, displaying foresight, did not first approach Xiao Mushing, but rather chose to engage Yi Xiong, opting for an easier target to stir the atmosphere. Ultimately, even the most obstinate individuals would yield under the collective pressure of the crowd, lest they find themselves in an embarrassing predicament. What dreams does this newly joined brother hold? She inquired. To buy a small house, a small car, and marry a beautiful wife. What size house do you wish to purchase? She prompted, guiding him. 1,000 square meters. And what kind of car? A Bentley. At this moment, the others in the audience were taken aback. They had just envisioned modest aspirations of 100 square meters or a BMW. The woman's smile widened, unfazed by his ambitious dreams, urging him onward. Why a Bentley and 1,000 square meter house? Because my family lives in a 2,000 square meter house, and my father drives a Bentley. I want to prove that even without their influence, I can still thrive. The audience collectively gasped. The speaker's expression contorted as she realized the implications of this exchange. She had toiled for so long, merely aspiring to reside in a 200 or 300 square meter home. As for a Bentley, that was a car she only used to impress others. The prospect of owning one herself was utterly out of the question. Yet now, she sensed a glimmer of possibility. As this young man embodied such aspirations, others in her vicinity shared similar sentiments. Meanwhile, the audience's earlier excitement dissipated into an overwhelming sense of despair. The chasm between dreams and reality loomed before them like an insurmountable divide. Their dreams were merely the mundane existence of others, and those living such lives were not merely satisfied but sought to create their own realities. Xiao Mushing contemplated how such a privileged background could produce such a naive individual. Furthermore, he pondered, while second-generation rich might be foolish, first-generation wealthy individuals were not, for they would not have accumulated such fortune otherwise. Thus, Xiao Mushing's gaze swept across the audience, landing upon an elderly man clad in a simple, classic gray robe. A mere glance at the elder revealed a sharp, scrutinizing gaze that met his own. Xiao Mushing smirked and nodded. The elder was taken aback, then returned the nod. Internally, he mused, boss, he indeed possesses wealth. He even hired bodyguards. This young man has some skill, managing to associate himself with the young master. The peculiar demeanor of the young man caught the speaker's attention, prompting her to ponder the opportunity to read his fortune. Having absorbed her initial astonishment, she seized the moment to address the audience below. Ladies and gentlemen, have you heard? Despite possessing such substantial familial wealth, Brother Yi Xiong is eager to strive for success. For he believes that future projects will enable him to achieve accomplishments equal to or surpassing those of his father. Yi Xiong, feeling somewhat bashful upon hearing these words, scratched his head. His primary purpose for being there was to glean insights into the company's structural arrangements, project planning, bidding processes, and networking, essential elements that would allow him to save some funds and eventually embark on his own entrepreneurial journey. He understood that the odds of striking it rich through employment paled in comparison to betting on a national team winning the World Cup. At that moment, the previously silent crowd ignited with fervor, their excitement manifesting in resounding cheers. The company favored by the affluent second generation is bound to prosper. Xiao Mushing estimated that these individuals, when combined, could not rival the wealth of a single rich heir. In that instant, Yi Xiong basked in the limelight, while the three other invited guests remained mere background figures. He Zheng, observing from the sidelines, lamented, "These individuals have truly encountered a fortuitous moment. I wish I had stumbled upon such a lucrative opportunity in my time." Reflecting on his past, he mused that had he been able to seize such a bountiful opportunity, his conscience would have been overwhelmed by greed. The catch is indeed substantial, but I doubt they can fully digest it. Xiao Mushing chuckled, shaking his head. He recognized that this was not the time to douse their enthusiasm, for the glimmer of profit danced in their eyes. To urge calm at such a moment might lead others to believe he was obstructing their path to wealth, thus alienating himself from the group and complicating his own endeavors. Moreover, he was not the only one scheming within this pyramid scheme. In a villa located in the suburbs, a middle-aged man clad in a woolen sweater and gold-rimmed glasses reclined on a genuine leather chaise, conversing over the phone. Has he been attacked? Not yet. But it seems he has caught the attention of the young master. Very well, just ensure his safety. If he is harmed, do not interfere. After concluding the call, the man had initially contemplated guiding his son into a company to expose him to the harsh realities of business competition. However, he did not foresee his son's decision to plunge into a pyramid scheme. Yet, perhaps this would serve as a valuable lesson, illustrating the beauty of the path he had arranged for him. He possessed the means and confidence to allow his son to learn from his mistakes. After the speech concluded, the attendees dispersed. An elderly man in a gray robe approached Xiao Mushing. "Young brother, would you care to accompany me to the restroom?" With a hand resting on the old man's shoulder, Xiao Mushing replied, "Certainly." Meanwhile, the 5 other occupants of their dormitory observed the elderly man's departure with a mixture of sympathy, admiration, and reluctance, yet no one dared to intervene, as they recognized Xiao Mushing as a genuine eccentric. Once in the restroom, before Xiao Mushing could speak, the elder initiated the conversation. "I am Taoist Xianxing. May I have a look at your palm?" "Ah, your request is quite familiar. Most inquire about legs online," Xiao Mushing remarked with a knowing expression. "You misunderstand. I noticed something unusual in your features, prompting me to examine your palmistry. So you are not merely a Taoist?" Xiao Mushing inquired with intrigue. "You possess keen insight. In truth, I am also a bounty hunter. I presume you are similar?" "Indeed, quite similar. How does a Taoist come to be a bounty hunter?" "My master was rather unconventional, so I did not register with the Taoist community. While I can read fortunes, my insights span a lifetime, and I cannot alter fate. Those who consult me typically seek guidance on short-term matters like relationships and wealth, which I cannot provide. As a Taoist, I prefer a less constrained life. Yet I cannot venture without some means, hence I engage in this line of work. It allows me to uphold justice, express my thoughts freely, and earn a living. Given that, what do you foresee for my financial prospects?" Xiao Mushing, intrigued, decided to entertain the idea. Recognizing that a wealthy individual had chosen this Taoist as a bodyguard for his son, indicating the man's abilities. After washing his hands, Xianxing examined Xiao Mushing's palm intently, his brow furrowing deeper with every passing moment. "What troubles you? Is my fate fraught with hardship and misfortune?" Xiao Mushing inquired. "If it were merely that, it would be manageable. However, your palmistry coupled with your features is exceedingly peculiar," Xianxing replied, his expression clouded with concern. "You exhibit signs of great calamity, bloodshed, and a sinister aura, but paradoxically, you also possess the marks of immense virtue and fortune. This is a conundrum. Could it be that I lack the necessary teachings?" Xianxing pondered, grappling with numerous questions, yet his master had passed over 30 years ago, leaving him unable to seek clarification. What a true master he must have been. Why have I never encountered him in my lifetime? He Zheng, nearby, expressed his regret, suggesting that perhaps a reading could lead to transformative insights. Xiao Mushing's history was known to him. It had been mentioned that he bore the weight of numerous lives on his hands, but he understood the circumstances surrounding those deaths. They were not without justification, just as he himself was not blameless. In this line of work, it was commonplace to have blood on one's hands, and the sinister aura was likely linked to his childhood habit of frequenting graveyards. "Why did you venture into graveyards?" Xianxing asked hesitantly. "I cannot confess that I was merely tempted by the offerings," Xiao Mushing shrugged nonchalantly. "How have you managed to survive this long?" Xianxing gasped. "At times, I too ponder how I have reached this age, particularly given my father's harshness. Was it merely for a few offerings? The consequences were severe. First a willow branch, then a bamboo stick, and finally a peachwood cane." Xianxing felt an inexplicable sense of danger emanating from this individual, questioning the wisdom behind Ye's decision to employ him. "Forget it. Just ensure the safety of young Master Yi. The situation has already reached Ye's ears. As long as you guarantee his safety, any suffering he endures is acceptable. Protect the young master? Your employer has not compensated me for that. If you are not here to protect the young master, then what is your purpose?" "I am here to dismantle the entire fraudulent organization," Xiao Mushing declared before departing. In that moment, Xianxing observed Xiao Mushing's silhouette, marked by an ominous presence and a radiant aura. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the office building, in a distinctly different conference room, a video call was in progress featuring an individual. Alongside the 5 management personnel who had previously taken the stage, 4 others had gathered, making a total of 9 participants. They convened to discuss a singular objective: how to extract wealth from this affluent heir. Unlike previous endeavors where they preyed upon the impoverished, this rare opportunity to exploit a rich heir demanded an entirely different approach. The wealth of the rich was not a product of foolishness. Foolish individuals do not retain wealth. They must devise a foolproof plan to secure the funds. Alternatively, they could trick his father into investing, ensuring all the paperwork is meticulously prepared, and then reach out to various contacts. As soon as this suggestion was made, laughter echoed around the room. Manager Chen loosened his tie and cautioned against foolishness, stating that if it were truly that simple, there would be no need for all of them to gather here. With a luxurious 2,000 square meter mansion and a Bentley as the family car, one could only imagine the wealth involved. Paperwork? Are you certain you possess more knowledge than his father? Attempting to deceive others into investing? Do you truly believe they are naive? My suggestion is to first extract any funds that this young master may have at his disposal. Having held the title of young master for so long, he must have accumulated some savings. It seems that luring this young master into our scheme may not be overly difficult. At that moment, the woman who had previously spoken interjected, pointing out that targeting such a significant sum in the first phase is merely the beginning. Should they wish to extract more later, this initial amount could serve as a foundation for further schemes. After all, securing this money would allow them to rent luxury properties and hire professional actors without much difficulty. They could also bring in other associates to orchestrate a grand plan. Naturally, they would need to cultivate connections and navigate certain channels. The key remains to extract valuable information from that young man to mitigate the risk of losing everything. During a video call, a figure with their back to the crowd spoke slowly. Building upon Manager Chen's proposal, they instructed that a plan be prepared by the following morning, promising to send assistance their way. With that, the call ended. Xiao Mushing, listening to He Jingyou's recounting of the conversation, nodded thoughtfully. That day, they would conduct another brainwashing session just in time for dinner. He observed the astonishment on the faces of some elderly individuals present. However, that evening's meal was merely a boxed lunch. Of course, their dormitory may have benefited from the influence of a certain young master, resulting in a more luxurious spread. Dishes such as oil-braised prawns, white-cut chicken, and braised pork appeared in the lunchboxes. This left Yi Xiang, who was on a diet, desperately searching through a pile of meat for a few green leaves. The three middle-aged men he had previously interacted with, while eating, shed tears as if they had not tasted such exquisite food in ages. They even fought over the leftovers Yi Xiang had not finished. After dinner, the broadcast commenced. And following an enthusiastic speech, it was crucial to maintain the momentum. These individuals excelled at creating an environment, with soothing yet hopeful music and persuasive recorded speeches playing on repeat. Xiao Mushing observed the impassioned Yi family young master beside him. Go and note down their action plan verbatim. I need to formulate a targeted strategy. He Jinyu replied, if I had that kind of brain, I wouldn't have needed to resort to such dubious means to make money. Xiao Mushing almost forgot that their adversary had merely become a ghost, not upgraded. So he decided to compromise. He would focus on critical aspects, such as the opening and closing statements, the names established, and any incriminating evidence he could gather. Meanwhile, the four individuals huddled together. Yi Mingqiu bit his finger and said, it's over. This big brother is talking to himself again. Xiao Mushing glanced at the four individuals huddled in the corner by the door. Aren't you all going to sleep? The four shook their heads in unison. With someone like that in the dormitory, who could sleep? Except for Yi Xiang, who, during the speech, had been fervently shouting, likely exhausted from his outbursts. As night fell and others drifted into slumber, the fifth floor of the lonely five-story building remained brightly lit. Manager Chun sat at his computer, typing away while occasionally slapping himself in frustration. I spoke too much. After a long night, he lamented the audacity of the boss's plans. These days, even scamming required working for someone else. As he typed angrily, a new idea began to take shape in Manager Chen's mind. Since scamming is illegal anyway, why not deceive the big boss? If he could secure that money, he could escape abroad. At that point, he would be free as a bird, living lavishly. With this thought, a sinister smile crept across Manager Chen's face. Meanwhile, in other rooms, several individuals were also nurturing their own ambitions. They were all here to make a fortune. Why should the big boss be the only one to benefit? They desired the Bentley and the 2,000 square meter mansion as well. Chapter 60. Adding fuel to the fire. The following morning, they were finally set to begin some tasks, though these were not the typical work assignments. Instead, they were framed as internship training, ensuring they internalized the company's core values. Although Xiao Mushing garnered some attention, it was minimal. The entire company was focused on Yi Xiang. However, they did not rush into action, as the proposals had only just been submitted that morning. The big boss was still reviewing them, and any rash movement could alert them to their intentions. This was a significant business deal, and care was paramount. As the afternoon wore on, approaching dusk, action finally commenced. The first to take the initiative was Manager Chun, who brought over some materials. Xiao Yi, I've heard from the veteran employees that your training has been impressive. Here are some items. Could you assist me with this? Yi Xiang blinked in surprise upon hearing this. Manager Chun, noticing the boy's innocent expression, smiled even wider. This is just a test of your abilities. If you perform well, you may advance through your training sooner and officially join our ranks. Yi Xiang nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Manager Chen. Chen patted Yi Xiang on the shoulder. Work hard. I believe in you. As he watched Yi Xiang leave with a stack of documents. He recognized this as merely the first step in their plan. It could not be too overt. They needed to provide the young man with an opportunity to validate his capabilities, requiring him to invest some effort. The tasks he assigned were straightforward and could be completed quickly. Yi Xiang, carrying a bag of documents, sought out Xiao Mushing. You were right. Manager Chen indeed approached me and assigned me extra tasks. How did you know? Xiao Mushing offered a knowing smile. Shall we make a bet? Do you believe that if you botch this document, they'll give you a second chance? Yi Xiang, holding the file, found himself alone with Xiao Mushing. The latter leaned in, sharing insights about how Manager Chen would seek him out, initially dismissing it as a joke. Yet now it was becoming a reality. Should I give it a try? Though Yi Xiang was naive, he was not hopelessly foolish. If what Xiao Mushing suggested was true, it indicated significant issues within the company. Or perhaps Manager Chen himself was problematic. However, that was a discussion for another time. If it were proven that issues existed and Xiao Mushing was aware, what was his purpose in being here? He Zhengyu stood nearby, remarking, I did all the work, yet you take all the credit. After Yi Xiang departed, Xiao Mushing stated, given the current circumstances, several leaders are eager to monopolize. Do you think the big boss could notice? He should, He Zhengyu replied, his expression turning serious. After all, my demise was orchestrated by him. Moreover, those who engage in such activities tend to trust their subordinates very little. If these individuals act, it is likely they will tread the same path I did. You suggested that if I provide them with an idea to get the big boss inside, they might then devise a way to swindle money from the young master. Do you think they would do it? He Zheng, upon hearing this proposal, took a slight breath of cold air, then calmly contemplated the matter. Faced with such substantial benefits, they might indeed be willing to take that risk. In that case, let us start with Manager Chen, Xiao Mushing slowly articulated. If such a criminal organization were united as one, Xiao Mushing might find it challenging to navigate. However, as they each harbor their own thoughts, he could not be blamed. Fortresses are often compromised from within. During dinner, Xiao Mushing had He Zheng locate Manager Chen. He orchestrated a seemingly chance encounter. Manager Chen, you are here too. Oh, it's Mushing. Isn't it mealtime? What brings you here? Although Xiao Mushing's stature was somewhat lesser compared to Yi Xiang, even a small piece of meat still counts. Manager Chen remained composed, revealing little change in demeanor. I had some free time, so I wandered out and bumped into you. I wanted to ask you something. What is it? Go ahead. When faced with inquiries, individuals seldom decline, for it often marks a favorable beginning. I heard about a major project in the company, but the original investor got into trouble, disrupting the funding chain. Consequently, the company allocated a portion of the shares to internal personnel, and I heard we could invest as well. Is that true? Xiao Mushing inquired with feigned curiosity, his eyes glinting with the desire for wealth. Upon hearing this, although Manager Chen wore a warm smile, he internally furrowed his brow. The initial brainwashing was still underway. Some matters could not be revealed prematurely, lest they raise suspicions. Moreover, he had never mentioned this. Who had informed Xiao Mushing? After all, this individual shared a dormitory with Yi Xiang. Where did you hear that? I heard some employees talking about it, Xiao Mushing replied. Alarm bells rang within Manager Chen's mind. He was unsure whether Yi Xiang was aware of this information. Were the others truly oblivious? Some matters are not meant to be disclosed so early. Wait, what if this was a deliberate ploy? Manager Chen was aware of his own thoughts, yet he could not guarantee that others would share the same perspective. Just as Manager Chen contemplated pressing for more details, he decided against being too direct. Instead, he said, I'm not entirely sure, but are you looking to invest? You know investing carries risks. In this fiercely competitive workplace, it's either you bring me down, or I bring you down. Or we replace our immediate superiors to achieve promotions and wealth. Such a rare opportunity would surely tempt anyone. Xiao Mushing spoke casually. Yet his words struck a chord with Manager Chen. Don't overthink it. I haven't heard any rumors about this. The information you've heard may not necessarily be reliable. Xiao Mushing scratched his head. I overheard someone discussing it seriously while in the restroom. It seemed credible. Manager Chen silently noted this remark. You should hurry back and rest. Don't dwell on uncertain matters. After conveying his intentions, Xiao Mushing departed. As for that last statement, it was deliberately offered to Manager Chen, who was trying to gather information indirectly. One must always provide something in return. As he walked away, a figure clad in gray robes appeared. The Taoist Xianxing stroked his beard, observing Manager Chen's retreating silhouette. He had sensed that Manager Chen's lifespan was somewhat short. Could it be related to him? Muttering to himself, He turned and returned to his dormitory. Chapter 61. The subtle interrogation in the dormitory. As for Yi Xiang, he felt little concern. Upon accepting this task, he had assessed Yi Xiang's fortune. There were some obstacles, yet he still bore an auspicious countenance, indicating longevity. Thus, he accepted the assignment. Over the years, he had relied on this skill, gradually becoming a renowned bounty hunter by taking on less perilous contracts. Manager Chun returned to the fifth-floor office area, greeting each passing colleague warmly while cautiously scrutinizing them. Who could be so impatient? Those who ascend to leadership positions have been thoroughly vetted. One should not expect to navigate such relationships here, for no one wishes to find themselves in a precarious situation. Ensuring that the leadership would never admit a fool. Acting too hastily might lead to financial loss. What, then, was the purpose of such actions? Lost in thought, Manager Chen entered his office, a modest space comprising a bed and a small desk. Lying on the bed, deep in contemplation, he suddenly sat up straight. What if the intention was to exploit the big boss? Among the elderly overseen by them, there were undoubtedly the big boss's informants. Should this matter be exposed and reach the big boss, would it not warrant a thorough investigation? Each individual in this place is a master of deception, skilled in framing others. Moreover, he himself was not entirely blameless. Given the big boss's cautious nature, coupled with the previous incident, if any signs of misconduct arose, it was likely that he would prefer to act on the side of caution. If this were indeed the case, Xiao Muxing's awareness could very well be a calculated maneuver. After all, this was the person he had recruited, someone he had previously monitored closely. Had it not been for today's revelation, he might have fallen into a trap. They likely did not anticipate Xiao Muxing's trust in him to be so profound that he would come to him to verify the authenticity of such a significant matter. Now that the game was afoot, he could not be blamed for being ruthless. But what of the big boss? Should such an incident occur again, the big boss would undoubtedly lose trust in him. Thus, any opportunity for prosperity would slip through his fingers. Perhaps it would be best to abandon all caution. Entrapping the big boss for retirement, though, would certainly be a heavy burden. Nevertheless, others might not simply acquiesce. Most matters could be entrusted to them, and he only needed to give a gentle nudge at the necessary moments. This endeavor must be meticulously planned, for the comfort of the latter half of his life hinged upon it. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yi Xiang retrieved his computer and began working on the tasks assigned by Manager Chun. This computer had been borrowed from the administrator. Most of their communication devices were entrusted to the administrator for safekeeping, under the pretext of preventing them from inadvertently leaking company secrets. Manager Chun and the others did not wish to resort to such measures, as the signed fraudulent contract included confidentiality clauses. However, the unfortunate truth was that some individuals who had been deceived were not particularly mindful of such regulations. Hence, they had no choice but to devise this method. Though it inevitably heightened suspicions among some, necessitating additional effort on their part, Yi Xiang diligently processed the materials prepared by Manager Chun. These tasks were not complicated, or rather, excessively simplistic, bordering on outdated. At that moment, the other four individuals returned. Upon entering the room, they enthusiastically inquired about his activities. Upon learning that it was an assignment from Manager Chun, they praised him warmly, expressing hopes for future mentorship. Amidst their flattery, Yi Xiang felt a surge of pride, perhaps believing that his prowess rendered these tasks trivial. However, just as he entertained such thoughts, an unexpected silence enveloped the dormitory. A figure entered, accompanied by the sound of the door closing, like the emergence of a forbidden presence from a peculiar tale. The atmosphere in the dormitory fell into an eerie silence, as the four lively individuals, previously brimming with enthusiasm, suddenly became as motionless as wooden figures, their mouths sealed, their faces devoid of any expression of joy or sorrow. Oh, I just heard quite a commotion outside. Am I imagining things? Why is it so quiet now? No one dared to respond, fearing the entanglement of the inquisitive one. Yi Xiang was preoccupied with his tasks. Xiao Muxing peered over, catching a glimpse of what was on Yi Xiang's computer. Haven't you graduated yet? Why are you still working on assignments from your teachers? Xiao Muxing's remark jolted Yi Xiang back to reality. Indeed, this task is hardly more challenging than school assignments. Yi Xiang murmured. Thank you. Xiao Muxing retreated his head. In truth, he could not comprehend what was displayed on the computer, not even the name of the software being used. His previous comment was merely a whimsical attempt to awaken Yi Xiang. Should Yi Xiang engage in a debate like a pedant, employing Confucian methods to rationalize his stance, it would be quite the spectacle. Xiao Muxing then beckoned to Yi Mingxiu. Seeing the attention directed at her, Yi Mingxiu pursed her lips and shook her head, her expression silently conveying her inability to comply. Xiao Muxing merely smiled and produced a key. I've locked the door. Will you come over, or shall I come to you? Yi Mingxiu lifted her gaze to the door, merely a step away, and slowly approached Xiao Mushing. What's up, brother Xiao? Her tone was soft, her demeanor sincere. I just wanted to ask how long you've been with this company. Brother Xiao, are you joking? Didn't we come here together? I'm a newcomer too, she replied. Oh, is that so? Yet you seem quite familiar with the leadership. I even saw you chatting with the leaders upstairs, he added. At this, the other three turned their backs to the wall, relieved that they had not been spotted conversing with the leaders. Now, Yi Mingxiu could only hope for the best. It was not that they were unwilling to assist. It was just that they were powerless to do so. Don't tell me you're a favored one. I detest such connections. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have missed out on the last bottle of orange soda at the village shop when I was 8. Yi Mingxiu sighed with relief. Yet the mention of the soda resurfaced her worries. After all, one could never know how crucial such a trivial item might be to someone. Initially, there had been discussions about personnel changes, but when asked about Yi Xiang's condition, the response had been, he's fine, no issues, and the change had been halted. Yi Mingxiu felt helpless. Why was there such disparity in treatment among those sharing the same surname? Chapter 62. Almost reflecting on this, Yi Mingxiu glanced at Yi Xiang. It was imperative not to reveal the truth at this juncture. Should he dare to speak, the consequences would be dire. What to do? What to do? A reasonable excuse must be devised. In a flash of inspiration, Yi Mingxiu concocted a clever rationale, one that would surely hold water. I gathered that one of the managers seems to enjoy discussing emotional matters with male employees, so I went. I know this sounds embarrassing, but I have no alternative. Coming from a background with no support, I aspire to earn a substantial income and gain respect. This is my only option. What else can I do? To make his performance more convincing, Yi Mingxiu recalled some past experiences. He had painstakingly saved a small amount, only to invest it all, with no other options. He could only forge ahead. He had exhausted all his relatives and friends. No one was willing to take him in, save for prison. Humiliation and sorrow surged within him as he spoke, tears cascading down his cheeks. The three behind him silently raised their thumbs in admiration. This brother is truly bold. He can utter such words. Which manager? Yi Mingxiu pondered over the few who had deceived him. There are several, but upon uttering the words, he realized he had misspoken. No, I didn't mean that. There aren't that many, he corrected himself. Xiao Mushing sighed. I understand. In that moment, Yi Xiang felt a chill run down his spine. He had heard whispers of workplace unwritten rules before, yet he had never anticipated males would be targeted. Xiao Mushing's original intention was merely to convey something to Yi Mingxiu and the other three, to instill a sense of urgency, without fully revealing his hand. However, since the rationale was presented, he decided to embrace it and propagate the rumor. The next day, on the 5th floor, the leadership was convening a meeting. The male members were scrutinizing one another. In this modest 5-story building, the multitude of individuals had managed to spread a particular rumor throughout the leadership by the end of the morning. While they might brush off other matters with a laugh, this issue was met with serious concern among the male leaders, all wary of colleagues who might seek to undermine them. Manager Chen cleared his throat. I believe some of you have heard about this. Due to this situation, Yi Xiang's document from last night was abysmal, to the point that I couldn't approve it despite my best efforts. He even considered leaving, fearing certain individuals' potential actions. I am curious who possesses such peculiar inclinations, especially at such a critical juncture. At that moment, a small voice piped up. It might not be current. Perhaps it's something carried over from some of the older employees. The newcomers likely haven't had the chance to act. Everyone turned to the source of the voice. An older gentleman in his 50s. Don't look at me. I was locked up for 2 days due to that issue, so it couldn't possibly be me. I merely suggested a possibility. Manager Chun continued. Now, I request someone to step forward and temporarily excuse themselves to ease the tension. Rumors often take root deeper than the truth. Sometimes, even indoctrination proves ineffective. Moreover, they had only begun to scratch the surface, and the incident had already begun to affect their indoctrination efforts. At that moment, the attendees remained silent. Only the sole female participant, who had previously delivered a speech at the conference, remained unperturbed. In this situation, she refrained from speaking, wary of offending anyone and inciting jealousy. Such matters were best left to the 8 men to resolve. Manager Chun, the instigator, fell silent, harboring his own thoughts. This was an opportune moment to remove a few individuals and simplify matters. The atmosphere thickened with silence as seconds ticked by. Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves. Damn it, who will step forward? What good is lingering here? Indeed, if we let a big fish slip away over this trivial matter, the boss will surely have our heads. The scene devolved into chaos as suspicion and finger-pointing ensued. Everyone sought to expel a few individuals, yet no one wished to be the target. As time continued to pass, the phone of one individual rang. Noticing the caller ID, he gestured for silence, then answered on speakerphone. A voice distorted by a voice changer came through. Is it not resolved yet? A wave of anxiety washed over everyone. This matter had not been reported, yet the higher-ups were aware. If the situation cannot be resolved today, I will personally bring people over, and you will be responsible for managing other matters. Meanwhile, Yixiang gradually became aware that something was amiss within the company. He attempted to leave during lunch, but they would not allow him to exit. The front door was locked, and the windows were secured with iron bars, making escape impossible. Furthermore, his computer had been confiscated, and it seemed unlikely that it would be returned to him anytime soon. Recalling the words spoken to him by Xiao Mushing, Yixiang sought him out. Can you help me escape? Xiao Mushing looked at the somewhat anxious young heir. Have you finally realized the gravity of the situation? This company isn't one of those that traffics people abroad, is it? He paused, contemplating the possibility of being flown to a foreign destination for a layover, and then, I don't want to die. I wish to live. I have grand ambitions yet to fulfill. I cannot meet an untimely end. As Yixiang reflected on various things he had encountered online, his fear escalated, and his voice quivered with a hint of despair. He did not want to die. Rest assured, this company is not that extreme. They do not engage in human trafficking. Just as Yixiang felt a moment of relief upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing's next words sent his heart racing once more. However, taking a life is a trivial matter for them, given the nature of their business. They could very well end up behind bars, or worse. Yixiang swallowed hard. What should I do? The immediate priority is to remain calm and not act impulsively. We must engage them in a game of Tai Chi, stalling for time while I search for an opportunity to escape. That's it. Getting these individuals incarcerated is akin to my own escape. Chapter 63. The gas cylinder. Yixiang grasped Xiao Mushing's hand firmly. When you leave, you must take me with you. I will be eternally grateful, and once we are outside, I will partner with you in a venture. You will be the vice president. Why are you so focused on repaying favors? Xiao Mushing quickly withdrew his hand. Given the meager earnings he had, if he were to invest in a startup, it would merely create a ripple, perhaps even lead to debts. Imagining a life spent in perpetual struggle to repay these debts sent a shiver down his spine. You share a dorm with me. If there is a chance to flee, I will certainly inform you. However, do not disclose this to anyone else. There are spies among us. Yixiang nodded vigorously. Xiao Mushing needed to keep this young master in check, as the big boss was set to arrive the following day. This was a fortuitous opportunity, and thus, the young master would have to serve as bait. On another front, the managers still had not selected a final candidate. Everyone was aware that they themselves were not the one, yet uncertain about the others. They understood that the chosen individual would likely not step forward voluntarily, as doing so would mean being entirely ousted from the running. It was no longer a matter of finding someone. It became imperative to nominate someone. Since no suitable candidate was forthcoming, a vote was suggested as a means to expedite the process. Just as the debate intensified, a voice proposed it, which indeed was the most time-efficient solution. Although the big boss had granted them a day, the actual time was limited, as they needed to announce the decision before the staff's rest period. The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The only woman present abstained from voting and was not a subject of the vote. To ensure fairness, each vote had to be presented individually. The sole woman, Hu Yingying, nodded in agreement, and the voting commenced. Manager Chen contemplated a name while holding the paper and pen, then inscribed it. He did not believe he could be voted out. His odds were low. Old Chun, 5 votes. He glared at the 5 votes affixed to the wall, seething with rage at the others. There's definitely collusion. All right, I'm leaving. Announce it in the afternoon. Slander and the desire to oust him. How could he possibly tolerate such indignity? With that, he strode out. The remaining managers exchanged knowing looks, amusement glinting in their eyes. After all, this individual had taken up far too many advantageous positions. He was the first to communicate with Yixiang, and there were still his people placed within the dormitory. If money were to be swindled, he would be the first to handle it, leaving the others with mere scraps. Thus, they agreed to oust Manager Chun. In the afternoon, all were summoned, with the 9 managers standing on the podium. Hu Yingying held the microphone, preparing to speak. Having investigated the rumors within the company, we have ascertained the truth. Today, we bid farewell to a manager. Please welcome Manager Chun. However, before she could finish her sentence, Chun snatched the microphone from her grasp, his eyes red and glistening with tears. Allow me to explain. Manager Wang and Manager Hu have been longtime colleagues. Thus, Manager Hu could not bear to disclose this truth, so I shall take it upon myself. Manager Wang will be leaving us. This news saddens us. Yet our company cannot permit any manager to jeopardize the mental and physical safety of employees or engage in inappropriate relationships. Therefore, Manager Wong must be reassigned. Please join me in giving him a round of applause. At this moment, the onlookers were prepared for entertainment. Manager Wong clenched his fists, ready to confront Chun, but was restrained by others. A confrontation now would render all their prior efforts futile. Manager Chun wore a confident smile. To oust him? They have no idea how he came to hold this position. My mentor could be betrayed. Should I fear these individuals? The decisions announced could not be easily reversed. The environment was indeed more ruthless than the outside job market. Everything was hard-won. Xiao Mushing applauded enthusiastically from the audience, well aware of the voting results. Apart from the 9 on stage, he was the only one privy to the truth. The individual beside him was already out of the game. Witnessing Manager Chin's maneuver left him feeling quite satisfied. It could be argued that Chin's actions were risky had he missed the opportunity. Had Hu Yingying made her opening statement clear, or if he had failed to seize the microphone and had disrupted the entire meeting, he might have faced dire consequences from the big boss. Yet he succeeded. It appeared simple, but each step required meticulous deduction and calculation. Should anyone have anticipated his strategy, he would have been utterly ruined. However, in his original plan, he did not wish for matters to unfold so smoothly. He feared that if everything progressed too seamlessly, the big boss would not arrive. He was reminded of the gravity of the situation. With such a significant undertaking, the big boss would undoubtedly come, especially since they had stirred up some trouble, which had likely raised his suspicions. As for why he had not come sooner, it was likely due to investigating Yi Xiang's identity, seeking to confirm the accuracy of the information received. At that moment, He Zheng, leisurely observing from the side, inquired, "With the big boss arriving tomorrow, how do you intend to obtain evidence against him?" To maintain control over subordinates, the big boss held incriminating evidence against everyone, often of a life-threatening nature. "I discovered a storage room on the first floor containing gas cylinders," Xiao Mushing whispered, his voice barely audible. "You are insane. There are still many innocent people inside." A disembodied soul cried out beside He Zheng, expressing a reluctance to harm the innocent. The gas canister was intended to take out an entire building of people. The explosion, the blaze, the burning edifice, and the sinister laughter of Xiao Mushing before it. "What are you thinking? I merely intended for them to inhale some gas. I am not a terrorist." Xiao Mushing dug into his ear. Having assessed that the organization posed no danger with its lack of lethal weapons, just a collection of ordinary individuals. However, he acknowledged that he might not withstand an overwhelming number of them. This situation was vastly different from the elderly men back in the village. Most here were vibrant young adults. Chapter 64. The tragic Manager Chun. In the dead of night, a stealthy figure approached with a set of keys. Arriving at the door of a room on the 5th floor, Manager Wong, with careful precision, unlocked the door and slipped inside, shutting it behind him. He approached the bedside, loosened his tie, and gazed at Manager Chun, who was fast asleep. Internal regulations prohibited him from killing a colleague indiscriminately, so he slipped a sleeping pill into Chen's meal. "You think I'm slandering your taste, do you? Today, I shall solidify the evidence." As Chun drifted into slumber, he dreamt of a bizarre and painful experience in the restroom. The following day, he awoke late, missing even Manager Wong's farewell. Slowly coming to his senses, he rubbed his eyes, suddenly struck by an intense discomfort and an unpleasant odor. He lifted the sheets to discover a disconcerting mess, feeling an overwhelming sense of panic. He had never encountered such a sensation, and it left him utterly terrified as he grappled with the realization that he could not contain it. In a sudden moment of clarity, Chun grasped the gravity of his situation. He had been so preoccupied with ensuring his own escape that he had overlooked the lurking menace within their ranks. That very night, when he had let down his guard, the threat had struck. Who could it be among the remaining 6 men? At this moment, Chun felt humiliated. He was a man of stature, yet he found himself in this predicament. Clenching the sheets, he vowed silently to himself that if he discovered the culprit, he would exact a merciless revenge. Simultaneously, he thought of Yi Xiang. In his quest for wealth, he had already sacrificed too much. This money was imperative, and no one could obstruct him, not even the boss. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, others were having their meals. What is happening? Manager Chun has been compromised. Xiao Mushing could not suppress his voice. He had only intended to spread rumors, but now it seemed all too real. Are these fraudsters truly this wild? This was utterly insane. He now felt unease and fear, fearing he might become the next target. He Zheng, who had witnessed the scene the night before, wished he could gouge out his own eyes. How had he not realized the depravity of this group? Such actions were beyond comprehension. Xiao Mushing's exclamation echoed through the corridor, drawing the attention of those nearby. Conversations began to circulate. Manager Wang left this morning, didn't he? There's only one person in leadership with such peculiar tastes. If even a manager can stoop so low, what hope is there for us mere employees? Perhaps we should just leave. I came to earn money, not to sell myself. Having changed into a fresh pair of trousers, and even stuffing something at the back, Manager Chen steeled himself before stepping out. However, he was met with the peculiar gazes of his colleagues, some sympathetic, some pitying, and others filled with regret. One even placed a hand on his shoulder. It's all right. It's all in the past. Be strong. In the end, he could not hold back entirely, allowing a faint chuckle to escape. Chen grasped the wrist of the person who spoke. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend. I told you to leave earlier. You chose to stay. And now look at this, sigh. Hu Yingying sighed. Chen began to realize that they might know more than he had anticipated. Yet, he refused to believe it. He had only just stepped outside. How could such news spread so swiftly? What if it was a misunderstanding? Admitting it would mean his ruin. What are you all discussing? I don't understand. Could you be more straightforward? We know you were with a man last night. Chen's eyes sparkled with madness and desperation. When those words slipped from Hu Yingying's lips, he slumped against the door, sliding down to the floor. The last flicker of hope within him was extinguished. This is impossible. How could this news have spread so quickly? He hadn't even left the building. How could they possibly know? Others witnessing Chen's breakdown confirmed the truth of the matter. Yet, simultaneously, a chill ran through them. The perverse individual among them had begun to prey on their own. Chen lifted his head once more, his complexion pale. How many knew? Did everyone in the building know? Thunder struck his mind. They all know. Ha ha ha. Sob sob sob. First came laughter tinged with self-mockery and sorrow, followed by cries lamenting the unfairness of fate and his own tragic circumstances. Finally, he succumbed to a complete mental collapse. Existing in an environment fraught with oppression and anxiety, while constantly scheming and manipulating, his mental defenses crumbled like a dam under floodwaters. Hu Yingying observed Chen in his disarray and spoke coldly. I advise some to keep their belts tightened. In such a crucial moment, is it truly the lower half controlling the upper half? If you cannot endure this, how can you justify targeting your own? Is Chen really that enticing? Keep in mind that the boss is likely to arrive. Is this the way to choose a pleasant demise? The remaining 6 exchanged wary glances filled with apprehension. Contemplating the grim fate that had befallen Chen, they were unwilling to endure what he had experienced. What shall we do? One asked, pointing at Chen, whose current state was utterly abnormal. Lock him in his room and ensure he doesn't frighten anyone else, Hu Yingying replied coldly. Given the current circumstances, it must be done. With tensions already high, if such events were to leak out, they would surely find themselves losing control. He Zheng floated nearby, observing Chen, the apprentice he had once guided. He recalled the earnest pleas he had made for Chen to leave, while Chen had clung to the ambition of rising higher. I wonder if you now regret your choices. After uttering these words, He Zheng slipped away into the floor. No one suspected Manager Wang, for he had already been cast out. A van halted before the small building, and as the passenger door swung open, a woman of graceful demeanor, maturity, and intelligence emerged. Although no one was present, she maintained an enigmatic smile that was both inviting and elusive. Chapter 65. The arrival of the boss by the third-floor window. A gaze tracked the woman as she entered the small building. He Zheng noted the shift in Xiao Mushing's expression from casual indifference to solemnity. What's the matter? Did you see the woman who just approached? Yes, I did, and I was about to discuss this with you. She is the boss. Xiao Mushing scratched his head, troubled. Have you ever seen her in a confrontation with anyone? He Zheng hesitated. What type of conflict are you inquiring about? A visceral life-or-death struggle? It seems that Xiao Mushing is no longer in the mood for jest. I have never witnessed such a thing. And as we are a group of fraudsters with numerous underlings, how could it be plausible for the big boss to personally engage in combat? It appears that you are quite adept at concealing your intentions. What exactly are you trying to convey? He Zheng found himself increasingly bewildered. Why did Xiao Mushing speak like a riddle? I have trained in martial arts since childhood, motivated by 2 reasons. My mentor, an elderly gentleman, recognized my potential, and my somewhat feminine appearance led me to desire to avoid being labeled as effeminate. Although I claim to have learned a few techniques, I have indeed put in considerable effort. I have honed my skills since a young age, and as a result, my father would often bind me when he attempted to discipline me, for otherwise, he could hardly restrain me and might even find himself countered. And how does this relate to the big boss? He Zheng remained puzzled. Her stride was steady, a steadiness not cultivated through etiquette training, but rather earned through years of martial practice, enabling her to respond adeptly to unforeseen circumstances. So, she is quite formidable. Can you contend with her? He Zheng genuinely could not discern that the big boss possessed such capabilities. He had always believed that the establishment of this fraudulent organization relied solely on cunning and intellect. However, upon reflection, it makes sense. A woman navigating such treacherous waters without skill would have long been devoured. As Xiao Mushing pondered, a feminine voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he discovered it was Hu Yingying. She observed the sunlight casting a glow upon Xiao Mushing's profile and, in her heart, marveled at his beauty. Manager Hu, is there something you need? After observing his performance over the past few days, she concluded that he was quite competent. The manager's office on the 5th floor requires an assistant who would work and reside there, if you are willing. This was the idea Hu Yingying had conceived after careful consideration. Since several employees shared a dormitory, it was impossible for the 6 deviant individuals to make a move. Thus, it seemed prudent to assign a pleasant-looking employee to the 5th floor, ensuring the safety of the other managers. Following the unsettling incident involving Manager Chun that morning, the atmosphere was rife with anxiety. No manager wished to travel with others. Everyone preferred to cling to her side, gripped by a sense of fear. After much deliberation, this seemed the only viable solution. Xiao Mushing displayed a look of hesitation. The 5th floor? But I heard Manager Chen is not there. That is mere rumor. Manager Wang has already departed. Such an occurrence could not possibly happen again. But why have I not seen him all day? He was close to Manager Wang. His departure has undoubtedly saddened him. Xiao Mushing nearly laughed at this, aware of the closeness of their relationship as they had shared a bed. Moreover, as an assistant, your salary would be double that of others. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing rubbed his hands together. Then, Manager Hu, may I request an advance on 3-month salary? Hu Yingying was taken aback. What is the matter? You shouldn't be in need of money. She had a basic understanding of Xiao Mushing's finances. He possessed over $1 million, so how could he possibly be short on funds? I recently purchased a house, but still owe 20,000. Thus, I am working to pay off this debt. You are still young. Do not burden yourself with such pressure. I have no choice. I am in my 20s and still single. If we round it up, I am approaching 30. Moreover, a classmate from university has informed me of potential redevelopment in that area, which means purchasing now is a guaranteed profit. I must act quickly. I have already signed the contract and transferred 100,000. I only need an additional 20,000, and I am currently holding an IOU. Hu Yingying recognized the familiarity in his rhetoric. Apparently, someone had beaten her to the punch. However, it was of no concern. Once the house was sold, she would still manage to secure a substantial amount. Is it possible for you to assist, Manager Hu? If not, I understand. Xiao Mushing appeared genuinely disheartened. Hu Yingying sensed that if she did not acquiesce, he would likely refuse to ascend to the 5th floor. Very well, but I must report this and allocate funds. The company's finances cannot be trifled with. If discrepancies arise, it would be troublesome. All right, I consent. Hu Yingying thought to herself that she would first persuade this young man to ascend before dealing with the financial matters. After all, if something were to occur, he likely would not be in the mood to concern himself with money. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached and whispered something in Hu Yingying's ear. After hearing his words, she prepared to leave, but not before handing Xiao Mushing the key. This is the key to room 504. After speaking, she hurriedly exited with the middle-aged man. Upon reaching the 1st floor, they found only 7 managers present, devoid of newcomers. The woman surveyed them. How shall I address you? After years of service, you still cannot manage yourselves? You have even allowed rumors to compel the dismissal of a manager. Moreover, some among you have preyed upon your own kind. If you all engage willingly in such affairs, I would not interfere, yet you have chosen this path. Her tone was gentle, yet if an unsuspecting youth were to overhear, they might mistake it for flirtation. The 7 managers bowed their heads, fully aware of the power she wielded. 2 days had passed without any progress, and internal chaos reigned. They feared entrusting this matter to the likes of them, worrying that a mere phone call could lead to police involvement. What if, due to your folly, many brothers find themselves imprisoned? Apologies. Enough of this. Report on that young master's current status. The 7 exchanged glances, and the big boss randomly selected one. Hu Yingying, you speak. I have been feeling a bit homesick. The big boss clapped her hands upon hearing this. Homesick? Did we not intend for them to feel at home in the company? Have you not achieved this? Facing the big boss's inquiry, Hu Yingying struggled to respond. Under normal circumstances, their progress would have been swift. However, peculiar occurrences had arisen in recent days, forcing them to prioritize their own safety, thus hindering their efforts. Very well, I shall handle this personally. You are to return and announce a restructuring of the accommodations. How shall we restructure? Someone inquired. Co-ed living arrangements. You should know how to manage this without my instruction. No need, Hu Yingying quickly interjected. They were well aware of how to assign those with a bit of wealth, who were not particularly attractive, to rooms with longer tenured, yet more appealing employees. As for those who were both wealthy and attractive, they would be grouped with the majority of average-looking long-term employees, and efforts would be made to influence their mentality. By the way, place that young master in the same room as me. The big boss, while speaking, let her hair cascade loosely. She had plenty of strategies for dealing with such sheltered individuals. Understood. Hu Ying nodded in agreement. On the 5th floor, Xiao Mushing listened to the intel brought back by He Zhang. Am I regretting this decision too late? The moment he left, they initiated co-ed living arrangements. Why was I not afforded this privilege before? He Zhang fidgeted with his fingers. Do not hold your breath. There is no way you will be assigned a beautiful roommate. With your appearance, they might suspect your sexual orientation and arrange a man for you. How extravagant your antics are. This is nothing. Previously, I went to greater lengths to deceive a wealthy heir. He Zhang wore an expression that suggested it was hardly worth mentioning. Let us not divert to that. Answer my previous question. Do you think you have the confidence to take on the big boss? It's hard to say. She's merely a woman, and you lack assurance. The big boss is trained, and I have no idea what her skill level is. Furthermore, she is at least a decade older than me and has considerable practical experience in this domain. I have only faced people like her a few times, so it's truly uncertain. After all, if she were to unleash her full capabilities against an average individual, she would surely face dire consequences. Now, as a bounty hunter, encountering opponents who often resort to firearms, what can she truly accomplish? Thus, he feels uncertain about facing this woman. However, despite the disparities, engaging in a couple of exchanges should still be manageable. Inside a certain room, Manager Chun was whispering to himself. How could this happen? What will we do in the future? How will we survive? Everyone knows, everyone is aware. Is there any way to make them forget? The dead remember nothing. And they 1T spread rumors. If everyone perishes, there will be no issue. Yes, let everyone die. But how? How can we kill everyone at once? An explosion? Poison? But what if someone doesn't consume it? Perhaps we should just blow up the entire building. Eliminate everyone in one go. Gunpowder? That seems implausible. Wait, flour might work. A dust explosion. He. Upon this thought, her previously mournful expression morphed into one of madness, a smile emerging. On the 2nd floor, Yi Xiang observed his roommate had been replaced by a woman of his mother's age. He couldn't help but scratch his head, feeling somewhat troubled. Would Xiao Mushing be able to notify him when he fled? The big boss gazed at Yi Xiang, who was lost in thought, running a hand through his hair. He understood young people like this very well. Facing someone mature, wise, and approachable was the most challenging. He climbed onto the makeshift bed made of bricks. Moving closer to Yi Xiang. Brother, hello. I just joined this company, and am not very familiar with some matters. Could you enlighten me? Auntie, I've only been here a short while, so I'm not sure how to explain. The big boss twitched his lips. Auntie, Yi Xiang felt no connection to this, as he had encountered many older women like her throughout his life, mature, poised, and amiable. But I just arrived today, and you've been here for a few days. Why not share your thoughts with me, along with which managers are easier to talk to? The big boss controlled her tone while speaking. Yi Xiang recalled Xiao Mushing's previous warnings about the presence of spies among the employees, so some things must not be spoken too freely. If this were to leak out, he might never have the opportunity to escape. Yet what if this person is innocent? Just a slight hint, and the outcome would depend on her own fate. Manager Hu and Manager Chun are both quite agreeable, he stated. As for this place, the environment is terrible. The beds are merely stacked bricks, hard and uncomfortable, and there is no air conditioning. Upon hearing this, the big boss agreed. Indeed, the environment is quite poor. Even a startup should not be so careless. There are many things that need improvement. The big boss understood that when someone complained, it was best not to argue but to agree with them, allowing them to express their grievances first. Subtly inserting one's perspective without contradicting them from the start would only exacerbate the situation. It's not carelessness. I feel this company is merely trying to cut costs. Even if they skimped on air conditioning, the beds are inexcusable. The big boss nodded in agreement. Certainly, these beds are somewhat uncomfortable. Given the remote location, it's acceptable for us to stay here, but the living conditions are deplorable. As Yi Xiang continued his tirade of complaints, the big boss nodded in approval. Yi Xiang wondered if this Annie was foolish, after saying so much. How could she not realize the problem? Alas, there was nothing more he could do. He had already been quite accommodating. The big boss quietly noted the foolish actions of those around her. If they could recognize these issues, it indicated that their work was insufficient. It might be time to find an opportunity to train these individuals again. Chapter 67. Continuous surprises in the restroom. Yi Xiang finally managed to escape the big boss and prepared to relax. Xiao Mushing arrived in the adjacent stall. Seeing him, Yi Xiang became excited and urgently inquired. Brother Xiao, when can we escape? Soon, but I need to ask you for a favor. It will greatly assist our escape. Xiao Mushing adjusted his pants after shaking off some nerves. What is it? I remember you shared a room with an older sister, right? Yes, why? Yi Xiang tilted his head. Xiao Mushing whispered in his ear. Do I really have to resort to leveraging my charm? Isn't she a bit too old? Yi Xiang's expression was one of incredulity and difficulty. He felt that this sister was nearly a generation older than him. Calling her auntie was hardly an exaggeration. If you don't want to, I can just leave. Xiao Mushing replied nonchalantly. After some contemplation, Yi Xiang finally gritted his teeth and said, for the sake of escaping, I'll endure this. All right, tonight, I'll rely on you. Xiao Mushing encouraged him. The few individuals on the 5th floor were manageable. As for the other older employees, they could be dealt with through the police. The crucial aspect was the big boss in the other room, who held key evidence. However, she was not easy to confront. They would need a strategy to diminish her resources, making her actions less convenient, and ideally strip her of the evidence. After parting ways in the restroom, Xiao Mushing found the Taoist priest, Daozhong. Can you help me out? The priest, glowing with satisfaction from the newly assigned dormitory, replied. I'm only responsible for ensuring young Master Yi's safety. I wish not to involve myself in other matters. But what if they want to pair with Yi Xiang to claim the family fortune? The priest's eyes widened in disbelief. Considering your new roommate, think about it. Xiao Mushing prompted again. The priest gasped. Isn't that a scam? Why go to such lengths? What could one gain from deception? If a child is born, how much inheritance could be seized? Xiao Mushing shrugged. That is a valid point. The priest stroked his beard. If you wish for my assistance, we must first agree that my primary concern is young Master Yi's safety. The priest appeared slightly tense, no longer as casual as before. Yi Xiang was indeed not short-lived, but he had little insight into matters of creating life. All you need to do is rush into the dormitory when the time comes and prevent them from doing anything to your young master. This will count as helping you. Isn't this part of my duty? The priest seemed puzzled. You will understand when the time comes. The priest looked at him with suspicion and curiosity. Xiao Mushing sought out the priest because he recognized at first glance that the priest was undoubtedly trained and possessed considerable combat prowess, making him a suitable ally against the woman. As night fell, the small building was enveloped in darkness. At that moment, a mobile phone placed in the cabinet flickered to life, sending out a flurry of text messages, each accompanied by a distinct location. He Jingyo's hand plunged into the device. Currents of electricity surging as he hastened his actions. The battery was running low, having gone several days without a recharge. Meanwhile, on another floor, a tightly locked door on the 5th floor creaked open. A man in a suit, his hair disheveled, yet bearing a smile, stealthily descended. I recalled that the flower was likely on the 1st floor. With everyone deceased, no one would remember this incident. He chuckled to himself. The suited figure arrived on the 1st floor. Where was the flower? His peripheral vision caught sight of 2 metal cans in the storage room. The smile on Manager Chen's lips deepened. This seemed even more potent. Grinning, he hoisted the 2 small cans and made his way back to the 5th floor. He quietly tucked the cans around a corner, inevitably producing a slight noise. In the adjacent room, a manager suddenly opened his eyes, glancing at the door that was barricaded with a table and bound with cloth. Reassured, he closed his eyes again. With such precautions, he could not escape, let alone others. It was utterly impossible for anyone to enter. There was no need to worry about a man slipping in. As for escaping, that was out of the question. Wasn't that akin to a sheep walking into a tiger's den? Simultaneously, in another room, yet another figure stealthily emerged, creeping down the staircase to the 1st floor. In the storage room, he pondered aloud. Where did the gas cans go? Hadn't He Jingyu mentioned earlier that the 2 gas cans were still here? Where could they have vanished to? Xiao Mushing searched the storage room, but found no trace of the gas cans. Grasping his head in frustration, he contemplated what else could incapacitate someone. With so many people in the company, if a confrontation were to arise, others would surely come to assist. If he did not resolve this swiftly, he would be in deep trouble. Even if he acted when the police arrived, the others might conceal or destroy the evidence, rendering his efforts futile. Suddenly, an idea struck him, setting a fire to create chaos. That way, others would likely be too preoccupied to intervene, allowing him and the Taoist priest to obtain the evidence they sought. For now, this was the only course of action he could take. Elsewhere, Yi Xiang found herself pinned against a wall. Can you explain to me what is happening? The boss pressed Yi Xiang against the wall. She noticed that this woman, shorter than herself, was impossible to escape from. A glint of danger flickered in the boss's eyes. Was it merely the heat in the room? Yi Xiang attempted to argue her case. Men often think with their lower halves and can sometimes act indiscriminately, but the disparity between day and night was too stark. Moreover, a young master like him, If initially uninterested, would he truly develop an interest now? If the boss had once sought financial gain, she now sensed peril. Upon returning at night, Yixiang had merely shed her jacket due to the heat, yet the boss attempted to coax her into removing more. Furthermore, she detected no hint of lust in the boss's eyes. Their acting was far too poor. Having encountered many such opportunities before, she had refrained from acting. But her companions had not been so fortunate, leading to their demise. Thus, faced with the other's behavior that aligned with her expectations yet felt abnormal, she understood it concealed a certain danger. In that moment, Yixiang realized she was cornered. There was no escaping now. Outside the door, Xiansheng Daoist felt a twinge of embarrassment. How fierce was this woman? Logically speaking, this young master should not be so short-lived. How had he stumbled into such deadly circumstances? Chapter 68. Explosion. The net tightens with a single hand. She lifted an adult male, a feat not typical for an ordinary woman. While Xiansheng Daoist possessed some self-defense skills, his physical prowess was not extraordinary. Witnessing the woman's ferocity, he felt uncertain whether he could overpower her. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, Manager Chun had already released the gas from the cans, covering his mouth and nose to ensure safety. He began to secure each door lock, preventing anyone from escaping. What if he failed to eliminate them all at once? Yet, as his fingers brushed the cold metal of the door lock, having gone without a drop of water all day, his skin felt dry, and a sharp pain shot through his fingertips. Manager Chun recognized this sensation all too well. The moment it struck, he froze. The static discharge was unpredictable, exceeding his plans. Then, engulfed in flames, every room on the 5th floor erupted with a violent explosion. Shattering glass. Those lying in bed were surrounded by fire. Just as Xiao Mushing reached the 2nd floor, preparing to ascend to the 3rd, he heard the explosion and hurriedly ducked into the nearest restroom. A burst of flames surged down the hallway. Xiansheng Daoist, at that moment, kicked open the door and swiftly shut it behind him. Thankfully, the force of the blast was not overwhelming, perhaps due to the gas concentration being relatively low, resulting only in a burst of flame. Moreover, with 2 floors separating them, the doors and windows on the 2nd floor remained largely intact. Once the flames subsided, Xiao Mushing rushed out of the restroom, seizing the opportunity before others could react, and made his way to Yixiang's room, where 2 individuals were already engaged in a struggle. Young lady, I refrained from taking action against you because you are a girl, but if you cling on any longer, do not blame me. The sound of objects colliding echoed. Yixiang dared not move an inch, having already been struck once. Xiansheng Daoist had one eye swollen like a panda and bore the imprints of 2 boots. Young lady, your lack of chivalry is appalling. As he burst in, the opponent wasted no time delivering a kick, catching him off guard. At that moment, the already damaged door was struck again, kicked open with a resounding crash. The boss, seeing yet another person seeking their doom, prepared to deliver a kick, but promptly withdrew upon encountering a mop head of an unseemly hue. Having learned from previous encounters, Xiao Mushing now understood the significance of weaponry. He swung the mop. Xiansheng Daoist, let us fight together. Upon seeing reinforcements arrive, Xiansheng Daoist was eager to vent his frustrations. The boss glared at them, stating, you caused this explosion. You are murderers, do you understand? First of all, this has nothing to do with me. Secondly, do you think the lives in your hands are insignificant? Xiao Mushing's retort sent a chill down her spine. Are you a cop? However, before the words left her mouth, she was met with the mop head. Chaos erupted in the hallway as people rushed to the 5th floor to extinguish the flames, while others, sensing something amiss, seized the opportunity to slip away, entirely oblivious to the commotion inside the room. No matter how skilled she was still met with the mop head to her face. Before she could recover, Xiansheng Daoist began his revenge, delivering a kick to her abdomen. Xiao Mushing broke the mop, dividing it with the Taoist priest, then began to swing his makeshift weapon vigorously. The once formidable mop had served its purpose. It no longer possessed any deterrent power. In such moments, there was no time for compassion. If given a moment to recover, he would be the one to suffer. Had he not seen what had happened to Xiansheng Daoist? Had he not arrived in time, he would have likely been beaten to a pulp. Feeling the altercation was nearing its conclusion, Xiao Mushing turned to Yixiang. Where did your jacket go? Yixiang pointed to the side of the bed. He felt a genuine fear. These 2 were so ruthless towards a woman. He truly could not discern whether these 2 individuals were victims like himself. Xiao Mushing rushed over to retrieve a coat and tore open the hidden compartment in the collar. There, he discovered a USB drive. This was the evidence. Meanwhile, police cars flashing red and blue lights surrounded the 5-story building in the darkness. In different cities, other structures also found themselves encircled by law enforcement. During this period, He Jingyu had not only been investigating the movements of several managers, but also sought to uncover the locations of their other branches. If they were to be taken down, none should be spared. Thus, while maneuvering his phone, he sent not only the target locations, but also the names of key figures. As long as their operations proceeded smoothly and they secured the evidence, none of these individuals would escape. In the backseat of the police car, He Zhengyu wore a triumphant smile, though a hint of apprehension lingered. "You're ruthless. You suggested using gas to incapacitate them, yet it ended in an explosion." Xiao Mushing picked up a candy to soothe his emotions. Just moments before, the officer had tackled him upon entering. Under the circumstances, it was difficult for the officer to distinguish the good from the bad, so they had to detain everyone temporarily. Fortunately, everything was clarified in the end, as they had crossed paths a few times before. Some case files had circulated, and naturally, his information was included. A quick check would reveal the truth. As for the big boss, he was still being resuscitated in the ambulance. He and Xianxing Dao had indeed been rather severe. "This is not my doing. I did not cause the explosion." He Jingyu wore a puzzled expression. "If not you, then who? Surely, they wouldn't be foolish enough to blow themselves up?" "Who can say?" Xiao Mushing inquired, noticing that He Jingyu's distress had not yet dissipated. "Is there anything else you wish to do?" "I wish to visit my mother's grave," He Zhengyu replied, and at that moment, the joy of dismantling this organization faded, leaving only pain and regret. When he initially joined this organization, it was not only due to the leverage they held over him, but also because of his mother. She was ill, and he had spent all his money on her treatment. He needed to earn to pay for her care. He recalled the sorrow in her eyes when she passed, knowing what he was involved in. While sorting through her belongings, he found a handwritten letter, the handwriting rough, indicative of her limited education. In it, she expressed that once she was gone, he should find a legitimate job and not continue down the wrong path. At the end of her letter, she asked him to burn it, fearing that if he had a criminal record, he would struggle to find a girlfriend. Since reading that letter, he had not dared to visit her grave. He felt too ashamed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing thought it might be time for him to return as well. Chapter 69. I truly am a good person. He Li's grave lay in a desolate area of He Jingyu's rural hometown. At the time, with little money, He Jingyu could not afford a plot in the city. Growing up with his mother and bearing her surname, he knew nothing of his father and had no desire to learn. He often heard villagers speak of him disparagingly, a worthless man who could not shoulder responsibilities, unworthy of such a good wife, destined to die alone. Standing before the grave, He Jingyu reminisced about those moments. Xiao Mushing felt it odd to be accompanying a ghost to a grave. After helping to burn joss paper and lay offerings, he mused that perhaps it would have sufficed to meet her face to face. Visiting the grave seemed somewhat redundant. He Zhengyu, his increasingly transparent form, bowed. "You know I left so suddenly. My previous friends have distanced themselves from me due to my fraud. No one would burn money for me. I fear the poverty below, so I offer it to my mother." "Impressive." Xiao Mushing gave a thumbs up to He Zhengyu. "Now that you're departing, what sort of ability do you intend to bestow upon me?" He Zhengyu, not one to mince words, answered directly. "I once learned pole dancing, and I was quite good at it. I've decided to gift you this ability. If you ever wish to leave the bounty hunter life, with your looks and a wig, you would undoubtedly achieve great success." Xiao Mushing retorted, "What if I encounter an insurmountable opponent? Should I perform a pole dance to entertain them? Perhaps they would let me go." "Indeed, a mind trained in this line of work is far more agile than mine," He Zhengyu replied with a smile, his form becoming ever more ethereal. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented lightness, devoid of the previous gloom and heaviness. It seemed as though even if the world were to end, it would hold no consequence for him. "Go on now," Xiao Mushing playfully scolded. He Jingyu's lower half transformed into golden particles, gradually dissipating. "Be cautious. Do not come down to find me before I've completed my sentence below." This had been a close call. Had the gas not exploded prematurely but instead spread throughout the entire building, Xiao Mushing likely would not have escaped. Even with a ghost at his side, he could not guarantee total control over the situation. "I'm aware," Xiao Mushing replied, though abandoning this line of work was far from feasible. Once one becomes accustomed to quick earnings, the prospect of returning to a humbling job that offers only a few thousand per month loses its appeal. It is far easier to descend into luxury than to return to frugality. "Before you leave, do share what gift you intend to give me, so I won't have to ponder it myself." "Counter-cult techniques," he replied. Xiao Mushing raised an eyebrow. "You fear I might follow in your footsteps?" "No, counter-cult techniques inherently encompass cult elements, merely intertwined with my own countermeasures." Xiao Mushing chuckled at this. "You left too soon. It could be quite useful. You think too much. These concepts have long been articulated by others, simply not widely understood or appreciated." The individuals within the organization are not as formidable as you believe. Much of what they claim to create is merely borrowed wisdom. Even those involved in cults must diligently learn. Otherwise, how could so many fools be deceived? Indeed, he conceded. With that, Xiao Musheng waved goodbye, marking their farewell. The last glimmer of gold from He Zhengyu completely faded. Xiao Musheng gazed at the grave of He's mother. Perhaps he could lay He Zhengyu to rest here. His remains should still be in the local funeral home, unclaimed. All this time focused on visiting your mother, neglecting your own remains, had I not remembered. Who knows how your bones would be treated? As he spoke, Xiao Musheng made his way down the mountain, having received the gift and helped in the process. He felt compelled to see it through to the end. Upon reaching the village entrance, an elderly man, dressed simply and limping, approached him. Young man, may I inquire about something? Xiao Musheng eyed the man warily. Cults often require one to assess a person's demeanor to gauge their potential for deception. The man before him did not appear to be a respectable individual. What is it? Is there a woman named He Li in this village? Upon hearing this, Xiao Musheng remained composed. He had only learned that name from the tombstone. Do not merely mention a name. There are far too many with the same name nowadays. Could you provide more specifics? She should have a child, a boy. I do not know if she has remarried. But any He Li with a son will suffice for my search. Feigning knowledge, Xiao Musheng replied. Oh, you must be referring to that He Li. Which one? The man's small eyes revealed confusion. The one whose son became prosperous abroad and brought her back to enjoy life a few years ago. I must tell you, her son has become quite impressive. After years of hard work raising him, he gained admission to a prestigious university, and upon graduation, secured a position at a major corporation, subsequently moving abroad for his career. It is said he now resides in a luxurious villa overseas, indulging in fruits that cost thousands of dollars each, and being chauffeured in extravagant cars. Upon hearing this, the listener's eyes widened in astonishment. Which country was he in? That remains unknown, as it was deliberately concealed. The fear was that his father, who abandoned him as a child, might come looking for him, hence the silence among the villagers. At this point, a flicker of anger ignited in the man's eyes. However, glancing at Xiao Musheng, he refrained from expressing his anger, aware of his reputation in the village. After a moment's thought, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Young man, you seem quite impressive and well-informed. Surely you have more to share. Although Xiao Musheng did not smoke, he took the entire pack. Seeing the cigarettes being taken, the man instinctively reached for them, but then withdrew his hand. You have indeed come to the right person. No one in this village has more information than I do. I travel extensively. Based on my inquiries, it is likely he is in a prosperous city in a developed country to the west, renowned for its iconic architecture and fame. If one were to search, spending a few years exploring those major cities would likely yield results. After all, there are only a handful of developed countries to the west, with a limited number of well-known cities, particularly those thriving economically, perhaps something akin to Europe. Frequenting the opulent skyscrapers should lead to discoveries. In this world, while many things abound, wealthy individuals are few. Finding a rich person is not overly difficult. If you were to ask others in the village, they would only tell you he has long since passed, despite his prior connections in the village. Upon hearing this, the listener's lips curled into a smile. Envisioning a life of luxury filled with villas, swimming pools, mansions, luxury cars, and attentive service. Excellent. Thank you, young man. With that, he turned away, abandoning any intention of venturing further into the village, his expression betraying a hint of disdain. Xiao Musheng watched him depart, recalling similar parents he had encountered, those who neglect their children at birth and only remember them when old and incapable, seeking them out for their own benefit. For such individuals, revealing the truth would elicit no guilt or reflection. They would merely lament the short-lived life of their child, blaming them for their failures. Given this, it seemed wiser to provide a glimmer of hope, only to lead them step by step toward despair. Traveling abroad requires a substantial sum of money, and he doubted the man possessed any wealth. Moreover, at his age, the societal and environmental differences abroad could be perilous. Most importantly, even if someone informed this man of He Zhengyu's death, presenting a death certificate before him, he would refuse to believe it, as it would signify the end of his envisioned comfortable retirement. This realization felt like a lesson learned. I truly am a good person, Xiao Musheng mused, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Chapter 70. Good and evil are rewarded, a new roommate. The man who left the village was elated until a thought struck him. I can't fly abroad right now. He carried some debts, making international travel impossible. Pondering deeply, he remembered a friend he had met during a drinking session, someone with a penchant for boasting. He pulled out his phone and called. I wish to travel to a Western country, but I can't fly. Do you have any options? The voice on the other end hesitated. I might have a way. But do you have money? After all, such matters can't be handled without spending. The man contemplated, gritting his teeth. How much do I need? I'll find a way. You'll need around 100,000. That much. Traveling abroad incurs many expenses, and 100,000 may seem substantial, but when divided among many, you're lucky to see a couple of thousand. The man bit his lip, resolved. If necessary, I'll sell a kidney, and later, I can ask my wealthy son to buy me a younger one. All right, but I'll need to travel through several Western countries. Coincidentally, we also need to traverse multiple Western nations, but where we stop depends on how far you can go. Fine. For the sake of my happiness, I can accept this sacrifice. Meanwhile, another man, scarred and dark-skinned, took out a small notebook and marked a check. Perfect timing, he thought. This ensured he had enough participants. He relished such fools, as they not only provided a monetary contribution, but also met the laboratory's requirements. Truly, a twofold benefit. Xiao Mushing drove to the local funeral home in the city where He Zhengyu had died, claiming his remains and paying for cremation. Observing the urn in the passenger seat, he reflected on the ancient custom in Longhua that emphasized burial. In some regions, it was believed that without a proper burial, one could not be reincarnated. Xiao Mushing had once dismissed such notions, even doubting the existence of ghosts. However, now he found himself reconsidering. He recalled that Luo Yao had passed away over a decade ago without being reborn, which might be connected to this belief. This thought led him to remember the man he had encountered at the village entrance, regretting he could not foresee the fate that awaited him. For such individuals, he could only say that a lawful society had spared them. Otherwise, he might have buried them right there. Returning to the village, he climbed the small hill and began digging beside Healy's grave until he uncovered a simple coffin. He placed the urn against the coffin's side and reburied it. Although He Zhengyu had claimed to have reformed before his death, he had deceived many in his past. Thus, erecting a tombstone might invite unwanted attention. It was better to rest beside his mother, who had remained undisturbed for so long, suggesting that the villagers still held her in some regard. Perhaps she could offer him another layer of protection. After reinterring the remains, Xiao Musheng descended the hill, preparing to return home. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a notification of a bank transfer. A total of 300,000. This task had not yielded as much reward as previous ones. His assignment had simply been to locate a particular manager and deliver him. The individual was likely somewhat affluent, perhaps frustrated by being swindled, hence the bounty. However, for such a reward, he had dismantled an entire organization. In this case, it was a small expenditure for a significant outcome. An entire organization dismantled for 300,000, a deal unmatched elsewhere. He wondered what his next roommate would be like, a feeling of anticipation creeping in. Such thrilling days indeed sent adrenaline coursing through one's veins. Xiao Mushing felt he could empathize with the thrill seekers. The sensation of dancing on the edge of life and death was undeniably intoxicating. Each brush with survival released a surge of dopamine, leaving one exhilarated. Meanwhile, Zhou Haihong was scrolling through short videos when she stumbled upon a familiar figure in a news clip. After watching the entire report, she learned of a man who infiltrated a pyramid scheme and, within days, uncovered all its distribution points, obtaining crucial evidence against the perpetrators. Although her face was obscured, she was all too familiar with that silhouette. Coupled with the knowledge of what the other party had undertaken, she was utterly astounded. The entire organization had been dismantled in one fell swoop. To eradicate a whole pyramid scheme was no small feat. The number of participants was vast, the scale immense. The organization widespread, and its members adept at brainwashing. Initially, she had believed that the plan was merely to infiltrate a few individuals and take down a minor stronghold. Such audacity alone was commendable, yet she had ultimately underestimated her adversary. And now, they had succeeded. After a moment of astonishment, Zhou Haihong continued scrolling. Landing on another short video, yet another piece of news. A gentleman in his 60s had resorted to selling his kidney at an underground clinic to scrape together 100,000 yuan for a trip abroad, only to tragically perish on the operating table due to the unregulated nature of the procedure. The clandestine clinic had since been shut down, and all involved parties had been apprehended. Meanwhile, the old man's body remained unclaimed by any family. Once, there were those who traded kidneys for mobile phones. Now, individuals were bartering them for overseas vacations. What were they thinking? Zhou Haihong scoffed and continued scrolling through her phone. After 2 days of travel, Xiao Mushing finally returned home. Standing before the door of apartment 404, he felt an exhilarating mix of anticipation and trepidation, akin to unboxing a mystery gift. However, before he could open the door, he heard the sound of a woman weeping from within. The sound sent a chill down his spine, yet he opened the door nonetheless. In the living room, a woman was curled up on the sofa, her head buried deep in her arms, sobbing uncontrollably. The mournful sound resonated deeply within him. Xiao Muxing's lips twitched. Had this been his first encounter, he might have reconsidered residing in this place. At that moment, the woman sensed someone had returned and lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes reflecting sorrow and confusion. Why did he want to kill me? Why? Xiao Muxing, observing her distress, felt a headache coming on. Hoping his initial assumptions were incorrect. What was your relationship with him? He was my boyfriend. I loved him dearly, and he loved me just as much. Why would he want to kill me? Why would he want me dead? Why? Chapter 71. The murderer issues of bounty. Xiao Muxing placed his backpack on the sofa and sank into its cushions, rubbing his temples as her words momentarily overwhelmed him. The previous 4 individuals had been rather ordinary, despite the many who were not in this world. He had encountered such people before, individuals radiating a peculiar beauty untouched by 9 years of compulsory education. It made one wonder about their purpose on Earth. For instance, one of his university roommates had dropped out due to a love obsession. After a girl had made a disparaging remark about the principal, he had taken it upon himself one night to confront the principal physically, all the while muttering about the girl and calling the principal a scoundrel, leaving the principal utterly bewildered. Despite the principal's penchant for superficial projects, the school was well equipped with essential facilities for student life. Xiao Muxing held a certain respect for the principal, who had not compromised student welfare for the sake of appearances. He remembered that, following that incident, the school had instituted 2 additional psychological evaluations each semester and established specific regulations regarding relationships, such as prohibiting complaints about school leaders during romantic entanglements. Complete bans on relationships were impractical, especially at the university level, where high school authorities struggled to maintain control. Should such regulations be enacted, the principal would likely avoid walking alone at night. As Xiao Muxing pondered these thoughts, he realized he could not be so hasty. Some matters required clarification. Can you tell me how you died? The girl lifted her head, gazing at Xiao Muxing, standing up and attempting to grasp his clothing, only to pass through him. Finally, she settled back down beside him, her eyes brimming with tears. I can feel it. You can take me away from here. Take me to him. I need to ask him why he killed me. Xiao Muxing replied calmly. If you cannot regain your composure, then continue to cry. We shall converse when your emotions have settled. Just take me to see him, and I will handle the rest. He regarded her coldly, stating, I refuse to converse with someone unstable. If you cannot calm yourself, you may remain here for eternity, until your boyfriend passes away. Under the current circumstances, Xiao Muxing suspected that if he were to peel back the layers of her psyche, he might uncover something akin to a gelatinous mass. The girl, intimidated by Xiao Muxing's formidable presence, having experienced life and death, gradually steadied her emotions, ceasing her sobbing. Is it all right now? Nearly. You will answer my questions directly. When seeking assistance, one must maintain a certain demeanor. Do not let your emotions cloud your judgment. The girl nodded. How did you die? I was burned alive. What is your name? Ji Lo. What is your current desire? I want to understand why he killed me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Muxing countered. What makes you think he wouldn't kill you? Murder requires motive. We were together for 2 years. I have no money, nor have I taken out any substantial insurance. We never even had significant arguments. Why would he want to kill me? I deserve a reason. Xiao Muxing was taken aback. He had initially assumed she was merely infatuated. What if he had found another? That seemed unlikely. He had never mentioned a breakup. Moreover, infidelity was a moral issue, while murder led to imprisonment and execution. Xiao Muxing sensed that she was not simply infatuated. You mentioned being burned alive. How can you be certain he set the fire? As she recounted her tale, Xiao Muxing began to reconsider her boyfriend's culpability. I saw half of his face and his silhouette as I was engulfed in flames. Xiao Muxing's expression grew increasingly grave. How did you meet your demise? I was bound, doused in gasoline, and ignited with a lighter. As the flames engulfed me, I glimpsed him in the darkness. Xiao Muxing's demeanor grew colder still. Merely hearing her account made him envision the agony she endured. Hence, I wish to clarify. Why did he kill me? When did you die? Around April 2010. Why? Do you know what year it is now? Jila shook her head. It is 2024, 14 years since your death. If you wish to locate your boyfriend, it will require considerable effort, and I may not yield substantial results. The series of murders involving Luo Yao had sent shockwaves through the city, prompting the police to offer a particularly generous reward. Subsequent tasks had been easier to undertake. However, in your case, there might not be a corresponding bounty. After all, over a decade has passed. It remains uncertain whether the true perpetrator has been apprehended or if his family has ever sought the assistance of bounty hunters or even knows of bounty hunter forums. Furthermore, it is unclear whether they would be willing to part with any bounty. Therefore, taking on this case might yield little financial gain. In the end, one could only expect a token of appreciation from the other party. Despite such thoughts, Xiao Mushing opened the bounty hunter forum and entered Ji Lu's name. Though he felt the odds were slim, he still wished to try. To his surprise, a bounty notification appeared. Task issued, 2010. Mission: uncover the truth behind the death of Ji Lu and identify the murderer. Reward: 50,000. The reward amount remains unchanged since its issuance in 2010. The value of 50,000 from 14 years ago vastly differs from today's equivalent, as prices were considerably lower back then. That sum could indeed facilitate various endeavors. Xiao Mushing clicked to accept the task, and the employer's phone number appeared. Ji Lu, glancing at his phone, was taken aback upon seeing the string of digits. How could this be his number? Yours? You mean your boyfriend? Xiao Mushing astutely grasped the significance. Yes, this is his number. You witnessed him commit the murder. Yet he posted a bounty 14 years ago seeking the truth and the perpetrator? I am uncertain. That is why I must confront him for clarity. Ji Lu too was perplexed. Xiao Mushing brushed aside the hair falling over his forehead. This is intriguing. The one who killed you is seeking the truth? Chapter 72. Returning in glory. Xiao Mushing accepted the task, and then turned to inquire. Please recount the location of your demise. After 14 years, there should be no rush. I shall return to my hometown first, and then assist you further. Ji Lu raised her head. Why are you going back home? Ji Lu felt her matter was of utmost importance. To pay respects to the departed and to visit a solitary grave. As for your situation, considering it has been 14 years, there is no urgency. Before searching, I might as well have someone assist in gathering additional information. After bidding farewell to Hezhong, Xiao Mushing recalled certain matters. The solitary grave he had entered as a child seemed to hold some significance. He had never pondered why he could see the apparitions within that haunted dwelling. Now, he felt compelled to explore further. Meanwhile, in a modest 40-square-meter room, a disheveled middle-aged man stared blankly at a photograph of a girl. The image was somewhat yellowed and blurred, yet the girl in it wore a radiant smile, full of youthful exuberance. 14 years had passed, and he still had not found the murderer. I'm sorry, Lele. The flowers are truly of no use. Unable to identify the one who took your life, I cannot reclaim my own innocence. Suddenly, a notification chimed on his phone. Glancing at it, he saw a text message. Your bounty task has been accepted. Initially taken aback, the man soon realized that after years of fruitless searching, he had invested all his savings into the bounty hunter forum upon a friend's recommendation, hoping to uncover the truth. Regrettably, during the initial years of posting the task, there were some who accepted it, but ultimately, nothing came of it. As time passed, fewer and fewer individuals took on such investigative tasks. The longer the interval, the more elusive the clues became, complicating the investigation further. Especially since much of the evidence pointed towards him, many bounty hunters lost interest in pursuing the case, as the existing evidence largely implicated the employer. Yet, without decisive proof, he could not be convicted. Nevertheless, everyone believed him to be guilty. Everyone thought so. Yet he knew he had committed no crime. Unfortunately, over the years, hope had only led to greater disappointment. Thus, this message surprised him, though he held little hope. 14 years had elapsed, all avenues exhausted, yet no leads surfaced. On the other side, at a highway service area, Xiao Mushing reviewed documents sent by Officer Long. He had met Officer Long while assisting Luo Yao during the previous operation to dismantle a pyramid scheme in Jinyang City. It was Officer Long who was responsible for that particular location. They exchanged contact information, and Officer Long had indicated he could be of assistance when needed. Recognizing Xiao Mushing's talent, despite his peculiarities, Officer Long was aware of his capabilities, having solved numerous cases. Xiao Mushing examined the clues possessed by the police. How could every piece point to your boyfriend without any substantial evidence to confirm it? Must he truly accept the employer's funds and then turn him in? That seemed absurd. What if someone exceptionally gifted uncovered the clues and implicated him? Ji Lu observed alongside him. Did you not mention that there exists a slight possibility he may not be guilty? Originally, Ji Lu was adamant about confronting her boyfriend for answers. Xiao Mushing's remark quelled her agitation. What if it was not your boyfriend? This thought invigorated her, prompting her to share her own speculations. She intended to revisit the bounty hunter forum to seek assistance in uncovering the truth. In this scenario, it was inherently perilous. There indeed exists such a possibility, as certain aspects do not align. If he were truly the culprit, the risks would be immense, and the evidence left behind far too substantial. Even if he could evade imprisonment, it would suffice to tarnish his reputation. Furthermore, you mentioned there were no emotional disputes or financial disagreements between you. There would be no motive for murder unless your boyfriend were a psychopathic killer, which I have encountered before. They typically prefer to employ tools, relishing the act of gradually extinguishing life. Moreover, a true psychopathic killer would not limit themselves to a single victim. Targeting those close would eliminate future opportunities for harm. It is plausible that evidence was fabricated to frame him. Yet, considering the documents, it appears your social circle bore no enmity towards others. You must understand that to drive someone to murder, one must harbor profound grievances. After all, committing murder requires a certain audacity. Gila found herself at a loss. What then shall we do? One step at a time, we shall continue devising plans. Xiao Mushing had some ideas, utilizing a familiar approach. However, he needed to ascertain whether her boyfriend was indeed the murderer before contemplating using this method again, as it had already been employed once. The outcome was uncertain. The news had reported a psychopathic killer in a frenzy, but had not implicated him in the demise of those two individuals. Xiao Mushing stroked his chin thoughtfully. A new plan must be devised. After finalizing some matters, Xiao Mushing glanced at the map on his phone, Qingyan Town. It seemed his childhood village had merged with others to form a town. He wondered if the old grave still existed. Subsequently, he drove to the town's entrance, and before long, he encountered some elderly gentlemen who recognized his name, though he could not recall theirs. His generation had largely lost touch with relatives. Especially after his parents passed away, he had maintained few connections, just a handful of acquaintances. Driving to his spacious yet deserted home, he parked and stepped out. Someone nearby greeted him. Mushing, why have you returned so early this year? In previous years, you would wait until the winter holidays. Uncle Wang, it is the anniversary of my mother's passing, so I came to pay my respects. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wang slapped his forehead. How could I forget? Yes, you should indeed come back to visit. If your parents were to see you in your current state, they would likely find peace. Uncle Wang gazed at the younger generation with a sense of satisfaction, as the circumstances surrounding Xiao Mushing's family were common knowledge among the elderly in the town, many of whom harbored some resentment towards his father's irresponsibility. Yet, in secret, they would quietly commend him for his resilience. Such acts of devotion, professed with grand promises, are often spoken of but seldom realized. Chapter 73. The steel in the old grave. He produced a key and unlocked the door. A layer of plastic sheeting covered the table and sofa, gathering dust. Xiao Mushing tidied one room to create a place to sleep for the night. Noticing it was still early, he ventured to a small supermarket in town to purchase some items: yellow paper, incense, a bottle of white liquor, a pack of cigarettes, and some snacks. The liquor was his father's favorite, while his mother had a penchant for sweet treats. Glancing at the time, he planned to pay respects to his parents tomorrow and decided to visit the lonely grave today. Descending the stairs, he found Uncle Wang and handed him a cigarette. Uncle Wang, I need to inquire about something. The rumors about the town's demolition are unfounded. If there were to be a demolition, they wouldn't have merged the areas. Uncle Wang shook his head regretfully. Many have asked me about that. That's not what I meant. I'm asking if the lonely grave on Tuatu Mountain is still there. You mean that old grave? It should still be there, though the area is quite overgrown with thorns and brambles now. Young people like you are becoming increasingly rare in the village, and there are hardly any children left. No one visits that place anymore. But why do you ask? I thought that grave was empty. Uncle Wang looked puzzled. That grave, dating back to an uncertain era, was unlikely to contain any relics, as it had long been vacated. Yet, due to its secluded location, only a few fearless children would dare to hide there while playing hide-and-seek. Adults generally avoided it. Recently, I felt some unclean energy around me, and a master suggested I check it out. Uncle Wang stepped back upon hearing this. He was all too familiar with the boy's childhood antics. Then you should definitely go take a look. Do you have a sickle? Lend it to me for a moment. Uncle Wang returned to his room and retrieved a sickle, offering it to him. Keep it. You don't need to return it. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Xiao Mushing accepted it without further formality and departed. Following his memory, he walked along a path overrun with weeds. Halfway through, he discovered the way ahead was blocked by dense undergrowth. It's so wild here, he remarked, skillfully wielding the sickle to clear the surrounding vegetation. Ji Lufei accompanied him. What if you find something in that old grave? That's why I brought you along. After all, you've got a decade of experience. If a 1,000-year-old ghost appears, you'll just have to hold it off. Ji Lu exclaimed, I can't even move a blade of grass. And you want me to confront a 1,000-year-old ghost? Xiao Mushing nodded, though he was joking. If there were indeed a 1,000-year-old ghost, he would have been lost long ago. He had frequented that grave site in his youth. As he swung the sickle, he suddenly squatted down, clearing away a pile of pine needles to reveal several orange mushrooms. Pine mushrooms. I'll have a feast tonight. Just be careful not to poison yourself. Ji Lu advised kindly. I've been eating these since childhood, There's no way I could be poisoned by them. Now, aside from the rural survival knowledge from his youth, Xiao Mushing possessed the field survival skills of a geological explorer. He continued on, harvesting mushrooms along the way, until he finally reached a small hillock with little underbrush. Here, he finally spotted the lonely grave from his childhood. At this moment, fragments of geological knowledge flooded his mind. Such geological explorations require not only scientific expertise, but also a touch of folk wisdom. He realized the grave's feng shui was quite significant, promising high positions and wealth. Who could have been buried here? Alas, the grave was already empty. Xiao Mushing approached the grave and placed the gathered mushrooms down. He climbed to the collapsed opening above the grave, half crouching and shining his flashlight inside. It was empty. The space that once held a coffin was now devoid of any remnants. Following his childhood memories, he approached a section of the earthen wall. He recalled sleeping against it one night. He took the sickle and began to dig, not expecting much. To his surprise, he unearthed a stone carving depicting a bull's head, measuring only the size of a palm. Strangely, the eyes of the carving were missing. Flipping the carving over, he noticed some obscured characters beneath the dirt. The space was too cramped, so Xiao Mushing decided to exit for a better look. As he turned around, he nearly swung the sickle at Ji Lo, who had crept up behind him, her hair hanging down like a specter. The flashlight's beam illuminated her face, nearly scaring him to death. "Could you make some noise when you follow me? You nearly scared me to death." Ji Lo chuckled, somewhat embarrassed. "I saw you were quite focused, so I didn't want to interrupt. What did you find?" "I didn't pay much attention to it as a child, but now that I'm back, I feel as though I was onto something back then, only just realizing it recently." Xiao Mushing reflected on how carefree he had been in his youth. Memories flooded back. He recalled dreaming of someone imparting wisdom about avoiding places heavy with yin energy. At the time, he hadn't paid it much mind, being more concerned with escaping his father's grasp. Ultimately, he hadn't succeeded, and the matter faded from his memory. Had it not been for recent events, he likely would have remained oblivious to the grave's existence. After climbing out of the grave, Xiao Mushing cleaned the dirt off the back of the stone carving, revealing some faint characters that were too blurred for him to decipher. However, he could count 8 characters in total. He decided to keep the carving with him, intending to consult the village elders about its significance. "By the way, in addition to visiting my parents' grave tomorrow, I should also offer incense to my 2 masters. It is thanks to them that I am able to make a living now. Otherwise, with my looks, who knows what fate awaited me." Chapter 74, Huangbanzian Before Dark. Xiao Mushing descended the mountain, carrying the mushrooms he had collected to Uncle Wang's house. Uncle Wang was no longer sitting outside in the sun, but had retreated indoors. Upon seeing Xiao Mushing, he said, "Didn't I tell you that you don't need to return the sickle? I gathered some mushrooms and thought I'd bring you some." As he spoke, he stepped over the now elevated threshold. Uncle Wang approached with a smile and accepted the mushrooms. "Look at you, so polite. It's mostly because my kitchen isn't set up yet. It would be too much trouble to clean the mushrooms at home. It's easier to eat here. You're so lazy. How did you end up with such a nice car? I wanted in a bet." Uncle Wang froze momentarily. He suspected that the car was quite expensive. Outside, life is not as it once was in the village, where one could easily fall victim to treachery, even facing dire consequences. Uncle Wang had seen a fair share of the world. Among the local ruffians, disagreements often led to real violence. Yet, times have changed. The outside world is friendly, offering me peanuts, fireworks, and the beauty of nature to soothe my mind. Everyone is a good person, not only extending their help, but also showering me with money. Xiao Mushing wore a genuine smile. Uncle Wang, aware of his own aging, knew that some truths were unwelcome to the youth. "Be cautious out there," he advised, returning to the small kitchen with a basket of mushrooms. He sorted the mushrooms and took out a mix of fatty and lean cured meat, preparing a delicious dish that was fresh, fragrant, and delightful. Xiao Mushing savored the meal with joy. At the dining table, Uncle Wang poured 2 cups of wine and took a sip. "You're not a child anymore. When do you plan to settle down and carry on the Xiao family name?" "When you return for the new year. Those who have ventured out will likely come back too. University students, or recent graduates like yourself, could help forge connections for you." Uncle Wang spoke with sincerity. Having spent many years in the village, even after its amalgamation into a town, his connections remained intact. Moreover, with Xiao Mushing being a handsome young man, now with a car, he was presumably doing well in the world, making it easier to find a partner. With your capabilities, why not find yourself a companion? You've been single for quite some time now. The children have grown and become self-sufficient, so why not consider finding a partner to share your life with? Uncle Wang added, somewhat irritated. "I'm trying to discuss serious matters with you, and yet you turn the focus back on me." Understanding each other's perspectives, Xiao Mushing reflected on his current pursuits. Should he seek a girlfriend, he might find himself in dangerous situations. He relished his solitary existence, free from societal constraints. The conversation did not continue further. Seizing the moment, Xiao Mushing inquired, "Uncle Wang, when was the old grave restored?" "It was already there when I was born, and no one in the village recognized it. I vaguely recall hearing from the villagers that it was said to house someone not from our village. It collapsed later, revealing that it was empty, devoid of coffins or anything else." Uncle Wang lowered his voice, his tone heavy with foreboding. "Did you discover something when you went up there today? Your actions have indeed been peculiar." The inquiry was suspicious, given the unusual behavior displayed. "I found nothing," Xiao Mushing responded, shaking his head. Uncle Wang leaned back, creating some distance. Ji Lu, sitting nearby, absent-mindedly touched her face. "I'm not dirty." Her gaze then fell upon Xiao Mushing's phone, which suddenly began to flash incessantly. Uncle Wang exclaimed in shock. Although he too possessed a smartphone, he could see that no notifications were appearing, yet the device continued to ring. He quickly retrieved a yellow talisman from his pocket and affixed it to the phone, causing it to dim. Moments later, it resumed flashing and even began auto-playing short videos. Uncle Wang hurried to a corner and grabbed a hammer. Xiao Musheng, quick on his feet, tucked his phone away and held out a hand to stop Uncle Wang. "Calm down, it's not that serious. Your phone may be acting up, but it won't cause any harm. Besides, it won't have any significant effect on me for the time being." As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Ji Lu. She looked up at the ceiling, marveling at its beauty. Hearing her remark, Uncle Wang finally set down the hammer, sighed, and said, "Tomorrow, go find Lao Huang and have him take a look. He used to be the village's fortune teller, skilled in matters of love, career, and exorcisms. He's still around, isn't he? He must be nearing 90 by now." Indeed, although people often called him a fraud, he probably possesses some genuine abilities. You should consult him, perhaps he can provide some clarity. Xiao Mushing made a mental note of this. Early the next morning, he carried a large bundle of items, darting between several graves on the mountain. There were quite a few people to pay respects to today, and by the time he finished, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Returning to Uncle Wang's place for a brief visit, he then sought out Lao Huang. In the backyard of a modest home, an elderly man, cradling a small yellow dog, basked leisurely in the sun. Suddenly, a child rushed up to him, announcing, "Great-grandpa, you have a guest." The old man, relaxed, inquired, "Oh, who is it?" "A big brother with the surname Xiao." Upon hearing this, Lao Huang sat up. "Tell him I'm dead. I've turned to ashes." He lamented humorously. "Why does the yellow deity seem to hold me in such disdain?" Without seeing the man first, Xiao Mushing stepped through the house into the backyard. Noticing his arrival, Lao Huang ceased his idle antics and instructed his grandson to serve tea. "What brings you here on such a blustery day?" A chilling wind, Lao Huang's wrinkled face stiffened, indicating the unusual nature of the encounter. "I sense something strange." Indeed, he reclined on a lounge chair. "I prefer not to get entangled with your kind." "So, you noticed something amiss long ago?" Lao Huang nodded. "Your fate is quite peculiar and perilous, which is why I hesitate to engage. I fear it may lead to my own downfall. Today, I have a few questions, and after this, I won't trouble you again." Xiao Mushing's eyes narrowed as he broached the subject of the old grave. "I've known about it since the day you ventured into that ancient grave. I anticipated you would encounter something strange." Chapter 75, Contacting Ji Li's Boyfriend. Ji Lu felt that Lao Huang was quite adept at playing the mysterious card, and she waved her hand in front of him. However, as she covered her eyes with one hand and then dropped it, she caught a glimpse of his eyes. In that instant, a sensation of being scrutinized washed over her, sending chills down her spine. "Xiao Mushing, it seems this Lao Huang can see me." Hearing her words, Xiao Mushing also turned his attention to Lao Huang. "Did you just see something?" Lao Huang swayed slightly as he spoke. "In my youth, my skills were limited. But now that I am old and nearing death, I can indeed glimpse certain things in a daze. Such opportunities are rare. However, it seems you, too, have this ability. Perhaps even more clearly and for longer than I. Can you share what you know about the old grave? I am likely the most knowledgeable about it in the village." "That grave belongs to a Taoist or perhaps a wandering spirit guide. I heard about it from my father. This grave can be traced back 300 years to a time of upheaval, when a Taoist roamed the earth, tasked with guiding lost souls back to the underworld. He could also be seen as a living envoy. According to legend, this Taoist possessed vast knowledge and unmatched abilities, excelling in poetry and painting. After his death, he chose this auspicious site for himself, hoping to gain favor in the underworld. After a century, his coffin could be relocated to his ancestral land. But the grave itself must remain undisturbed. A new pit must be dug to move the coffin, which is then filled back in. This way, he preserves his status in the underworld while bestowing blessings upon his descendants. How did you come to know this? Or rather, how did your father know? Xiao Mushing inquired with curiosity. It was my ancestors who assisted in the relocation of the coffin. At one point, I too regarded this as mere folklore, Huang Banzian replied. Since you are aware of such legends and possess some abilities, why not attempt to become a yanchai yourself? Huang Banzian chuckled at this suggestion. Initially, I didn't quite believe in its authenticity, and besides, what kind of ghost would linger in the mortal realm? If something were to go awry, one ghost could easily become two, and they would keep each other company. Moreover, with my limited skills, I can manage to live quite comfortably by deceiving a few people in this small village. Why would I risk my life in such endeavors? Who knows what perilous events might transpire during the process of becoming a yanchai? You seem to take this quite lightly. Do you have further inquiries? Huang Banzian remarked coolly. He had previously assessed Xiao Mushing's fate, which indicated he would seek fortune amidst danger and find blessings through adversity. This could ensure his own prosperity. Yet the outcomes for others remained uncertain. After all, if one's fate was not sufficiently strong and they associated with such individuals, they might end up sharing the burden of misfortune. This was the reason he preferred to keep his distance from Xiao Mushing. Although wealth was alluring, the risks involved were far too great to warrant such a gamble. Presently, however, there was a change, and this change was beneficial for him. The fates of others remained ambiguous. Regardless of the nature of their endeavors, those who lived by the edge of fortune would find no peace. Xiao Mushing had gleaned enough understanding. The stone carving was likely left behind by that Taoist priest. Upon seeing the bull-headed figure in the sculpture, some speculations arose within him, especially since the imagery of the bull-headed horse-faced figure was deeply ingrained in the collective consciousness, compounded by the bizarre occurrences he had encountered. After a moment of silence, Xiao Mushing spoke again. Are there any other items of significance, perhaps legendary artifacts? Since my family was involved in the relocation of graves, how could we possibly know much more? The fact that I know this much is a testament to my ancestors' sociability, Huang Banzian replied. With that, Xiao Mushing expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your enlightenment. I shall not trouble you further. That would be for the best, Huang Banzian thought, relishing the prospect of peace. After leaving Huang Banzian's home, Ji Lu felt a surge of emotion. It was astonishing to realize that extraordinary individuals truly existed in this world. You've become a ghost. And yet you still find this surprising? Xiao Mushing replied with a smile. As for the stone carving, he intended to study it gradually. He now had a direction. He needed to consider the circumstances surrounding the other party, as they were entangled in a mystery. All the evidence pointed towards the boyfriend. Did he really intend to employ that tactic? After contemplating, Xiao Mushing decided not to rush. He would meet this boyfriend first. Thus, he made a phone call. On the other end, a weary man, consumed by despair, was nibbling on a cucumber when the phone rang. He picked up his mobile, only to find an unfamiliar number. After a moment of hesitation, he answered but uttered not a single word. After a brief silence, Xiao Mushing realized the other party must have thought it was a scam. I am the bounty hunter assigned to your case. Please provide me with your address, and I shall come to you. Upon hearing this, the man finally responded. Perhaps it would be best to forget it. If you dare to utter such nonsense, I will suspect you, Xiao Mushing shot back. Do not underestimate my capabilities. I accepted this assignment with confidence. I am seeking to understand more details and circumstances. You need only acknowledge that I have taken on this task and cooperate with me. The success of it is a matter for later. The man was taken aback by Xiao Mushing's assertive tone. Typically, the party in the subordinate position was expected to comply. But was this the new standard? The call fell into silence as the middle-aged man pondered. Ji Lu, anxious beside him, urged. Tell him I love you. A man telling another man that his long-deceased girlfriend says I love you? He will either think I am a pervert or that I am making a jest of his deceased girlfriend. What will he prepare for me? A sack, a watermelon knife, or perhaps a meat grinder to turn me into a delectable dish. Calm down. You become overly emotional whenever your boyfriend is mentioned. Allow your intellect to prevail. If he is truly the one who harmed you, consider how you would handle that reality. Did you not say there was a chance he might not be guilty? Chance is still a probability, so please maintain your composure. After calming Ji Lu, Xiao Mushing turned to conclude the call. Let's proceed with this. Send me your location, and I will come find you. He then hung up. Chapter 76. Interrogation of Li Jianda. The old trick revisited, 2 chapters combined. On a rooftop of a tall building, a weary man pushed open the door to the terrace, sending a message from his phone. Have you arrived? Yes, a voice responded from above. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he felt a thud at the back of his head as he lost consciousness. Ji Lu, gazing at her boyfriend, now encased in a sack, felt a pang of sorrow. Why have you done this? Upon seeing him again after a decade, the toll of time was evident on his face. I summoned him to the rooftop. I suspected he had ulterior motives. Besides, I hold the power here. I would never harm him. This merely facilitates my inquiries. So please keep your romantic inclinations in check while I conduct my business, Xiao Mushing stated, securing the man with a rope. As Li Jianda slowly opened his eyes, he beheld the entire cityscape from a height of 100 meters. As he recoiled in shock, he realized he was bound to a chair, half of which dangled precariously over the edge of the rooftop. Next to him sat a figure fearlessly perched at the edge, legs swinging in the air. "You're awake," Xiao Mushing remarked with a gentle smile. Li Jianda was filled with dread. "What are you doing? Who are you?" "Investigator, Yangchai," Xiao Mushing replied. "You summoned me to assist in your investigation, yet you bind me?" Unperturbed, Xiao Mushing leisurely cut one of the ropes securing the chair, with 3 more remaining. "You are committing murder, do you realize that?" Li Jianda panicked. What madness was this? Why was he so quick to sever the ropes? "You asked too many questions. Consider this a warning. If you provide too many inquiries or lie during my questioning, I will sever the remaining ropes. Intentional homicide carries the death penalty." Xiao Mushing silently produced a mental health assessment from his pocket, unfurling it before Li Jianda's eyes. "The maximum sentence would be life imprisonment. I will handle this discreetly. At most, they will suspect me, but they will find no substantial evidence to convict." Li Jianda's weary panda-like eyes widened in disbelief. It was no wonder he had considered canceling. His sixth sense was trying to save his life. "Remember, my questions must not contain lies. For instance, if I ask whether you killed your girlfriend, and you lie, you will meet your demise. Admitting it may result in life or a fixed-term sentence. Contemplate this matter yourself. How can you determine whether I am lying or not? With experience, I have become adept at detecting deceit. This is your final question. If you ask another, I shall sever the second rope." Xiao Mushing produced a piece of paper. "The first question, what flavor of cake does your girlfriend cherish the most?" Li Jianda, caught off guard while contemplating a response, momentarily froze at the inquiry. He instinctively replied, "Black forest cake." "The second question, what is the name of the dog belonging to the uncle of your girlfriend's second uncle?" "Blackgrass." Xiao Mushing raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed by Li Jianda's memory. Li Jianda was equally astonished that his interlocutor was privy to such details. "The third question, during your relationship with Ji Lu, did you ever have feelings for another girl?" While Ji Lu asserted that he had not, what if he had concealed it well? "No." Xiao Mushing nodded. He continued with a series of rapid-fire questions until the final one. "Did you kill her?" "No." The reply was emphatic, devoid of any hesitation. Li Jianda gazed intently at this man, whom he deemed insane. The depth of the previous questions indicated extensive research on Xiao Mushing's part, setting him apart from others Li Jianda had encountered. This individual might be mad, yet he was undoubtedly a genius. The answers to these questions were elusive even to the police, as they mostly pertained to secrets shared between him and Ji Lu. After concluding his inquiries, Xiao Mushing shook his head, for he was certain that the culprit was not the man before him. The details recalled were far too intricate. If genuine love had faded with time, such recollections would likely have been forgotten. Especially telling was the unwavering certainty in the final response. Had he truly committed such an act, his answer would have been far less definitive and prompt. Ji Lu, sitting nearby, wept silently, tears eluding her. Xiao Mushing pulled the chair back. "Since it could be ruled out that it was you, we must explore alternative methods." Hope burgeoned in Li Jianda's eyes, for he sensed that this man could genuinely assist him. "What method?" "Fraud." "Huh." A series of question marks appeared above Li Jianda's head. Xiao Mushing opened an account that had been dormant for a long while, where previous videos had garnered nearly 1 million likes each. Even advertisers had reached out to him via private messages. His eyes narrowed. It seemed that beyond the 50,000 yuan, there was an opportunity for further profit. Engaging with the advertisers, he selected a particularly reliable one, then proceeded to film on the rooftop. Li Jianda assisted him in the filming. Once they concluded their rooftop shoot, Xiao Mushing edited the footage and released the video, pinpointing it to Qingshui City, where Ji Lu had met her demise. Greetings, dear viewers. It has been a considerable time since I last posted a video, as I have been engrossed in other matters. I believe those who have been following my activities or keeping up with other news are aware of my recent endeavors, such as tracking poachers and dismantling fraud rings. Today, however, I stumbled upon a case, the Qingshui City arson case, where the victim was a girl named Ji Lu. Based on existing clues, the primary suspect is her boyfriend. However, due to a lack of decisive evidence, he merely remains a suspect. In light of previous leads, I suspect that some of the information may have been intentionally misleading. It appears that Li Jianda has been wrongfully framed, and I am now embarking on an investigation, having gathered certain leads and evidence. I kindly request any witnesses from that time or viewers holding pertinent information to share their insights with me. assisting in completing the evidence chain. Within an hour of the video's release, it amassed nearly 100,000 likes and thousands of comments. The blogger has finally updated. I feared he had been assassinated by that murderer. The unique crime-solving blogger, whose videos invariably commenced with homicide or unresolved cases, was thrilling. If the blogger suggested that there might indeed be an issue with the case, given the numerous leads yet the absence of substantial evidence, it was undeniably peculiar. Li Jianda squatted beside Xiao Mushing, observing him scroll through the comments on his phone. As his video circulated, surprisingly, some individuals were speaking in his defense, a notion he had never dared to dream of in the past 10 years. Is this sufficient? Surely, it cannot be that simple. This is merely a preliminary step to stir the waters. Xiao Mushing contemplated various possibilities. Based on their prior discussions, their unified stance was that there were no enemies. Thus, one must consider the likelihood of a spontaneous murder a random act. Yet, should that be the case, there ought to be more than one incident, with a discernible pattern. Thus far, no similar methods had been identified, diminishing that probability. Simultaneously, Ji Lu had provided a critical piece of information. The assailant bore half a face resembling Li Jianda's. This opened up further avenues for exploration. He pondered another possibility: jealousy. Individuals have indeed harmed others out of fleeting jealousy. He recalled an incident during his college entrance examination when a fellow student abruptly turned and tore up the paper of the student behind him simply because he overheard the latter boast about his performance. Such occurrences are not rare. Based on their previous descriptions, Li Jianda and Ji Lu shared a profound bond, one that could be described as sweet as honey. They were inseparable, a couple that inspired envy. Both hailed from reputable schools, each possessing a bright future. Their families were supportive, and their backgrounds were well-matched, forecasting a promising life together. In such circumstances, if Li Jianda had a twin brother who felt abandoned and discovered that while he struggled, his brother thrived, it would be hard for him not to act. In an electronics factory, a man with half his face obscured by hair and a mask returned to his room. Opening his browser, after 3 minutes of restless shifting, he discarded several crumpled papers. With a sense of relief, he opened a short video app, preparing to watch something humorous. He soon stumbled upon a video from a crime-solving blogger he had previously followed, whose investigative work in Jinyang had instilled fear within him. He dreaded the day this blogger might arrive in his city, unearthing nearly forgotten cases. Now, that fear had materialized. The blogger was defending the suspect, and had even unearthed some clues. Whether it was a physical weakness or something else, a shiver ran down his spine. No matter how deep the resentment, some actions lead to genuine terror. The memory of the girl being burned alive before his eyes haunted him. Should he flee? Yet, such an escape would likely equate to a lifetime of running. At Li Jianda's home, he hesitated at the door, reluctant to knock. While he hesitated, Xiao Mushing, unburdened by such reservations, knocked heavily on the door. At that moment, a woman in her 60s opened the door. Upon seeing the weathered visage of Li Jianda, tears welled in her eyes. Where have you been all these years? Why haven't you come back to visit? If others do not believe you, do we not? How could it possibly be you? Li Jianda's home is not in Qingshui City, but in a small county next door. Upon hearing his mother's words, tears welled up in his eyes. I understand, but I cannot return, for it would bring you undue scrutiny. The elderly woman reached out her hand as if to strike Li Jianda, but ultimately, it merely fell gently to her side. All these years, you have sent us money every year. Do you manage well on your own? Yes, he replied. The mother and son exchanged pleasantries for a while before Li Jianda began to introduce Xiao Mushing. This is a friend I invited, a renowned detective. He can help uncover the truth of the past and restore my name. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman quickly urged Xiao Mushing into the house. Come in, come in. Xiao Mushing entered and inquired, is your uncle not home? He is in Qingshui City on business. His company has a significant contract there, and he is responsible for tracking its progress, so he will return late. Xiao Mushing nodded, realizing that some inquiries might be better directed at the aunt. Auntie, I am here mainly to ask about a few matters that could assist in advancing the investigation. The elderly woman nodded vigorously. Ask away. As long as it helps clear Jianda's name, I will do my utmost to cooperate. Sitting on the sofa, the elderly woman poured 3 cups of tea. Xiao Mushing got straight to the point. Does Li Jianda have a twin brother? No. Are you certain? I am quite certain. I underwent examinations at the hospital, and I indeed only carried one child. Did he have any lost siblings, or any that were given away, or perhaps someone who resembles him remarkably closely, to the point where it would be difficult to tell them apart? There are some who bear a resemblance, but not to the extent you suggest, the elderly woman replied. Straining to recall, Xiao Mushing felt the progress of the investigation stalling, diverging from his expectations. But aren't we here to solve a case? Why these questions? I merely wish to filter out suspicious individuals. After all, much evidence points towards Li Jianda, and we must conduct some inquiries. Li Jianda had not anticipated that Xiao Muxing's visit would revolve around such queries. After Xiao Muxing finished his questioning, the aunt went off to prepare a meal, cherishing the rare occasion of her son's return. Once she left, Li Jianda began to ask, "Have you discovered something?" "It is merely speculation, for based on the current clues, some point towards you, and there are others who have testified to having seen you in significant locations. The issue is that although you were in those places, the timing does not align. If I assume there exists someone who bears a striking resemblance to you, or is exceedingly similar, then this small segment of evidence could potentially make sense." At that moment, Li Jianda recalled having seen this testimony at the police station. However, the witness was an elderly person rumored to suffer from Alzheimer's disease, coupled with the discrepancies in timing, which is why it had not been regarded as crucial evidence by the police. Yet, the connection had indeed been made. Chapter 77. How to Substantiate a Death. Come now, let us have some fun. The alluring ringtone of a mobile phone echoed. Xiao Muxing answered the call. "Officer Long, what a surprise to receive your call. Is there something you need assistance with? I came across the video you posted. Don't take unnecessary risks. That last incident was exceedingly perilous. Had those two been a bit more decisive, you would have been finished." Xiao Muxing was once again releasing a video. Officer Long quickly grasped the other's intentions. Having been monitoring Xiao Muxing's movements during this time, poaching, village rituals, pyramid schemes, none of these had been featured in the videos. Yet this latest release was unmistakably purposeful. "Do you think I lack foresight? I am certainly prepared." Officer Long's lips twitched. He had reviewed the case files concerning these matters. He deduced that the young man's condition had worsened. Many testimonies indicated that Xiao Muxing spoke to himself, as if conversing with others. Expecting a mentally ill person to retain memories? Any sane individual would not think that way. Furthermore, you are aware of my capabilities, despite facing numerous adversities. I have never sustained severe injuries. Faced with this, Officer Long could not refute him. The trials Xiao Muxing endured involved gunfire or explosions. Most would consider themselves fortunate to escape unscathed from even one such incident. Yet Xiao Muxing had faced multiple. The worst injury he had incurred was merely a scrape. It was indeed perplexing. Those who frequent the riverbanks cannot avoid getting wet. Do not act recklessly alone. I have acquaintances in Qingshui City. Prioritize your safety. Rest assured, I will not act impulsively. After all, it is only a minor murderer. How significant could it be? Officer Long replied, "They do not encounter so many murder cases daily. The individuals they come across are either facing life imprisonment or the death penalty. Even those involved in pyramid schemes were initially thought to be merely fraudsters, only to discover they were also responsible for numerous deaths. By that logic, how could it be that only one murderer exists? Drowning victims tend to be able swimmers. I understand you have faced many challenges recently, all without dire consequences, yet a single misstep could be fatal. Some matters still require collaboration with us." Officer Long, in truth, lamented the young man's talent, regretting that due to his condition, he could not be brought into the fold. "All right, I will inform you of any final leads I uncover. I cannot interfere there. It's best left to the local authorities." "Understood." After exchanging a few more words, he ended the call. Meanwhile, within a factory, several workers were engaged in moving parts. A supervisor was inspecting the quality of these components. Among them was an individual wearing a mask, half of their face obscured by hair, assisting in loading the parts onto a vehicle. However, their gaze frequently darted towards the supervisor, sensing a resemblance between him and the unscarred half of their own face. Yet, as they became distracted, the box they were carrying tilted dangerously. "Be careful. Don't hurt yourself," the supervisor kindly reminded. "I apologize. I will be more cautious," the worker quickly responded, continuing with their task. While registering the items, the supervisor's phone suddenly rang. "That rascal has returned." Though he said this, a smile involuntarily crept onto the supervisor's lips. "Finally, he has come to his senses. I told him before he need not bear such guilt. It wasn't his doing. Is his friend truly that capable? Perhaps they could silence those naysayers." The mention of relatives who look alike raised suspicions. Could this aid in identifying the murderer? The worker, now eavesdropping on the supervisor's call, strained to listen. Even as the supervisor attempted to lower his voice, in an instant, connections began to form in the worker's mind. The man who bore a resemblance was not merely similar to him, but looked strikingly like someone from a decade ago. And now, that individual was on the line, speaking to the renowned internet detective investigating this case. How could it be so swift? What a curious coincidence. He now breathed heavily, glancing around, feeling as if everyone was watching him. These were no longer mere co-workers. Instead, It was the plainclothes officers lurking within the factory, waiting for the opportune moment to apprehend him. If they came for him, where would he flee? To the left, where the conveyor belt lay, or to the right, where the assembly of parts took place? At that moment, someone presented him with a box. Noticing that the person atop the vehicle remained motionless, impatience surged forth. Are you feeling it? Stuck there like a statue. A worker, masked, jumped down from the vehicle in a frenzy. I feel unwell. You all carry on. And with that, he stumbled chaotically out of the factory. This behavior invited the ire of other supervisors and colleagues. Yet, no one had abandoned their post as he did. Such actions would incur a financial penalty. Moreover, it was inconceivable that his solitary absence could halt the work of others. Thus, another would seamlessly fill his position. The supervisor, engrossed in a call with his wife, merely cast a glance, showing little concern. Once outside the factory grounds, Huangdu removed his mask, inhaling deeply. The other half of his face, concealed by the mask, revealed a grotesque sight of exposed gums and skeletal structure, a horrifying visage devoid of skin. Even though this ghastly appearance constituted merely a fraction of his face, it remained profoundly unsettling. Huangdu surveyed his surroundings, finding them eerily deserted. No plainclothes officers were there to seize him. It was all mere happenstance. A wave of fear washed over him, not from the act of murder itself, but from the impending consequences that would follow. After catching his breath, he donned his mask once more and dashed back to his abode, curling up beneath the covers. Two voices echoed incessantly in his mind. Run, escape as far as possible, do not linger in Qingshui City. But where could he possibly flee? With such formidable adversaries, even a change of locale might not spare him. Countless individuals had committed crimes, and shifting places would still render him vulnerable. Remaining here would only expedite his discovery. Perhaps fleeing would delay it. As these two voices wrestled within him, a third voice emerged. Why not turn yourself in? Surrendering would surely spare you from a death sentence. Wouldn't it? At worst, you'd serve a decade and emerge back into the world, with provisions taken care of. Just as this third voice coaxed him into submission, Huangdu found himself swayed. Suddenly, another voice pierced through his thoughts. But will her boyfriend let you off the hook? Do not forget how wretchedly you harmed him. Although the police lack conclusive evidence, he has endured a decade branded as a criminal, scorned by all. 10 years of youth, 10 years of humiliation, and a loving girlfriend. Are you certain that upon confessing, he would not seek revenge? Reflect on how he was ridiculed 10 years ago. You witnessed it firsthand. Paint was splattered at his door. Rotten eggs hurled. These were merely the mildest of grievances. At night, there were those who came to beat on his door, nearly leading to his demise. In this era of rampant information, should you step forward, it would not merely entail a few years in prison, but a lifetime of being enshrined in disgrace. Huangdu clutched his head in despair. What should I do? What should I do? A seductive voice materialized in his mind. You were almost successful before. You nearly sent that man to prison. If only you had arranged for decisive evidence all those years ago. You have consumed numerous legal programs and crime novels since then. This time, ensure everything is in order. Let him be imprisoned and sentenced to death, thus sealing this matter's fate. Huangdu questioned, what about that internet-famous detective? He is formidable. The voice in his mind replied confidently, how can one more death not solidify his guilt? Chapter 78. A compromise at Chu. At the dining table, Xiao Mushing unexpectedly sneezed. An aunt nearby expressed concern. What is it, dear? Are you catching a cold? We have medicine at home. I can fetch you some. As she spoke, she began to rise to get the medicine. Auntie, no need. I don't believe it's a cold. Then why the sudden sneeze? Xiao Mushing shrugged and sniffed. It seems there are some nefarious individuals wishing me harm. Li Jianda looked over, puzzled. In our line of work, we inevitably offend some people. There are enemies who would relish our demise. For instance, those still awaiting execution in prison might be cursing my name. The execution process is lengthy. It won't happen quickly. So for now, many will continue to wish for his death. However, in a few months, those who curse him should dwindle. After dinner, the two shared a room. Li Jianda asked, what should we do next? Return to Qingshui City and investigate the crime scene. Perhaps we can uncover some clues. As Xiao Mushing said this, he sat up in bed. You can stay here. I'll take the sofa. Li Jianda, perplexed, inquired, aren't you accustomed to sharing a bed? Xiao Mushing wasn't averse to sharing a bed. He didn't come from a particularly affluent family and had shared space during holidays. However, the issue lay in the fact that Li Jianda lay flat, with a female ghost facing him. The gentle gaze and tender gestures of the spirit made Xiao Mushing think that if Ji Lu could materialize like the ghosts on television, they would likely be entwined in a passionate embrace. Thus, he ultimately decided to sleep on the sofa, allowing them to unravel their own entanglements. No, It was more of the ghost's unilateral obsession. Sleep in your bed. Do not disturb me. Li Jianda watched the retreating figure, bewildered. The world of the mentally disturbed surely diverged from that of the sane. On the sofa in the living room, Xiao Mushing envisioned his plans. The previous success stemmed from various factors, but the most crucial was that the adversary was a psychopathic killer, audacious and bold. He had mentally prepared himself for potential failure. The murderer might not be apprehended, especially if jealousy was the motive. This being the first murder, the perpetrator might choose to hide. Thus, if the killer remained elusive, he could only settle for a lesser goal, to clear Li Jianda's name. Presently, the issue at hand was that most evidence pointed toward him, yet no conclusive proof existed to convict him. Those aware of the situation previously believed him guilty. Therefore, if he could find evidence against another, it might relieve Ji Lu of her obsession. Once it was clarified whether her boyfriend was indeed the culprit, she could find peace. Although he was certain her boyfriend was innocent, Ji Lu possessed her own thoughts. Her love for him had given rise to this fixation. She had witnessed her boyfriend take her life, and even if she wished not to believe it, in her heart it remained a truth. Without tangible evidence presented before her, this obsession would persist. Of course, it would be preferable to find the true murderer. With this thought, Xiao Mushing retrieved a bullhead stone sculpture from his pocket. To date, he had yet to uncover its hidden potential. The hollow eyes of the sculpture might be connected to his ability to perceive spirits. But what of its other properties? Surely, it could not serve merely that purpose. He had previously attempted to smear blood upon it, yet it yielded no golden glow, nor did an old man converse with him. It remained just an ordinary stone sculpture. Xiao Mushing pondered whether he should return it to the crime scene for further experimentation to discover its significance. Unable to find clarity, he pocketed the sculpture once more, planning to revisit the matter later. On the morning of the second day, after finishing breakfast, they were set to depart. However, the aunt felt reluctant. After all, it had been many years since the child had returned home. It was a rare occasion. How could one bear to leave after just one day? Li Jianda spoke to his mother. I must find the murderer and clear my name. So I cannot remain at home like a turtle hiding in its shell. It's been so many years, a few days' delay shouldn't matter. He shook his head. I've waited a decade for this opportunity. I do not wish to procrastinate. Once this matter is resolved, I will surely return to spend quality time with you. Xiao Mushing, upon hearing Li Jianda's words, cast a glance at him. In his eyes, he discerned something familiar. Ji Lu was also saying farewell to the aunt. Although she was unable to hear, the two made their way downstairs and arrived at the spot where Xiao Mushing had parked. Once seated in the car, Li Jianda suddenly spoke. I pondered all night yesterday, and I am curious. Who did you see from your perspective? Xiao Mushing started the car and asked leisurely. Was I that obvious? Li Jianda nodded. Being with him always evoked a strange sensation. It was only last night that he understood the source of this peculiar feeling. They spoke of schizophrenia. Whenever he investigated a case, the victims would appear before him, recounting their experiences. Li Jianda, upon hearing this, became fully alert. What did she tell you? Last night, she said nothing, merely embraced your face with affection. It was quite nauseating to watch, so I left. Li Jianda couldn't help but smile at this, as the image of his first love from over a decade ago resurfaced in his mind. Chapter 79. The plan. Ji Lu cooperated and sat on Li Jianda's lap, gazing at him with deep affection. Xiao Mushing remained silent, pressing the accelerator. It was unfortunate that one could not simply accelerate to rid themselves of a ghost. Sometimes he wondered how the spirit could fly and pass through objects, but not be left behind by a speeding vehicle. Did ghosts still adhere to gravity? As the car sped onto the highway, Xiao Mushing's phone rang. Please answer the call for me. Li Jianda glanced at the contact on the phone and froze. The name displayed was simply Deadman. It was merely a pseudonym. Hello, I just saw your video in Qingshui City. Do you need assistance? It's a minor task with a bounty of 50,000, but there's not much to spare for you. That's rather infuriating. If it weren't for you during the last task, I might have perished in that forest. We shared life and death. Asking for a small favor now feels rather petty. Deadman was indeed fortunate to encounter such an opportunity. Though they had been through life and death together in the forest, he understood that anyone else could have achieved the same level of success as long as they weren't incompetent. However, this meant that they wouldn't have much of a vested interest in Xiao Mushing. Friends should either share common interests or benefit each other. In their line of work, finding skilled individuals like this was indeed rare. Fei Yu and Jing Zhonghua were also exceptional talents, but they paled in comparison to Xiao Mushing. He clearly understood the implications. In this profession, connections were vital. Sometimes, owing small favors could deepen relationships. Do you know many people in Qingshui City? If so, please help me find someone who resembles the prime suspect in my investigation. Are you referring to Li Jianda? The mention of Dead Man offering help indicated some prior knowledge of the case. Yes, you've quickly identified a target. I commend you. He had initially thought that Dead Man would ask him to gather clues, but instead, he was directly asked to find someone. It seemed that even without his assistance, the matter would soon be resolved. By the way, in addition to that, see if you can find someone skilled in disguise. Xiao Mushing pondered and added this point. With so many extraordinary individuals in the world, one might encounter someone adept in disguises. It was better to be prepared. All right, are there any other distinguishing features? None for now, these will suffice. We can create some noise to stir things up, but primarily, we must prioritize our safety. Understood. Dead Man grasped Xiao Mushing's intent immediately. The most vexing aspect of an investigation is the evidence. Even if one knows who the perpetrator is, without a complete chain of evidence, they could evade justice. However, this also served as a form of protection. For instance, if Li Jianda required crucial evidence to complete the chain, the perpetrator might very well be enjoying a meal in custody at this moment. After hanging up, Dead Man joined several chat groups. The taxi driver group in Qingshui City was one he had not left since his days as a bounty hunter. He had worked as a taxi driver until he captured a fugitive and received a bounty of over 300,000, prompting his career shift. Now, he clicked into Group 1, where numerous messages flooded in. A driver was seeking assistance locating a mistress for a passenger intent on confronting her. The people of Longhua had an innate curiosity for gossip, and thus, the group members were eager to assist. Dead Man composed a message and sent it, attaching a photo. He duplicated this message across several other groups, and soon, multiple notifications flooded in. Though he had left that field, his connections with some group members remained intact, and they were willing to help. Some of the older drivers even remembered the case and expressed interest in it. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room with drawn curtains, Huang was busily jotting down notes. First, he needed to obtain Li Jianda's hair and fingerprints. As for the influencer, judging by the news, he seemed formidable. A direct approach was unwise. The best method would be poisoning, preferably with something from Li Jianda's own home. Rat poison or sleeping pills could be lethal and would also reveal Li Jianda's purchasing records. The influencer detective posed the greatest threat, so eliminating him was paramount. Once that was accomplished, it would be impossible for Li Jianda to clear himself of suspicion, let alone uncover the truth. What else? Huang tapped his head. Any potential traces he might leave must be meticulously eradicated. This was crucial. He also needed to avoid surveillance cameras. Modern cameras were far superior to their predecessors, easily discerning details that could reveal he and Li Jianda were not the same person. Hence, such risks should not be taken lightly. Ideally, the poison should be something Li Jianda personally handed over, as this might seem overly direct, yet he believed the detective would have suspected Li Jianda at some point. This would provide a motive for murder, solidifying the connection to the case from a decade ago, as inquiries would ultimately circle back to him. In order to prevent the truth from being fully uncovered, the internet celebrity detective was ruthlessly murdered. A flawless motive for the crime. Huang Du couldn't help but chuckle at this point, feeling exceedingly clever. However, the laughter faded quickly, and he found himself frozen in place. Why did I laugh? Engaging in such a perilous act. Why do I find amusement in it? This is murder. The voice in his mind echoed once more. 10 years ago. You had already committed murder. Have you forgotten the feelings that stirred within you then? Huang Du trembled as he replied, fear. Is it merely fear? Was your body quaking truly only due to fear? The harrowing screams of the girl as she was engulfed in flames, calling out for her boyfriend, questioning him. Did it not bring you even a hint of joy? Following the description, Huang Du reflected on his thoughts at that time. Indeed, while burning her alive, he felt some fear, yet there was also a vague sense of excitement. It was akin to childhood mischief, stealthily smashing someone else's carefully built snowman, or submerging a kitten in water and watching it struggle. Back then, there seemed to be a hint of joy that belonged to childhood. The screams reverberated deep within him. They were reminiscent of his youth. Yes, the essence of childhood. There will always be those weaker than us in this world, and their cries are so melodious. And now, we challenge the strong. Is this not a meaningful and exhilarating endeavor? Acknowledge your inner desires. You yearn for this sensation as well. The words in his mind sent a pleasurable shiver through Huang Du. This feeling, indeed, was somewhat exhilarating. Just a little. The voice in his mind morphed into a self-dialogue, questioning and answering itself. Perhaps it should be even more exhilarating. This time, let us make it even more thrilling. Once we eliminate this detective, we shall move to a more secluded location, where discovery becomes a challenge. Huang Du chuckled again. Chapter 80. A suspect. The off-road vehicle drove into a desolate area. This was the very spot where Ji Lu was burned to death. Originally, there had been a factory nearby, but ever since the tragic incident, it had been vacated. Those in business often harbor superstitions, fearing bad luck. The first person to discover the charred remains was a worker from that factory. Now, the place was overgrown with weeds. Xiao Mushing set up his phone for filming. Li Jianda arrived and surveyed the area. Vivid memories from 10 years ago flashing through his mind. The police cordoning off the crime scene, being escorted by officers, and the relentless accusations and insults from his girlfriend's family. The disdainful and contemptuous glances from others. He still vividly recalled the eyes that branded him a criminal. Yet, that was not the most painful memory. The most agonizing was seeing the scorched ground and the barely recognizable corpse. At that moment, he experienced tinnitus, struggled to breathe, and felt a crushing weight on his chest, leaving him gasping for air. He was at a loss for what to do, unaware of the identity of the murderer. He felt like a marionette, devoid of control. Now, returning to the scene once more, Li Jianda felt a tumult of emotions. While adjusting his phone, Xiao Mushing suddenly spoke. "What if I can only help clear your name?" Li Jianda turned his head. "What do you mean? After all, this case is quite complex. I can only try every method I can think of. I cannot guarantee finding the killer, but I can assure you of clearing your name and restoring your honor." That was all Xiao Mushing could say. After all, if that scoundrel from 10 years ago truly escaped and remains hidden, this is the best he can do. Hearing this, Li Jianda reflexively moved a finger. 10 years have passed. Some cases become increasingly difficult to solve with time. Unless the perpetrator willingly confesses, if they relocate, it becomes nearly impossible to gather sufficient evidence. Let us do our best. If so, cooperate with me to revisit the crime scene and gather some footage. Then we will search for the location where your girlfriend disappeared. The two then reenacted the crime scene, mimicking the actions of the attack, the struggle, and the act of stuffing someone into a sack. Once the filming was complete, they edited the video to send it out. After sending the video, an idea struck Xiao Mushing. Did you encounter any unfamiliar faces that you saw multiple times but didn't recognize 10 years ago? Li Jianda shook his head. The police asked. But there were no impressions at all. It was like taking the subway or bus, returning home, and forgetting the looks of the strangers. There may have been one or two faces seen once, but nothing significant. Xiao Mushing could only scratch his head. He had already sent out another video, but no one in the background provided any valuable leads. Just then, a phone call came in. "Dead person. I have a contact who, a few days ago, transported a customer who was very well concealed, revealing only a face. It left a deep impression on him. His dashcam captured the person's appearance. Here are the images he sent me. Take a look and see if this is the individual." Shortly after, several images arrived via chat. Xiao Mushing compared the pictures with Li Jianda's collection of faces and found a striking resemblance. But that was all. Nonetheless, it provided a breakthrough. Does it resemble him? I have the address where they got off. I'll send it to you. After receiving the address, Xiao Mushing advised Li Jianda, "Let us go check it out. But don't set your hopes too high. Even if we confirm it, don't act impulsively. We lack evidence." Xiao Mushing was genuinely concerned. What if they confirmed the identity? Li Jianda might resort to taking a life in return, which would be unwarranted. No need to lose another life. The two then drove to a factory, but merely stopped nearby. Xiao Mushing did not recklessly approach for inquiries. His video had gained significant attention. It was too conspicuous. And if he approached with the photo and happened to inquire of someone who knew the suspect, a single phone call could lead to disaster. He currently lacked substantial evidence. So he instructed an unseen presence to stealthily explore the factory. While Ji Lu investigated inside, Li Jianda inquired from the passenger seat with confusion. "Aren't we getting out? Without evidence, what if we scare them away? Once we identify the person, we still need to find evidence. If they deny it later, you will have no recourse. Thus, we must remain here and observe. My video has already been sent out, and the earlier video was released even sooner. Since the person has not fled, it indicates confidence in not being discovered. Therefore, they are unlikely to run now. As long as they remain, there is no need for concern. Observing from the vehicle suffices." Chapter 81. Xiao Mushing's poisoning. An hour passed, then 2, then 3. Yet, the factory still showed no sign of closing. It was now past 7 in the evening. "Let us find a place to dine." Xiao Mushing's abrupt suggestion momentarily stunned Li Jianda. At such a time, should one really be concerned about dining? Life, with its trifecta of daily meals, begs the question. If even these hold little significance, what then is truly important? "Let us eat first. Go, go, go," he declared, disregarding Li Jianda's opinion and swiftly accelerating away. Seated in the passenger seat, Li Jianda incessantly questioned the urgency of departure. Why must we leave now? The individual in question could very well be connected to the past. Are we simply to let them go? Xiao Mushing feigned profundity, shaking his head. "You must understand. I have navigated many such matters with a high degree of professionalism. There is a purpose in my actions. Moreover, as I mentioned earlier, we currently lack evidence. Therefore, your task is to accompany me in search of it. A flicker of excitement crossed Li Jianda's eyes. Are you truly so forgetful? Did we not agree to dine? Xiao Mushing interjected. Li Jianda scratched his head in confusion, bewildered by the sudden shift in his companion's demeanor. What was Xiao Mushing truly contemplating? The corners of Xiao Mushing's mouth curled slightly. Ji Lu had provided him with some intriguing news, allowing him to feel remarkably at ease. As for the crucial evidence, it would soon be presented to him. During the lunch hour, Xiao Mushing selected a particularly bustling restaurant teeming with patrons. After ordering 2 dishes, he handed the menu to Li Jianda. Is there anything here that piques your interest? Li Jianda pressed. Why now? Can you provide me with a reason? Xiao Mushing placed a cup of tea before him. You have waited a decade. A little more patience is warranted. Some matters will soon reach resolution. Trust me, you shall not be disappointed. The restaurant buzzed with activity, and amidst the rise of short videos, Xiao Mushing's previous clips had garnered much attention, leading to a few patrons recognizing him. Cautiously, someone raised their phone to capture the moment. The sight of Xiao Mushing alone was captivating. But with him stood the prime suspect from a decade ago, creating a spectacle for onlookers. After snapping the photo, they uploaded it as a short video. Xiao Mushing noticed them and contemplated the distance. His companion had yet to finish work, thus tonight's meal was unlikely to be poisoned. Meanwhile, Huang Du, finishing a long day at the office at 10 o'clock, felt a surge of resentment within him. However, the thought of a certain internet-famous detective meeting an untimely end under his watch eased much of his fatigue. Arriving at his room, he checked the tension in the hair beneath his door and confidently opened it. He collapsed onto his bed, facing a large map of Qingshui City hanging on the opposing wall, meticulously marked with alleys and small shops that were not on any map. A small pin marked the location of a significant figure. He retrieved his phone to check for key information and discovered a new video released that day. It revealed the internet detective spotted dining with the prime suspect from 10 years ago, suggesting that the original suspect might indeed have been wronged, and the true murderer remained at large. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. Differing opinions are welcome in the comments, he mused, chuckling at the video. There may not be another chance for that meal. Having tracked Li Jianda's residence, which he had recently verified, he realized any investigation into the case would inevitably lead to Li Jianda. Hence, this evening might be opportune for action. Safe travels to you both. Huang Du observed the duo in the video, a sinister smile creeping across his face. After their meal, the pair returned to Li Jianda's abode. Li Jianda regarded the self-assured Xiao Mushing, reflecting on their car ride. Had he overlooked something significant during their time together? After 3 hours of surveillance, he felt he had missed crucial details. Did you uncover any important leads nearby? Could you not share even a hint? Xiao Mushing lounged carelessly on the bed. Do not inquire so much. Let us eat and drink, and try to maintain a positive disposition. Ji Lu floated nearby, teasing, must you always be so enigmatic? Xiao Mushing remained silent, lost in his own plans. In the days that followed, Xiao Mushing's schedule became less erratic, frequently oscillating between the police station and various crime scenes from the past. Li Jianda trailed behind, feeling this was all rather futile, as he perceived little evidence being gathered. Nonetheless, Xiao Mushing insisted he maintain an optimistic demeanor. In a quiet park, Li Jianda handed Xiao Mushing a bottle of water. Are you truly unable to apprehend the murderer? He recalled Xiao Mushing's words. If all else failed, he would strive to clear his name. Yet, to fail to catch the murderer and clear his name held little meaning for Li Jianda. Xiao Mushing did not respond. Instead, anxiously unscrewing the cap of a soda he had requested, hastily consuming it, spilling half down his chin. Li Jianda, feeling helpless, offered him a tissue. Have you not considered a hospital stay? It seems you truly need care. Throughout their time together, he noted Xiao Mushing's occasional eccentricities, such as singing loudly in the subway or dramatically reenacting the crime scene with a magnifying glass. Finally, he felt compelled to voice his concerns. Aware of the immense pressure Xiao Mushing was under, wiping his mouth with a tissue, Xiao Mushing replied, there is no need. My condition does not impede my daily life. They lingered on the bench for merely a few minutes when suddenly, Xiao Mushing clutched his abdomen and collapsed. Li Jianda initially presumed it to be another of his antics. But as Xiao Mushing fell, foaming at the mouth and convulsing, Li Jianda realized the gravity of the situation. What is happening? Do not frighten me. Hold on. I will call for an ambulance. Panic surged within him as he hesitated, unsure of how to act. Meanwhile, atop a nearby building, Huang Du peered through binoculars, grinning at the unfolding scene. The nearest hospital was a 30-minute drive away, especially during rush hour, and given Xiao Mushing's inebriation, his fate seemed sealed. He lowered the binoculars, donning a mask to conceal his smirk. Chapter 82. Who is the true murderer? Huangdu did not rush home. Instead, he visited a supermarket, purchasing 2 cans of beer, braised pig's trotters, steamed lobster, and some expensive fruit, before stopping at a barbecue stall for skewers of lamb. In moments of joy, one often seeks greater satisfaction. After a prolonged period of meticulous scheming, it was finally time for Huangdu to indulge himself with a well-deserved treat. If it weren't for the crowd, he would have likely danced with joy. At that moment, the sky began to drizzle, prompting Huangdu to return to his modest abode. Beneath the rumbling thunder, the rain intensified, night fell, and with it, the heavy downpour created the perfect opportunity to stay indoors, whether to play video games, savor delectable snacks, binge-watch shows, or even sleep. Everything seemed to invite tranquility. The corridor was enveloped in an eerie silence. Huangdu paid it no mind, as his thoughts wandered to future opportunities and the choices of prey he might select. What manner of demise should he orchestrate for them? Lost in this contemplation, he let out a sinister chuckle, ascending the staircase while clutching his belongings, step by step, toward his floor. In his exuberance, he neglected to check for the strands of hair at his door. He simply pushed the door open and reached for the light switch. In that instant, another hand clasped over his own. It was a heavy, coarse grip, causing his belongings to scatter about. Huangdu found himself pinned to the ground by 2 figures. Don't move. Stay still. Confused and disoriented, Huangdu instinctively struggled against their hold, but his efforts proved futile. With a click, the light illuminated the scene, revealing the assailant's attire, black trousers, and blue sleeves. He felt the chilling touch upon his wrist. As he was forced upright, he turned to see a figure at the doorway, one that should have been in an ICU fighting for life or resting in a morgue. Yet, here they stood, unscathed before him. Huangdu's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly bulging from their sockets. How are you here? You were supposed to be dead. You should be in the hospital. Why are you here? Why are you here? His incredulous questions erupted in a furious roar. This was impossible. Everything had been under his control. What had gone wrong? You should be dead. You should be dead. How dare you be here? You were meant to die? His frantic struggles and cries only led to him being pressed down once more. Xiao Mushing shook his head. To have such a plan, and to put it to paper, complete with a grand map. Next time, be more cautious and refrain from jotting down your thoughts. Huangdu obstinately shook his head. No. How did you discover my plan? How did you find me? I saw you drink it. You were supposed to be dead. He needed to understand why this was happening, why it had come to this. The guilty party had not perished, and now the police were at his doorstep. None of this should be happening. The person before him was meant to be dead. Li Jianda was supposed to be apprehended by the police that very night. The water and the poison had come from him. He had left no traces. Everything was meticulously crafted. Everything was supposed to be conclusive. How was it that he was the one being captured now? This was not how it was meant to be. Seeing Huangdu's evident distress, Xiao Mushing remarked, "As for the poison, I merely wash my face and hands. As for your so-called plan, do you truly believe everyone is a fool? Do you think this is a decade ago? You left far too many traces, and those traces will serve as the evidence of your judgment. No, you deceived me. I executed it flawlessly. It was you. You must have employed some method I am unaware of." In response to his struggle and dishonesty, the police were compelled to act with force. After all, he was a genuine threat. Besides the 2 officers present, several others arrived to assist, subduing him. The contents of that room were all incriminating evidence. Naturally, Xiao Mushing departed with the officers. Back at the police station, Li Jianda remained present. The emergency call he had begun was abruptly cut off by a hand. Stunned, he recalled the froth at the corners of the other person's mouth, still not wiped away. He remembered how, after finishing another call, they recounted the sequence of events, a narrative he had only just managed to digest. As he watched Xiao Mushing return with the officers, a lingering doubt resurfaced in Li Jianda's mind. You've been with me this entire time. How did you know about the other party's plan? Aside from occasionally discussing matters with the police, that individual had spent most of the time in his company. They had acted together. This seems rather inconsequential for you, doesn't it? Upon hearing this, Li Jianda felt a wave of clarity wash over him. Indeed, it seemed inconsequential. The murderer he had hunted for a decade had finally been caught, and his decade-long grievance had been vindicated. How they had accomplished it mattered little to him. At that moment, Xiao Mushing placed a hand on Li Jianda's shoulder. Your parents still need someone to care for them. A girl will not be attracted to a man lacking in responsibility. As a man, you must shoulder your own obligations. You are their only child. As Xiao Mushing finished speaking, 2 elderly figures entered from outside. Li Jianda had reached middle age, and his parents were no longer youthful. His father, at such an advanced age, continued to work, all for the sake of this child, hoping to leave him with enough for a comfortable life. Watching the family reunite, Xiao Mushing stepped back, with Ji Lu beside him. Is there anything else you need me to convey? Nothing more. He still loves me. I did not misjudge him. And that is sufficient. Oh, could you check on my parents and pass along some words? Xiao Mushing nodded in agreement. Chapter 83. The Distinction of a Gold Medal Hunter. New Abilities. 2 chapters merged, in a small county near Qingshan City. An elderly man examined a sealed, thin parcel in his hands, scratching his head in confusion. I haven't ordered anything. A woman cooking in the kitchen peeked out. What is it, old man? It's a thin package, but I have no idea what it is. I'll open it and see. The old man closed the door, leisurely walking to the coffee table, sitting on the sofa, and using scissors to open the parcel. Inside, he discovered a letter. Upon opening the envelope and recognizing the handwriting, he was taken aback. This was a script he had painstakingly copied countless times in his study, not belonging to any calligraphy master, but rather to a girl. The handwriting was exquisite, possessing a delicate charm unique to girls. After 10 years of practice, he had yet to replicate such flawless script. It felt as though it had been penned during her lifetime. As he read the letter's contents, he was overcome with emotion. The tone of the letter, coupled with the striking similarity in handwriting, brought tears to the aged man's eyes. In the kitchen, the elderly woman extinguished the flame and approached the living room. Noticing her husband crying for reasons unknown, she gently wiped his tears away. What is it? The old man trembled as he held up the letter. Look. The elderly woman took the letter, examining the script and its contents, her body trembling uncontrollably. Even though their daughter had passed away a decade prior, seeing this letter compelled them to believe it was indeed a message from her. It contained her concern for them, a farewell, and her own guilt for not being able to provide for them in their old age. The news of the capture of the murderer has reached them. They are filled with rage, tears, and a sense of solace for their daughter's spirit in the heavens. Yet, all is in the past. Their daughter is gone and cannot return. They will return to their monotonous lives, until one day, the memories of their daughter resurface, bringing forth a wave of heartache. However, this letter has ignited a spark of joy within them. Their daughter claims that although she has passed, she has seen them, and thus penned this letter, entrusting it to someone for delivery. To anyone else, it would appear to be a scam, yet they are willing to believe. Meanwhile, in a restaurant, Xiao Mushing swirls a goblet. The deceased raises his glass, and they share a toast. I owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for the information you provided, I would not have apprehended him so swiftly. You are too kind, my brother. I have gathered some intelligence too. With your skills, you would have found him without my assistance. The deceased speaks from the heart, having gathered specific details through connections. The adversary plotted to eliminate Xiao Mushing, but unexpectedly fell into a trap of his own making, accumulating a heavier burden of charges. Attempted murder, compounded by a decade-old case of premeditated murder, along with framing and other accusations. He had previously consulted a lawyer, who indicated that such circumstances would likely lead to a death sentence. The case sparked significant public outcry, especially given the premeditated nature of the crime, driven by jealousy and the subsequent framing. Yet, these accusations require substantial evidence. Xiao Mushing ingeniously devised a plan to secure all necessary proof, leaving the adversary with no chance of appeal. One could only marvel at the brilliance of the strategy. If placed in his shoes, he would surely falter. I possess no extraordinary talents. It is all thanks to the help of friends. Xiao Mushing's words ring true. No case has been resolved solely by him. At the very least, there must be a ghost involved. I must congratulate you, my brother. You have now ascended to the rank of a gold-tier hunter. It is indeed your blessing. I was to wait some time, but after our last mission together, I was promoted immediately. At this juncture, Xiao Mushing inquired, is there a distinction between a gold-tier hunter and a level 5 hunter? Discussing a topic of potential mutual interest, the deceased was forthcoming. Based on his estimations, given the other's capabilities, it was only a matter of time before he achieved such rank. So it would be better to broach the subject and strengthen their rapport. The differences between a level 5 bounty hunter and a gold tier 1 are not vast. Primarily, the latter undertakes more international assignments. You may have noticed that tasks assigned to level 5 hunters and below are predominantly domestic, with some even restricted to specific regions within the city or province. However, gold-tier bounty hunters are required to accept international missions, which imposes a stringent criterion, mastery of at least 2 foreign languages, including English. Furthermore, one's task completion rate is holistically evaluated. Essentially, a track record of success across various missions is requisite for qualification and promotion. Is that so? Do they offer lucrative rewards? Let me put it this way. I recently accepted a task that promises this amount. The deceased slowly raised a finger. $1 million is quite substantial, indeed surpassing many level 5 tasks. Xiao Mushing nodded slightly. Not dollars, but US dollars. Xiao Mushing, initially taken aback, was rendered speechless. So much more. I merely aimed to test my skills. Hence chose a relatively straightforward task. You have no idea. I have even encountered tasks worth over 10 million. What kind of task could be so exorbitant? To investigate the headquarters of an international organization. However, this organization operates in dubious fashion, engaging in gray activities domestically and black ones abroad, which entails considerable risk. One misstep could lead to death by RPG. While the reward is substantial, the risks involved in international tasks far outweigh those of domestic ones. After all, you are aware of the environment abroad, joyful one moment, gunfire the next. In certain regions, firearms are as commonplace as one's daily bread. These are not the crude weapons we see domestically. Rather, they include anti-material sniper rifles and Gatling guns, which some individuals can indeed procure. Despite the bounty hunter forum's long existence, gold-tier hunters remain scarce, primarily due to the elevated mortality rate abroad. Ultimately, no matter how skilled one is, a stray bomb can end one's life in an instant. Xiao Mushing nodded in agreement, well aware of the devastation such weaponry can cause. The weapons he had encountered were of a lesser caliber, homemade or hunting rifles, or even rudimentary cannons. Compared to what the deceased described, those were mere trifles. Much of what the deceased spoke of stemmed from his investigations and tales from the elderly. He, too, must prepare for his upcoming venture. In a conspiratorial tone, the deceased posed, "How about it? Would you be interested in joining me on an outing? It would serve as a preliminary meeting." Of course, he presented this merely as a suggestion, allowing Xiao Mushing to decide. The task he had accepted could be deemed relatively safe, albeit in a somewhat chaotic location. Thus, he sought a reliable partner, and in his eyes, Xiao Mushing was the ideal candidate. Proficient in foreign languages, adept in survival skills, experienced in encounters with armed individuals, capable of solving cases, and possessing a sharp intellect. Moreover, his mental health history rendered him a perfect choice for certain risky environments abroad. Naturally, he did not wish to impose. After all, Xiao Mushing was relatively new to this field and might harbor reservations. He certainly did not want this proposal to jeopardize their relationship. After contemplation, Xiao Mushing replied, "My experience is still too limited. I shall accept more tasks to hone my skills. That is acceptable. Should you change your mind, feel free to reach out, and I shall guide you on an excursion." The deceased remained unfazed by the situation, responding with ease. He merely mentioned it casually, knowing that Xiao Mushing might not be prepared, yet future opportunities would certainly arise. After a satisfying meal, the two bid farewell. As Xiao Mushing drove home, he pondered whether one day a foreigner might visit the haunted house. Would the underworld offer such services? Could this be considered cross-border ghost snatching, or does the entire globe fall under the jurisdiction of the underworld? He quickly dismissed these thoughts, realizing they were far too speculative. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that the rewards for tasks assigned to gold-tier hunters were indeed substantial. Having completed numerous tasks, he found that no single assignment earned him as much as what they made in one go. However, the risks were undeniably significant. Upon reflection, it made sense. Foreign currency does not simply materialize out of thin air, and the risks involved are considerable. Who would willingly part with such a sum? Yet, the rewards for this task were modest. 50,000, and a beautifully penned letter, unmistakably written by a woman. After Ji Lu departed, she gifted Xiao Mushing her calligraphy. He transcribed its contents and sent it off. However, the combination of a young girl's voice, feminine handwriting, and his own appearance, long hair and a scarf, would likely draw attention, prompting inquiries for contact information. The car drove into the underground parking lot. Upon entering the vehicle, Xiao Mushing felt a peculiar warmth enveloping him. He retrieved the object nestled in his embrace, a bull-headed stone sculpture unearthed earlier. Initially, he attributed the warmth to the car's heated interior. But as it intensified to a near scorching level, he sensed something amiss. A thought crossed his mind. If the sculpture reacted this way before even entering the haunted house, what kind of upheaval awaited him within its threshold? With this question lingering, Xiao Mushing ascended the staircase, the stone sculpture firmly in hand. If he detected any further unusual reactions from it, he would promptly retreat. As he approached the haunted abode, the sculpture's response grew increasingly fervent. Its temperature rose steadily, becoming more uncomfortable, yet it remained within his tolerable limits. However, upon reaching the final flight of stairs, his curiosity compelled him to scrutinize the stone carving. With each step forward, the warmth escalated, yet the human body possesses a threshold for heat. Reaching a certain point, he would undoubtedly relinquish the object or wrap it in cloth. Yet, having climbed to the third floor, after traversing numerous steps, he pondered why the temperature continued to rise. Albeit still bearable, it seemed his heat tolerance had inexplicably increased. At that moment, a bold idea sparked in his mind. He made a small incision in his palm and grasped the sculpture with his wounded hand. The sensation he experienced yesterday gradually transformed into a gentler warmth. The notion that a blood offering could bind the spirit to the stone intrigued him. As he approached the entrance of the haunted house, the sculpture began to emanate an ethereal green light, illuminating the entire room as he stepped inside. In that instant, the stone vanished from his grasp, and his wound healed. Xiao Mushing felt a surge of new knowledge flooding his mind. After processing this information, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had anticipated transforming into a spirit reaper. Yet this was not the case. He had acquired a new ability, one that allowed him to temporarily let a ghost possess him. This newfound power left him with a sense of ambivalence, both intriguing and unsatisfactory. He also noticed a small progress bar, which only needed a slight nudge to fill completely. It appeared that completing this bar would grant him another ability, likely related to spirits. However, the information in his mind did not reveal the origins of the stone sculpture. It seemed he would have to uncover its mysteries on his own, though he held little hope of discovering anything extraordinary. After all, if it were truly something remarkable, the Taoist priest of old would have certainly shared more than mere legends. In a feudal society, one could easily imagine a national master revolting, after all. Having exhausted these thoughts, Xiao Mushing noticed an elderly man patiently waiting nearby. He approached the elder respectfully and inquired, "Do you have any lingering attachments?" "Greetings, Lord Judge." The old man replied with a bow. "I am not." Xiao Mushing quickly interjected, waving his hands. "This is merely a bull-headed stone sculpture, at most a minor spirit. There was no way it could be linked to a judge of the dead." The old man paused, momentarily taken aback, before promptly recovering and responding, "My apologies, Lord Yanluo. I failed to recognize your stature. Please do not take offense. I am not Yanluo. I am simply an ordinary person who can see ghosts, devoid of any mythical titles." The elder nodded knowingly, a meaningful expression crossing his face. "I understand. You are merely an ordinary individual." Xiao Mushing couldn't shake the feeling that the ghost had misunderstood him further. The old man, radiating an ethereal green glow upon entering, left him momentarily blinded. To refer to himself as an ordinary person seemed absurd. Furthermore, as a deceased soul, one would expect him to report to the underworld, yet here he was. And it was evident that the man before him was no ordinary individual.